Chapter 1. Within a building with pure white walls. A girl, as adorable as a kitten, drowsily turned over. Her petite and frail form was adorned with unkempt, snow-white hair that fell haphazardly over her shoulders. Long, disheveled bangs obscured part of her face. She was undeniably a little angel, so charming that one would be compelled to embrace her tenderly. Yet, no one dared to approach her. Even after her first year, her mother had never held her once. This exceptionally gifted girl, Bai, had been isolated due to her incomprehensibility to others by the age of 1. She was already capable of speech. Such an extraordinary nature instilled fear even in her biological mother, which led to her confinement within those white walls. Thunder rumbled suddenly outside. The girl in the room involuntarily twitched at the sound. Following that, torrential rain began to pelt the outside world, the incessant drumming of raindrops striking the ground. Once again, sleep eludes me. After closing her eyes for a while, the cacophony of rain and thunder proved too disruptive. She sat up and opened her laptop, feeling utterly awake. However, upon opening the computer, instead of the familiar wallpaper, a simple square appeared, presenting a singular question. Do you wish to journey to other worlds? Has it contracted a virus? As previously mentioned, Bai was a prodigy. She possessed an extraordinary mechanical calculation ability that surpassed human comprehension, particularly excelling in numerically based games. In games devoid of free will, no one could rival her. She was often heralded as the being closest to divinity. To illustrate simply, if Bai were to play Go against AlphaGo, she could achieve a streak of 20 consecutive victories by alternating the order of play. In chess, she could similarly engage a 256-core supercomputer and either win or force a draw. Without further thought, Bai immediately began to manipulate the computer, intent on eradicating the virus. However, several hours later, how is this possible? I can't locate the source. Bai bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at the suddenly appearing pop-up window. No matter how diligently she searched, she could not uncover the origin of this virus. Journey to other worlds? Contemplating her current predicament, Bai gritted her teeth and slowly moved her mouse towards the pop-up. She was curious to see who possessed the capability to do such a thing. In the next instant, the entire computer screen erupted with a blinding light, engulfing Bai entirely. As the light dissipated, the white room was left completely vacant. Hey, are you all right? A voice, tinged with concern, broke through. Bai felt a wave of disorientation wash over her before she gradually opened her eyes. Before her stood a young woman, appearing to be around 20, dressed in cosplay attire. You finally awakened. Do you feel any discomfort? The girl sighed in relief and inquired with genuine concern. It was 10 o'clock at night, and a child as small as Bai fainting against a utility pole would surely prompt any decent person to lend assistance. Bai, somewhat dazed, propped herself up and stood, observing the bustling street around her, where passers-by occasionally paused to cast curious glances. After all, the sight of a cosplayer alongside a remarkably beautiful child was indeed a rare combination. Memories surged to the forefront of her mind. So that's what that phrase meant. Bai recalled the window that had appeared on her computer and quickly pieced together the situation. Do you remember where you live? Would you like me to take you home? The girl inquired. Shaking her head, Bai replied, I only remember being confined in a room with white walls since I can recall. I have never left. The girl's eyes widened in surprise at Bai's response. Confined to a room? Could it be that she had been abducted by a human trafficker? Perhaps this small girl had escaped through a series of fortunate events. And what about your parents? I haven't seen them since I was 1 year old. Bai replied succinctly, confirming that she had indeed been locked away since that age, never to reunite with her parents. At this revelation, the girl became increasingly convinced that Bai must have been a victim of abduction. Noticing the late hour, she felt it would be inhumane to leave a girl who had just escaped from trafficker to fend for herself. Little sister, why don't you come home with me for now? We can visit the police in the morning. After some consideration, mainly because Bai appeared quite young and harmless, the girl decided to take her in for the night and report the matter to the police come morning. Bai hesitated momentarily, suddenly thrust into an entirely unfamiliar world. Trusting a stranger was undoubtedly daunting. Yet, it seemed she had no other alternative but to rely on the girl before her. After all, She possessed neither identification nor money, and surviving alone in this world was impossible. Ultimately, Bai nodded in agreement. The girl before her didn't seem malicious. Soon, they arrived at an older-looking residential complex on the outskirts of Shanghai. Xiaolang Jia, is this your home? Throughout their walk, Bai had gleaned some basic information about the girl through their conversation. Xiaolang was not her real name. She was a cosplay enthusiast who often live-streamed on a certain pink platform, albeit with a modest following of just over 20,000 fans. The moniker Xiaolang was merely her online alias. She had been returning from a comic convention when she fortuitously encountered Bai. Yes, I'm renting this place temporarily. It may be small, but sufficient for just me, Xiaolang replied nonchalantly as she led Bai to her upstairs room. It was a standard two-bedroom apartment, yet the concrete floor revealed it had not been renovated. The walls were simply painted, giving it a rather rudimentary appearance. My roommate moved out recently, so we'll tidy up a bit for you. You can stay here for the night. Tomorrow, we'll see if we can contact your family through the police. However, Bai was not overly concerned about her accommodations. A night on the couch would suffice. Her gaze was entirely focused on the computer in the living room. Xiaolang Jia, may I use your computer? After pondering for a moment, Bai snapped back to reality. Sure, go ahead. I won't be live streaming tonight since it's so late. Thank you. With that, Bai promptly approached the computer. Though still young, she had learned much on her own. Her presence in this world undoubtedly lacked legal identity. If they did indeed visit the police tomorrow and her identity remained unfound, it was highly likely she would be sent to an orphanage. Thus, she needed to create a plausible identification for herself immediately. Bai swiftly reached the computer, expertly powering it on. While the device appeared somewhat outdated, it functioned smoothly, likely due to infrequent use. Thank goodness, the computer knowledge in this world is the same as in my previous one. After a few simple operations, Bai exhaled in relief. If the foundational computer knowledge had varied between the two worlds, she would have faced considerable difficulty in learning from scratch to infiltrate the security system and modify her identity. Noticing Bai's urgency, Xiaolang felt a twinge of curiosity but thought little of it. Before long, Bai adeptly breached the police system, beginning to fabricate her information. Yet, just as she was focused on her task, a voice suddenly called from behind. By the way, Xiao Bai, have you had dinner today? If not, I can order takeout. The sudden voice startled Bai, prompting her to hastily switch the interface in front of her. Immediately thereafter, Xiaolang's voice reached her from behind. Hey, Xiao Bai, are you playing League of Legends? Have you had any prior experience with this game? Noticing that Bai was currently watching a League of Legends video on her computer, Xiaolang asked, somewhat surprised. Wasn't she supposed to be kidnapped by human traffickers? How could she possibly be playing these games? Well, I just wanted to give it a try. Glancing back, Bai realized that in her earlier haste, she hadn't paid attention to what she had switched to. In fact, I've been quite eager to learn how to stream League of Legends myself. If I become a top League of Legends streamer one day, I would have an endless supply of money. The thought of those top League of Legends streamers, who earn substantial amounts, filled Xiaolang with longing. The traffic in the League of Legends realm is simply immense. Reaching the pinnacle would undoubtedly lead to significant earnings. Is this game really that lucrative now? Observing Xiaolang's dreamy expression, Bai couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Having resolved her identity issues, the next step to continue living in this world was undoubtedly to address the matter of finances. Bai felt quite confident in her gaming skills. Of course, just think about if those skilled players can earn quite a bit by offering coaching services. Especially if you reach the top rank in the national server, the demand for coaching would be overwhelming. Unfortunately, I'm just a platinum novice. The mere thought of this made Xiaolang feel utterly despondent. Cosplay doesn't bring in any income, and her usual streams barely attract any viewers. Her continued stay here relies solely on her past savings. Xiaolang, if I could reach the top of the national server, would I also be able to earn a lot of money? Seeing Xiaolang's dejected demeanor, Bai felt compelled to offer her some encouragement. That should be the case. Xiaolang smiled awkwardly upon hearing Bai's words. After that, she returned to tidying up the room. Reaching the top of the national server, one must understand that League of Legends is currently an incredibly popular game. Achieving the top rank is far more challenging than getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. Noticing Xiao Lang's evident skepticism, Bai felt a spark of determination. She promptly launched the League of Legends client on her computer, which naturally had the game installed since Xiao Lang was preparing to transition into streaming it. Successful login. She clicked to view the champion abilities. Although this was her first exposure to the game, these challenges were trivial for Bai. As long as she reviewed the abilities of all the champions, she would quickly master them. After familiarizing herself with the abilities, Bai clicked to start rank play. To her surprise, this account was not at the platinum level as Xiao Lang had claimed, but rather at the gold 2 rank. A casual glance at her match history revealed a series of effortless victories. It would seem that she had been exaggerating her prowess. Goal: reach the top of the national server. Before long, 2 hours had passed. With each match averaging less than 20 minutes, and considering the queue time, Bai quickly achieved a 6-game winning streak. After each game, Bai gained a deeper understanding of the game mechanics. Being a hardcore gamer herself, she had dabbled in various games, allowing her to adapt to League of Legends with remarkable speed. At first, she relied on nearly unassailable mechanical skills to dominate her opponents, but soon her understanding of the game and her awareness sharpened even further. This game is quite entertaining. After just a few matches, Bai found herself thoroughly captivated by League of Legends. After all, it's a phenomenon that has swept the nation, and League of Legends possesses an undeniable allure. However, just as she prepared to continue her rampage, her stomach began to protest. Having played for 2 hours without consuming anything since her arrival, she was now quite hungry. Let's eat something first. At that moment, Xiao Lang handed by the takeout she had ordered earlier. After tidying up the room, Xiao Lang had been watching Bai dominate in League of Legends, and she felt a mixture of surprise and admiration as Bai racked up a 6-game winning streak. After a simple meal, Bai resumed her ranked matches. The games before Diamond I were hardly worth watching. With her overwhelming skills, Bai could easily handle 5 opponents on her own. Gradually, Bai found her optimal position, top lane. This role demands exceptional skill, and unlike other lanes, if one fails to match the meticulous details of the opposing player, they may as well concede defeat and leave the game. When a chasm of disparity in strength emerges, even the unwavering assistance of your teammates becomes futile. The position is perfectly suited for her. After playing continuously for an entire night, Little Wolf fell asleep on the sofa mid-game. In contrast, Bai had long since acclimated to the nocturnal hours. Engaging in relentless battles throughout the night, each match culminating in swift victories, she ascended from Silver 2 to Diamond I with remarkable ease. Since she took over this account, she has enjoyed an uninterrupted winning streak. Regardless of the disadvantages posed by her teammates, or even conflicts leading to players disconnecting, she has never suffered a single defeat. Meanwhile, at the EDG club, manager Abu was idly watching the domestic server rankings, searching for promising players. This task is typically not within his purview. But the memory of EDG's elimination by ROX in the quarterfinals of 2016 still lingers, fueling his urgency to discover new talent. The top lane and ADC positions, in particular, represent the team's most significant weaknesses. One, use, the other, ZT. Though both individuals exert considerable effort, it is evident that their innate talent is rather limited, resulting in subpar performances. Alas, it appears that exceptional players are a rarity on the domestic server. As he continued to scan the screen, Abu found himself musing internally. Just as he was about to shut down his computer and retire for the night, he noticed an unfamiliar ID. In this particular match, it was the sole diamond-ranked player amidst a sea of master and challenger ranks. Anyone familiar with League of Legends knows that when a diamond player unexpectedly joins a group of challengers, there exists a 90% probability that this diamond player will carry the game. Indeed, upon inspecting the match record, this proved to be the case, a staggering 23-2 performance by Riven. Upon clicking on Riven's statistics, Abu gasped in disbelief. The first page was adorned with a series of green P indicators. He continued to scroll through the second, third, and even the 7th page. An astonishing record of complete victories. Am I seeing things? Rubbing his eyes, he flipped back from the 7th page to the 1st. Indeed, each page displayed an unblemished array of green P indicators, a true 100 win rate. It was clear that prior to the 7th page, this was not the work of a single player. The earlier matches featured champions such as Fiddlesticks and Lux, while the subsequent pages showcased Fiora, Riven, Gangplank, Renekton, Echo, and Angel. Goodness, This player appears to possess genuine skill. Abu felt somewhat bewildered. Having served as a coach and manager in the LPL for many years and having encountered numerous prodigious players, he naturally held a wealth of knowledge. Moreover, EDG is a traditional powerhouse in the LPL. Typically, elite professional players can dominate in diamond ranks, consistently leading their teams to victory. However, to maintain a flawless win record in diamond ranks is largely contingent upon luck, especially when considering the diamond tier. This account, having achieved an unbroken series of victories, evidently possesses an exceptionally high hidden rating. Recently, the matches have consistently been at the pinnacle of the rankings. It is rather astonishing that such rampant dominance persists. Is it a combination of luck and skill? To not lose a single match seems rather exaggerated. Abu furrowed his brow, feeling that this record was indeed too surreal. Could it be that a professional player has taken on the account for their girlfriend? The champions previously utilized, such as Feng Nu, Lulu, and Lux, clearly indicate that this is likely a female player's account. Given the remarkable performance, it is reasonable to surmise that this individual is a top-tier professional player, specifically one who specializes in the top lane. Just then, EDG's coach Nof approached, and upon witnessing the statistics Abu was examining, his expression mirrored Abu's astonishment perfectly. Who is this player? To be so formidable? Could it be that those elite top laners from Korea have come to dominate the Chinese server? Contemplating further, Abu sensed something amiss. Such carrying potential should typically belong to a premier professional player. However, upon reflecting on the local top laners, none possess a champion pool that aligns with those statistics. The only somewhat comparable LPL homegrown top laner is WE, both in terms of skill and champion pool. There seems to be a match. Yet, upon a closer look, WE's account is still engaged in its own ranked matches, making it improbable that he is dual queuing. Could it be that this is indeed a complete newcomer? If so, it is imperative to reach out without delay. After a brief silence, Abu promptly initiated a friend request using his own account. If this turns out to be a genuine novice, and he can recruit this individual to EDG, it would be a monumental gain. Such remarkable achievements are undoubtedly in high demand. If necessary, one might consider placing her in a lower-tier league for further development. Of course, this presupposes that she is a free agent, unbound by any contractual obligations to a team. It is curious to ponder the expression on Abu's face when he invites Bai for a trial, only to discover that she is a girl, and one who appears quite youthful at that. Simultaneously, Abu harbors a sense of anticipation, eager to witness how long this account can continue its winning streak. Naturally, maintaining a flawless victory rate is impossible. After all, this is a team game. Even if one excels in individual matchups, poor performance from teammates or an unfavorable composition will inevitably lead to defeat. In simpler terms, the room for maneuver is severely limited. After an all-night gaming session, Bai begins to feel a semblance of fatigue. Although staying up late is a common occurrence for her, she recalls that today holds significant importance, namely, the police. After a brief nap, she is roused by faint sounds in the distance. Upon opening her eyes, she is greeted by the sight of two police officers who have arrived. What? You mean Xiaobai is actually 18 years old? Yet, upon reviewing the police investigation findings, Xiao Lang is incredulous that Bai, who appears to be merely 5 or 6 years old, is indeed an adult. Surely, the birth information cannot be erroneous. Perhaps she has suffered from malnutrition due to being held captive by human traffickers? It is evident that the officers are encountering such a peculiar case for the first time. Generally, human traffickers are known for abducting children. Even in cases involving women, it is uncommon for someone to be confined for over a decade while still being provided for. Even with malnutrition, ensuring her survival to this point would not have been an easy feat, and would certainly incur substantial costs. What of her parents? Given that there is registered information, surely they can trace her family. While Bai's age is astonishing, that is not the crux of the matter. If they can locate her biological parents, the issue can be resolved. Upon investigation, they discover that her parents passed away a decade ago, named XXX and XX. Interestingly, it turns out that you are distant cousins. Although this sounds utterly absurd, it appears to be the truth. What? She is the daughter of my aunt? Xiao Lang's eyes widen in disbelief at the revelation that this case somehow connects back to him. He has stumbled upon a girl abducted by traffickers, who turns out to be his own cousin. Such an absurd plot could hardly be crafted into a novel. Little Wolf's sister, what seems to be the matter? At this moment, a somewhat dazed Bai approached the Little Wolf and the police officers. Let me take down your statements first, and then I'll leave a contact number. Should there be any news regarding the traffickers, or if they come looking for you again, please reach out. Soon, The officers recorded Bai's and the little wolf's accounts. As they departed, both policemen wore expressions of bewilderment. Oldly, do you think malnutrition can reduce someone to this state? At 18, she still possesses the physique of a child. Who knows? But these traffickers are truly despicable. I can only imagine they target particularly remote areas for child brides. That young girl, though, is rather pretty. Amidst their curious discussions, the two officers entered their patrol car and drove away, leaving the little wolf and Bai exchanging glances. A child of my aunt? But why are her eyes red and her hair seemingly naturally white? Could she be of mixed heritage? As the little wolf scrutinized Bai, she attempted to identify resemblances with her aunt, yet the long absence had rendered her unfamiliar with her aunt's visage, making recollection nearly impossible. Never mind, Xiao Bai. You should eat something first. Regardless of the situation, she could not simply neglect a little girl like Bai, despite her identification indicating she was 18. She appeared utterly incapable of self-sufficiency. While Bai went to eat, the little wolf seized the opportunity to check her gaming statistics from the previous day. Rank, Diamond 1. Upon seeing this ranking, her eyes widened in astonishment. Then she clicked on Bai's performance. Holy cow! The pages filled with victories elicited an involuntary exclamation. It seemed her cousin possessed remarkable talent in the game League of Legends. Although she was not particularly skilled herself, she understood the significance of those consecutive wins, a clear indication of a prodigious gaming talent. Xiao Bai, once I reach the top of the national server, we can make a fortune. Observing the little wolf's astonished demeanor, Bai remained remarkably composed. The little wolf nodded eagerly, realizing she had stumbled upon a significant treasure. After her meal, Bai resumed her ranked matches. Since she began queuing for high-tier games, she sensed her opponents would be formidable. However, she also discovered her main champion and gradually adapted to the strategies of high-level gameplay. Fiora. As long as she secured Fiora, she could dominate her lane early on. And by mid-game, she would effortlessly push through a lane, creating an unstoppable split-push threat. Thus, one match led to another, and after 2 days, by the early hours of the third day, Bai's rank finally ascended to the pinnacle of the strongest tier, Grandmaster. In this multi-round game, she has only lost 6 matches. And notably, those 6 losses were all as a support player, taking into account the earlier silver tier matches played by Little Wolf. Her win rate has still soared to an impressive 78. If we consider her performance since taking over this account, her win rate has undoubtedly reached an astonishing level. Even the Little Wolf, who had been quietly observing Bai's gameplay, was taken aback. Bai's gaming talent was astonishing. Achieving an almost perfect win rate while ascending to the rank of a Grandmaster, was this even human? Meanwhile, Abu, who had been closely monitoring this account for several days, was equally bewildered. Goodness, this guy is incredibly strong. Nearly a flawless win rate to reach Grandmaster? His hidden score had already placed him among the elite 1,000-point Grandmasters. Casual slaughter in a 1,000-point Grandmaster match? As Abu gazed at Bai's series of P marks, he was utterly disoriented. Who is this person? So impressive. Consistently carrying every match. Within the club, EDG's jungler, Ming Kai, happened to walk by and was equally shocked upon seeing Bai's impressive record. When he noted the opponent's win rate, his eyes nearly popped out. After all, this is a team game. Sometimes, even the mightiest individual cannot secure victory, as one never knows when a teammate might turn into an adversary. Actors, the lazy science, and those who rely on others to elevate them while they merely fish for easy wins are abundant. If you have 2 anomalies on your team and the opposing side consists of regular 1,000-point Grandmasters, how can you ever hope to win in a 3 versus 5 scenario? Reaching the highest rank is not particularly daunting for professional players, though some elite players linger in the diamond ranks for extended periods. However, consistently achieving P marks alongside an outrageous win rate is not something an average professional player can accomplish. Reflecting on his own peak years in the national server, Ming Kai felt he never exhibited such dominion. Back then, there was even a saying, if you match with Ming Kai, you've already lost. How bad must you be? This saying alone illustrates the terror he once instilled in the national server S rankings. Recently, I came across a promising player in the national server. This individual boasts a terrifying win rate. I observed a few of his matches and noted that his mechanics were exceptionally refined. Abu, equally excited, shared his observations with Ming Kai. For professional players, mechanics are paramount. It's not enough to merely echo the opinions of others, claiming that one can merely pick a tank like Malphite and play it safe. For top-tier professionals, there exists only one fundamental criterion: skill. Similarly, if a tank top laner can achieve Grandmaster ranks, compete in professional leagues, and even clinch the LPL championship, why are you still languishing in silver? To dismiss the champion as trivial, claiming one can easily perform, while one's rank is still in bronze or silver, is a contradiction. Wouldn't it be better to try out for EDG? Ming Kai held a unique position within EDG. Merely securing a trial opportunity would be a formality, as the club would certainly grant a chance to anyone he endorsed. Currently, EDG's top laner is Use, a notable player in the LPL. Though he is quite formidable, he is clearly not on the same level as what EDG seeks. I would indeed like to make contact. However, it seems this account has not added anyone as a friend. Do you think it could be a Korean player trying to rank up in the national server? At this mention, Abu appeared somewhat uncomfortable. He was not foolish. Upon noticing this account, he had already attempted to reach out and added the player through various means. Yet all efforts went unanswered. Not just Abu, but other high-ranking players in the matchmaking system who wished to avoid confrontation also found their friend requests ignored. Koreans? SB? QV? Modatu? These names immediately surfaced in Ming Kai's mind. However, he quickly shook his head. I doubt this individual could achieve such remarkable results. These individuals are undoubtedly formidable. Yet achieving such remarkable feats, Ming Kai intuitively believes, is rather implausible. Are you suggesting that they are prodigious youths? Ming Kai's remark piqued Abu's interest significantly. If a prodigious young talent were to suddenly emerge and join EDG, it would be a remarkable opportunity for thorough cultivation. I surmise there are no professional players of such remarkable caliber among those I am acquainted with. Ming Kai nodded, as he harbored no doubts regarding the existing player's capabilities. Thus, I shall endeavor to reach out to this individual. Abu exhibited that classic, almost obsessive enthusiasm reminiscent of anime, with his eyes shining brightly. This is a prodigious top laner. Even more formidable than Sei and QV, and judging by the champion pool, it is evident that he possesses an exceptionally aggressive playstyle. It is worth noting that last year, EDG achieved an astonishing 16 consecutive victories, entering the World Championship with an aura of invincibility. Initially, there were immense expectations placed upon EDG, especially considering that they clinched the championship in S5 and followed up with another remarkable 16 consecutive wins in S6. However, in the quarterfinals of S6, they were bewilderingly defeated by RX. Although RX ultimately did not win the championship, it was evident to those who watched that the most formidable aspect of the team was their top laner, Sei. This realization left EDG yearning for an offensive-minded top laner to complement their new tactical system. Consequently, they later recruited Audi for the position and even experimented with a top lane Jarvan, which subsequently faced a fierce display from opponents. One can only imagine how fervently Abu and the team desired an aggressive top laner at that moment. If action were to be taken, it needed to be swift. Given this individual's impressive performance, other teams would undoubtedly have taken notice. Ming Kai eventually reminded Abu that while a high rank does not necessarily equate to prowess in competitive matches, such exceptional performance implies that this player's skills are undoubtedly at an elite level. Rather, one might say he wields a hammer to shatter the ceiling above, then climbs out. Indeed, as Ming Kai pointed out, there are only about 200 top-tier players, and clubs consistently monitor those who ascend to the pinnacle of the rankings. Although the popularity of the domestic server may not rival that of the Korean server, any unfamiliar ID will attract the attention of club scouts, leading them to reach out for tryouts. Kongbai ascended to the apex of the rankings with an almost flawless record. Her achievements had already caught the attention of managers across various clubs. Who is this player known as Xiaolang Zero? It appears to be an account belonging to a female player. This ID belongs to the account that I borrowed from the Little Wolf. The IG Club, renowned as the king of card draws, had Su Xiaoluo gazing at the impressive array of victories, her eyes nearly mesmerized. This is evidently a card of SSR quality. Although they currently possess ample top laners, with proficient play, a slight shift to other positions could also be explored. Of course, the most pivotal issue is that this is a newcomer. Signing them would not incur substantial costs, and IG has the financial resources to experiment. It feels as though this individual is a novice. Their champion pool seems particularly fond of the top lane quartet, especially Fiora. It appears that they have consistently overwhelmed their opponents. The analysts are tirelessly scrutinizing this account's performance. In the current meta, Makai remains exceedingly formidable, and many players in the domestic scene are utilizing this champion to climb the ranks. Typically, it is quite challenging for an average player to completely outmaneuver Makai while playing Fiora in lane. Seasoned veterans are generally capable of holding their ground and subsequently dominating team fights against Fiora. Yet, It seems that the seasoned players facing off against this particular Fiora have been consistently overwhelmed, resulting in numerous scores of 0-8 and 1-9. Is this truly a great tree? In a team fight, it shatters with a mere touch. However, I am uncertain how much of its potential will be realized in competitive play, as tournaments and ranked matches are fundamentally different realms. This individual exudes a remarkable offensive prowess. I believe we should recruit him to explore the jungle role. Thus, our top, mid, and jungle trio would all embody an aggressive playstyle. If that doesn't work out, we could have him take the solo lane while the Shy tests his skills in the jungle. Su Xiaoluo suddenly envisioned a bright future filled with possibilities. 3 formidable carries, each with a penchant for combat, would undoubtedly yield impressive results if assembled for competition. I shall reach out now to ascertain whether he harbors aspirations of turning professional, as well as inquire about his age. The analyst sprang into action without delay. At the WE Club, did you mention encountering this account in your ranked matches? Homie gazed at Xia with an expression of curiosity. Xia nodded, replying, Indeed, I stumbled upon this player during a late-night solo queue in the Chinese server yesterday. What are your thoughts? Is he suited for competitive play? Well, that's difficult to ascertain, but his skill level is undeniably exceptional. I feel that even SE lacks such dominance. Among skilled players, one can gauge each other's prowess after just a couple of matches, as long as one is not playing carelessly in ranked. An understanding of each other's capabilities can be discerned. Have you added him as a friend? Homie inquired. Upon hearing this question, Xia displayed an awkward expression. To be honest, he did not perform well in those 2 matches. Although he sent a friend request, it went unaccepted. Moreover, professional players typically focus on the Korean server. He has merely been indulging in the Chinese server for a bit of relaxation these past few days. Our team does not necessarily need to sign a solo laner. While he is indeed quite skilled, competitive play and ranked matches are not the same. Xia conveyed, somewhat embarrassed, to Homie. Furthermore, our leg brother is a significant asset to our team. The name 957, known affectionately as Leg Brother, smiled shyly. He is indeed exceptionally formidable now, showing no fear against even the top Korean solo laners. However, to label him as the team leader might be a slight exaggeration. On the night following the update of the strongest king rankings in the national server, all LPL clubs became acutely aware of an astonishing account and sought to establish contact through various means. However, this individual seemed as though they had never existed in this world, leaving no trace of information for anyone to uncover. Within the professional player community and the entire LPL circle, no one managed to add Bai as a friend. Furthermore, certain OB streamers, who frequently observed high-ranking matches, also took notice of Bai's account and proactively sought to stream her ranked games daily. Naturally, Bai, who was earnestly striving to climb the ranks, remained oblivious to this attention. At that moment, she was engulfed in a state of exhilaration, given that the computer previously used by Xiao Lang had been in service for quite some time. It had become rather laggy during gameplay. Upon witnessing Bai's remarkable ascent to the king rank, Xiao Lang resolved to purchase a new computer without hesitation. It is noteworthy that she herself was still utilizing a laptop while acquiring a high-spec desktop for Bai. ID, Xiao Lang 0, rank, 176, division, strongest king, 624 points. This reflects the current ranking situation of Bai. Recently, Xiao Bai was invited by a comic convention to participate in cosplay, which will require approximately 3 days of her time. Early this morning, Xiao Lang suddenly informed Bai about this opportunity. Although her fanbase is relatively modest, she occasionally receives invitations to conventions. The compensation is roughly 500 yuan per day, covering meals and accommodations for the 3-day duration, since she cannot rely on receiving such convention opportunities daily. Xiao Lang seizes every chance to earn money that comes her way. Initially, it was manageable for her to make spontaneous decisions, as she was alone and could leave at any moment. However, the circumstances have changed. Now she has someone at home to care for. And Xiao Lang feels a degree of concern for her suddenly appeared cousin. It's all right. I will take good care of myself, Bai reassured her. Upon hearing that Xiao Lang would be going out, Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. In recent days, Bai has found her progress in ranked matches to be rather sluggish. The primary reason being that Xiao Lang has imposed a strict schedule upon her, leaving no room for late-night gaming marathons. Upon hearing that Xiao Lang would be away for 3 days, Bai's heart surged with excitement at the prospect of indulging in uninterrupted League of Legends sessions. After a hearty breakfast, Xiao Lang departed, and without a moment's hesitation, Bai dove back into her quest for rank. Her goal was to ascend to the pinnacle of the national server and earn some money in the process. given Xiaolang's humble living conditions and her unwavering support. Even purchasing a computer for Bai, it was only right that Bai repay her kindness. Thus, 2 days later, Bai swiftly climbed to the second position on the national server, now only a few matches away from claiming the top spot. However, as she entered the higher echelon of ranks, the wait times for matches began to elongate significantly. After an 8-minute wait, the ranked match commenced. Upon entering the game, the sight of Xiaolang's ID, 0, illuminated the screens of Bai's teammates. Wow, a star player. Should I pick last? I'm 5th in line. It appeared that in these high-stakes matches, players maintained a certain aloofness. Despite their familiarity with Xiaolang's ID, only 2 teammates dared to engage in conversation. The second teammate's remarks were limited to standard game banter, discussing the appropriateness of counter picks, which was entirely reasonable. However, Bai chose not to respond. She had no need for a specific counter pick. She never selected those clumsy champions. Her repertoire consisted solely of dominant lane champions, the top 4 sisters, Jace, Quinn, and Master E, along with the likes of Gangplank, Rise, and Vladimir, all capable of scaling into formidable late-game threats. Soon enough, the opposing team banned Fiora, Echo, and Master E, promptly selecting Zed. In unison, Bai's 4 teammates expressed their dismay with a series of ellipses. Clearly, the opposing team had deduced Bai's presence and, without hesitation, began their targeted bans. Although Bai had never added a single friend in this realm, it was evident that the players in the master tier were not so numerous, which accounted for the lengthy queue times. With a little attention, anyone could make an educated guess about her identity. Intrigued by the opposing team's ban strategy, Bai realized that this match would not be straightforward. The first pick's choice of a top laner indicated a willingness to engage her directly. Previously, many opponents had quickly forfeited upon suspecting her involvement, yet this time, it seemed they were prepared for a face-off. After being recognized in such a manner, it is indeed a rarity to find someone willing to engage in a direct confrontation. However, banning my champion proves to be futile. A rare spark of excitement appeared on the pale visage of my character, for her top lane sisters are all extraordinarily formidable, capable of delivering strikes that could pierce through the opposition. Yet, this does not imply that her proficiency with other champions is lacking. These particular heroes are simply her favorites. As her gaze shifted, she positioned the cursor over a strikingly handsome avatar and then confirmed her choice. Let us fight for a brighter tomorrow. Future Guardian Jace. Locked in. At this moment, the esteemed marksman of the Serpent team raised an eyebrow slightly. This choice took him by slight surprise, yet it was within the realm of expectation. The surprise stemmed from the fact that very few players in the domestic server are adept at utilizing Jace, and ostensibly, he is countered by the likes of Riven. Although Jace possesses formidable landing prowess, he does not enjoy popularity in the domestic scene, as his team fighting capabilities are considerably lacking when compared to other favored top lane champions. Furthermore, the selection of this champion signifies that the game must revolve around the top lane, for Jace is utterly incapable of enduring a disadvantage. This does not resemble a hero like Makai or Sejuani. Even in a disadvantaged position, they can still be useful in team fights. However, once Jace falls behind, he becomes utterly vulnerable to super minions. His margin for error is exceedingly slim, which is precisely why Jace has been seldom utilized in the LPL previously. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in Jace's inability to effectively suppress Riven. If Jace fails to secure a significant advantage in the early 6 levels, he must remain perpetually cautious of being soloed by Riven. Generally speaking, as long as Riven can stabilize her position during the initial 6 levels without succumbing to too great a disadvantage, she will be just fine. However, considering this is a solo queue match and the opposing player has recently been dominating top lanes, such confidence in champion selection is entirely understandable. St. Gunnar, we shall witness your prowess in this match. I am keenly observing your performance against the opposing top laner. The teammates of St. Gunnar are also quite familiar with his username. He is indeed a top-tier carry-oriented top laner in the LPL, and he should have the opportunity to engage with the monstrous player who is currently vying for the top spot in the national server. Not a problem. I will outplay him at level 6, St. Gunnar confidently declared. As Riven facing Jace, he considers himself among the elite top laners of the LPL. Believing that failing to perform would be an affront to his reputation, the time for chat swiftly passed. Blue side, St. Gunnar's team versus red side, white, top lane. Riven versus Jace jungle, Lee Sin versus Rek'Sai mid lane, Azir versus Zoe AD carry, Jhin versus Saya support, Alistar versus Rockin. As the game interface loaded, upon seeing the unmistakable username of the opposing top laner, St. Gunnar felt a surge of anticipation. Ah, it truly is the little wolf, he muttered instinctively. At this moment, St. Gunnar was streaming live. The chat buzzed with comments. This top laner seems to have gained quite a reputation lately. I've noticed numerous OB streamers tuning in to watch him. Every match, he's exceptionally terrifying. Come on, he's just a solo Q king, another remarked. St. Gunnar represents the pride of domestic top laners. If professional players weren't all grinding on the Korean server, how could a mere solo Q king achieve such dominance? Due to his relatively modest fame, St. Gunnar's stream attracted a smaller audience, with detractors few and far between. Most viewers were genuinely fond of his streaming style. The community held a strong trust in St. Gunnar's abilities. Although he had not garnered significant accolades while with Team Snake, he undeniably possessed the skill level of a seasoned veteran. Victories were often attributed to him, while losses were typically due to teammates faltering. Particularly noteworthy was the previous season when WE had not competed at all, resulting in LGD plummeting towards relegation before they finally summoned him back. Upon his return, he faced the legendary solo queue player known for effortlessly climbing the ranks, Left Hand, who had dominated the Korean server. Remarkably, diamond-ranked WE turned the tables on Left Hand, consistently besting him and effectively shattering Left Hand's aspirations of ascending to the LPL. Since that incident, many have come to believe that the ferocity of solo queue does not necessarily translate to competitive play. The match commenced. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, White ventured into the top lane bush, drawing the minions' attention just as the wave was about to spawn, then retreated back into the brush, expertly positioning himself without allowing the ranged minions to land a hit. Ah, quite meticulous indeed, St. Gunnar remarked, noting Jace's subtle maneuver. Jace is indeed susceptible to ganks, with their bottom lane opting for a rather lackluster Jhin and a mid laner focused on farming. The overall tempo of the game will undoubtedly center around the top lane. The jungler in this tier is undoubtedly astute, and it is evident that the Lee Sin has undoubtedly taken residence in the top lane. In contrast to Lee Sin, the opponent's Rek'Sai possesses a multitude of advantageous options. Rek'Sai can assist Jace in maintaining pressure in the top lane, aid Zoe in whittling down the health of the Azir in the mid lane, and subsequently, both jungler and mid laner can roam together to exert influence across the map. Moreover, Rek'Sai can directly support the formidable duo of Kai'Sa and Rakan in the bot lane. Hence, Jace's decision to control the minion wave is undoubtedly the most sagacious choice. The moment the minions collide, the enemy minions, due to poor positioning in the early game, are compelled to focus their fire on a single allied minion. Such manipulation of the minion wave would inevitably lead to the swift demise of the melee minions on the side of White, causing the wave to gradually push back. The Saint's Spear, controlling the champion Riven, prepared to advance and secure the last hit on the minions. At that moment, however, Jace emerged unexpectedly from the brush. Utilizing his ability to switch forms and gain acceleration, he initiated with a Q followed by an auto attack, inflicting a slight amount of damage to Riven before promptly retreating into the foliage, evading the aggro of the ranged minions. He exhibited no desire to greedily pursue further auto attacks. Subsequently, Jace reappeared, adopting a posture that suggested, "Should you seek to farm, I shall retaliate." After executing this series of maneuvers, the opposing ranged minions seemed utterly oblivious to Jace, continuing to focus solely on attacking the melee minions. It was rather exasperating. The Holy Gunner furrowed his brow slightly. Although he understood that Jace was a lane dominator, being subjected to such one-sided punishment without the means to retaliate was indeed frustrating. Jace's prowess as a lane bully does not stem from sheer brute strength or superior statistics. Indeed, I am referring to the likes of Malphite. Rather, his advantages lie in his extended reach and agility, allowing him to unleash a burst of damage and then swiftly retreat. The top lane is replete with champions of shorter range. Thus, any attempt to secure last hits inevitably subjects one to Jace's harassing auto attacks. Furthermore, the three bushes in the top lane provide an ideal setting for Jace, enabling him to frequently dart into concealment to evade damage from the ranged minions. It can be described as exceedingly unscrupulous. This illustrates the disparity between the mid lane and the top lane. The distance of the bushes in the mid lane from the minion line is excessively far, rendering it impossible to utilize the bushes to manipulate minion aggro. As long as Jace commits no errors, he can consistently siphon his opponent's health, pressuring them to retreat home or risk being eliminated outright. However, this does not imply that facing Jace leaves one utterly defenseless. There exists a rather straightforward solution. Bladeswell is calling for assistance. A prominent distress signal has appeared on the map of the canyon. Indeed, when overwhelmed in the top lane, one can simply summon reinforcements. This represents the most straightforward and unrefined approach for top lane players. Upon perceiving this signal, the blind monk instantly comprehended the situation, especially considering the composition of his own team. The blind monk, seeking comfort in his gameplay, surely intended to assist his ally, the blade dancer. Otherwise, it would be his own misfortune when Rek'Sai and Jace intrude upon his jungle. Moreover, facing a Zoe in the mid lane, who could occasionally invade his territory, was simply exasperating. By aiding the mid lane champion, the Emperor, one could almost guarantee that he would be a mere specter in the game. However, lending a hand to the top lane was an entirely different matter. The top laner, yearning for assistance from the jungle, would undoubtedly come to his aid during skirmishes in the upper quadrant, even at the cost of losing some minions. All players at this high level of mastery understood these social nuances. Helping a teammate equated to helping oneself, a truth universally acknowledged. With this thought in mind, the blind monk promptly determined his jungle route, opting for a swift level 3 before approaching the top lane with red and blue buffs. Thus, while the Holy Gunner endured relentless harassment from Jace, he quietly absorbed experience, awaiting his jungler's arrival for assistance. However, upon the blind monk's arrival at the top lane, Rek'Sai emerged from the triangular brush, fortuitously encountering the blind monk near the entrance of the blue buff. A glance at the top lane revealed that Jace remained at full health, skillfully managing his mana, while the blade dancer had already lost about 1/3 of her health. Alas, I no longer wish to play. Witnessing the confrontation between the two junglers, the Holy Gunner's face contorted in anguish, instantly donning the visage of agony. Meanwhile, the white champion mercilessly advanced toward the blade dancer behind the minion wave. Is it not so? Not even a morsel of experience to share? The Holy Gunner was acutely aware that should Jace force him out of the experience zone, he might as well declare his departure from the game. Observing the white champion's deft control over the minion wave, it was evident that without assistance from allies to push, this situation could easily extend for another 4 to 5 minutes. If it takes 4 or 5 minutes to gain experience, the arrival of the blind monk will be futile, as Jace can effortlessly handle 2 opponents. The mid lane Xerath is undoubtedly a binding hero, leaving no hope for assistance. Bladeswell is urgently requesting aid. Bladeswell is urgently requesting aid. Bladeswell is urgently requesting aid. Witnessing this series of assistance requests from Bladeswell, the blind monk began to hesitate. The lane appeared challenging to push forward. However, the blind monk resolutely made his way to the same position as the champion, hoping to see if they could advance the minion wave. They needed to exert some pressure, otherwise, they would surely be slain by the duo. Observing the eager intentions of both the champion and the blind monk to push the wave, Bai marked his excavator as en route. He then approached the Saint Gunner directly. At the moment Bai raised his hand to attack, the Saint Gunner seized the opportunity, using his ability to stun Jace instantly, followed by a quick strike. Recognizing the opening, the blind monk wasted no time in launching his attack on Jace, delivering a follow-up kick with his second strike. Just as the blind monk was about to make contact with Jace, Bai activated his flash, causing the second strike's damage to fizzle out. The excavator also flashed in, knocking the blind monk upward. With a flurry of strikes, the excavator unleashed a fierce assault. Meanwhile, the Saint Gunner's champion, undeterred, flashed in to close the gap, employing a refreshed ability to stick to Jace and initiate an assault. However, the champion's health was already compromised, compounded by the blind monk's failure to deliver damage with his second strike. Without any elaborate maneuvers, a simple series of attacks followed by a cannon shot eliminated the champion. In the end, Jace's health was reduced to a mere sliver, just one hit away from demise. Such fortune seemed almost surreal. The blind monk's attack had been evaded by a flash, otherwise, he surely would have perished, allowing for a healing resurgence. In that moment, both Jace and Rek'Sai would have met their end. Witnessing Jace's health teetering on the brink, the Saint Gunner was left seething with frustration. In this sequence, it is evident that Jace has made a significant error by inadvertently hitting himself with his own E ability. If the monk had successfully executed the second Q ability, victory in this encounter would have been assured. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai maintained an expression of calm composure, as she anticipated the need to dodge the monk's second Q damage with her flash. Typically, even the most elite professional players would find it nearly impossible to evade the monk's second Q damage with a flash. Those who have managed such feats are widely regarded as fortunate. Even players renowned for their exceptional skills, like Uzi, Faker, and the Shy, would struggle to replicate such maneuvers. Upon witnessing Jace's counterkill on the Blade Master, Rek'Sai expressed commendation for his teammate, ranking it as the second highest praise in League of Legends. Regrettably, The events unfolded too swiftly, with the mid and bot lanes still engaged in a tense struggle for lane control. Had the circumstances been different, I would have undoubtedly received the highest accolades as her adversary vanished from sight. This match has become chaotic. St. Gunn shook his head, realizing that after this exchange, he had effectively bid farewell to the game. While a first blood bounty of 400 gold is manageable, as long as the economic disparity remains within reason, the Blade Master would only need to reach level 6 and find an opportunity to utilize her E-ability to secure a kill on Jace. However, an overwhelming experience gap would render the situation entirely unplayable. Currently, he has 6 ranged minions. By the time he returns to lane, he will have suffered considerable experience loss. Critically, following the conclusion of this wave, the minions remain trapped near Jace's defensive tower. After momentarily regrouping the wave, when Jace and the Blade Master returned to lane, St. Gunn felt he had already fallen behind by nearly a level in experience. Moreover, the Jace, having started with the Doran's blade, now emerged with 2 longswords in hand, while the Blade Master remained at home a moment longer before finally purchasing a cloth armor. Just as she entered the lane, before she could even approach the minions, Jace unleashed a cannon shot from afar, instantly reducing the Blade Master's health by a quarter. The sudden drop in health left St. Gunn Brothers' brow twitching. If only he had not been so arrogant and had purchased a Doran shield at the outset. He silently berated himself for boasting too grandly at the beginning, opting instead for a Doran's blade as he set out. Now, tormented relentlessly by Jace, he recalled the myriad benefits of the Doran's shield, realizing he had truly made a grave error. Fortunately, Jace ceased to maintain control of the lane. After swiftly diminishing the health of the blade-wielding champion, he began to clear the waves. In such moments, the experience of a seasoned top laner is put to the test. While the average player might breathe a sigh of relief upon witnessing Jace finally pushing the lane, the esteemed St. Gunner understands all too well that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Jace's aggressive push indicates his dissatisfaction with merely controlling the lane to stifle his defenses. Rather, he seeks to summon his jungler for a dive beneath the tower. Without a moment's hesitation, as soon as the minion wave approached a critical point and the enemy's ranged minions were eliminated, St. Gunner promptly consumed a health potion to restore his vitality. He then positioned himself to soak up experience while discreetly using his W ability to last hit a few minions. Did you notice? I furrowed his brow slightly, observing St. Gunner's adeptness as he initiated his healing while striving to secure as many last hits as possible, deliberately avoiding any risky strikes. It was the first time he had encountered such a stable top laner. As a wave of minions advanced towards the turret, Rek'Sai simultaneously emerged behind the tower of the Blade Master, seemingly poised to dive. However, St. Lance remained unperturbed by the situation, for his jungler had sensed the looming threat in the top lane and had preemptively taken position in the brush before the second turret. As Rek'Sai stepped forth, the blind monk followed closely behind, allowing the opposing duo to share experience beneath the turret. At that moment, Bai, with remarkable speed, typed a few words on his computer. Upon witnessing the contents of the chat window, Rek'Sai instantly understood the course of action. He executed a tunnel to position himself beside the ranged minions, feigning an intention to engage the Blade Master while simultaneously wary of the blind monk. Seizing this advantageous opportunity to share experience, the blind monk unceremoniously maneuvered behind the Blade Master, executing a W to secure a touch. Thus commenced the proficient technique of assisting in last hitting, enabling St. Lance to consume the entire wave beneath the turret. Although the gold filled St. Lance's coffers, the experience was brazenly siphoned away by the blind monk. Observing the minion wave dissipate, both Rek'Sai and the blind monk departed, leaving St. Lance with a multitude of words he yearned to convey to his jungler in a friendly manner. Yet, the blind monk's demeanor suggested an air of innocence, and he was acutely aware that initiating a friendly exchange would place him at a disadvantage. The chat erupted with laughter. "I'm dying." Look at St. Lance's expression. It seemed that St. Lance would rather claim the entire wave and perish beneath the turret than share the experience with the blind monk. St. Lance's successive changes in expression ignited a lively discussion in the chat. Particularly, top lane players understood that St. Lance was indeed in a dire predicament, akin to being ganked by his own jungler, who, disconcertingly, had left no minions untouched, rendering any complaints futile. Alas, the pressure exerted by that jungler was undeniably overwhelming. With a resigned shake of his head, St. Lance recognized that his initial missteps in the lane had triggered a chain reaction, leading to the current predicament. It resembles a multiple-choice question with 4 options: A, B, C, and D, yet all options are incorrect, rendering any selection a loss. The sole solution lies in preparation, thereby circumventing such dilemmas. Soon, due to the disparity in experience, Jace commenced his relentless assault on Katarina. With the advantage of his W ability, he rapidly demolished towers. At the 12-minute mark, Jace was at level 10, while Katarina lagged at level 9. Jace's last hitting prowess had soared to 114, whereas the unfortunate Katarina, known as Saint Gunner, languished with a meager 76. He was significantly behind by almost 40 minions. As yet another wave of minions approached the tower, Jace finally succeeded in destroying the defensive structure. It was imperative for him to execute a play. Should Jace gain a substantial advantage, his mid-game poke would become utterly formidable. Moreover, the opposing mid laner was Zoe, evidently a mid-game poke composition. Despite the early setback, Saint Gunner maintained a steady performance, with Lee Sin occasionally assisting in clearing the waves, allowing him to gradually regain his footing. It is evident that someone experienced in the LPL understands the intricacies of farming in the top lane exceptionally well. Observing a low-health ranged minion alongside a vehicle, Saint Gunner swiftly executed a double Q to approach Jace and discreetly landed a basic attack on him. Nonetheless, White's reflexes were equally swift, promptly switching to hammer form to retaliate with a basic attack against Katarina. As Katarina repositioned, a few seconds later, another minion was left vulnerable, prompting her to Q in and secure the last hit, refreshing her ability. Upon landing, she immediately unleashed her ultimate. At that precise moment, the minions from the red side emerged, and Katarina's ultimate inadvertently left two ranged minions in a state of near death. Did he account for the minion wave? White was taken aback, glancing at the two weakened ranged minions beside him. The intricacy of this champion's details surpasses my wildest imagination. Even the minion wave that had just emerged was meticulously accounted for, with a sequence of 3 Q abilities. The champion skillfully utilized her Q to weave in and out while dealing additional auto attacks to Jace. Yet, White remained completely unfazed, preemptively activating his E skill to gain acceleration, executing a series of auto attacks and leveraging his W skill for increased attack speed, ultimately reducing the champion's health to a mere third. At that critical juncture, the champion's E skill was unleashed unexpectedly. Typically, her E skill possesses a lengthy reaction time due to its requirement for 2 stages of casting. However, Saint Gun had already released the first segment of his E behind enemy vision prior to engaging, anticipating this very moment. The second segment of the E skill was instantaneously triggered, casting an extensive control hitbox upon Jace. Remarkably, White managed to cancel his auto attack action at the precise moment of the E skill's activation, deftly evading the champion's control through the acceleration provided by her E skill. Astonishingly agile, the instantaneous E skill was executed just as Jace initiated his auto attack. In this instance, Saint Gunner has reached the pinnacle of his capabilities. Had it been SE, he too would have been ensnared by his concealed E ability. Having evaded the dual blades of the Knife Maiden, everything has now solidified into a resolution. Rack, Leap of the Firmament. Transitioning into hammer form, he executed a full suite of skills with a decisive strike. After this singular kill, the match lost all its suspense. Jace's snowballing potential is exceedingly formidable, with the first blood turret coupled with minion control and 2 kills. After a series of decisive kills, the level disparity between him and the renowned Saint Gunner widened by 2 levels. Upon returning to base and purchasing his equipment, this Jace transformed into the epitome of power and wealth within the game, becoming an unstoppable force. During the mid-game, the combination of Jace and Zoe's relentless poke left the opposing team helpless, whether under tower or in the jungle, unable to secure any vision. All participants, being skilled players, recognized that the match had lost its suspense, leading to a surrender after merely 15 minutes. It was undeniable. This game was a sheer display of domination, and the ability of this player to reach the pinnacle of the national server was certainly commendable. After the match concluded, observing the barrage of comments in the chat, Saint Gunner maintained an admirable composure, readily acknowledging his defeat. Having grown accustomed to the role of a nurturing leader, his mental fortitude remained strong. Soon after, he entered another ranked match, once again facing off against the same player, now using Jace and Riven. Armed with the experience from the previous game, Saint Gunner approached this encounter with heightened caution. Yet, he found himself continually suppressed under the tower by Jace, suffering a 30-minion deficit by the 15-minute mark, while his turret was systematically dismantled. After reaching level 6, Saint Gunner attempted multiple times to initiate with Riven's Blade of the Exile, hoping to secure a kill on Jace. However, without fail, each attempt was deftly evaded by his opponent's superior positioning. As the mid-game approached, the well-farmed and highly skilled Jace began to exert his influence, repeatedly lowering the health of the enemy carries with his devastating QE combo. Following a sequence of 4 kills, it was no surprise that another rank loss ensued. Meanwhile, with 2 consecutive victories, the current top player in the national server was matched against him, resulting in a rise and fall that allowed his rival to claim the coveted #1 spot with an impressive 86 win rate, an unprecedented achievement. Finally, as White surveyed his newly attained ranking, he stretched his fingers, feeling the fatigue from an overnight grind of ranked matches. Particularly, the pressure from the last 2 games against Riven was markedly different. Habitually, he checked the friend requests in the upper right corner, and just as he prepared to decline them all, he stumbled upon a familiar ID, Creamy Blue. Was this the same Riven from the earlier matches? White pondered. Despite his victories in those matches, it was his first encounter with such an adept opponent in the lane. Against others, he often overpowered them in the top lane, either facing reckless players who fell to his superior mechanics or those who, after being suppressed, succumbed to tower damage and subsequently faced relentless kills. However, against the player named Creamy Blue, every attempt to secure a kill required cunning. He had to create an illusion of opportunity, leading his opponent into a detailed psychological duel. Over the course of the match, he was unable to secure a kill, and even the minion count reflected a meager advantage of only 30 to 40 creeps after several minutes. After a moment's contemplation, White accepted the friend request. "Brother, are you interested in professional play? The kind with $1 million salary?" The instant he accepted the request, a message promptly appeared in the game client. St. Gunnar, disregarding any concerns about the implications, straightforwardly invited White to join him in professional gaming. After their encounters in the previous matches, St. Gunnar was convinced that this individual was an exceptional prodigy, a newcomer who had never signed with any club before. Though he had not achieved notable success with the Snake team, his prowess was undoubtedly among the elite in the world. A top laner capable of maintaining a 40-minion lead in a pure 1v1 scenario was truly a rarity in this realm. Such individuals are destined to pursue professional careers. As for Brother Xingqiang, he has adopted a rather laid-back approach, which explains his unwavering commitment to the Snake team. An annual salary of $1 million? Is competing professionally more lucrative than being a substitute player? When it comes to most matters, Bai remains indifferent. However, when the subject of money arises, the situation changes significantly. Consequently, Bai finds himself intrigued and inquires further. The tone, utterly naive and inexperienced, only solidified the belief of the Saint Lance that the individual in question was undoubtedly a prodigious youth, recently acquainted with the intricacies of League of Legends. It was astonishing that they were unaware of the professional tournaments in the game. A simple search on Baidu would reveal that top-tier professional players earn salaries exceeding 10 million. Given their exceptional performance in the top lane as a domestic player, they would undoubtedly be in high demand. Following last year's LCK Championship victory, where the top lane showcased remarkable prowess, this year's LPL has been fervently seeking transformation, eager for a formidable carry in the top lane. In Season 5, Mata2 triumphed over Defei Laoshi to claim victory in the finals. In Season 6, SE led their team to the finals, garnering respect despite their defeat. Bai, being quite straightforward, embarked on a Baidu search for information regarding professional League of Legends competitions. While she could not ascertain the precise earnings of those players, the astonishing signing bonuses and endorsements she encountered piqued her interest. After a moment of contemplation, she typed, "Do you know how one can join those clubs to play professionally?" Judging by the other person's previous tone and skill level, it was evident that they were also a professional player of considerable strength. "Which club do you wish to try out for? I can directly introduce you and share the manager's WeChat with you. Alternatively, if you feel uneasy, you may reach out to their staff via Weibo." St. Lance, wary of being mistaken for a fraud, provided the most legitimate means to participate in tryouts. "Then please recommend me," Bai responded candidly, displaying no concern about being deceived. Wherever there is internet access, she could infiltrate freely. With St. Lance sharing the other person's WeChat, she could, within 3 minutes, thoroughly investigate all their information. Although it may sound absurd, akin to a glitch from a domineering CEO novel, for Bai, it was entirely feasible. "Very well, which team do you intend to approach?" St. Lance inquired. "I know that EDG and RNG have recently been looking for top laners. Both teams currently possess solid overall strength and have the financial backing, and they are precisely in need of a powerful top laner." As someone well-versed in the industry, St. Lance was aware of quite a bit. Presently, the teams in the LPL with championship potential are EDG, RNG, WE, IG, and the like. with we already having Leg Brother and IG boasting the shy. The prowess exhibited by these two individuals is highly acknowledged by the esteemed Saint Gun. However, he has also heard whispers regarding the subpar environment and management within that organization, alongside rumors of its dwindling financial resources. Previously, there have been scandals involving a mid laner and a jungler competing over a romantic partner, followed by an incident concerning a top laner. While RNG's let demonstrates a comparable skill level during rank matches, his synergy with the team appears lacking in competitive settings, leading to a general skepticism from the public. As for EDG's top laner, Use, he is someone whom Saint Gun feels he can easily handle. Upon hearing Saint Gun's recommendation, I conducted a brief search regarding the current statuses of both EDG and RNG. It is evident that RNG's strengths lie prominently in the bot lane, with Uzi and the jungler XG. Conversely, the star players of EDG currently include only the jungler Clear Love and the mid laner Saukt, who, while formidable, has yet to achieve significant fame. Although the bot lane features the renowned Eco, ADC Zet evidently lacks the requisite prowess. It is well acknowledged that a jungler cannot duplicate themselves. Thus, the game's map design necessitates that the top and bot lanes function as distinct cores. One lane will invariably have the jungler in tow, resulting in the other lane being somewhat abandoned. Joining RNG would mean competing for a central role alongside Uzi, whereas joining EDG would allow Bai to become a core member simply by showcasing exceptional performance. Bai possesses a clear understanding of his capabilities, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of professional play. After conversing with Saint Gun for a while longer, he added EDG's team manager, Abu, on WeChat. Seizing the time before Abu confirmed the connection, Bai resumed his ascent in rankings. Although he had already achieved the position of the top player on the national server, the gap between him and the second-place competitor was still minimal. He aimed to widen this gap through additional matches, preventing others from closely monitoring his position. At this juncture, an unknown force began amplifying the situation within the esports community, leading to a surge of marketing accounts that sensationalized the events. Just as Bai secured the top position on the national server, a flurry of posts about him erupted, achieving the pinnacle of the national server. Excluding the earlier matches played by the Little Wolf, his actual win rate had reached a staggering 90. Whether this win rate will fluctuate in the future remains uncertain. But for now, Bai's performance has attained a level that is nearly unfathomable to the average person. This moment has not only captured the attention of LPL clubs and high-ranking players, but has also reached the eyes of ordinary League of Legends enthusiasts, including fans on social media platforms such as Tieba and Weibo. Tencent Esports announced the emergence of a mysterious prodigy, boasting an astonishing 90 win rate, which has propelled them to the pinnacle of the national server, achieving a remarkable 64 consecutive victories. Notably, the champion Fiora has maintained an impeccable 100 win rate. Hupu has hailed the rise of the strongest solo queue player in history, prompting comparisons of their skills to renowned players such as Sei, Khan, and Rin. Numerous media outlets, both small and large, have been buzzing with news, propelling the keyword the strongest solo queue player in history into the top 10 trending topics. On Hupu Weibo, a plethora of individuals expressed their astonishment. They had never heard of this ID before, yet it suddenly skyrocketed to the top of the national server. Is this for real? A 90 win rate to claim the top spot? While the national server may not hold the same prestige as the Korean server, such a feat seems implausible. With screenshots circulating, what more is there to question? Is it not a simple task to search for this account? Upon investigating, I discovered that the account indeed ranked first on the national server, albeit with a win rate closer to 83, far from the exaggerated 90. While the claim may have been somewhat embellished, an 83 win rate is still quite extraordinary. Has Tencent Esports resorted to inflating statistics now? Fellow users, please remain calm. What they referred to as the authentic win rate. Take a moment to examine it for yourselves. This account was previously owned by a female player who frequently showcased champions like Janna, Lulu, and Lux, engaging in lively matches. At the event, did you not witness the recent broadcasts featuring an account named Xiaolang Zero? I, a player from the first region, have encountered this Xiaolang in matches, where their skill was overwhelmingly dominant. In ranked games, I can only assert that the Xiaolang does not belong to the ranks of the top tiers. They hardly regard us seasoned players as worthy opponents. To label them merely as a ranked player would be a gross understatement. They are, without a doubt, a god of rank. It must be acknowledged that League of Legends is currently basking in a spotlight of attention, with replies soaring into the thousands. This has undoubtedly left many with a lasting impression of the ID Xiaolang, or rather, the genius youth behind the account of the boosting service. Naturally, Bai remains oblivious to the uproar ignited by the news. Were she to witness the multitude referring to her as a prodigy, she might feel a sense of bemusement. However, this reaction is entirely understandable, as thus far, all professional players in the LPL have been male. While there have been female professional teams in the past, they have since faded into obscurity, marred by scandal and underperformance. The selection of female professional teams often appears less about serious competition and more akin to a beauty pageant. What? You say you've added that Solo Q King as a friend and recommended them for a trial at EDG? At the EDG club. The manager suddenly received a WeChat message from St. Gun. Indeed, are you not in need of a top laner? Given that your current bottom lane player Zed has been underperforming, I thought it fitting to recommend someone to you. St. Gun is known for his candidness, and his words are devoid of pretense. After all, Zed is Korean, and the discussions between him and the manager are unlikely to escape the confines of confidentiality. Regarding his abstract gameplay, it is indeed rather unconventional. Although he is quite diligent, his skills leave much to be desired. EDG's acquisition of this ADC from Korea has drawn considerable mockery, as LPL is considered a cradle for talented ADCs, boasting historical figures like Wei Xiao and contemporary legends like Uzi. Recently, another standout has emerged, while IG eagerly anticipates its own prodigious ADC, Jackie Love, to take the stage. Others acquire Korean talent to reinforce their strength, yet why does EDG's acquisition of an ADC seem to hinder their progress? Would it not be better to utilize domestic ADCs? In this regard, EDG has certainly seen its fair share of turbulence. Let us not dwell on this matter. I'll treat you to Hadaleo later. Although I am uncertain whether this venture will succeed, St. Gun's attitude indicates that the manager must express his sentiments. As he spoke, the manager made his way toward Abu. Not long ago, St. Gun mentioned that he had forwarded the WeChat contact to Abu. Upon arriving at Abu's side, the manager found him animatedly chatting on his phone. Approaching from behind, he discovered, as anticipated, that they were discussing trial arrangements. Very well, then. You shall come for a trial tomorrow. All expenses incurred during the journey will be reimbursed by the club. In WeChat, Abu had clarified all the details regarding the trial with Bai. And now they awaited her arrival for the direct assessment. Professional competition? The mere thought of facing off against more skilled players, coupled with the prospect of earning substantial rewards, filled Bai with exhilaration. During their previous conversation on WeChat, she had already discussed contractual matters with Abu. If all goes as planned, she is likely to secure a signing bonus of 500,000 per year, being a newcomer. Furthermore, should she perform admirably, reaching the playoffs and clinching championships would yield additional bonuses. The following morning. What? Professional competition? Upon entering the house, Xiao Lang was greeted with this astonishing news. After witnessing Bai's ascent to the top of the national server, it took a moment for the reality to sink in. Xiao Bai, are you saying you intend to participate in the LPL professional competition, and that numerous teams have extended trial invitations to you? Yes. Bai quietly nodded. Hold on. Let me gather my thoughts. This is a lot to process. Xiao Lang, resting his forehead against his hand, returned to the sofa. Not long ago, he had rescued a girl suspected to have been kidnapped while returning from a cosplay event, only to later discover she was his distant cousin. Now, 3 days later, after attending a cosplay event, he returned home to find his cousin had claimed the top spot on the national server and was preparing to enter the realm of professional League of Legends. By the way, you mentioned a trial. Which team are you joining? Regardless, competing in the LPL is an excellent opportunity, as many may never earn what top professional players make in a year. Moreover, having a cousin in the LPL brings a certain prestige. EDG? The team where the manager resides? Yes. This alleviated some of the anxiety within the young wolf. Although she claimed to be engaged in cosplay, she was recently preparing to transition into streaming League of Legends and was quite knowledgeable about the professional teams. EDG can be regarded as a venerable powerhouse in the LPL, having amassed a plethora of domestic league championships, particularly solidifying their national standing after triumphing over SKD to secure the championship in Season 5. While there appears to be a trend this year of WE and RNG closing the gap, they remain the foremost titan in the domestic arena for the time being. In the S6 World Championship, the renowned Blind Monk was astonishingly ousted by the factory manager, leaving half of the fans in dismay. Nevertheless, let us venture to EDG together. Little Wolf, too, was somewhat intrigued. The EDG club undoubtedly held an irresistible allure for someone like her, having had the fortune to visit the LGD club once and take numerous photographs, despite LGD's lackluster performance. The experience of visiting another club was truly unparalleled. Located on Lingshi Road in the Jing'an district of Shanghai, the EDG team base is likely familiar to those particularly attentive to the competitive scene. Meanwhile, within the EDG club, head coach Nof, along with the esteemed core member Ming Kai, was scrutinizing Bai's performance records. The statistics revealed a consistent preference for champions that excel in solo play or core roles, with nary a team-fighting champion or tank in sight. An utterly outrageous situation. Upon examining the champions utilized in Bai's matches, it was evident that Makai had never been deployed. To be candid, I feel indifferent. If he can truly carry the game, I could easily dominate the top lane, employing champions like Pig Girl and Blind Monk, who are adept at initiating fights. Ming Kai confidently articulated this to the coach. At that moment, Abu cast a peculiar glance towards Ming Kai, as if questioning, "You're Blind Monk?" Yet, a pressing concern lingered. What if this newcomer proved to be as formidable as the top-tier Korean top laners? What then for Iboe in the latter half of the year? Abu suddenly pondered this dilemma. Iboe's prowess was undeniable, and although he was not yet ready to compete, his performance in scrims had been quite impressive. This is precisely why EDG casually acquired Zed. After all, they are set to make changes in the latter half of the year, so they might as well bring someone in temporarily. The situation will be reassessed later. If he is willing to embrace a supportive role, he will undoubtedly be retained, as a stronger overall team enhances the odds of clinching the S championship. Should that not materialize, perhaps a suitable ADC can be traded for. Abu, displaying remarkable decisiveness, noted that if Bai can indeed perform at a ranked level, showcasing skills against Korea's finest top laners on the world stage, then the ADC position may need to adopt a more supportive nature. It remains uncertain, and we must observe which lane proves more pivotal. Nof shook his head, articulating with objective clarity that all must ultimately be judged by the tangible results achieved on the field. Before long, Xiaolang accompanied Bai to the EDG base. Upon reaching the first floor and locating the receptionist, the young lady displayed an expression of incredulity upon hearing that a professional player was there for a tryout. A tryout? A professional player? This girl standing before her. Bai appeared rather diminutive, resembling more of an elementary school student, prompting the receptionist to assume that Xiaolang was the one auditioning. "I discussed this with your manager yesterday," Bai stated, and upon witnessing the receptionist's skepticism, she promptly retrieved her phone to present the chat history with Abu. Despite the incredulity of the situation, the records on her phone could not be fabricated. The profile picture accompanying the conversation was indeed that of EDG's manager, Abu, although it seemed rather far-fetched. The receptionist ultimately guided the pair to the lounge and immediately notified Abu. Simultaneously, Bai communicated with Abu via WeChat, informing him of her arrival at the EDG club. The reason for not notifying him earlier was twofold. First, she had forgotten upon leaving, and second, she experienced a bit of motion sickness during the taxi ride, which made it difficult to focus on her phone without feeling nauseous, a sensation likely challenging for those who do not suffer from motion sickness to comprehend. Lost in these thoughts, the glass door of the reception area was suddenly thrust open, and a somewhat shorter individual with a gentle, somewhat feminine appearance entered. The individual in question is Abu, the team manager of EDG. Upon entering the room and noticing two young women, Abu instinctively believed he had ventured into the wrong place and was about to retreat. "Hey, wait a moment, you are Abu from EDG, right?" Just as he was about to leave, Xiaolang, who had thoroughly prepared for this meeting, immediately recognized him as the EDG manager, the very person they were scheduled to meet. "Ah, I apologize, but I have an engagement to attend to. If you need anything, please consult the staff." Clearly, Abu was preoccupied, his thoughts consumed by the prodigious top laner. Unbeknownst to him, waiting in the room was a brilliant young woman. After speaking, Abu exited the room and glanced at the sign at the entrance, suspecting that the staff had made an error. He then proceeded to the other 3 reception rooms, intending to inspect them one by one. However, upon entering the other lounges, he still failed to find the talented young man he had been so eagerly anticipating. Strange. Wasn't it said that he had already arrived? He pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Wasn't it mentioned that he was here? The front desk even confirmed via WeChat that he had arrived. But where is he? And who were those 2 young women earlier? With a puzzled expression, Abu returned to the original room. He examined the number on the door and compared it with the message the receptionist had sent him. He hadn't made a mistake. Furthermore, why was he unaware that others had come to the team's reception area? Who were those 2 individuals? With growing bewilderment, Abu picked up his phone and called the person who had been responsible for the reception, his voice laced with irritation. Didn't you say you were bringing the person into the facility? Where are they? Where did you take them? This is a promising top laner that EDG has discovered with great difficulty. If other teams were to snatch him away, it would indeed be a significant loss. Such occurrences are not without precedent. There have been instances where certain free agents arrived at Base A for trials, only to have members from Team B abruptly whisk them away. Upon hearing Abu's inquiry, the young lady in charge of the reception appeared utterly bewildered and hurried over. Having seen no one departing at the entrance, she was perplexed as to how anyone could have disappeared. With a heart full of grievances, the young lady soon led Abu back to the reception room. "Manager, is this not the person you were to meet today?" she remarked, pointing at the young wolf and Bai, her expression one of innocence and confusion. Clearly, they were present. And Abu found himself at a loss for the cause of his irritation. He was truly an odd fellow. What? Upon hearing the receptionist's statement, Abu was equally bewildered. Is today the day for the trial training? A female? Surely, this must be a jest. How could that prodigious young boy, who effortlessly ascended to the pinnacle of the national server, suddenly transform into a prodigious girl? Abu widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing intently at Xiaolang. Are you here for the trial training today? Although he found it hard to believe, he tentatively inquired, his tone revealing a hint of apprehension. No. I am merely a platinum-level rookie, Xiaolang hastily replied, waving her hands in denial as Abu's gaze fell upon her. Despite her actual rank being silver, she felt that had it not been for her teammates' shortcomings, she would have long since advanced to platinum. Consequently, when discussing her rank with others, Xiaolang always claimed to be platinum. Well, I figured as much. Abu sighed in relief upon hearing Xiaolang deny her participation in the trial training. It seemed she must be the sister of that prodigious youth, here to assist in evaluating the club's situation. My cousin is the one who reached the top of the national server, Xiaolang remarked, gesturing towards Bai, who sat nearby and resembled an elementary school student. Abu's mind was immediately flooded with countless questions. You mean she has claimed the title of the first in the national server? Surely, you must be jesting. He regarded Bai, who appeared scarcely older than 10, with incredulity, his expression shifting slightly. It was one thing for a girl to be in high-ranking matches, though rare. It was not unheard of, but Bai's youthful visage was astonishing. Apologies, but our club cannot accept such a young child. Moreover, even if she truly has reached the top of the national server, she cannot compete until she turns 18. Abu, quick-witted, promptly devised a rationale. His words held truth. Although League of Legends is currently immensely popular, every phenomenon has its lifespan, and this game will inevitably be supplanted by others in time. By the time Bai reaches 18, it is likely that League of Legends will have waned in popularity. A signing fee of 500,000 a year, would we truly support a layabout? I am already 18. I merely look younger, Bai interjected suddenly, presenting her identification card. What? You are 18? Abu's eyes widened further upon seeing Bai produce her ID. Goodness. How many times today must my worldview be reshaped? Bai nodded, having indeed mentioned her age in their previous conversation on WeChat when Abu asked her to come for the trial training. Upon handing over her identification card, it confirmed she was indeed 18 years old. At this moment, Abu found himself in a state of utter bemusement, caught between laughter and tears. Is this a trial or not? Looking at Bai, who resembles a child, Abu truly cannot believe she is already 18 years old. Initially, Abu contemplated questioning whether her identification was fabricated, but upon reflection, he deemed such an inquiry rather impolite. In a moment, he could simply visit an internet CAF and verify the authenticity of her ID with a quick scan. There was no need for further questioning. At that moment, EDG's coach, Nof, hurriedly approached. After all, he was about to take on a prodigious top laner, and as a coach, he felt a surge of excitement. Upon seeing the two young ladies in the lounge, Nof couldn't help but murmur to himself before addressing Abu, asking, wasn't it said that the person had already been brought here? Where are they? Clearly, Nof did not regard these two girls as the brilliant young talents auditioning today. However, she was indeed the one who had ascended to the pinnacle of the national server as the #1 genius girl. Feeling somewhat awkward, Abu glanced towards Bai, who, upon hearing this, turned back to look at her as well. In that fleeting moment, Nof felt an overwhelming buzz in her head. A child? No, it couldn't be. How old could she possibly be? Nof, somewhat incredulous, sought confirmation from Abu once more. After enduring a long wait for a prodigious talent, Nof was eager to showcase her coaching prowess by nurturing this gifted top player into the next run. But was this really it? The applicant turned out to be merely a child, barely 18 years of age. Despite her disbelief, Nof ultimately relayed the truth as Abu had presented it. What should they do now? Nof's gaze seemed to question Abu directly. How about this? Let her have a trial. We shall assess the situation first. Clearly, Nof lacked the authority to make decisions unilaterally. After a moment's contemplation, Abu resolved to grant Bai an opportunity to audition. If she truly fell short, they could simply state that she did not meet the requirements. After all, she was someone he had personally invited. To deny her even a chance to compete would indeed be rather harsh. Wait, you genuinely want her to play? Nof's eyes widened. It wasn't that she held any prejudice against women, but the game of League of Legends undeniably favored males. Moreover, past attempts to form female teams had yielded rather lamentable outcomes. The pivotal issue was that EDG was already under scrutiny. Last year's captain and this year's acquisition of Zet had tarnished the once stellar reputation of EDG. Now, with the announcement of integrating a female player, it was all too easy to predict the torrent of criticism they would face. Let's give it a shot. In front of Bai and Xiao Lang, Abu refrained from elaborating further. He could hardly admit that he had no intention of allowing Bai to pass the trial, only to send her away after the training match. They had actively sought her out, and it would be discourteous to dismiss her without explanation. Furthermore, trials were confidential. Regardless of performance, the final decision rested with the coach. Even if one played exceptionally well, it could be dismissed with a mere comment about their style not aligning with EDG's system. Soon, Abu escorted the group to EDG's training room. Although he was no longer the coach, his foundational knowledge remained intact, and given the unusual circumstances, he felt compelled to stay throughout the proceedings. Upon entering the training room, all EDG players were seated at their respective positions. They had heard about the new recruit and were keen to make a favorable impression. After all, first encounters often carried a hint of formality. Much like university students tidying themselves up for initial meetings, only to reveal their true selves once familiarity set in. Please introduce yourself. Abu glanced at Bai and prompted her. Consequently, amidst the perplexed expressions of the EDG members, Bai offered a succinct introduction. Hello, my name is Bai, and I am here to try out for the top lane. A prolonged silence ensued, lasting several seconds, during which the EDG players struggled to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, the Korean import Zed, unfamiliar with Chinese, mistakenly assumed that these two girls were merely family visiting a player. Ahem, what I meant to say is, she is the top-ranking prodigy of the national server, Abu interjected, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. However, his explanation drew all eyes toward him. You mean she is the one coming for the trial today? The first to regain composure was Ming Kai, the eldest brother of the team. He approached Abu, regarding Bai with a curious gaze, then furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is going on? You must be mistaken. After all the anticipation for a talented top player, we end up with this little girl?" In light of this, Abu found it challenging to articulate a response and continued with his arrangements. Please contact the Snake team and reschedule the training match. Let us have her play against them. Typically, trials did not involve immediate participation in matches. Candidates would first showcase their rank and hero pool. Only if the coach deemed them a suitable fit for the team's system would they proceed to official training matches. After all, training matches were not frivolous affairs. They impacted both the players and the team's overall performance. Allowing someone to waste a training opportunity was a loss for the team. However, to expedite the resolution of this predicament, Abu felt compelled to proceed in this manner. All right. Upon hearing Abu's directive, the captain nodded in acquiescence and promptly reached out to the opposing team. Yus, why don't you play a ranked match first? Let her give it a try. After conversing with Yus, Abu turned his gaze back to Bai. In addressing her, his tone softened considerably. After all, the other players were seasoned veterans, while Bai, despite her official age of 18, still appeared quite youthful, given the club's tight schedule. Abu decided to have her directly participate in the training match. Choose the hero you feel most confident with. I will ensure the band pick phase accommodates you. After you finish this match, we can discuss further steps. Bai nodded earnestly, viewing the trial as entirely normal. She began to appreciate EDG's efficiency. Why complicate matters with unnecessary steps? Simply play a match to determine compatibility. If she performed well, she would stay. If not, she would depart. This is the essence of esports, where strength reigns supreme. Since it was merely a practice match, he opted to utilize the account he commonly uses. However, initiating a training match is no simple task. The most challenging aspect, without a doubt, is waiting for participants. Particularly when EDG unexpectedly advanced the match schedule, the opposing Snake team was far from prepared. Meanwhile, Nof, as is his custom, positioned himself behind the players, and began to succinctly outline the strategy for this match. Historically, EDG had focused primarily on the bottom lane, and although today's trial was merely a formality, Nof approached the discussion with utmost seriousness, emphasizing the importance of playing through the top lane core. Perhaps due to an inner sense of guilt towards his team, Nof was not as stern as before. Instead, he appeared rather amiable. After approximately half an hour of discourse, members of the Snake team gradually entered the room. With everyone present, the game commenced swiftly. In this match, EDG has opted for the blue side. Both teams commenced the ban and pick phase in a customary manner. When it came time to select the top lane champion, Nof approached by from behind to engage in conversation. What would you like to pick? We certainly need you to carry this game. Nof was quite forthright, and their overall strategy and champion selections had become evidently clear. However, standing behind Bai, Nof felt a sense of discomfort. Typically, he would be surrounded by male competitors, where a friendly pat on the shoulder or a casual embrace around the neck would be completely normal, a way to foster camaraderie. This sort of playful interaction was not exclusive to RNG. EDG often indulged in similar antics privately, though such behaviors were seldom exhibited in the competitive arena. There is no need to be overly anxious. Performing at even half your rank level should suffice. In professional matches, everyone coordinates exceptionally well. Taking in Nof's encouragement, Bai silently nodded. The opposing team had chosen the top lane champion, Crocodile. This champion is a perennial presence across various patches, reliably pushing lanes and securing a significant minion wave advantage. How about Fiora? I excel at countering Crocodile with her. Upon hearing this, all four teammates turned their curious gazes towards Bai, including Nof, who displayed a look of surprise. Fiora is effective against Crocodile? I must have misheard. Isn't Crocodile supposed to dominate Fiora at equal skill levels? How is it that you perceive it differently? Crocodile is the quintessential early to mid-game top lane powerhouse, consistently viable across all versions. When it comes to the matchup between Crocodile and Fiora, the initiative is invariably in Crocodile's hands. Even if Fiora manages to secure a solo kill against Crocodile in the early to mid-game, the latter can still outmaneuver her in a one-on-one confrontation, regardless of any economic disadvantage. This is purely a matter of hero countering. Are you certain? Nof expressed a hint of disbelief and sought further confirmation. Though he was already contemplating the match's conclusion, feeling it did not align with EDG's trial requirements, he found it difficult to comprehend such an extraordinary draft. This match was undeniably reliant on the upper lane's performance. Are you truly confident that Fiora can contend with Renekton? Eco, positioned as the support, could hardly contain himself. What did they select for the bottom lane today? Ashe and Braum, clearly a composition designed for utility. In comparison to the opposing ADC, Varus, Ashe's ability to eliminate tanks was evidently lacking. It was one thing to have a young girl join the trial unexpectedly, but the champion selections were utterly chaotic. Moreover, who were they up against? It was none other than the renowned gunner of the Serpent team, with their own top laner pulled out, even when combined. Controlling this Fiora might not surpass Gunner's Renekton. Indeed, my Fiora can master any champion, Bai asserted with unwavering confidence, nodding affirmatively. During the trial, she had emphasized selecting champions in which she felt most assured. She had faced Renekton numerous times in ranked matches, effortlessly maneuvering against those adept in playing him. The crux of the matchup between Renekton and Fiora hinges on their respective W abilities. As long as she does not blindly wander into a bush with Renekton lurking inside, poised to use his W, she could rely on her reflexes to counter his skills regardless of the circumstances. There exists a fundamental distinction between countering skills with reflexes and through psychological warfare. Countering with reflexes denotes a certainty in blocking Renekton's W, while psychological warfare merely reflects the thoughts of both parties involved, presenting a 50-50 chance of success. The most astonishing incident occurred when a Renekton, concealed in a bush without vision, suddenly flashed in with his W, attempting to stun her. Such an extreme maneuver was effortlessly countered by Bai, who skillfully evaded the Crocodile's stun. Subsequently, it seemed that the Crocodile player reported this account, alleging the use of scripts. Upon receiving a response from League of Legends confirming that Bai had not employed any scripts, the Crocodile player appeared to be absent for 2 days. Upon returning, he selected Fiora for his first match, coincidentally facing another Crocodile on the opposing team. His Fiora was swiftly overwhelmed, ending the match with a disheartening score of 0-6 in just 15 minutes. Very well, you shall play Fiora. Minkai, please assist me with some ganks in the top lane, he instructed. Although Nof was astonished, he conceded to Bai's decision. Before long, the compositions were finalized. Blue side, EDG, versus red side, Snake team. Top lane, Fiora versus Crocodile jungle, Spider versus Rek'Sai mid lane, Ice Lady versus Victor ADC, Frost Archer versus Varus support, Braum versus Tom Kinch. It was apparent that the blue side intended to bolster the top lane, with Ice Lady's strong early wave clear complemented by her jungler, ensuring she would dominate Victor's lane. The red side featured the classic Varus and Tom duo, with Varus possessing formidable frontline penetration in the late game. Against Ice Lady's initiation, the short-legged Varus would struggle to defend himself, necessitating Tom's protection. EDG's strategy was evidently to forcibly amplify Fiora's strength through top and jungle synergy, enabling her to achieve a formidable solo push. While it was widely acknowledged that Crocodile had an edge over Fiora in the early to mid-game, this advantage waned significantly once Fiora secured 3 core items, at which point she could easily dominate Crocodile. After all, seasoned spectators understood that Crocodile ultimately became akin to an oversized super minion in the late game. Before long, both teams settled into their standard positions. It seemed neither side had devised any early-level skirmishes. However, EDG confidently grouped around Braum, an invincible champion at level 1, to establish vision control in the upper half of the map. After merely going through the motions, both teams retreated to their respective jungles to commence their farming. Bai had already positioned himself in the top lane brush. In a Fiora versus Crocodile matchup, it was customary for Fiora to assert some dominance at level 1 and secure level 2 first. Bai was not about to squander such an advantageous opportunity. He initiated with Q, consistently harassing Crocodile while meticulously managing the minion wave to eliminate the enemy's melee minions as swiftly as possible. However, the seasoned gunner was acutely aware of Fiora's slight advantage at level 1. He prudently retreated, attempting to place the opening behind him while cautiously testing Fiora's range. After 2 rounds of probing, he found himself struck by Fiora's Q twice, leaving him at a slight health disadvantage. The pressure he felt was palpable, unlike anything he had encountered before. Could it be that this player had undergone training? Was the individual facing him truly the Rookie Zero? Having been recommended to EDG, the gunner would not forget. The mere exchanges of level 1 skirmishes instilled in him an extraordinary sense of pressure. Such prowess is certainly not to be underestimated. As for the other secondary team's top laner, that is even more implausible. Gentlemen, exercise caution. This Fiora resembles the top-ranked solo player in the national server, who has recently garnered significant attention. As the elder brother, the esteemed gunner promptly communicated with his teammates. After initiating with Renekton, the Snake team found themselves in fits of laughter when their opponent opted for Fiora. Meanwhile, standing behind Bai, Nof exhibited a flicker of astonishment. It turned out to be no facade. This girl, seemingly resembling a primary school student, truly is the top solo player on the national server. The opponent's gunner can be regarded as the most formidable carry-type top laner domestically. Although the currently renowned 975 is also quite powerful, he clearly embodies a more passive playstyle. In essence, he shares a similar approach and role within the team as Let, albeit with slight variances in champion pool. If Bai could establish the necessary advantage against Gunner during their lane encounter at level 1, it would undoubtedly affirm her solid foundational skills. Furthermore, in the ensuing exchanges, Gunner appeared to be completely outmaneuvered. Let us continue observing. It is still too early to deem any advantage conclusive. Nof hastily discarded some thoughts swirling in his mind, focusing intently on the unfolding contest behind Bai. As Nof contemplated Bai's capabilities, the second wave of minions swiftly approached. Due to his teammates' incursion into the enemy's upper jungle at level 1, leaving behind a protective ward, Bai now felt unfettered to press forward aggressively. In contrast to the bloodletting of the first wave, Gunner exhibited considerably more reticence during the second wave. Aware of his opponent's strength and realizing it was impossible to contest level 2 due to the minion wave being pushed, he dutifully farmed slowly, ensuring the wave did not reach the tower. As long as he could reach level 3 safely, Renekton would gain the upper hand against Fiora, allowing for damage-free poke. However, how could Bai permit Gunner such a tranquil path to level 3? With the opponent relinquishing the chance to contest level 2, Bai advanced directly to the enemy ranged minions, effectively pinning Renekton behind the minion wave. Such intense pressure? Minkai, while swiftly clearing the jungle in the top lane, observed the situation with a sense of astonishment. Yet, as he scrutinized the top lane matchup more closely, the unfolding events left him even more bewildered. Bai appeared to maneuver back and forth in an almost manic fashion at the minion wave, as Gunner stepped forward to utilize Renekton's Q skill on the melee minions in Fiora. However, At the moment Renekton struck, Bai adeptly sidestepped the attack. She then retaliated with a QA, the sharp blade striking Renekton, causing the health disparity between the two to widen significantly. After several exchanges, Gunnar found himself at a complete disadvantage, with Renekton's rage meter failing to accumulate. The opportunity to tower dive in the top lane was now ripe. After this bout of consumption, the crocodile's health had already reached the execution threshold in the eyes of Bai Yin. He immediately summoned his jungler, the spider. I shall come at once. The top lane boasted a significant advantage in both health and minion wave, and the factory manager was acutely aware that, even if they could not eliminate Saint Gun, they could not allow him to comfortably farm the minions. Observing his dwindling health and the accumulation of minions, he sensed an impending crisis. Instinctively, he wished to call for the jungler's assistance. However, before he could utter a word, the spider had already appeared from the brush behind the top lane. I will stun him. You follow up with control. With that, Bai Yin strode directly towards the crocodile's face. Realizing that his escape route was blocked by the spider, Saint Gun understood that his only option was to try to secure a kill. If he attempted to escape with his E-skill, it would be no different than dying without claiming the minions under the tower. The Sword Princess approached, delivering a basic attack to draw the tower's aggro. At that moment, the Holy Spear Brother suddenly conceived a strategy. Typically, when selecting a champion like the spider to dive under the tower, it is essential for the spider to initiate the engagement, as it possesses the ability to soar away and instantly evade the tower's aggro. However, in this instance, the one absorbing the tower's damage was the duelist, which presented him with an opportunity. Observing White's eagerness to advance and attack the crocodile, Nof in the background began to ponder as well. Isn't this rather reckless? The rank style? Such a unique approach. At that moment, the duelist unexpectedly ventured outside the tower's protection, appearing utterly flustered, as if she had forgotten to let the spider take the damage first. The Holy Gunner did not hesitate. His actions were almost instinctive. In an instant, he activated his flash and unleashed his W skill, intending to keep the duelist beneath the tower. However, just as the crocodile raised his hand to execute his W, Bai had already anticipated that the Holy Gunner would flash to stun her. Come forth. The Lawrence dagger was swiftly unleashed, and the duelist assumed her most iconic pose, ready to block and counterattack. A crisp sound echoed as the crocodile's stun collided with the duelist's block, only to be turned back against him. After exploiting a momentary opening, Bai deftly maneuvered the duelist away from the tower's range. The half-health crocodile was left stunned in place, and naturally, the factory chief would not hold back. Immediately following up with a stunner in spider form, then unleashing a full combo. First blood. EDG's Clear Love eliminated SS Flandra, with the kill ultimately claimed by the factory chief and his spider guys. Witnessing such swift success in the top lane, the other EDG members were taken aback. To be frank, none of them had anticipated a favorable outcome for the top lane prior to the practice match. After all, given Bai's youthful appearance, no one took her seriously. A girl, still a child, they thought, would merely be playing casually in ranked matches. Professional games were not child's play. Honestly, they had prepared themselves for a loss in this game. Yet, the situation seemed to have shifted dramatically. What was happening? How had they managed to tower dive the Holy Gunner so quickly? Anyone familiar with the game understands that a successful tower dive necessitates a significant advantage in lane, capable of keeping the opposing top laner under the tower. Was it a fluke? Yet she had informed Ming Kai in advance that she could stun the crocodile. The coach, Nof, had been observing the top lane's actions closely. While the sequence of events appeared straightforward, the execution was not particularly complex, especially for the factory chief. He simply used the spider's E-skill to control a target already stunned, then adeptly followed up with a series of skills. To be candid, even someone at a silver rank, unfamiliar with the spider, could perform this combo after a few minutes of practice in custom games. As for arriving at the top lane, that was simply a matter of following Bai's commands. The crux of the matter lay in Bai's earlier trades and her adept prediction of the crocodile's W. Such predictions do not require flashy maneuvers, but rather demand a player's awareness and judgment. The exchanges and pressure were purely a display of raw skill. Honestly, after witnessing the top lane's events, if he were confronted by someone like Ming Kai, he would have already decided to eliminate the opponent. Nof intended to refer to her as a child, but recalling Bai's provided identification, he refrained from finishing his thought. Following the crocodile's defeat, Bai did not linger for the minion wave but opted to return to base. Managing the next wave of minions was left to the jungler. She had listened attentively to the coach's earlier advice to play independently and ensure her advantage. Upon returning, having not secured a kill, She could only purchase a longsword and a pair of boots. Effortlessly, she had claimed a kill in the top lane while also sharing in the experience from the minion wave, leaving the factory chief quite pleased. The Spider, as a champion, thrives on early game momentum. Having opened up the lane so quickly, it was clear he would not bear the blame this time. Due to the advancing minion wave towards the tower, when the duelist and crocodile returned to lane, they encountered a wave pushing back against them. Fortunately, the Holy Gunner had taken teleport, and given the short respawn time early in the game, he had not lost much experience under the tower. At that moment, the crocodile had reached level 3, gaining an advantage in initiating fights against the duelist. However, after several exchanges, the Holy Gunner found his crocodile's health alarmingly low. Each time he attempted to utilize his W, the duelist would counter him with her own W, stunning him in return. Coupled with the slight edge gained from the initial engagement, the disparity only widened. Thankfully, the crocodile could still push the lane while engaging in battles. Otherwise, he would have been at a significant disadvantage. Watching the minion wave gradually approach the duelist's tower, the Holy Gunner dismissed the few low-health minions' economic value and promptly turned to return to base for replenishment. This illustrates one of the advantages of the crocodile when facing the duel of the swordswoman. The crocodile's Q ability inflicts area of effect damage, and it is customary for crocodiles to utilize their empowered Q to harass their opponents. Throughout the landing phase, they predominantly focus on their Q. In contrast, the swordswoman lacks any area of effect skills. Her Q, W, and E are reserved for engaging in combat rather than clearing minions. Consequently, by the 8-minute mark, the swordswoman has amassed a total of 70 minion kills, while the crocodile languishes at a mere 40, trailing by a substantial 30 minions. The pressure is mounting, and the jungler's persistent presence in the top lane has become quite unbearable. Observing his own minion count, the marksman is left feeling somewhat dazed and bewildered. Meanwhile, the support in the bottom lane, upon hearing the cries from the top, instinctively checks the statistics panel. Upon discovering that the top lane has been pressured by 30 minions, his eyes nearly bulge out in disbelief. Is the pressure in the top lane truly this severe? Last year, he managed to dominate the enemy's bottom lane despite facing similar adversity. Why is the top lane faltering this time? The jungler has not even ventured down to assist, which certainly makes things easier for him. The marksman, witnessing his teammates' distress, shows no leniency. As he bears the brunt of the pressure, he cannot help but wonder who can withstand such trials. Hold on, I shall assist you shortly, he declares, recognizing that the situation in the top lane is nearing collapse. The jungler knows he must intervene to deal with the increasingly formidable swordswoman. The crocodile thrives in the early to mid-game phases. If they allow the crocodile to spiral out of control, they will find themselves lacking a front line in the ensuing skirmishes. Before long, Rek'Sai employs his tunneling ability to navigate to the dragon pit, subsequently maneuvering through the river brush towards the swordswoman's position. Soph possesses a fair understanding of where the enemy wards are placed. Moreover, it is evident that the swordswoman remains oblivious to his presence, as he has completely circumvented her vision. Given that the swordswoman is preoccupied with lane pressure, when Rek'Sai emerges from behind, it is already too late for her to escape. Rek'Sai is on his way. Can you hold out for a moment? I'm coming. The jungler promptly calls out upon leaving the fountain. Just after pushing the lane, Scout rushes to the top lane, his accent still tinged with Korean, yet his enunciation is clear. However, with one player still at the fountain and another just arriving from mid-lane, they are faced with the formidable duo of the crocodile and Rek'Sai, both of whom possess high base damage. Waiting for teammates to arrive could very well lead to disastrous consequences. Without hesitation, Bai maneuvers the swordswoman directly towards Rek'Sai. The crocodile, empowered with his ultimate and Q ability, is not easily slain. The economic advantage accrued in the early game has yet to be fully transformed into an equipment advantage. Besides, in such a brief span, the equipment disparity is unlikely to be significant. The inherent attributes of the champions are of paramount importance. Be cautious, his W is quite deceptive. Accurate as if scripted, warns the marksman as he observes the swordswoman pivoting to confront Rek'Sai. As she closes in on Rek'Sai, Bai swiftly executes his Q ability to exploit a gap in the enemy's defenses, coinciding perfectly with Soph's initiation. The swordswoman's Q ability is unleashed, soaring through the air, while Bai activates his W ability, the Lawrence Heartblade. Rek'Sai's flash collides directly with the barrier created by the W ability. How could he unleash his W in such a manner? In this intense moment, all eyes turned towards the duel with the Blade Dancer. as spectators were left bewildered by her utilization of the QW skills. The interplay between the Blade Dancer and Rek'Sai usually sees the latter hesitating momentarily before launching a sudden strike. However, there are players like SLF, who decisively engage with a flash. Regardless of the approach, predicting Rek'Sai's knockup proves to be a formidable challenge. SLF's audacious move of unleashing a cold arrow upon first sight was particularly astonishing. Nonetheless, such encounters are a psychological contest. Victory is commendable, while defeat is merely fate's design. The Blade Dancer swiftly incapacitated Rek'Sai, immediately applying her ultimate. As she struck 3 vulnerabilities with AEA, Rek'Sai's stun had already subsided, leaving him with approximately 300 health points. In this life-or-death scenario, SLF exhibited no signs of trepidation, executing a rapid AQA to unleash a burst of damage. Despite the Blade Dancer's commendable growth, she lacked any defensive items, making Rek'Sai's explosive output painfully significant. Moreover, the crocodile was rapidly closing in, with a flash of yellow light. The elegant figure of the Blade Dancer appeared at Rek'Sai's final weak point, shattering it with a fierce blow. A healing zone, reminiscent of a fountain, materialized beneath her. Just then, the crocodile arrived, and with a swift EAWU combo, he managed to diminish the Blade Dancer's health by more than half. Thanks to prior communication and the minion wave being pushed in favor of the crocodile, the Holy Lance was able to stack his talent or enthusiasm. Without the continuous healing from the fountain, the Blade Dancer might have found herself lifeless on the ground, shopping for souls at home. As the crocodile's W stun ended, the Blade Dancer executed her Q skill, gracefully leaping over the crocodile to deliver a decisive strike to Rek'Sai, completely depleting his health. With the notification of EDG using the kill on SOF, by successfully garnered 300 gold. Incredible! 666! Exclaimed IKO and Ming Kai, who had been fixated on the top lane skirmish. Despite Rek'Sai's ambush and the 2 warrior champions surrounding her, Bai managed to secure a kill and delayed the fight until her teammates arrived to finish the job. The anticipation of Rek'Sai's flash initiation was particularly breathtaking. While the speed at which the Blade Dancer broke vulnerabilities and executed the flash was nothing short of theoretical perfection, had it been a less experienced Blade Dancer, she might have failed to secure Rek'Sai's life in that encounter. Many professional players struggle to achieve the fluidity Bai exhibited in that moment. Only a select few, like SE and the Shy, possess such skill levels. As the coach, Nof stood in awe, having barely grasped the sequence of events, as it seemed like Rek'Sai's vulnerabilities were effortlessly dismantled in an instant, while it was not a rapid forebreak in 1 second. Since the Blade Dancer's Q skill was on cooldown when she activated her ultimate, the speed at which she eliminated 3 vulnerabilities was nonetheless astonishing. Although this display was undeniably impressive, all her skills had been expended. The crocodile swiftly closed the gap, claiming the Blade Dancer's life with a few basic attacks. Subsequently, Scout rushed from the mid lane to eliminate the half-health crocodile and push the wave back into the top lane. After the recent skirmish in the top lane, although the crocodile secured a kill, he ultimately lost a significant wave of minions and, to make matters worse, he lacked a teleport. The split-pushing Fiora has become a formidable force that he can no longer handle. Observing the situation, Nov quickly formed a judgment about the match. With 2 kills and 1 assist, coupled with the substantial minion advantage over the opposing crocodile, Fiora's items would soon come to fruition. Once she acquires a defensive item, the crocodile will have no chance of recovery. Indeed, in the ensuing clashes, Fiora relentlessly tormented the crocodile, easily taking down the first turret in the top lane by the 11-minute mark. As the match progressed, Minkai became increasingly adept at leveraging the top lane strategy, consistently establishing vision while utilizing Fiora's influence to invade the enemy's upper jungle. In plain terms, the jungle was at the mercy of the top lane. In the early game, he was the jungle's father, but now he had become a mere pawn. Fair enough. Meanwhile, the Snake team found themselves utterly powerless against the oppressive control exerted by the top lane. The stone golem and red buff were secured without the sight of their jungler. Naturally, Fiora not only protected her jungler's incursions, but also demanded her share of the spoils, ensuring that the red buff remained firmly in her possession. During this time, the Snake team contemplated punishing Fiora, but their jungler remained vigilant in the upper area, while Scout Ice Maiden pushed waves and retreated into the jungle. Although the mid laner attempted to provide assistance multiple times, they were thwarted by Scout Ice Maiden, resulting in 2 more kills for Fiora, leading to a complete collapse of their strategy. As the game reached the 23-minute mark, Fiora had become extraordinarily affluent. wielding her overwhelming advantage to execute a 4-1 split push against the Snake team. Faced with this onslaught, the Snake team felt a sense of helplessness reminiscent of LPL teams confronting LCK teams in international competitions. EDG's 4 members consistently feigned aggression towards the Baron, making it imperative for the Snake team to deny its capture. Fiora's split pushing was already terrifying. Should she acquire the Baron buff, she would march directly toward their high ground. However, allowing the Crocodile to engage Fiora in a one-on-one duel proved futile, as he could not halt her relentless assault on the towers, and any misstep could lead to his demise. After several drawn-out exchanges, the Snake team felt utterly disoriented. Finally, after nearly 3 minutes of tension, EDG successfully claimed the Baron. They then proceeded to push with relentless force. With their chances of victory dwindling, and considering it was merely a practice match, the Snake team swiftly opted to surrender. When the word victory illuminated their screens, it was evident that the other 4 members of EDG were momentarily taken aback. Minkai instinctively opened the damage chart to discover that Fiora's output was staggering, far surpassing the others, who had not even exceeded 20,000 damage. Fiora's output reached an astounding 43,000, and her damage accounted for a remarkable 44% of the team's total. Truth be told, when Abu first suggested that Bai join them for practice, the team harbored some reluctance. After all, practice matches carry a certain solemnity. What would it mean to compete alongside a girl? Yet, it seemed as though they had been unexpectedly carried to victory by her. The performance was simply magnificent, especially reflected in the final damage statistics, an exquisite display of prowess that was almost beyond belief. Not only the players, but even Coach Nof and manager Abu were left speechless. Initially, Abu thought it would be a casual practice match, expecting to lose one and then send this troublesome presence away, even if they won. It would likely be due to the efforts of other teammates. However, Bai's astonishing performance, particularly her dominance in the landing phase and her ability to turn the tide with individual skill, completely changed the narrative. In fact, even Abu found himself contemplating whether to retain this talent within EDG. After all, Bai's display was nothing short of extraordinary. Especially memorable was that moment when Rek'Sai attempted a flanking maneuver, showcasing an impressive prediction that lingered in his memory. Nof, as the coach, felt similarly. Observing Bai's potential, he couldn't help but compare her to the top-tier Korean top laners. If they could devise a strategy centered around Bai, perhaps this year's EDG might even seize the championship, a tremendous boon for his coaching career. What? You say she is Korean? Well, if there is profit to be made, why not pursue it? While patriotism certainly holds value, when there is a legitimate opportunity that neither violates laws nor ethics, why not seize it? He is no fool. Moreover, regarding the external perceptions of EDG and potential backlash, Nof was utterly indifferent. He was merely a coach focused on winning matches. Even if online critics derided him, did he truly comprehend Chinese? In summary, Nof was already inclined to keep this talent on board. However, there were concerns regarding her age. Perhaps they could discreetly verify her identity at an internet cafe? Nof was slightly apprehensive that Bai's identification might be fabricated, thus he subtly suggested this to Abu. Well, let her play another match and try a different champion. I'll go check if her identification is genuine. Although hesitant about Bai's identity, Abu decided to investigate the age issue reflected on the identification. As for subsequent matters, they would wait until Bai played again. Bai's prowess as Fiora had indeed impressed Abu, making it a rare find in the realm of top laners. If she could exhibit similar carry potential with other champions, even at the risk of public scrutiny, Abu would be compelled to retain her. Unbeknownst to him, Abu's mindset had completely shifted. Initially intending for Bai to play casually and then find a reason to dismiss her, he now found himself questioning, "Coach, have I successfully passed the trial?" At that moment, Bai, who had taken the position originally belonging to Use, broke the awkward atmosphere within the training room. "Well, this game doesn't reveal much," he remarked. "You played quite well. Let us experiment with other heroes." Nof, somewhat at a loss, offered a hesitant compliment. Accustomed to the company of his fellow esports youths, he found himself slightly disconcerted in the presence of a girl. "We need to use different heroes, correct?" Although it had initially been stated that they would play just one game. I understood from her online research regarding professional League of Legends players that a diverse hero pool was crucial for professional gamers. In terms of a single game, the coach undoubtedly wished to assess her proficiency across various heroes. "Yes, indeed. We just want to see the breadth of your hero pool," Nof hastily nodded, fearing that anything amiss might be detected. He certainly could not admit that he simply wanted Bai to play a few more games to buy time, as EDG had already sent someone to verify her age. If such words were to be uttered, how could he possibly continue to serve as a coach for others in the future? By the way, when you play, please do so at a slightly slower pace. Just prolong the duration. This will allow me to better observe your various maneuvers. After uttering those words, No felt as though his face was about to ignite. Within the training room, the members of EDG's team regarded him with peculiar glances. Was he attempting to stall for time? What a jest. Professional matches demand a clean and decisive approach. Even in the later stages, team fights must be executed with conviction, devoid of the procrastination that plagues ranked games. This is especially true for a team like EDG, which is prone to being overturned despite holding a significant lead, an issue that the coach emphasized repeatedly. However, I had never experienced the coach's reprimands regarding their sluggish gameplay, so she didn't dwell on it too much, and even found Nof's words quite reasonable. Yes, in the next match, I shall endeavor to slow the pace. With an innocent demeanor, I nodded earnestly. Observing her sincere expression, a wave of guilt surged through him. How could he deceive such an adorable girl, especially when she genuinely believed him? Soon, the second training match commenced. The coach had instructed her to play more slowly, so Bai thoughtfully chose the champion Gangplank, a mid-to-late game hero. This decision was influenced by Shang Chong's selection of Xiaon, prepared to withstand pressure, leaving her upper lane relatively untroubled. During the landing phase, Gangplank's damage was manageable, and his proficiency surpassed that of her Fiora. By the 17-minute mark, she had gained a slight advantage over Xiaon, securing the Rift Herald and demolishing the top lane turret. Yet, this match did not unfold as smoothly as the previous one. Although the ADC, known as Crystal, had suffered a grueling experience last year, culminating in hospitalization after an exhausting BO10, he was still a top-tier ADC on par with Uzi during the S5 and S6 seasons. Now, dispatching a Zed was a trivial task. The situation for EDG became starkly polarized. The upper lane, under Gangplank's command, enjoyed a considerable lead, while in the lower lane, Crystal appeared poised to take control of the match. Then, at the 32-minute mark, a pivotal team fight broke out over the Baron. A well-timed ultimate sealed the path, followed by a flawless 3-barrel flash that instantly eliminated the opposing ADC. With Gangplank's relentless acceleration and deceleration, she executed a remarkable pentakill, concluding the game. Following this, they played another match. Adhering to the coach's directive to select a late-game champion, Bai chose Vladimir, a spell tank. Once again, she dominated the landing phase, even managing to dismantle Crystal's turret. In the late game, she charged into the fray, obliterating the opposing ADC amidst a chaotic battlefield. Utilizing both her pool and Zhonya's to absorb a multitude of skills, effectively stalling for time. Across 3 matches, she showcased 3 distinct champions. Fiora, a pure split pusher, Gangplank, a core champion capable of supporting teammates in the early game, and Vladimir, a spellcasting powerhouse adept at eliminating foes. Regardless of whether her early game champion was at an advantage or disadvantage, Bai easily subdued the formidable Crystal, remaining composed during various mid-game decisions and maneuvers. Even the seasoned veteran, Factory Manager, could not match Bai's understanding of team fights and minion waves. The coach soon discerned Bai's unique style of play, characterized by her avarice for resources and her oppressive landing tactics. Her prowess in team fights was significant, and she exhibited keen awareness in seeking opportunities to engage. Naturally, she was not devoid of shortcomings. The most evident was her excessive pursuit of pressure, occasionally risking unfavorable one-on-2 scenarios, which carried a low margin for error. Theoretically, such behavior could be detrimental, yet Bai managed to yield results through her astonishing plays. In a one-on-2 encounter, securing a kill while not suffering a catastrophic minion wave disadvantage was purely advantageous, as it wasted the enemy jungler's time. Ultimately, League of Legends is fundamentally a game of resource exchange, particularly for professional teams. When one player squanders time in a lane without achieving objectives, others may invade the jungle, apply pressure elsewhere, or secure dragon resources. Of course, Bai was not entirely without flaws. She candidly informed the coach that she would not be playing champions such as Makai, Ornn, or Xiaon. While No felt somewhat challenged by her limited champion pool, it was not an insurmountable obstacle. After enduring consecutive failures at the World Championship, EDG recognized that their top lane could not solely consist of a bruiser designed to initiate fights. Even if not capable of carrying, they needed a champion akin to Gnar, a skilled blue-collar top laner. Moreover, One of the significant reasons for bringing Noph on board was to cultivate a warrior-type top laner. Bai's current champion pool aligned perfectly with EDG's expectations. Were it not for his lack of authority, Noph would likely be eager to present her with a contract to sign immediately. You all continue your training. I shall discuss matters with the coaching staff. In the meantime, why don't you head to the lounge and wait? Noph motioned for Bai to wait for news in the lounge. EDG was not like those peculiar companies conducting interviews, where they would have you wait for a notification despite feeling you were unsuitable. He intended to consult with Abu, as Bai's situation was unique, and he needed to discuss it with the owner to finalize everything. After escorting Bai to the lounge, Noph promptly returned to call Abu for an update. How is it? Is her age an issue? He inquired. No problem. She's confirmed to be over 18 and eligible to compete. However, Abu did verify that her ID is legitimate and without flaw. Upon hearing this news, Noph, as the coach, became serious and proposed. I believe we should consider allowing her to play top lane for us. Do you genuinely think that is viable? Abu countered. Absolutely. Her skills are on par with any top laner and may even surpass all current top players globally, Noph asserted earnestly, unable to find a second player of such caliber worldwide. With Bai on the team, EDG would have a substantial opportunity to contend for the S7 World Championship. At this juncture, S7 was still in its infancy, with even the Intercontinental Cup yet to commence and the LPL remaining in its darkest hour. The entire LPL audience yearned for a team that could maintain a winning streak. If a team could seize the championship during this time, it would undoubtedly bring honor to the entire region. Yet, she is a girl. While her age is not an issue, she is indeed 18. The crux of the matter lies in her identity. EDG's tempo had already been frenetic, and now they were announcing the addition of a girl to the top lane. I see no problem with that. Fans are drawn to skill. EDG has had numerous fans in the past, and even when I performed poorly on the world stage, I was still criticized. As long as we perform well, there should be no issues. At that moment, the factory director, who was supposed to be training, emerged and observed Noph engaged in a phone conversation with Abu. The director clearly expressed his opinion. If they performed well, the fans would undoubtedly return. The current lackluster state of EDG would naturally invite criticism. However, the criticism was not the main concern. If they continued to languish for several more years, they would become akin to VG. A team so disheartened that even the act of reproach would seem too burdensome. Meanwhile, in the lounge, upon seeing Bai enter, Xiaolang promptly approached with an air of excitement and inquired, "How did it go? Did you pass the trial?" The influence of League of Legends is formidable, often surpassing the fame of certain celebrities. As the first female player poised to debut in the LPL, Bai was undoubtedly the focus of public attention. Surely, she must have succeeded. Although the coach had asked her to wait in the lounge, Bai was quite aware of her performance. She had flawlessly carried the team in all 3 matches, with the lowest damage output still accounting for 35 of the total. Really? Xiaolang exclaimed in astonishment. It all hinges on what the coach has to say. Before long, Abu arrived in the lounge with Noph. Upon their arrival, Xiaolang eagerly invited the two to sit down, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. This matter pertains significantly to Bai's professional career. After thorough deliberation within our club, we warmly welcome you to join the EDG family. Our organization is indeed in great need of talent such as yours, Abu, the team manager, stated candidly. However, before the two could revel in their excitement, Abu added, "Yet, as you are aware, there has been no precedent for female participants in the LPL. Thus, many details will require our gradual discussion." Bai nodded gently, cognizant of her unique circumstances. "Well then," she began, "let us first address the training schedule. Generally, our practice matches commence around 2 in the afternoon and conclude by 9 o'clock. This routine deviates from conventional work hours, from 6 to 9 in the evening, totaling 7 hours, and deducting an hour for dinner. It seems relatively manageable. However, this merely accounts for the practice matches and does not include the regular ranked games. Typically, professional players' schedules span from noon until the early hours of the morning. Unfortunately, such is the nature of high-ranking matches. The pool of players in the early hours is scant and predominantly of lower quality. Following the conclusion of the practice matches at 9, we transition to duo or solo queue training, which often extends late into the night. "No problem," Bai replied. "I frequently stay up late when playing high-ranking matches." She found Abu's expectations entirely reasonable. The gaming environment necessitates adaptation if one wishes to compete professionally, unless one possesses the capability to alter that environment. Next, they discussed living arrangements and meals. The club provides 3 meals daily, prepared by dedicated staff, as long as one does not make excessive demands. One merely needs to inform the staff in advance of any preferences. However, post-meal time, one would need to order takeout. As for accommodation, they had considered a small 2-bedroom apartment near the training base, with expenses covered by EDG's administration. After all, it would be inconvenient for a young woman to reside within the club itself. Abu paused momentarily before articulating this relatively favorable arrangement. Given that she is the only female in the team, and as EDG typically houses players in pairs, the question arose, what are the conditions of the rented apartment? Upon hearing that the club had resolved Bai's housing concerns, Little Wolf could not restrain her curiosity. She had just been exploring the EDG facilities and was pleased with the conditions. Receiving a rundown, filthy place would have been disheartening. Rest assured, the apartment is quite new. Equipped with air conditioning and shower facilities, having been constructed 2 years ago. Our club certainly does not skimp on its players, Abu assured, slightly waving his hand to indicate that they would manage these details adeptly. In this regard, EDG is rather generous, especially after witnessing Bai's skills. Both Abu and Nof had already decided to cultivate her as the next core player for EDG. Then came the discussion of more specific regulations. Matters such as makeup and hair dyeing are strictly prohibited. As a professional player, you cannot appear on stage looking like a fairy. Such an image would be detrimental. Abu meticulously listed these details, presenting a sheet outlining the grooming rules to Bai. Upon receiving the paper, she swiftly scanned the regulations. Goodness, Abu. Did you copy this from a middle or high school dress code? Finally, he emphasized the issue of personal conduct, stating firmly, under no circumstances are you permitted to engage in romantic relationships with anyone within the club, be it coaching staff, players, or any other personnel. At this moment, Abu's expression turned particularly grave. While he could leverage his strength to navigate public opinion, the complexities of personal life were far more intricate. Instances of chaos and severed ties within LPL teams were not uncommon. Should such incidents arise, turmoil would undoubtedly ensue within the team, even in the absence of scandal. Mere romantic entanglements with fellow players were strictly prohibited. Breakups among couples within a team could lead to heightened tensions, especially if they occurred during crucial tournaments. Thus, romantic relationships were unequivocally forbidden within the EDG club. I am here solely to pursue a professional career and earn a living, Bai replied slowly, her face devoid of any extraneous expression. She harbored no dissent regarding this policy, as her intentions were singularly focused on earning money through her professional endeavors. After discussing the most pertinent matters, they proceeded to review various club regulations before moving on to the formalities of signing the contract. Being a complete novice, Bai's annual salary was understandably modest. However, EDG recognized her potential and offered her a salary of 500,000, a commendable figure among newcomers. Although she had anticipated this outcome, seeing the actual salary still left her somewhat disheartened, particularly in light of the exorbitant signing fees enjoyed by top-tier professionals, often reaching into the millions, while she had yet to breach the 6-figure mark. Nevertheless, this was merely her first year. If she performed commendably on the field, she would have the opportunity to earn more. After meticulously reviewing the contract, especially the bonuses for winning the LPL championship and qualifying for the World Championship, Bai signed her name. Subsequently, Abu, acting as manager, guided Bai to view the single dormitory adjacent to the club. The dormitory was a mere 10-minute walk from the EDG club, a highly convenient location. Upon entering, Bai was pleasantly surprised by the cleanliness of the living space, far exceeding her expectations. The room was immaculate, devoid of any stains or litter, resembling a hotel suite upon entry. It was equipped with a kitchen and a spacious balcony. Here are some Korean server accounts, all ranked Diamond I or higher. You can use these SMUF accounts to practice heroes, Abu explained, showing her a plethora of random numbers and letters on his phone. It was customary for professional players to have multiple SMUF accounts, as practicing secret techniques in ranked matches could be detrimental. The main account served as a showcase for outsiders, allowing her to familiarize herself with the current meta and the heroes she had already revealed. By the way, what will your professional game ID be? Abu suddenly remembered that they needed to prepare an ID for the league registration. Let it be EDG, White, Bai said, tapping her chin thoughtfully before decisively selecting the simple and straightforward name. Using her real name, White, was indeed more convenient and memorable. Unlike some players with complex names who often went unnoticed until they gained fame, only to be nicknamed by fans due to their unwieldy IDs. Could we possibly choose another? Abu hesitated when he first heard this name, but soon understood Bai's reasoning. Why? Bai tilted her head, puzzled. This ID might evoke memories of a disgraced professional player. Abu recalled a competitor from Season 3, once touted as a rival to Faker. Over time, that name had become a taboo topic. After Abu elucidated the situation, Bai abandoned the name White and ultimately settled on EDG. Bai, in essence, it was merely a transition from English to Pinyin. Bai, unfortunately, lacked any flair for naming. Thus, Bai and her companion Xiao Lang moved into the new residence. The two-bedroom apartment, funded by EDG, was a welcome improvement over Xiao Lang's previous cramped and overpriced quarters. They spent the day organizing their belongings and acquiring new essentials. After a long day, they settled in. The following morning at 7, Bai, whose schedule was far from regular, was roused by Xiao Lang. After a brief wash-up, Bai made her way to the EDG training facility to engage in some ranked matches. There was no avoiding late-night gaming when Xiao Lang was absent. Given Bai's youthful stature, Xiao Lang often assumed a maternal role. However, for dedicated professional players, diligent ranking typically occurred in the early hours, so it was unsurprising that no one else was awake at such an early hour. After a casual breakfast at the base, Bai naturally settled into the training match, taking her place in the position originally designated for use. She played ranked matches nonstop from 8 in the morning until noon. At this moment, the most industrious manager of EDG finally rose and made his way to the training room. Upon entering, he was taken aback to discover a computer screen aglow, seemingly in use. What struck him as particularly eerie was the absence of any individual in the gaming chair. Yet the computer appeared to be operating autonomously. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Could this be a supernatural occurrence? Had he ever heard of a professional player succumbing to exhaustion during training? The scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the cliché details of the supernatural. It reminded him of stories where a programmer worked themselves to the brink, only for a supervisor to find the computer still coding long after the programmer had collapsed. Oh, good morning. At that moment, Bai, who was engrossed in the game, noticed that a teammate had arrived behind him. After a brief contemplation, he decided to take the initiative to greet them. To be honest, such a gesture was quite challenging for Bai. The instant the chair was turned towards the teammate, the manager's previously anxious heart finally found solace. It turned out to be a newcomer to the team. Due to Bai's petite stature, his entire figure was completely obscured by the gaming chair, leading the manager to initially perceive the scene as something supernatural. When did you arrive? The manager was genuinely curious about this new teammate. Perhaps it was due to already having a girlfriend, combined with Bai's appearance resembling that of a primary school student, that the manager seemed quite at ease. For hours? Bai replied somewhat uncertainly. For hours? That means you must have started queuing for matches at 8 o'clock. The manager couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. I must say, one can't help but admire a girl who maintains such a healthy lifestyle. However, if Bai were to hear the manager's comment, she would undoubtedly retort, for her routine was quite similar to that of the manager and his peers. There was little distinction between a gaming addict, be it a boy or a girl. This healthy routine actually belongs to the little wolf. I am merely compelled to accept it, a gesture of affection from the elder sister. Speaking of which, do you all typically maintain such cleanliness? Observing the director's impeccably neat and fresh appearance, Bai curiously inquired. Logically, one would expect a group of internet-addicted youths to appear rather disheveled. The director, feeling a tad embarrassed, scratched his head. Truth be told, it was due to his hair being uncomfortably greasy that he had washed it today, and by coincidence, Bai happened to notice. Had it been any other time, one would likely have witnessed his internet-addicted side. However, with Bai's remark, he could hardly respond by saying he merely happened to be clean today, could he? It's not so bad, really. After all, one should wash their hair when it's time to do so. After much deliberation, the director finally provided such an answer. Bai merely nodded in response to the director's conflicted demeanor. Noticing Bai's indifferent reaction, the director couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. It seemed this new teammate might be a bit challenging to get along with. This character possesses a rather aloof demeanor. It is likely that the initial greeting was merely a result of being new on the first day, leading to a certain shyness. One might surmise that as familiarity grows, even casual greetings may become too burdensome. As the elder statesman of the group, should others converse with him in such a manner, the manager would likely respond with direct action. However, the situation is markedly different when it comes to Bai. Being a girl, it is entirely natural for her to receive special treatment, particularly if she is as charming and delightful as she is. One cannot help but acknowledge Bai's undeniable cuteness. The manager approached and took his seat, promptly powering on his computer. Coincidentally, Bai's ranking match was nearing its conclusion. How about a duo queue? Noticing that Bai had yet to extend an invitation for a joint match and instead began searching for the next game, the manager found himself increasingly restless. Upon hearing his suggestion, Bai delicately maneuvered her mouse to the small X in the upper right corner, canceling her ranking match. Witnessing such a reaction from Bai left the manager feeling quite unsettled. As the elder brother of the team, he was accustomed to others eagerly seeking him out for duo queues. Now, he found himself extending the invitation, and to add insult to injury, Bai's earlier response of was now followed by a casual O. The frigid response always made him feel as though his standing within the team was plummeting. Shouldn't a newcomer be fervently eager to duo queue with the veteran, thereby fostering camaraderie? Instead, he felt like an obsequious sycophant. Nevertheless, he soon opened his computer and logged into his account. After adding friends, they commenced their duo queue. Although he had initially been concerned about his perceived subservience, once the ranked matches began, those extraneous thoughts dissipated entirely. The previous day's training matches against the Snake team had been exhilarating. Previously, he had to take the initiative to control resources, but now, following the rhythm of the top lane, he merely needed to execute counter ganks and quickly farm the jungle before transitioning to tower dives. In the mid-game, he could directly join his team in invading enemy jungles and securing neutral objectives. After 3 matches, Bai's prowess left a profound impression on him. Today's ranked games would provide the perfect opportunity to further assess her capabilities. A team that consistently triumphs can disperse a multitude of grievances through the euphoria of victory. Initially, he had harbored some discontent regarding the inadequacy of his bottom lane and felt overwhelmed by the plethora of external commotion surrounding EDG. However, after a series of consecutive wins in training, the team's atmosphere had become more congenial, and his expectations for the bottom lane had been tempered to simply maintaining stability. The duo queue commenced. Approximately 3 minutes later, a match was successfully found. The captain was assigned the first pick. After a brief phase, he decisively locked in Riven without hesitation. On the day of the shattering of the broken blade, the night returns. A coldly handsome silver-haired woman materialized as the first pick. The astonishing speed of his hands and choice of champions prompted Bai to express his surprise in the game's chat box with a series of question marks. Primarily. He wished to observe more of your champion pool. The few champions used yesterday need not be revisited. A glimmer of amusement flickered in the eyes of the director, as he anticipated Bai's performance when faced with potential lane suppression. The first pick was Riven. He was chiefly interested in witnessing how Bai would fare if countered in lane. The discourse of top lane sisters, 3 or even 4 of them, was prevalent. Yet Riven had seldom graced the professional stage. A significant reason for this was that Riven was not a dominant champion in the current meta, and furthermore, she struggled against tanky opponents. If those top lane players in the LPL were to see you select Riven, they would swiftly retaliate by picking a champion like Malphite and begin their own development. You would find it arduous to outmatch such champions, while others excel in team fights. Choosing Riven could render you utterly disadvantageous. With a slight furrow of his brow, Bai emulated the director's demeanor, promptly locking in Lee Sin without further ado. Who could forget the director's infamous kick that scattered half of the EDG fans during the S6 World Championship? Numerous just likening him to the most formidable blind monk pre-level 6 echoed through the community, reminiscent of a certain Lionel player from years past. Clearly, Bai was intent on maintaining the competitive spirit. If you selected Riven, he too would choose a champion to vex you. Soon, both teams completed their champion selections. Upon entering the game interface, the director recognized the IDs of the opposing players one by one. Blue side versus red side. Top lane, Riven Bai versus Renekton, SE. Jungle, Lee Sin Clearlove versus Elise, XG. Mid lane, Cassiopeia, Random versus Malzahar, Faker. AD carry, Sivir, Uzi versus Caitlyn, Random. Support, Nami, Random versus Lulu, Jessais. One side boasted 3 professional players alongside 2 casuals, while the other featured 4 professionals and 1 casual. It appeared to be a challenging matchup. At that moment, Uzi from the RNG club surveyed the team compositions and began to form a judgment. Setting aside the composition itself, the coordination among the 4 professional players posed a significant challenge. The disparity in synergy, particularly in a solo queue match, was markedly pronounced between professional and non-professional players. Moreover, Uzi was unaware that Bai was duo queuing with the director, mistaking him for merely another ordinary player. This is not the crux of the matter. The real issue lies in the apparent inadequacy of this lineup. The opposing bottom lane features a formidable pairing of Caitlyn and Lulu, which, despite one's own considerable prowess, heavily relies on the support skill in the current meta, which favors soft supports. The player known as Jesai's, though not widely recognized, has faced Uzi on numerous occasions and possesses considerable talent. In the mid lane, while Cassiopeia serves as a significant core, her effectiveness is contingent upon proper development and support from teammates. Without mobility, Cassiopeia is particularly vulnerable to being ambushed by Malzahar. As for the top lane, it is needless to say that Renekton is widely regarded as Riven's counter. In terms of burst damage and durability, Riven finds herself at a distinct disadvantage. A one-on-one scenario in the top lane is decidedly unfavorable, with a typical expectation of a 73-27 split. A sense of impending doom looms over the bottom lane. Uzi mused quietly. Malzahar is adept at pushing lanes rapidly and excels at early game tempo control, with Caitlyn in the bottom lane. They are evidently aiming for a swift turret siege. The most dreaded scenario in any lane is when, before the engagement even begins, one finds oneself already at a disadvantage. How does one navigate the game when faced with a constant onslaught of 4 or 3 opponents at the turret? It is exceedingly difficult for an ADC to mount any resistance before they have fully developed. Relying on the top laner is precarious. Regardless of whether Uzi has such a habit, the opposing top lane features the extraordinary SE, who made a name for himself during the S6 World Championship. Although they lost in the finals, he continues to be heralded by Riot as the world's premier top laner. This bears a striking resemblance to Uzi, as the phrase world's number one uttered by a certain streaming emperor aptly applies to SE. Nevertheless, despite the jesting, SE's landing prowess during this period is undeniably exceptional. Moreover, he has managed to secure a matchup against Renekton as Riven. SE certainly possesses an audacious spirit. Within the EDG club, upon witnessing the starting items that SE purchased, the coach couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. It is universally acknowledged that Renekton holds the advantage over Riven. From level 3 until approximately the 20th minute, Renekton consistently maintains pressure against Riven, as Riven's burst and tankiness are inferior during this time frame. Typically, Renekton players opt for a long sword and 3 health potions to ensure their health in the early levels, or at the very least, a Doran's shield along with a health potion. As long as they remain steady, once Renekton enters his power spike, he can easily dominate Riven. The opposing composition features the classic tower diving kill combination of Elise and Renekton. However, upon arriving at the lane, it was surprising to find that both Riven and Renekton had chosen Doran's blade and a health potion as their starting items. Should I just go for the blue buff and then head to the top lane for a gank? The coach suggested. Unbeknownst to him, due to the 3 games played yesterday, he had subconsciously shifted his focus to a white-centric lane strategy, with the level 2 gank route unexpectedly morphing into a level 2 gank at the top. No need, just proceed with your normal jungle route. Keep an eye on the spider for me. Faced with the coach's rather absurd idea, I felt somewhat speechless. If you were on the red side and ganked at level 1 from red buff, it might actually yield results. But on the blue side, a level 2 gank at the top means you'll only have time to clear the blue buff, right? At 1 minute and 30 seconds, the minion waves met. Before the waves collided, Riven had already expended a segment of her Q ability. Riven's Q. The cooldown for Riven's Q ability begins as soon as it is cast, if each segment of the Q is released at the very last moment. The cooldown for Riven's Q will become remarkably short. Although this little technique may seem insignificant, it proves to be quite beneficial during the early stages of pushing lanes and securing a second level. As the melee minions of both sides converged, SE maneuvered his crocodile hero closer. The crocodile, a champion with a crucial dependency on rage, requires at least 50 rage points to exert pressure on his adversaries. At the moment the crocodile engaged a minion, Riven suddenly sprang into action, wielding her great sword with remarkable swiftness, unleashing 2 consecutive Q skills upon the crocodile. Such rapid execution of the Q ability left Southie slightly taken aback. He was well acquainted with Riven and felt incapable of replicating the fluidity of movement himself. The cancellation of Riven's Q skill animation was nearly imperceptible. However, in response to this harassment, SE, well-versed in such exchanges, swiftly retaliated with a Q skill, trading blows before strategically retreating. In the intricate dance of melee champions, the paramount objective is to manipulate attack ranges while ensuring not to draw the ire of minions. Inflicting even a slight additional auto-attack upon the opponent can significantly heighten the pressure. This includes the delicate maneuvering to avoid being positioned within the minion's attack range. Failing to do so equates to relinquishing the opportunity to secure the second level. As the skirmish continued, SE found himself unceremoniously struck by a basic attack and inadvertently positioned near the ranged minions. Just then, Riven's SQ skill became available once more. With a decisive Q ability, she ignited the confrontation. Indeed, the summoner spell chosen by the white-haired Riven was Ignite. In the realm of competitive play, it is exceedingly rare. Yet Riven, as a champion, must opt for Ignite, particularly when facing Renekton. The moment Ignite was deployed, SE instantly realized that engaging in battle was ill-advised. However, having faced numerous adept Riven players in casual matches, he was intimately familiar with this matchup. With deft control, Renekton executed a basic attack before retreating. Positioned near the ranged minions, Riven's assault on Renekton prompted the minions to redirect their attacks. Unfazed, Bai completed his two-part Q skill and made his way toward the upper lane's brush, evading minion aggro. After this exchange, Renekton's health dwindled to just over 170, while Riven still retained half of hers. Without hesitation, he consumed a health potion. SE's performance in the previous skirmish was remarkably composed, even without utilizing Renekton's Q skill. Under the effect of Ignite, had he used his empowered Q, his landing phase would have been severely compromised. Relying on his empowered Q, SE boldly moved forward, baiting an attack. However, upon witnessing Renekton's return, Bai could not help but smile faintly. At this juncture, the minion wave, due to Riven's skills in the previous wave's redirection, had approached the edge of SE's brush. The second wave of minions arrived shortly after a tense standoff between the two champions. As the minions advanced, Bai targeted a full health minion, landing 3 successive hits, while Renekton closed in, seemingly aiming to utilize his empowered Q to damage as many units as possible, pushing the wave back. Cowardice? Those who play carry-type top lane champions scarcely comprehend the essence of timidity. Securing level 2 is imperative whenever the opportunity arises. To have the chance yet shy away from confrontation would render one a mere freeloader. Furthermore, last year, SE had decisively bested professional players from around the globe, his arrogance and confidence reaching unprecedented heights. Both champions possessed only their Q skills, and they had both cooled down, with their health neither in a favorable state. The victor would be the one to seize level 2 first and unleash a devastating combo. The two players approached one another with an almost instinctual understanding. Renekton launched a sudden attack, his mighty weapon swinging fiercely, damaging the 3 frontline minions, and he secured them all with an empowered Q, simultaneously. Riven executed her first part of Blade of the Exile, eliminating the frontline minions while simultaneously striking down a minion that was out of her attack range. No. He reached level 2 before me. SE's eyelids flickered, and he quickly realized the discrepancy. He recalled how Riven had drawn the minions' fire during their initial skirmish, causing a brief 2-second window where his minions lost health while hers did not. This led to the ultimate experience gap in the minion count. Realizing the gravity of the situation, SE hastily attempted to retreat. Yet, Riven had already illuminated with the glow of a level up, augmenting her health and attack power. Regrettably, it was too late to escape. Bai executed another Q and struck Renekton, prompting SE to immediately flash away. Unfortunately, this had been anticipated by Bai, who executed a Q flash. Riven's third Q sent Renekton airborne, perfectly predicting his retreating position. With the additional mobility from the third Q, Riven positioned herself slightly ahead of Renekton. There exists a collision between hero units, akin to how one might get obstructed by minions. Renekton awkwardly sidestepped, simultaneously receiving a basic attack from Riven. In retaliation, he swiftly learned W, uttering its chilling incantation. Renekton was instantly stunned in place. After executing his combo, Renekton, having consumed health potions and regained some health from his Q, was left with a mere sliver of life. However, Riven's seemingly preemptive Q flash had momentarily disrupted his positioning. Riven's final strike descended upon him. First blood. The sudden system announcement left the inhabitants of the Summoner's Rift in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, the second wave of minions had just arrived, and most were either engaged in jungle activities or hastening their movements. Gazing towards the top lane, one could see that the crocodile lay defeated before the turret, while Riven still retained nearly half her health. Could it be that Riven had single-handedly vanquished the crocodile? The mid laner, Faker, was taken aback by the news from the top lane. After all, this was SE, a team currently ranked first in the world. Although this ranking might be somewhat exaggerated, it was undeniable that among all the top laners across various regions, their position within the top 3 was indisputable. Had he been careless? Faker inquired in the chat box. Despite this merely being a ranked match, the quality of the game remained exceptionally high. Professional players often engage in casual play during ranked games. Yet when faced with a high-caliber matchup, they tend to play with utmost seriousness, as such opportunities for training are rare. Following that solitary kill, being questioned by Faker, one of the most renowned figures in the LCK, left SE feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon reflecting on the details of the recent defeat, he recalled the precise moment he ignited the line to pressure the crocodile with his red rage Q, followed by a Q flash to predictively reposition himself while landing an additional auto attack. The early exchanges, where he was struck by multiple auto attacks, all culminated in that fateful kill. If this was not mere happenstance but rather a series of meticulous maneuvers, it was indeed formidable. Had he been careless, he should have opted for a long sword and 3 health potions. In the face of the LCK's elder statesman, even if SE's prowess matched that of Faker, there was a need for an explanation. Yet, deep down, he understood that this bout was not merely a matter of choosing a longsword and 3 potions. While the 3 health potions could enhance his sustainability, without the 80 health provided by the Doran's blade during the skirmish, Riven could have avoided 2 instances of auto-attack damage. What good would 3 health potions do? Had he adhered to his previous strategy, even with 10 health potions, he would have met the same fate, as one could only benefit from a single health potion buff at a time. Theoretically superior maneuvers were never a consideration for SE. If one were to discuss theory, the crocodile should have dominated Riven. Such hindsight was utterly futile. In the top lane, there is no room for chance, especially in high-stakes matches. It was evident that every detail of that encounter had been meticulously calculated by Riven. Wow, that's impressive. A level 1 solo kill on SE. Upon hearing the excitement from the top lane, the coach, with palpable enthusiasm, turned to observe, his exuberant voice resonating throughout the training room. Fortunately, it was still relatively early, and the training facility was sparsely populated. It was now level 2. White, however, remained remarkably composed, subtly correcting the coach's error while continuing to push the minion wave forward. He then retreated to the brush in the top lane to recall, just as the enemy turret illuminated with a teleport light. This wave of solo kills did not yield much, merely a modest gain of 400 gold. Both champions had exhausted their summoner spells, yet due to the presence of teleport, SE did not suffer any lane disadvantage. Upon returning to base, without a moment's hesitation, he purchased 2 longswords, forsaking both vision wards and potions, thereby maximizing his combat potential for the upcoming skirmish. When he returned to lane, he feigned a sense of stability, signaling for an ambush. After acquiring this new set of equipment, Bai immediately called for support from the jungler. Understood, just follow my lead, the jungler replied with newfound confidence. You see, there is indeed a place for his role as a jungler. Despite the fact that they had queued together, Bai's solo kill in lane was perplexing. Shouldn't they have transformed into a formidable duo, pressuring their opponents and leaving them seething with frustration? In stark contrast to Bai's Riven, SE's performance appeared rather dismal. Upon returning home and teleporting back, he could only afford a few health potions. Nevertheless, he sensed a glimmer of opportunity. With potions in hand and Riven equipped solely with offensive items, he believed that, with skillful execution, he could overturn the initial disadvantage in the top lane. To be honest, he harbored a slight fear of Riven returning with long swords and a cloth armor along with potions. If that were the case, he would truly be in dire straits. Although both had burned their summoner spells, Riven's Ignite cooldown was significantly shorter than the teleport. Having used Ignite during the initial skirmish, her second Ignite would surely be ready soon. It is well known that the top lane is the most conducive to snowballing. Currently, the minion wave was pushing back, and by seizing the opportunity to trade blows with Riven, he could gradually establish an advantage. With the support of a wave of minions, SE's Renekton continually sought to engage Riven. The execution of Renekton's damage-free combos was something every player knew, yet SE was clearly not content with mere basics. If Riven utilized her E-skill to mitigate some of the damage, then trading blows would not be in his favor. As his skills entered a cooldown phase, Riven would have the chance to counterattack, rendering such an approach unwise. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded in the top lane. Despite having been solo killed, SE was now pushing the minion wave forward, actively seeking opportunities to trade blows with Riven. Meanwhile, Riven, who had previously secured a kill at level 1, was behaving cautiously, waiting for the minions to reach the tower to secure last hits. Was she being overly cautious, perhaps waiting for Ignite? Noticing this sudden shift in Riven's strategy, SE felt a twinge of concern. The absence of potions alongside the 2 long swords clearly indicated a plan for an aggressive all-in. If his assumptions were correct, Riven would strike as soon as her Ignite was off cooldown at level 6. However, to his dismay, he was mistaken. Suddenly, The previously steady Riven advanced boldly towards Renekton. Almost simultaneously, a Lee Sin emerged from behind her. This is indeed a retreat line, situated quite a distance from the crocodile's own defensive tower. Alas, this individual is merely putting on an act. A classic Korean exclamation. As soon as the blind monk appeared, SE realized he had been deceived. Riven's performance was strikingly convincing. His mind was preoccupied with how to maneuver once Riven reached level 6. Subsequently, the blind monk approached from behind to engage him. With determination, Riven executed a combination of skills: E, forward, followed by A, then Q, dance of blades, A, again, and W, roar of the slayer. In an instant, Riven unleashed a brief yet potent assault. Seizing the moment of Riven's W, stun, the blind monk promptly unleashed 2 segments of Q, aimed directly at the crocodile. Sei instinctively attempted to utilize 2 segments of E to escape the blind monk's grasp. However, Riven seemed to anticipate his intentions. As she executed her first segment of E, she simultaneously unleashed the second segment of Q. Rather than pursuing a rapid Q, A output, she opted for a continuous chain, culminating in the third segment of Q that launched the crocodile skyward. The crocodile's second displacement was abruptly interrupted by Riven. The so-called lightspeed Q, A, approach for high-level Riven players, merely serves as a means to deliver damage swiftly. However, it is not always essential to greedily pursue that marginal damage. The most exhilarating aspect of the game League of Legends lies in predicting the opponent's movements and employing one's skills to interrupt them. A prime example being Thresh predictive hook followed by flash. The crocodile, whose displacement was thwarted, resembled a defenseless youngling awaiting slaughter. The blind monk, in tandem with Riven's basic attacks, relentlessly pursued and eliminated the crocodile. There was no escape. Within a mere few minutes, the crocodile had succumbed to defeat twice, expending both teleport and flash in the process. With this setback, he will undoubtedly suffer losses of at least 2 additional waves of minions. In this instance, the crocodile has transformed into its juvenile form. However, while the manager is preoccupied with tasks in the top lane, the opposing team, XG, remains relentless. They executed 2 relentless ambushes, one resulting in the loss of the Serpent Woman's flash, and the other leading to her untimely demise. The LG player is proving to be quite vexatious. How could they manage to eliminate a mid laner? Witnessing the mid lane ambush, the manager, somewhat irritated, scratched his head. Although their Serpent Woman is merely an amateur, the opponents are top-tier professionals like Faker and XG. Yet, considering it was an early-game Malzahar, how could he fall prey without reliable crowd control? No matter, the opposing mid and jungle champions primarily deal AP damage. The Grasshopper's damage output is insufficient against them. I calmly reassured the manager. In this scene, she appears to be the most steadfast elder among the group, while the factory director seems more akin to a newcomer. The peculiar sense of disparity left the factory manager feeling somewhat disoriented. Indeed, our prowess in the bottom lane remains formidable. Facing a combination of Lulu and Jhin, we still hold an advantage in last hitting. The factory manager scratched his head, engaging in idle chatter. However, this time, I did not respond, and the training room was suddenly enveloped in an awkward atmosphere. Meanwhile, Sei, who was also situated in his training room playing ranked matches, found himself in an equally uncomfortable situation. Fortunately, this was the first ranked game after waking up, and his teammates appeared to be preoccupied with their meals, sparing him the embarrassment of being seen as he struggled against Riven while playing as Renekton. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have faced a torrent of ridicule. After dying twice in quick succession, Renekton found himself in a rather precarious position. Now, he could only await a misstep from Riven or hope for assistance from his teammates. If the opposition did not offer any opportunities, he might not find a chance to turn the tide in this match. Perhaps it was time to venture into the mid lane. Soon, Sei shifted his focus towards the mid lane. The opposing Cassiopeia had no flash, and the minion wave in his top lane was not pushing anytime soon. Seizing an opportunity to ambush in the mid lane seemed like a prudent choice. Even if he failed to secure a kill, Renekton's 2-part E and Q skills could potentially allow him to siphon some experience from Faker. Such was the nature of skilled players, particularly those who favored individual carry potential, often seeking overt opportunities to gain from their teammates. Economic advantage was essential for carrying the game. Arriving in the jungle brush of the mid lane, Cassiopeia had respawned and returned to her lane. Observing this situation, Sei promptly pinged XG and indicated that there was vision at the blue buff entrance. Being a professional player, XG immediately understood Sei's intentions and positioned himself in a spot with vision opposite the blue buff, deliberately exposing himself to the enemy. Upon noticing XG's spider position, Cassiopeia instinctively gravitated towards the upper half of the map, leaving no chances. Sei emerged directly from the upper brush, initiating with an EAWA combo, and coordinated with Malzahar to execute a well-timed positioning and auto-attack sequence, ultimately building enough rage to unleash a QE combo that secured a kill in the mid lane. As all of this unfolded, Renekton graciously assisted Faker by pushing 2 waves of minions towards the enemy tower. Although being so overtly opportunistic for experience was slightly irksome, witnessing Sei's struggles in the top lane silenced any grievances. After being ganked twice in succession, Cassiopeia's mindset began to fray, prompting her to activate all chat and unleash a barrage of expletive-laden Korean insults. The advantage of bystanders lies in their ability to hurl insults without the fear of suspension or fines, and as a native South Korean, they remain unscathed by account bans. At worst, they can only utilize a limited number of messages. The player simply chose to block the opposing player's messages. The preceding string of Korean text was an insult directed at him. Had he retaliated, the penalties would have been substantial. Who would willingly forfeit their finances? As the clock struck 6 minutes and 20 seconds, Malzahar ascended to level 6, utilizing his flash to ensnare the Seraphine with his ultimate ability, subsequently executing a swift combination with XG, resulting in Seraphine's demise. The mid lane disadvantage rapidly began to proliferate. I find myself at a loss for words regarding this mid laner. The enemy was on the verge of reaching level 6 and still possessed their flash, yet our mid laner, lacking their own flash, hesitated in fear. Witnessing yet another death in the mid lane, Uzi in the bot lane felt a growing sense of frustration. He had been consistently feeding Faker and XG, and soon the spider's damage would become overwhelming. Simultaneously, the jungler, known as the factory manager, shared similar sentiments. Once the mid lane is obliterated, the jungler becomes the next target. Regardless of whether one is clearing the top or bottom jungle, the opposing mid laner holds lane control and can assist in invasions. When approaching the upper half of the map, the situation is manageable, given that Riven maintains a significant advantage. However, once venturing into the lower jungle, the pressure exerted by Lulu and Caitlyn in lane is formidable. Uzi, while not at a severe disadvantage, also lacks any notable advantages. Moreover, Lulu is an exceptionally formidable champion in small-scale team fights. Could Seraphine not play more cautiously? Ultimately, the factory manager could no longer contain his frustration, were it not for the presence of Bai, a girl beside him. He likely would have erupted in expletives similar to Uzi. Men tend to adopt a more refined demeanor in the company of women, and the same applies to women in the presence of men. Just as the factory manager was about to seek Bai's perspective on this mid laner for some camaraderie, a killing spree echoed forth. At that moment, Riven in the top lane was heard rampaging. Another solo kill had been achieved. Essie's grip on the mouse tightened, watching as Riven, with but a sliver of health, successfully evaded the tower's onslaught. After 3 consecutive deaths, XG, who was diligently controlling the map in mid lane, showed no mercy towards SE, expressing his displeasure by placing a question mark over the corpse of the enemy, indicating that the adversary had vanished. League of Legends possesses an intriguing dynamic, where the same symbol can convey entirely different meanings under varying circumstances. For instance, Uzi, witnessing the confrontation in the top lane, sent a question mark to Riven. Undoubtedly, this represents the utmost admiration that the game League of Legends holds for its teammates. However, the same question mark that XG directed towards SE evokes a sense of irritation and embarrassment, though merely a simple question mark. SE could almost envision XG's scornful demeanor from across the internet. In an instant, the chat box of the red team grew desolate. Yet, one cannot entirely blame XG. Despite their relentless efforts, the top lane continued to be overwhelmed. Wasn't that rather comical? After all, they were playing Aatrox against Fiora, a matchup typically in their favor. Being caught out in the second wave was one thing, but to be solo killed at level 1 and then tower dived again at level 6, what was the point? Apologies were in order, as SE clearly recognized XG's identity, and indeed, they had faltered in this match, leaving no room for justification. After expressing a word of regret, SE redirected their focus towards the lane. It appeared that this Riven was rather formidable. Rumor had it that the top player currently ranked first in the national server had trialed for EDG. Observing the top lane, SE noted with dismay that they were being thoroughly suppressed by Riven, having fallen behind by 17 minions just after hitting level 6, almost double the count. This could partly be attributed to the pressure brought by the jungler, as overwhelming the opponent in lane was a significant feat furthermore. The jungler's entrance indicated a clear strategy centered around aiding the top lane. If this top player was indeed the prodigy rumored to be trialing for EDG, it would make sense. SE pondered why Kai had not provided assistance to the bot lane, eager to assess this player's capabilities. Perhaps in the future, they would face off in professional competitions. Frankly, since Season 7 commenced, Uzi felt that his professional career had not regressed due to age. Rather, his dominance had progressively intensified. Should this top player maintain such prowess, they would likely emerge as Uzi's most formidable rival over the next 2 to 3 years. It remained uncertain how the seasoned professionals would react when this highly anticipated top player finally graced the offline stage, especially the likes of St. Gunnar. Having faced consecutive defeats in ranked matches, and subsequently entering a training match against EDG, only to be further bested by the Snake team. The situation for St. Gunnar was dire. It was unfathomable how he would feel upon discovering that the one who had so thoroughly trounced him was merely a young girl. Following a series of aggressive tower dives, SE's top lane had effectively crumbled. Shortly thereafter, XG's upper jungle began to fall apart as well. Although the jungler, known as the Director, often faced ridicule for his Lee Sin, his skills were undeniably impressive. Meanwhile, Faker, providing support from the mid lane as Malzahar, returned home and, without hesitation, procured a pair of Mercury treads. Given that Aatrox had already faltered, and with the opponent's champions being AP with crowd control, when Riven entered the jungle after pushing the wave, both Faker and XG had no intention of mounting any resistance. Thus, Minkai found himself at ease once more. Having invested in several waves of assistance in the early game, he now felt emboldened to confidently invade the enemy jungle. His greed led him to acquire a small Tiamat, enhancing his efficiency in this incursion. The complete surrender of the upper quadrant indicated that the Rift Herald, a crucial map resource, was now entirely theirs. The gameplay in this Season 7 meta leans heavily towards a conservative strategy. If the bot lane has not concluded by the 14th minute, the duo lane will refrain from engaging in skirmishes in the upper half. An exception arises only if the bot lane has lost their first tower early on, compelling the dominant side to shift their attention to mid lane, thereby allowing the ADC to potentially join the Rift Herald team fight. They successfully secured the Rift Herald, and the jungler made a decisive choice to accelerate the pace by heading to the upper lane. A swift tower dive, bolstered by the Herald, resulted in the destruction of both the first and second towers, along with the capture of several enemy champions. The exhilarating rhythm of explosive jungle gameplay has finally allowed the coach to comprehend what it truly means to adopt a top lane-centric strategy. Subsequently, a series of lane swaps commenced, systematically dismantling the opposition. Leveraging Riven's advantages, the team swiftly secured all 3 outer towers of the enemy. The female police officer on the opposing side found the situation utterly perplexing, as she played a champion designed for a tower-pushing strategy. She wondered how her team had yet to gain momentum while the enemy dismantled 3 of her outer towers. Subsequently, the standard 4-1 split push commenced. Due to the absence of teleportation, Riven consistently applied pressure in the top lane. Faced with such an exceptionally fed Riven, who had also acquired the Water Silver shoes, the opposing team felt an overwhelming reluctance to engage, lacking the necessary resources to do so. However, witnessing Riven repeatedly exerting pressure on the top lane's high ground, the red team ultimately resolved to take a desperate gamble and confront Riven. As the match unfolded, Faker's Malzahar swiftly utilized his flash and ultimate to ensnare Riven, setting the stage for his allies to unleash their damage. However, by the mid-game, the damage output from the ADC was notably insufficient. With Malzahar's suppression concluded, Riven executed a perfect limit RW flash, stunning 2 opponents instantaneously. Before the enemy support, Lulu, could cast any spells, Riven, wielding her empowered blade, swiftly dispatched the fragile support. Faced with this extraordinarily powerful Riven, the red team found themselves at a loss, as one player single-handedly felled the ADC amid 4 adversaries. The pace of support in high-level matches is remarkably rapid. Riven eliminated the opposing bot lane duo, leaving behind a struggling Renekton, a Malzahar without his ultimate, and a Spider who thrived in team fights. Soon, teammates, under the acceleration of Sivir's ultimate, pursued and eliminated the remaining 3 opponents, culminating in a decisive push that dismantled the red team's nexus. As the game concluded, Minkai gazed at the screen, lost in contemplation. Riven, 904, Lee Sin, January 2nd, 11. Judging by the statistics, it was undeniable that Riven dominated the battlefield, while Lee Sin's kills were fewer than his deaths. His 11 assists reflected his commendable contributions in the jungle. A jungler's high participation in team fights signifies their effectiveness and timely support, rather than being a lone wolf in the jungle. Wait, wasn't I supposed to aspire to be the world's #1 jungler? Am I not the elder brother within EDG, guiding newcomers to climb ranks? How is it that I seem to be the one being carried? Reflecting on the entire game, the coach quickly discerned the source of his unease. Wasn't he meant to elevate the rookies? Why then had he become the one being lifted? The most bewildering aspect was that he had been carried by a woman. Throughout the match, he had adhered to the commands of his female teammate, even finding the gameplay quite comfortable, allowing for continual invasions of the enemy jungle. This simply would not do. It would be utterly humiliating if others were to witness it. He had once been one of the top players in the nation, and now he found himself clinging to another's coattails. You haven't closed the game interface. Hurry and queue for another match. A voice interrupted his thoughts. The cool, youthful tone jolted the coach back to reality. All right, let's continue. He nodded, instinctively clicking for another game, rejoining his teammate's squad. What? Clinging to another success again? It was no joke. If it meant climbing ranks, why not? After all, it was merely a case of being carried by a woman, while some players would struggle even on their knees to gain ranks. Furthermore, the club had expectations regarding their rank points, with higher scores leading to higher salaries. Indeed, men are fickle creatures. Just moments ago, he had pondered how he could be carried by a woman, and now he was eagerly queuing for another match alongside her. However, despite the duo queue, he was resolute in his intention to perform admirably and exhibit a flawless display of skill. Instantly, Minkai switched into his Dark Kai mode. Alas, in this second match, he was not pitted against a formidable opponent like SE. The opposing team consisted merely of an ordinary Korean server player, who was easily outmatched by Bai's prowess. Before the 8-minute mark, the enemy top laner had already lost the will to confront his lane opponent. The final scoreboard read, Riven, by 21-3-2, Lee Sin, Minkai June 1st, 13. Those familiar with Minkai's former fans would recognize that Riven was once one of his signature champions. However, with age, he had put this champion aside. It was not that she was weak, but rather that she demanded an exceptional level of skill, which often left his hands aching after a few games. By choosing Riven, he was clearly determined to carry this match. How are you securing kills so rapidly? Minkai inquired, somewhat frustrated. Bai pondered seriously before responding with a hint of confusion. These Korean server players are as foolish as pigs. Isn't it easy to kill them? Minkai fell into silence. Bai's comment left him speechless, as he too was accustomed to engaging in back-and-forth battles within the Korean server. Although he considered himself among the more skilled players, he could not guarantee a flawless performance every match. Bai's taunt seemed to stretch the truth a bit too far. After all, these were Korean server players. None of them were inept. The difference lay in varying degrees of skill, with some being merely strong, while others were extraordinarily proficient. Meanwhile, during the second match, the EDG team members awoke, washed up, and, after having their breakfast and lunch, arrived at the training room. Bai's remark about Korean server players being as foolish as pigs resonated clearly among the 5 present. What about the others? Many of them were still navigating through the master ranks. Initially, they had envied Minkai for duo queuing with the only female member of the team. However, upon witnessing the scoreboard, their envy swiftly evaporated. Being carried by a girl was hardly a matter of pride, especially for professional players. The pressure was immense. While other players were being carried by female teammates, the fear of being obliterated in a match, even once, by the opposing team was palpable. The pain of such an experience would be excruciating. This is the Korean server, where various professional players and remarkable casual gamers coexist. Even if you are the world's top jungler, it is not inconceivable to be defeated. Therefore, prior to the commencement of the practice match, the captain remained utterly focused, not allowing his mind to wander for even a moment, maintaining an intense state of concentration throughout. Consequently, the atmosphere between Bai and the captain during their duo queue is rather peculiar. Sweet and affectionate, filled with laughter. Such notions are far from reality. Bai is inherently not adept at conversation, often remaining silent throughout an entire match. The captain, too, due to his excessive focus, found little inclination to engage in dialogue. The peculiarly strange atmosphere prompted the other members of the EDG club to silently commence their ranked matches. When the coach, Nof, entered the training room, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of everyone diligently focusing on their games in complete silence. Typically, when this group engages in ranked matches, Especially in the absence of a live broadcast, they unleash a torrent of colorful language, far more outrageous than what one might encounter in an internet CAF. After all, in an internet CAF, one must still consider the presence of unfamiliar individuals. However, within the training room, given their close camaraderie, what pretense is necessary? Thus, the ranked training persisted for 2 hours. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it was time for EDG to engage in their customary training matches with other teams. At long last, the factory director managed to escape the clutches of Bai, vowing never to duo queue with him again. Thus, during the 2-hour break after the training match, Abu summoned Bai. With the contract signed, the next step was to take the promotional photos. Naturally, these photos would not be taken inside the club, but rather at the competition venue, a process I am quite familiar with, having participated in 2 matches myself. One at the LGD venue in Hangzhou and the other at the Taizong VPSN, where the makeup and promotional shots were conducted in designated areas of the venue. Upon arriving at the competition venue on the club's bus, the makeup artist was already prepared. I must admit, Bai's appearance is truly striking. After a simple application of makeup, he looked even more adorable. As is customary, several photos were taken with nearly identical poses, and the entire process lasted no more than 10 minutes. The edited versions of these photos will likely be available by tomorrow. Miss Bai, why not try on that smallest short-sleeved shirt? Suggested a girl who appeared to be a staff member, approaching with an ordinary EDG team uniform in hand. There is nothing on it except for the emblem of EDG. The players typically do not wear it, as it is mostly intended for fans or sold as merchandise. Bai remained unaware that the shoot had concluded, mistakenly thinking that there would be more to come, so she took the team jersey to the changing room and put on the short-sleeve shirt. The moment she stepped out of the changing room, the young lady's eyes sparkled with excitement. She quickly approached Bai, inquiring about how to pose specifically. Bai, wearing an expression of helplessness and confusion, gazed at the young lady. Consequently, the young lady took it upon herself to assist Bai in striking an exceedingly adorable pose, and promptly captured a delightful photograph from a low angle. In the image, Bai resembled someone who had secretly donned her brother's short-sleeve shirt, revealing a deliberately charming demeanor upon being discovered. It conveyed a sense of awareness of her own cuteness as she struck that pose. Later that evening, EDG's official Weibo account posted an announcement. After extensive discussions among the coaching staff and players, by EDG, Bai was officially included in the roster of the EDG Sports Club, representing the League of Legends division as the starting top laner for the LPL. Accompanying this was an outline image of Bai. EDG, being cautious, refrained from revealing Bai's identity too soon, as it would undoubtedly attract criticism across the internet. It would be far more enticing to conquer the audience in a match on the day of the competition. A crowd of onlookers gathered below the post. In truth, whispers about Bai's recent tryouts had already begun to circulate. After all, there are no secrets that remain hidden. Rumors had been rampant regarding the recommendation of the #1 top laner in the national server to EDG. At this particular juncture, EDG unexpectedly announced the introduction of a complete newcomer to replace the position of use, which naturally led everyone to speculate. Has a substitution taken place in the top lane? Has EDG finally discerned the optimal strategy? It is rumored that this new recruit boasts an extraordinarily high win rate and has ascended to the pinnacle of the national server. Could this herald an unprecedented rise for EDG? However, one might question the significance of being the top player in the national server. The previous genius who dominated the Korean server is still absent from LPL. Indeed, after such a long hiatus, Godv's return to the competitive arena merely to participate in relegation matches raises skepticism. The notion of a casual player should be dismissed, especially when considering the so-called national server champion. Upon recent scrutiny, it appears that the individual who claimed the top national rank has predominantly played a select few champions, with no sign of the formidable champion, Malphite. To the individual above, do not fret. EDG will undoubtedly ensure the newcomer masters Malphite. My suggestion would be to consider transferring the top laner to RNG, as they might prove to be slightly more competent than Let. Wait a moment, did you not notice a peculiar detail? The official account merely released a silhouette, with not a single photograph in sight. It is astonishing that EDG's promotional material contains no visuals of the newcomer, only a vague outline. Moreover, this outline has elicited laughter among netizens, as it appears to depict someone of diminutive stature, seemingly no taller than 1.4 meters. Regrettably, this may reflect the reality of the newcomer's height. It is fortunate that no photographs were published, for I fear the backlash could be overwhelming. Observing the myriad of sardonic comments beneath EDG's announcement, Abu is reassured that his decision was prudent. Even without a photograph, opinions regarding the newcomer remain mixed. Had it been revealed that a female player was joining, I suspect the comments would lack any words of encouragement. After all, within the realms of the national and Korean servers, the representation of female players achieving such heights is dismally low. When news emerged of a female player not only reaching the apex of a national server, but also joining a professional team, it was undoubtedly monumental. One can only imagine the vicious interpretations that would ensue regarding EDG's motives for recruiting her, with insinuations of her being a mere distraction or flower vase. Nevertheless, this matter cannot remain concealed for long. Abu is acutely aware that allowing Bai to join EDG comes with the inevitability of facing public scrutiny. As long as they can manage the flow of information until the match day, they might navigate the situation without incident. The question arises, when will she officially grace the competitive stage? Abu inquired of Nof. The sooner Bai can take to the professional arena, the better for their standing. After all, notifying the League of player details cannot disguise Bai's gender, and photographs have already been submitted to the League. It is only a matter of time before an insider leaks information. In truth, her skills could allow her to debut in the next match. They have already scrimmaged with several teams, yielding favorable results. Nof, however, harbors fewer concerns than Abu. He recognizes that EDG's performance is steadily improving. Shall we select a less formidable opponent for her debut? I recall a match against VG in the upcoming schedule. Perhaps we could let her play there? Abu pondered, scratching his head as he sought Nof's opinion. I personally see no issue with this, but if you wish to mitigate public opinion, it would be wise to choose a team that is relatively weaker yet still possesses a solid overall performance. Nof, while not overly invested in club affairs, offered this candid suggestion. But targeting a team like VG, LPL audiences are not naive. They will see through any attempts to inflate statistics against weaker teams. Would that simply be a case of facing O or SS? Abu contemplated, envisioning these two teams. O was relatively strong in 2017, with the top laner Shi Young being a standout among domestic players. The mid laner icon, despite later struggles, had once enjoyed moments of brilliance. While the bottom lane boasted a heavyweight contender, among domestic ADCs, few could rival Uzi, with SC being a notable exception. As for SS, there is no need to elaborate. Just yesterday, they were thoroughly defeated in a scrimmage, with the flamboyant support player being trounced, leading him to opt for two lesser champions, only to be outperformed by Bai. The bottom lane S Crystal, once hailed as a prodigy, had challenged Uzi's dominance but suffered severe injuries during a BO10 match, leading to his hospitalization post-game. Thus, should we not confront SS? After all, Bai has already faced off against the flamboyant support player, so a match against SS would remain a safe bet. Abu concluded, choosing to forego a challenge against SC in favor of the already familiar SS. Very well, the match against SS is indeed approaching. In the ensuing days, Bai continued her routine of ranked matches and scrimmages. Initially, EDG struggled to adapt, but gradually, familiarity set in, and communication during scrimmages increased. Of course, their language became more civilized, avoiding instances where the in-game microphone would be filled with beeps during crucial moments. The rapid camaraderie among team members stemmed from their consistent victories. With Bai's arrival, they decimated opponents in recent scrimmages, even overcoming the formidable RNG with a record of 2 wins to 1 loss. The persistent issue of EDG's bottom lane being dominated by Uzi loomed large, with ZT consistently falling behind by over 40 minions within 20 minutes. Although Bai's south top lane performance was equally dominant, ADC ultimately becomes the core in the mid to late game, where team compositions and decisions reign supreme. Despite the loss of one match, the team atmosphere within EDG remained unaffected. Losing and winning in practice matches is entirely normal. No team can sustain a perpetual winning streak. On Saturday, within EDG's training room, the game reached the 37th minute. Can we secure this? There's a vision behind. I can eliminate their ADC. Engage, engage. I'm initiating the fight. Look out for Lulu. Nice. In a chaotic team fight, the jungler initiated with a decisive move on the opposing support, Lulu. The exuberant jungler's voice resembled a pig's squeal, yet it was infectious. Bai, seizing the moment, teleported to the rear, effortlessly slicing through the opposing carries and securing a magnificent quadra kill. Excellent. Remarkable. The members of EDG were adorned with radiant smiles. After a period of adjustment, they had become accustomed to being carried by the top lane, and they were all captivated by Bai's individual prowess. In their recent practice match, they faced the LCK team, P. Although this team lacked notoriety, They had participated in the Intercontinental Championship in 2017, ranking among the top 4 in LCK, against the elite LCK top laner. By consistently dominated the landing phase, accumulating nearly double the opponent's minion kills and executing 2 solo kills under the enemy tower with Fiora. It was astonishing that the opposing team allowed Fiora to be picked 3 times in a row. One could surmise that their top laner had been summoned for a private discussion with the coach after such repeated oversight. The mere thought of the enemy team repeatedly permitting Fiora to be chosen brought an uncontrollable smile to the captain's face. Bai's Fiora was simply formidable. Much like Uzi's Vayne, Faker's LeBlanc, the captain's Graves, and the Shy's Vladimir, it seemed that whenever he selected her, he became the center of attention on the battlefield. These champions were the signature picks of elite professional players. The crucial distinction lies in the fact that champions like Vayne, LeBlanc, Graves, and Vladimir come with certain constraints and cannot be picked in every composition. However, Fiora is a champion that Bai could select at any moment. If she is available, he would seize her without hesitation. Picking Fiora as a priority once or twice could be deemed as unfamiliarity from the opponents. Yet regardless of the various top laners or teams faced, Bai's Fiora remained an insurmountable threat. Initially, the EDG players were more focused on Bai's gender. However, after spending time together, they realized that it was his skill that truly commanded attention. Now, all 4 team members, including the coach, seem to have become Bai's admirers, with the captain and scout frequently gravitating towards the top lane. It appeared that whenever they approached, victory in skirmishes in the upper side of the map was assured. Occasionally, when Scout found himself at a disadvantage in lane, he would head to the top lane, often returning with a kill to bolster his matchup against the enemy mid laner. The captain's approach was even simpler. During his time with WE in Season 3, he would constantly camp the bot lane. Why? Because it was home to the legendary ADC, Godsmile. In Season 4, he again focused on the bot lane, as it featured the then-acknowledged world's best ADC, Nami. Although he once suffered a bout of food poisoning from a bowl of beef noodles that affected his gameplay. In Seasons 5 and 6, he continued to prioritize the bot lane, targeting Deft, one of the Samsung's 10 sons. Was it said that the captain only ganked the bot lane? No. So, why hadn't he visited the bot lane even once? Why treat it as an orphan? The answer is simple. In a team, the jungler must assist the strongest player. It is akin to playing jungle in ranked matches. If your top laner is killed at level 1, would you still help him? The weak do not deserve the jungler's assistance. The team was performing well, yet they could enhance their communication in the early game. It seemed that aside from during team fights, their communication was rather sparse. After the practice match concluded, Nof approached the 5 players from behind, offering encouragement. Nof was known for his straightforwardness. He didn't delve deeply into match strategy, but sought to listen to the players' insights. For instance, if Nof believed a particular champion should not be allowed, but the players insisted they could handle it, he would defer to their judgment. His primary role was to uplift the team's spirits, essentially serving as a source of motivation. Additionally, he provided one-on-one psychological support to boost their confidence, which could also be seen as motivational, just on a more personal level. All right, everyone, take a break. We need to head to the venue at 5 o'clock. Today, we face WE. With that, Nof prepared to leave. There was no choice. He still had to provide individual motivation to another player. In recent days, Hughes had not participated in a single practice match. This predicament is unavoidable. It is evident to all that within the team. The prowess of the top laners is starkly different, with use and by not even belonging to the same echelon. However, in today's match against WE, Bai is unable to participate, leaving Use to take the stage. Recently, the lack of scrims has rendered Use and the second team's Audi as kindred spirits, both relegated to the rigors of ranked play. Initially, Audi intended to alternate with Use, with the plan being for the carry-oriented Audi to take the lead and for the team-oriented Use to support. Yet, now, these two comrades have yet to engage in a single scrim, spending their time together discussing a plethora of obscure topics. They muse about how Scout has been thoroughly tamed, how the coach has become a sycophant, and how Eco prioritizes romance over friendship. Although they acknowledge their inferiority to Bai, this does not prevent them from indulging in a bit of sarcasm, especially for Use, who, in hopes of securing a spot on stage, has recently taken to training fervently as an ADC. After all, the ADC position is the weakest link in the team. Should he excel, he might just claim a starting role. The thought of his formidable top laner carrying the team to victory fills Use with the notion that merely tagging along for a few championships would be quite splendid. In the afternoon, the match between EDG and WE commenced with the first game. The players arrived early at the bus, preparing for the event. Although EDG had no intentions of fielding by today, she was still present at the venue to familiarize herself with the proceedings. This year, WE has exuded an aura of undeniable momentum, primarily due to the extraordinary performance of Xie, who has become exceptionally formidable. Every mid laner who has faced Xie has found it quite challenging, including Scout, who was somewhat reluctant to confront him. Fans' memories remain entrenched in last year's encounters, where Xiaohu faced Xie with fervor, dubbing him as Xiaohu's power bank. Perhaps this is why Xie has been training with such zeal, hinting at a potential dominance over all LPL mid laners this year. In light of such a WE, Nof believes it is entirely appropriate to let Yus take the blows. While Nof thinks Bai could handle WE's top laner, 957, he worries that if the mid lane is not adequately managed and the opposing mid laner frequently roams to the top lane, the performance of the top laner will inevitably suffer. Given that this is to be a debut, it must be executed flawlessly. Soon, they arrived at the player lounge behind the competition venue. Before entering, the staff provided them with player IDs, a form of identification that establishes their affiliation with the club. Thus, your movements back and forth in the background will not attract the attention of the staff. This arrangement primarily serves to protect the players from overly enthusiastic spectators. However, upon entering the EDG lounge, the surrounding staff could not help but cast a few curious glances. Today, you were seated in the audience, observing their match and absorbing the atmosphere. Abu noticed you lost in thought, gazing at the large screen in the lounge, and assumed you were a bit anxious in the live setting, offering you a word of comfort. Indeed, it must feel entirely different to compete from that elevated position. Watching so many eyes fixated on the players on stage, you felt no anxiety. Instead, anticipation welled within you. It became apparent that the players have always competed in such an environment. Before long, the match between EDG and WE commenced. On paper, WE appeared to possess a significant advantage over EDG. The junglers, Clear Love and Kundi, both displayed considerable prowess, while mid laner Scout was a stable carry, not inferior to Xie in any regard. However, the disparity in the top and bottom lanes was glaring. Although the top lane could maintain some stability, the late-game potential of Zed against the formidable opponent was concerning. Following some introductory comments from the commentators, the match officially began. Blue side, WE versus red side, EDG. Top, Thresh versus Poppy jungle, Lee Sin versus Elise mid, LeBlanc versus Ryze AD, Sivir versus Varus support, Malzahar versus Syra. What do you think of this draft? After observing the onstage draft, Abu turned to you for your thoughts. Having previously served as a coach before ascending to the managerial role, he still retained a keen understanding of such matters. It seemed that the early to mid-game capabilities of Lee Sin and LeBlanc were slightly superior. In the late game, Sivir's harvesting potential is undeniably strong. You opted to express your thoughts with a degree of caution. The opposing team's mid-jungle synergy appeared formidable, and Sivir provided a reliable late-game assurance. In terms of lane control, theoretically, Varus had the upper hand, and Zyra was renowned as a dominant support in the current meta. Yet, what good would that do? If the opposing mid-jungle duo gained an advantage, your bottom lane would become a mere cash cow. This somewhat simplistic draft strategy is, to be honest, something she has never encountered before in training matches. It is entirely reasonable to find this draft peculiar, as it stems from the player's limited hero pool and individual capabilities. Abu, having previously served as a coach, possesses a profound understanding of such situations. When one's own bottom lane ADC struggles in lane and lacks proficiency with certain heroes, what options remain? To prevent a complete collapse in the match, one is compelled to select advantageous combinations. However, even with these advantageous combinations, one can only hope to achieve a neutral state or, at worst, find oneself at a disadvantage. Securing an advantageous combination for the bottom lane inevitably leads to concessions in other areas. This elucidates why Bai asserts that the opposing team's jungle and mid lane possess superior combat capabilities in the early game. The rationale behind the draft strategy during the training matches was rather straightforward. EDG's bottom lane was akin to a sieve. However, if Bai were to play in the top lane, the opposing top lane would inevitably become equally vulnerable. Thus, selecting a champion like Jhin for the bottom lane, who could facilitate team fights, would suffice. Despite facing pressure in every match, they could still contribute meaningfully. Yet, with Yus taking the stage, one cannot reasonably expect him to dominate 957 as Fiora. Such expectations seem utterly unrealistic. Soon, Coach Nof returned from the arena to the lounge. As per usual, when the game transitions into the loading screen, the broadcast initially focuses on each player before finally panning to the EDG staff in the lounge. Wait, Is there a child in the lounge? The astute commentators, who had been fervently analyzing the team compositions, were momentarily taken aback by the sight of a little girl in EDG's resting area. Admittedly, she was rather adorable, likely a relative of the staff. Although it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Bai's exquisite features left a lasting impression on many. It is worth noting that such shots are devoid of any beautification effects. What on earth? Who brought my wife in there? A reminder to the observers above, heed your words, for there are laws safeguarding minors. No worries. The potential rewards outweigh the risks. To all the resourceful netizens, I urgently seek every detail about this girl. Bai's visage graced the broadcast frame, naturally capturing the attention of viewers in the live stream. After all, who would attentively listen to commentators rambling on endlessly? Stunning. This is the only word that encapsulates her presence. Although she appeared to be around 10 years old, her features were well-defined and delicate, her complexion as fair as if touched by beauty filters. Her slightly tousled hair only enhanced her charm. In that brief moment of her unexpected appearance, Bai captivated everyone's attention, exuding an aura reminiscent of a character stepped straight out of an anime. However, no one associated Bai with the term professional player. Everyone assumed she was merely a child brought in by the EDG staff. Nevertheless, this incident was merely a minor interlude in the grand tapestry of the match. The competition commenced promptly, and it was evident from the team compositions that EDG bore a certain weight of pressure. The method of victory in this match was quite straightforward. The mid and jungle duo created openings, subsequently setting the rhythm for the team. Although Zet's prowess may be perceived as somewhat lacking in team fights, sheer mechanical skill is not always paramount, as long as one possesses solid fundamentals and minimizes errors. Success is within reach. After all, they are professional players, training rigorously each day, and leveraging their equipment to fulfill its intended purpose is relatively uncomplicated. As the game progressed into the 13th minute, EDG found themselves in a precarious position. A coordinated effort between the mid-lane LeBlanc and the blind monk resulted in the demise of Arise, who was subsequently followed by a successful dragon take in the bot lane. We exhibited commendable discipline, continuously exerting pressure in the jungle, capitalizing on LeBlanc's advantage in the mid lane. During the mid-game, the elusive LeBlanc executed a series of surprise attacks, swiftly eliminating the fragile support, Janna. Each time EDG attempted to group and secure resources, LeBlanc adeptly maneuvered, maintaining her advantageous position. The Varus, feeling the pressure, hesitated to roam freely. A single misstep could leave him severely wounded from LeBlanc's skills. The oppressive presence of a well-farmed LeBlanc proved formidable for any ADC. Before long, we, guided by an exceptional performance from Xia in the mid lane, claimed victory in this match. Despite Scout's commendable displays on Rise during team fights, the opposing carries had reached their peak form. Two fists could hardly contend with four hands. As for the top laner, Use, he ended the game with a score of 0-2-1. Throughout the match, while he made no glaring mistakes, his impact remained unremarkable. He merely farmed in the top lane, where two tanks were unlikely to yield decisive results, before joining team fights in the mid-game. After participating in two unsuccessful engagements, resulting in 2 deaths, the game concluded. Upon returning to the locker room, the atmosphere among the EDG players became palpably awkward. Although unspoken, both the team leader, Scout, and Eco clearly sensed that their two teammates had hindered their performance. Even Zet, who had underperformed, mused that had there been a different top laner, he could have simply aligned with Eco to stabilize the lane and function as a supportive role in team fights, ultimately following the team's directives to secure victory. Reflecting on the vibrancy of their recent training sessions, Use felt a sense of discomfort seeing the current somber demeanor of his teammates, as though his presence was a misstep. Yet, he reasoned that his performance today was not subpar. The loss bore little connection to him. Of course, had they won, it likely would not have been attributed to him either. Nevertheless, everyone had exerted considerable effort in this match. They had played to the best of their abilities without major issues. Observing the dejected expressions of his teammates, Nov stepped forward to offer consolation, as is his custom, dispensing a dose of motivational encouragement. This match indeed posed an insurmountable challenge. The disparity in hard power was evident, and this year's WE team was truly formidable. As for Use, there is no need for despondency. Although his performance was commendable, being able to contend against 957 was already quite impressive. Initially, Nov aimed to offer encouragement to Use, but he inadvertently stumbled over his words. Use, not lacking in awareness, recognized that his participation today was solely due to WE's overwhelming strength, which subjected him to a harsh trial. After all, He was no longer even participating in practice matches. It was clear that EDG had plans to relinquish him. Nevertheless, he resolved not to be disheartened, as this match could very well be his final one with EDG. He aimed to shine as brightly as possible, hoping to increase his value for a potential transfer to another team. Soon, the second game commenced, and Hughes erupted with fervor, exhibiting remarkable aggression in lane that startled his opponent, 957, who occasionally glanced sideways, perhaps wondering if EDG had discreetly substituted players mid-match. However, Hughes' solo brilliance proved ultimately insufficient. Leg's performance in the top lane remained untroubled, especially given that Hughes had chosen a Titan as his champion. ZT continued to be the familiar force, and when team fights erupted, WE's well-farmed dual carries began to showcase their skills. Although EDG displayed slightly more resilience, they inevitably succumbed to defeat. Nonetheless, it was apparent that EDG's other members, including the coaching staff, did not regard today's loss as significant. For them, it felt like a turning point. From this moment forward, EDG would transform into a different team. On the way back, the manager and scout surrounded BAI, inquiring about her impressions of the venue, whether she needed anything, and how she was adapting. "It's quite good and bustling," BAI replied succinctly as always. Observing the manager and scout fussing over the newly appointed top laner like devoted attendants, IKO felt a desire to join them, but hesitated, feeling somewhat shy. Despite his outgoing demeanor in the LPL, he found himself awkward around girls. Upon returning to the base, it was customary for Nof to conduct a review of the day's matches. Truth be told, this was not a particularly enjoyable task. While watching game replays could be somewhat agreeable, enduring a coach's relentless critique post-defeat was rather burdensome. Every error would be meticulously identified by the coach, who would probe into the player's thought process behind such dismal performances. What else could one think? Did he assume the coach's rank was so low that he wouldn't notice? Clearly, players often found themselves overwhelmed during matches or disoriented by pressure from opponents, resulting in various blunders. Alternatively, some may have recognized the danger yet chose to gamble recklessly. However, BAI never experienced such feelings. She sat upright, resembling a diligent student attentively listening to a teacher. In any case, she would not be chastised for her mistakes, as she had committed none. Although Nof typically appeared lackadaisical during discussions with players concerning hero picks and strategies during the match review, he seemed to transform into a different individual, displaying an unusually serious demeanor. The two games had lasted just over an hour, yet Nof insisted on a 2-hour review session. The analysis took longer than the matches themselves. Crucially, one could not merely sit back and listen. Nof would invariably call upon players to share their thoughts on their decision-making during critical moments. BAI attentively listened, consistently identifying her teammates' mistakes and addressing them, giving the impression of two coaches conducting a review together. As the review neared its conclusion, Nof cleared his throat. Thus, for our weekend match against the Snake team, BAI will start as the top laner. Is everyone in agreement? Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals present brightened, though 2 others appeared less enthusiastic. The starters, naturally, were elated to hear they would be competing, and BAI was equally eager. As for the other 4 starters, one could sense the excitement. The moment had finally arrived. They were eager to showcase their skills. The manager maintained a stoic expression, albeit inwardly brimming with enthusiasm. "Little BAI, I can forego minion waves in mid lane and head straight to the top lane to assist in tower dives." Scout promptly declared his allegiance, underscoring the unity among the top and jungle roles. The upper half of the jungle would henceforth be their dominion. Witnessing Scout's fervent display of allegiance, the manager shot him a piercing glance. What was this? Was he attempting to usurp the top lane? After all, he had meticulously studied countless ganking strategies and pathways for farming efficiently. The top lane was his domain. Any adversary daring to approach would face his wrath. Observing the manager and scout, once the team's primary carries, vying for the limelight in the top lane, ZT felt an inexplicable envy. It was ironic. The manager had once been renowned for his prowess in ganking the bottom lane, yet since ZT's arrival, he seldom witnessed the manager's presence behind him. Now, witnessing both the manager and scout rushing to support the top lane, ZT couldn't help but envision what his future in the bottom lane might entail. "Thank you. I will win," BAI affirmed with a nod, maintaining her usual tone in response to Scout's display of loyalty. "Do not feel pressured. You have faced the top laner from the Snake team many times before, and his skill is certainly inferior to yours. The key is to acclimate to the atmosphere of competitive play." For good measure, Nof began his customary motivational speech, a testament to his coaching prowess. There was indeed merit to Nof's words. Some players, although exceptionally skilled in practice matches, faltered under the spotlight of live competitions. This phenomenon often stemmed from an inability to perform under scrutiny. Of course, some might struggle with restrictions such as not being able to smoke during matches. Were smoking permitted during LPL competitions, one might witness the emergence of an extraordinarily talented jungler. Ultimately, confidence was paramount. For a player, self-assurance was undeniably crucial. Nof's decision to field BAI against the Snake team was also a strategic move to bolster her confidence. Let us go. The Snake team is truly not difficult to defeat. Even with use in the lineup, we can leave them disoriented. Observing the team members adopting a sycophantic demeanor, IKO felt compelled to join BI as well. However, upon hearing IKO's words, Yus felt as though he might weep in despair. Wait, before BI arrived. You all brainwashed me into believing I was the shining light of domestic top laners, that I was the next world #1. Now it's simply even with Yus. Victory is assured? What does that even mean? Even I am aware of my own inadequacies, yet it seems unreasonable to inflict such wounds upon my self-esteem. Thus, the weekend swiftly arrived, marked by the official match between EDG and Snake Team. Notably, EDG had announced their roster a day prior, indicating the debut of a new top laner. Despite the recent unfavorable reputation of EDG, criticism aside, anticipation lingered. Everyone was eager to witness the prowess of the top laner who had achieved a remarkable 90 win rate, dominating the server with his prowess. Furthermore, his first opponent was none other than the formidable Saint Gun, renowned as the most unpredictable top laner in the LPL. Saint Gun is quite the character, at times. He can outmatch even the likes of the Shy, while at other moments, he exhibits whimsical play that leaves spectators in a state of bemusement. Serendipitously, as I walked toward the lounge, members of Snake Team encountered those from EDG. Generally, players maintain amicable relationships, often teaming up in ranked matches, where they recognize each other's strengths, making the competitive environment all the more challenging. You lot are certainly stirring the pot. Last match against WE. You didn't let the newcomer play, and now you're sending in the top laner ranked first on the server? Saint Gun jestingly approached, delivering a playful punch to the shoulder of the team captain. Few professional players indulge in ranked matches outside of team practice, yet Saint Gun is an exception. Often found in the top 10 rankings despite spending much of his time in scrims. Upon hearing the term beast, the EDG players struggled to contain their laughter. Beast? More like a little girl. One could only imagine the expression on Saint Gun's face when he discovers that the top laner is a young girl. Hey, what's going on with you all? Introduce me to her. Who is by? Saint Gun, puzzled by the amusement of the EDG players, was eager to learn from the top laner. It's nothing. You'll see soon enough, though it might bring you to tears, the captain remarked, patting Saint Gun's shoulder with a look of sympathy. He recalled the initial days of EDG, where they were consistently outplayed by a girl, leaving them utterly embarrassed. Now, it seemed Saint Gun was destined to experience a similar humiliation, having been bested by a girl on numerous occasions, which would surely diminish his prestige. Once the two teams departed, Snake Team could no longer suppress their curiosity. Why didn't anyone ask who that girl was? Just a few days ago, everyone was so bold, claiming they would inquire if they encountered her again. Why didn't you ask? I didn't say that, retorted another. It's probably just a relative visiting from elsewhere, wanting to catch a glimpse of the match. We've seen this before. It is worth noting that the LPL matches in 2017 were all held in the same venue in Shanghai, with later seasons seeing each club establish its own fixed venue for ticket sales. All right, enough of that, Saint Gun interjected, drawing everyone's attention. Today, we're going to face off against the newcomers. Let us give them a taste of what LPL is like. Having been thoroughly outmatched in scrims, the team was now fueled by a desire for revenge. When my data first arrived at the LPL, he was similarly overwhelmed. Don't worry. I'll ensure everything is well arranged for you today. Aside from the top lane, I want to interfere anywhere else, Soph, the jungler, remarked in his somewhat awkward Mandarin, patting Saint Gun's shoulder. Soph is a peculiar jungler. If you genuinely wish to assist the top lane, it would be a delightful experience. Unfortunately, he typically prefers to play independently, embodying a self-reliant style. Before long, the players from EDG and Snake Team began to take the stage. What is going on here? Saint Gun inquired, observing the 5 EDG players and their coach as they stood nearby, particularly noting Bai, who occupied the same top lane position as himself. Isn't this a family member of the staff? Why have they brought her here? Observing the situation, the factory director approached and patted the shoulder of Brother Sacred Gun, saying, Surprised, aren't you? The one who mercilessly defeated you in the national server is not a prodigious young man, but rather a talented young woman. As soon as the words fell, everyone from the Snake team was left in utter disbelief. A professional player? Not really. What does that mean? Which top player from the national server is she? Brother Sacred Gun felt a lump in his throat, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. And he inexplicably sensed a slight dampness at the corner of his left eye. How do you feel? Surprised, right? It was you who recommended her to our EDG team. The factory director felt a sense of immense satisfaction witnessing Brother Sacred Gun's reaction. What a delight. When I first saw Bai during her trial in the team, I felt the same exhilaration. Surprise? This is more akin to fright. No one had ever mentioned before that the top player for EDG was a female. Wait. Does that mean I've been consistently outplayed by a woman? Suddenly, Xingqiang realized the gravity of this revelation. No way. Is this for real? Did you all actually let this girl play in the scrims? The curious Xueling pushed through the teammates to the front, previously believing she was merely a staff member's relative, only to discover she was now taking the stage. In the past scrims, Bai often charged into 5 opponents, effortlessly eliminating them before retreating with composure. Can a woman truly compete at a professional level? And with such ferocity? But if you let her play, won't EDG be mercilessly criticized afterwards? The thought of the first female player making her debut with EDG, especially given the recent controversies surrounding the team, was quite daunting. Xingqiang imagined that once this match concluded, various forums across the League of Legends community would erupt. It's fine, Xinyun, just have our little Bai secure a few solo kills, and public opinion will turn in our favor. Eco, seemingly unfazed, patted Xingqiang on the shoulder. As long as the match goes well, everything will be fine. They had all witnessed Bai's impressive skill during the scrims. Don't worry, T and I, you won't have to face her in the lane. Eco's words left Xingqiang feeling a bit embarrassed. EDG seems intent on making a bold sacrifice today. If she were truly to be mounted by a girl and brutally overwhelmed, where would he hide his face? Bai stared blankly at the others, bewildered by their discussion. External opinions? That was something she had never paid much attention to. However, their conversation was short-lived, as the staff soon directed them to the front stage. Upon arriving at the EDG player seating, the experience of sitting there was markedly different from being in the lounge. At this moment, many spectators had already gathered below. The arena was dimly lit, and the player stage was not illuminated by ordinary lights, evoking an indescribable sensation. More crucially, Bai could distinctly feel the peculiar gazes of the audience directed towards her. The sensation of being in the spotlight caused Bai's heart to race. What was happening? Wasn't today supposed to feature EDG's new top laner? Why was there a girl running up? The spectators below felt a wave of confusion. Was she perhaps a staff member from EDG coming to troubleshoot a computer? That seemed implausible. Judging by her age, she looked to be around 11 or 12. Barely reaching 1.5 meters tall. Surely, such a prestigious club wouldn't employ child labor. But what was her purpose on stage? Could it be that she was to replace Uzi in the match? The audience murmured in curiosity. If this little girl were to compete professionally, it would certainly be shocking. Are you all right? Don't be too nervous, the manager reassured Bai, noticing her discomfort. It was natural for newcomers to feel anxious when stepping onto the stage, but typically, once the game commenced, such thoughts would fade away. High-pressure landing left little room for distractions, especially regarding the audience's reactions. It's nothing, just a bit of anticipation, Bai replied, shaking her head. The feeling of being on stage was peculiar yet exhilarating, and she was eager for the moment when all eyes, both in the venue and online, would be filled with astonishment and admiration. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the 2017 Spring Split regular season. I am your commentator, Wawa, announced one of the season duo, and I am Miller. As the official livestream transitioned to the commentary booth, the two veteran commentators greeted the audience with their customary opening banter. Miller, have you heard the news? Wawa began, bringing up the topic everyone was most curious about. Today, EDG is set to unveil their new top laner. Recently, excitement had surged regarding EDG's top laner, who had propelled them to the pinnacle of the national server with a remarkable 90 victories. After being dominated by LCK's elite top laners in the World Championships for 2 consecutive years, LPL was finally on the verge of introducing a prodigious talent. Miller glanced through some previous notes and remarked, as for this new top laner, the information I've gathered aligns closely with what others know. However, I took a special look at the champion pool, and I believe Fiora is likely this newcomer's signature champion. Unless banned, she will always opt for Fiora, reminiscent of those players known for their unique skills. At this, Wawa feigned surprise, smiling. But those skilled players can't compete at a professional level. I believe this top laner has also excelled with several other late-game core champions. He likened her to Uzi, known for his exceptional Vayne, while also being proficient with various other top laners. Even before the match commenced, Wawa had already drawn comparisons between EDG's new top laner and Uzi. After all, as a commentator, his role was to maintain an engaging atmosphere. Such remarks wouldn't have any adverse effects. Speaking of which, EDG has been quite protective of this new player. I actually wanted to chat with her backstage earlier, but I was stopped by Abu right outside the waiting room. Is it really that extreme? They wouldn't even let you in? Miller's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. This does sound somewhat exaggerated, doesn't it? Indeed. It is rather overblown, and one wonders what EDG is thinking to create such an air of mystery. However, just moments ago, Abu mentioned that EDG's top laner would surely deliver a remarkable surprise. Dawa nodded earnestly, and even the commentators were left outside the loop, piquing his curiosity regarding the grand surprise Abu had alluded to. A grand surprise? Now that is intriguing. Nevertheless, let us instruct our director to shift the camera to the player's bench and discover the nature of this surprise. Miller chuckled lightly, signaling the director to switch the feed. The director, being quite perceptive, immediately sent a cameraman to stand before Bai. Next came the commentary booth. What on earth? Is that a girl? Upon witnessing the footage the director had shifted to, the EDG player's bench revealed a young woman, donned with headphones, seated there. Dawa exclaimed in astonishment, standing up from the commentary desk, disregarding the fact that he was wearing casual shorts instead of formal trousers. A glance forward confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, a girl occupied the position of EDG's top laner. It wasn't just the two commentators who were taken aback. Even the audience in the live stream was left in shock. What? Why is there a young girl? What does this mean? EDG as top laner? Just this? I can't believe it. I thought EDG had recruited the best top laner from the national server, but instead, they brought in a mere decoration for the competition? What does this imply? After S6, have they simply given up and resorted to such sensationalism to garner attention? Disgraceful EDG, a pathetic club, can they not hasten their relegation? The live stream was inundated with relentless and scathing criticism directed at EDG. Abu and Nof had already opened their phones to view the live comments. Witnessing such fervent reactions, the two exchanged glances. As anticipated, when EDG opted for such an unconventional choice for the competition, they naturally faced an avalanche of vitriol. To allow a woman to compete is simply madness. Whether they can reverse public opinion hinges on today's events. Abu clenched his fists, appearing particularly anxious. Although he had utmost confidence in Bai's capabilities, the overwhelming tide of criticism aimed at EDG stirred a sense of unease within him. This is indeed a momentous gamble. Ahem, the EDG has certainly brought us a tremendous surprise. The player wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. A surprise, indeed. This is utterly astonishing. No wonder Abu refrained from introducing himself beforehand. The moment he laid eyes on a young girl occupying the top lane position for EDG, his heart momentarily ceased to beat. Could it be that the top-ranked player on the national server is a girl? Interestingly, the ID Little Wolf Zero also seems rather feminine. Miller, caught off guard, scratched his head awkwardly, at a loss for words. The prodigious top laner they had anticipated for so long turned out to be a woman. I can only say that EDG has indeed delivered a remarkable surprise. We might as well harbor some expectations to see what this girl can achieve. Regardless, the match must proceed, and D can only endeavor to smooth things over for EDG. It is quite extravagant. They didn't even communicate with him beforehand and simply introduced a female top laner out of the blue. Soon enough, the band pick phase commenced. In this match, the Snake team is positioned on the blue side while EDG occupies the red side. The crux of the matter lies in which champions to ban. Initially, the Snake team had resolved to ban the top lane's four sisters, thereby allowing Riven to be available. In the context of the competition, Riven is indeed a champion that can be effectively countered. With the selection of just two tanks, Riven could find herself rendered ineffective, unable to secure any kills. However, the opposing top laner is a female player, which raises the question of whether the ban strategy should remain unchanged. All eyes turned to the esteemed Saint Gun. What do you intend to ban, Xianjun? The coach, uncertain, shifted his gaze towards Saint Gun. At this moment, all eyes of the Snake team were fixated on the Saint Spear brother. Banning the top lanes for sisters? Moreover, banning 3 consecutively? If the opposing team were not female, one could interpret this as the LPL imparting a lesson to newcomers. However, given that the opponent is indeed a woman, such a ban left the Saint Spear brother feeling somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps we should consider releasing Fiora and giving it a try? I could utilize mastery to counter her. Under the intense gaze of his teammates, the Saint Spear brother resolved to challenge his limits once more. Mastery is theoretically a champion well-suited to counter Fiora. But that is merely in theory. Are you certain? If she truly is the player who wreaked havoc in the scrims. The coach of the Snake team appeared visibly hesitant. If Bai is indeed the top laner who dominated in the practice matches, then letting Fiora loose could spell disaster. Let us give it a shot, the Saint Spear brother replied, steeling himself. After all, the Snake team's win rate against EDG is not particularly high. And he must strive to preserve his dignity. Before long, EDG chose to ban Twitch, Callista, and Lee Sin. The Snake team responded by banning Rek'Sai, Ryze, and Lee Sandra. Although they professed to be unafraid, the memory of being slaughtered in the scrims loomed large, prompting them to prudently ban the familiar champions of their opponent's jungle and mid lane. Banning these champions effectively mitigated EDG's mid-jungle synergy, thus indirectly offering some respect to the top lane. Observing the draft unfold, the Saint Spear brother couldn't help but admire his coach's perceptiveness, especially regarding the ban on Lee Sandra. If Scout were to secure her and continuously pressure the top lane, he would truly struggle. Subsequently, the Snake team swiftly locked in Jinx. Crystal Brother's immediate selection of Jinx was entirely justifiable. On the commentary desk, Miller noted the Snake team's decision to opt for a late-game ADC without hesitation. Jinx is a quintessential late-game team-fighting ADC. Once she secures a kill, her power surges dramatically, given EDG's apparent weakness in the bot lane. Choosing Jinx was undoubtedly a sound decision. Indeed, I believe EDG should contemplate their bot lane composition as well. After all, several ADCs have already been banned, and the options available in the current meta are limited. Dahl also concurred. Meanwhile, on EDG's side, the Saint Spear brother did not request a ban on Fiora. I recall that after their last match, Fiora was a frequent ban against the Snake team. Ming Kai slyly glanced at the Snake team's bench, seemingly eager to gauge the Saint Spear brothers' expression. Since they chose not to ban, we should seize our opportunity. Let us go with Fiora and Alistar. The coach, Nof, was well versed in this strategy. EDG's most formidable combination comprises Fiora in the top lane, supplemented by a jungle Rek'Sai and a mid-lane Lee Sandra. The upper half of the map boasts strong skirmishing potential and initiation capabilities, with Lee Sandra able to provide support. With Rek'Sai banned, Alistar would serve as a suitable alternative. Without further deliberation, I promptly locked in Fiora. In an instant, the official live stream's chat erupted with a flurry of question marks. As Dahl was discussing how EDG should structure their composition, he was momentarily rendered speechless upon seeing Fiora. Fiora? My heavens, locking in Fiora at first pick. The first female player in LPL history, making her debut by securing Fiora at the very first opportunity. Miller felt his mind nearly boiling over. Simultaneously, the director astutely shifted the focus to the other EDG players, who were all eagerly preparing, exuding an air of anticipation. This was not a haphazard selection. It was a collective decision made by all members of EDG. A top lane Fiora. My goodness. I believe I may need a moment to compose myself. Dahl, having commentated on numerous matches over the years, felt his mind struggling to keep pace for the first time. It was simply extraordinary. There is no other word to describe it. A debut featuring Fiora, and securing her at first pick. This clearly conveys to the Snake team that my Fiora is invincible, regardless of the champion they choose to counter her. Is she truly unperturbed by the possibility of underperforming and facing backlash from the entire internet? This is indeed Fiora, a champion that demands exceptional mastery. Moreover, the opponent is none other than the illustrious Gangplank. How could you casually select a champion that counters your own? It seems those whispers circulating earlier were not unfounded. The player who ascended to the pinnacle of the national server must surely be this young lady. Her prowess with Fiora is such that if she is not banned, she should be picked without hesitation. It reminds Miller of that enigmatic top laner who reigned supreme on the national server. When Bai made her appearance, many instinctively dismissed her as that top-tier player. However, judging by the subtle hints from the EDG members, it appears there may be some truth to it. Of course, the audience in the live stream harbored no faith in her. To them, the greatest contribution from today's top laner would be simply selecting a tanky champion like Makai and riding on EDG's coattails to victory. Yet, she opened with a champion like Fiora, demonstrating exceptional skill. Ultimately, whether Fiora can carry the game hinges entirely on personal ability. Today will reveal if Bai possesses the merit to remain on the LPL professional stage. Meanwhile, on the side of Snake team, upon witnessing EDG's swift selection of Fiora, everyone held their breath. The image of a mindless domination over Gangplank, single-handedly dismantling a professional team with Fiora, instantly materialized in their minds. To be candid, the moment they released Fiora, all eyes were on EDG's initial choice. If this girl is indeed the one who had faced them in scrims, she would undoubtedly lock in Fiora without a second thought. The jungler would likely be Gragas, accompanied by Thresh as support. We may need to initiate a team fight, the coach of Snake remarked solemnly. He had already sensed the pressure emanating from EDG. The thought of Fiora's unanswerable split-push strategy left them with no choice but to draft a formidable team-fighting composition. Soon, both teams finalized their lineups. Blue side, Snake team, versus red side, EDG, top. Jax versus Fiora jungle. Gragas versus Sejuani mid. Victor versus Twisted Fate ADC. Jinx versus Sivir support. Thresh versus Tahm Kench. Nove stood behind by, akin to a devoted father, imparting every scrap of knowledge he possessed regarding competitive play to her. This marks her inaugural official match, a moment of great significance both for herself and for EDG. Regardless of how formidable one appears in scrims, the true test ultimately lies within the competitive arena. If the results of practice matches were truly indicative, one might argue that the S Championship would have to include an additional title for TS. After all, there are those who dominate scrims year after year, only to falter in the actual competition. One might mistakenly believe that TS harbors a player akin to the King of Magic, who requires a moment of contemplation before unleashing their full potential. As the official match commenced, neither side opted for an early skirmish nor a lane swap, proceeding with a standard opening. From a tactical perspective, Snake's team held a slight advantage across all three lanes. Jax faced off against Fiora in a classic top lane duel, where Jax held a minor edge. In mid lane, Card played against Victor, with one champion focused on personal development and the other on providing support. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Thresh and Jinx leveraged their range to exert pressure on EDG's Tahm Kench and Sivir. As the time approached for the minions to arrive, Bai lightly flexed her fingers. Coincidentally, the broadcast camera happened to linger on Bai's face at that very moment. The image captured her intense focus, her fingers poised in a manner that suggested readiness for battle. Upon witnessing Bai's determined expression, the barrage of derogatory comments in the live chat diminished significantly. At this moment, a phrase involuntarily surfaced in the minds of everyone present. She is indeed here to compete professionally, with utmost seriousness. However, the commentator suddenly noticed the equipment choices made by the Saint Gunner. Remarkably, he opted for a Doran shield accompanied by a health potion as his starting items. Such a conservative choice for his starting equipment seems rather excessive. The doll cast a curious glance towards Miller, who was seated nearby. In terms of professional knowledge of League of Legends, the doll is somewhat mediocre, as he himself resides in the gold and silver ranks. In contrast, Miller boasts a higher rank, having reportedly reached the diamond tier. Indeed, the choice appears overly cautious. Personally, I perceive the matchup between Jax and Fiora to be in favor of Jax, at a ratio of 60-40. Miller also found this choice rather peculiar. Typically, one would expect Fiora to wield the Doran's shield while Jax would possess the Doran's blade. Yet, it appears that the roles have reversed. Fiora now carries the Doran's blade, and Jax, the Doran's shield. Has my understanding of the game faltered? Among the audience, there are many seasoned players who, upon witnessing the peculiar build of Saint Gunner, could not help but just in the comments. Could it be true? Has Saint Gunner truly lost his nerve? Is the pressure so immense that he commenced with the Doran's shield at level 1? Could it be that he is intimidated by the female opponent? Ah, indeed. Single gentlemen should take a leaf from Saint Gunner's book. Perhaps that is the secret to finding a girlfriend. Let us be clear, electronic sports need not be entwined with romance. Before long, both minion waves converged in the top lane. Upon entering the game, the familiar oppressive movements and the ground-shaking headshakes reminiscent of Uzi appeared before Saint Gunner. Alas, right from the outset, he felt as though he were donning a mask of anguish, memories of being mercilessly outplayed by Fiora flooding back. It felt as if she were a fierce adversary. Soph, who was busy in the jungle, stole a glance at the top lane. In essence, elite players are but a select few. Each individual's style and habits are discernible from the moment they step onto the battlefield. Is that truly a woman playing Aurelion? Shocking. Can you handle it, Xianyun? Crystal, too, cast a concerned look towards the top lane, and upon witnessing Fiora dancing beside the melee minions, anxiety gripped him. I shall do my utmost. Despite the mounting pressure, Saint Gunner could not afford to lose his composure. Yet, scarcely had a minute passed when a loud gasp arose from the audience. Through the director's lens, it became apparent that Saint Gunner's health had dwindled to a mere third. witnessing St. Gunnar being mercilessly beaten by a female player using Fiora. The audience naturally reacted with disbelief. What on earth is happening? How could his health drop so swiftly? Soph, having just completed 2 jungle camps, suddenly noted that Jax's health was alarmingly low. A glance at Fiora revealed she still had half her health remaining and was already consuming potions. Cease your cries. If you possess courage, come forth and try. I am nearly being toyed with like a fool. St. Gunnar felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Being outmatched by a female player in front of an audience. Though he was an experienced professional, after their initial skirmish, he found his palms slick with sweat. The pressure was overwhelming, not merely the strain of the lane but also the societal scrutiny that accompanied losing to a girl. He found himself being outmaneuvered and outplayed. Having been hit multiple times by a seemingly effortless onslaught, this Fiora even approached him while tanking the minion wave, skillfully manipulating the brush to draw the fire of the ranged minions. It is of no consequence. I shall neglect the blue buff and head directly to the top lane. Soph discerned St. Gunnar's rising impatience and could somewhat empathize with his current state of mind. The moment the newly spawned barrel champion finished his red buff, he wasted no time, bypassing his upper jungle entirely, including the blue buff, without a second glance, and made his way straight to the top lane. This jungle route is truly unparalleled across the globe. Starting in the lower quadrant, one secures the red buff before swiftly advancing towards the upper region. Such actions inevitably result in a disadvantage for the jungler. However, such outrageous ganks are beyond the anticipation of an ordinary player. Typically, when playing as a top laner, one would strategically place wards in the river just as the opposing jungler is about to finish their farming. The jungler, without so much as clearing the blue buff, made his way directly to the top lane. Who could possibly anticipate his timing? Approximately 30 seconds later, Soph arrived at the upper lane. However, as he neared the top half of the map, the Fiora retreated as if she had sensed blood in the water. What? Did she place a ward in the top lane? Soph, perplexed, inquired of St. Lance. No. She has been in the top lane the entire time and hasn't ventured near the river to ward. I can guarantee that with absolute certainty. St. Lance, taken aback by Soph's question, paused briefly. Since the moment they left base, he had been locked in a stare with Fiora, and there was no way she had come to the river to ward. Then I shall wait a bit longer. Although slightly bewildered, Soph remained in the upper lane, hoping for an opportunity from Fiora. Yet, after nearly 30 seconds, Fiora remained concealed in the brush, merely soaking up experience without even approaching a single minion. Intrigued, Soph ventured into the 2 bushes in the upper lane. Goodness, who was audacious enough to place a control ward here for Fiora? Upon entering the brush, he discovered that a control ward had indeed been placed in advance. Sensing something amiss, Soph promptly opened his item inventory. The items for top lane, mid lane, AD carry, and support were all standard fare. Only the jungler, Ming Kai, had not made an appearance from the outset. Humph. As Soph realized the presence of the control ward and began to dismantle it with basic attacks, the factory manager couldn't help but smirk, resembling a quirky dragon king. Everything unfolded precisely as Ming Kai had anticipated. His starting items exhibited a strategy centered on ultimate protection for the carry, equipping a jungle knife and a control ward right from the outset, and he immediately placed a control ward in the top lane. Is Ming Kai truly this formidable? A jungler purchasing a control ward at level 1 to secure the upper lane, witnessing Soph's thwarted attempt to place the ward. St. Lance was equally unprepared for the unfolding scenario. A level 1 jungler buying a control ward to safeguard the top lane, after years of playing League of Legends and over 10,000 matches in the top lane. He had never encountered such a situation. Who can withstand such pressure? After dismantling the true sight, Soph turned back with an air of determination, seemingly intent on claiming the blue buff. Meanwhile, the Blade Dancer stepped forth, ready to exert pressure on St. Gunnar. Observing this, Soph refused to relent, opting to forego the blue buff entirely, determined to confront the Blade Dancer today. Just as he departed, she was poised to dominate the lane, unaware that the jungler remained in the upper quadrant. With vision already denied, when Soph's barrel emerged from the brush, the Blade Dancer was left with no room for response. Suddenly, with a swift E-flash, the barrel launched a surprise attack from the shadows. As long as he initiated on the Blade Dancer first, coupled with the slowing effect of the red buff, Soph could easily contain her alone. However, the upper lane did not merely illuminate with a single golden light, but rather two. Almost instinctively, upon spotting the barrel, Bai executed a flash just as the E ability was about to collide with her, skillfully creating distance. Soph was left in bewilderment. How is this possible? The coach seems to be following a script. A thorough investigation is urgently needed. Can anyone truly evade the blind vision of Barrel's E-Flash? It is important to note that in order to catch the top lane, Soph has neglected his jungle. Now, if the E-Flash fails to secure a target, he will undoubtedly encounter the factory manager during his return to the jungle. What a loss. Perhaps realizing this, St. Gunnar hastily activated his Master Yi's E-skill, executing a Q-flash to close the distance and capture the Fiora. Just as he landed, he promptly pressed the E-skill to stun her. Yet, an all-too-familiar scene unfolded before him. Fiora expertly activated her W, the Lawrence Heart, simultaneously blocking Master Yi's E and stunning him in return. She effortlessly slipped away amidst their encirclement. St. Gunnar and Soph were left in utter disbelief. Is this even human? St. Gunnar truly wished to inquire. Meanwhile, the commentators were utterly astonished. Did she really escape? Incredulously voiced this question. Can this truly evade capture? What sort of monstrous reflex allows one to dodge the Barrel's E ability in blind spots? Is it merely instinct? Or does he possess an uncanny foresight that the Barrel would approach? Miller is utterly perplexed by this intricate game of wits. Apart from the word absurd, he struggles to conjure a second descriptor. If this is a matter of awareness, it is indeed frightening that he anticipated the Barrel's ability to prolong its ambush in the top lane. However, if it is a matter of reflex, then that is terrifying in its own right. One might wonder if the player feels a touch of disbelief, pondering whether this sequence could indeed be a fluke. Miller perceives the underlying implication, yet the player's exquisite execution cannot be dismissed with a mere label of luck. Let us continue to observe. I believe that the first female player in LPL history will astonish us further. The early straightforward landing in this defensive gank have already provided them with a clear sense of Bai's prowess. Whether one performs admirably or poorly, the audience can discern it at a glance. Soon, the chorus of disdain towards EDG began to fade, as everyone resolved to closely monitor Bai's performance in this match. The jungler, with his relentless aggression, invaded with Sejuani, taking advantage of his level superiority, asserting dominance in the enemy jungle. Since Bai transitioned to the top lane, the jungler has gradually abandoned his previous passive approach, increasingly favoring invasions of the opposing jungle. In truth, whether a jungler plays defensively or aggressively largely hinges on the strength of their laning teammates. If both the mid and top lanes are exerting pressure, and after pushing their lines, teammates beckon you to invade the jungle, would you comply? At the 8-minute mark, faced with the Jax whom he had already whittled down to half health, Bai felt a surge of aggression. However, simultaneously, the Snake team's mid and jungle had already begun to converge upon the top lane. In a scene reminiscent of history repeating itself, the Barrel, using its E ability to dash against the wall, was deftly evaded by Bai's flash. He then utilized W to block the E skill of the Weapon Master, swiftly executing 4 strikes under the turret to secure a kill. The remaining Barrel and mid lane Victor pursued relentlessly, finally managing to dispatch the unskilled Fiora in the enemy jungle's wolf camp. However, the jungler Sejuani and a freshly arrived Twisted Fate swooped in to eliminate the last two. With a 1-for-3 trade, the Snake team was utterly decimated. The top lane Fiora recorded 72 minion kills, while the Weapon Master managed only 49. Both instances of dodging the Barrel's E ability occurred under blind conditions. This is undoubtedly not a matter of premonition, but rather a sheer reflex. The second wave was initiated by the Sword Mistress, who sought to dive the tower, while the Barrel had been absent from vision for quite some time. The speed of this reaction is nothing short of astonishing. I feel her reflexes surpass even those of Faker, remarked the commentator with a blend of amusement and disbelief. It is preposterous. Even players in the silver tier can discern that such reaction speed is beyond human capability. To be frank, a reaction speed of this caliber is indeed a divine gift. It is no wonder that others can achieve a 90 win rate to ascend to the pinnacle of the national server. Miller could not help but exclaim. As a player who has long navigated the diamond ranks, he is acutely aware of the disparities between himself and others. He began his journey as a mere gold or silver player, but through diligent observation and learning, he deepened his understanding of the game and swiftly climbed to the diamond tier. However, once he reached diamond, he sensed a growing gap in skill. Particularly in the top lane, the disparity became even more pronounced. It is simply a matter of raw ability. There is no other explanation. Others possess superior mechanics, finer details, quicker reactions, and more comprehensive considerations. While it may seem straightforward, the gap is indeed vast. It is akin to those mini-games designed to test reaction speed. Some individuals can conquer the highest levels of difficulty and maintain that for extended periods, while others struggle to pass even the simplest challenges. Reaction speed is a pure talent, an innate gift that cannot be surpassed through mere effort. One can only conclude that it is an extraordinary aptitude. Returning to the match. After the exchange of 1 for 3, EDG solidified their advantage in the upper half of the map, swiftly settling into a rhythm they are well acquainted with. Since focusing their efforts on the upper quadrant, they have placed considerable emphasis on securing the Rift Herald as a pivotal team resource, choosing to forego the dragon entirely. Subsequently, under the guidance of Eco and the coach, the bot and top lanes began to swap, deploying the Rift Herald in the bottom lane. This strategy is also intended to render the subsequent solo engagements of the Sword Mistress increasingly formidable, as the defensive towers in the lower lane diminish. She approaches the high ground, making it ever more burdensome for the opponents during the mid-game when executing a split push. Witnessing the Sword Mistress relentlessly dismantling towers post-lane swap. While Jax remains utterly incapable of intervention, her performance continues to be flawless and impeccable. As time progresses to the 27th minute, the Sword Mistress, having destroyed 4 defensive towers, has amassed an astonishingly rich bounty. Adorned with 3.5 items, including armor boots, she stands in stark contrast to Jax, who possesses merely 2 items and armor boots. Even beneath the protective cover of the tower, she exudes an aura of aggression, poised to execute a daring dive, as her relentless assaults gradually deplete the health of the high ground tower. The Serpent team can no longer contain their anxiety and promptly instruct Jax to teleport to the front lines to engage in team combat. In this match, their Jinx has developed exceptionally well. If they execute team fights skillfully, they stand a chance against this Fiora. They should engage directly with a teleport to the front line. Upon witnessing Jax teleporting to pressure the Baron, the team leader promptly instructed Bai to follow suit with his own teleportation. Do not engage, Scout. You teleport to the bot lane, while the others stay back to prevent their return home. However, seeing Jax use his teleport right in front of him, Bai began to sense a glimmer of victory. Upon hearing Bai's command, Scout hesitated for a moment, then promptly chose to teleport to the minion wave under the turret, intending to launch a decisive attack on the Snake team. Although lane swaps and resource exchanges in the jungle were primarily orchestrated by the team leader and Eco, decisions regarding team fights and split push strategies were predominantly in Bai's hands. The coach particularly emphasized this point. If they were to win by focusing on the top lane, they must adapt their strategies in team fights and game-ending decisions. The moment Card's teleport illuminated the lower area, everyone understood EDG's intentions. The 5 members of the Snake team immediately retreated from the Baron pit to prepare for defense. Yet, the remaining 3 from EDG would not allow them to escape so easily. The 3 surviving members desperately sought to prevent the Snake team from returning home, leaving the Snake team with no choice but to eliminate these 3 EDG members first. However, by this time, they had already lost 2 of their crucial outer turrets. And before they could return home, EDG struck down the Snake team's nexus. A sense of helplessness loomed over the 5 members of the Snake team. Faced with EDG's exemplary gameplay and the formidable individual skill of their top laner, an eerie familiarity reminded everyone of the Korean teams at the World Championship. They refrained from engaging in team fights, relying instead on their extraordinary top lane prowess and strategic manipulation of the game. The match concluded swiftly, and EDG's players soon returned to the locker room. "Bravo, your debut was nothing short of perfection," Abu exclaimed, his face beaming with joy as he patted Bai on the shoulder, increasingly convinced that this young lady was a remarkable find. Earning merely 500,000 a year seemed to equate to a value of 5 million. Crucially, the coaching staff and managers were monitoring the live comments during the match. From an initial barrage of criticism directed at EDG, the tide shifted to silence as Bai's skillful plays unfolded. How does it feel to compete? Share your thoughts. Nof approached quickly, concerned about Bai's adjustment to the competitive atmosphere. After a brief pause, Bai calmly responded, "Honestly, it doesn't feel significantly different. Once the game begins, and we start landing, it's all the same. I was more excited before the match started. That's perfectly fine. A bit of nervousness is normal. As long as it doesn't affect your performance during the game," came the reassuring nod from the team leader. "This state is most suitable for professional players. All right. Everyone take a moment to hydrate. Let us not impose undue pressure on them." Abu clapped his hands, signaling the crowd not to suffocate Bai with expectations. After all, the individual should not feel overwhelmed. The gathering of so many only amplifies the pressure. Once this match concludes, we must prepare ourselves mentally. It seems that the champion Fiora will be a challenge to release in future games. The rest of you must also contribute meaningfully. Bai's performance in the previous match was indeed remarkable, yet it does not imply that EDG played exceptionally well. The significant advantage in the top lane merely masked the struggles in other lanes, particularly the bot lane. Understood. The other 4 members of EDG exchanged glances. Being overshadowed by a girl is rather embarrassing. At the very least, they must ensure they do not hinder the team. Meanwhile, in the Snake Team's lounge, after stepping off the stage, St. Gunn directly headed to the men's restroom instead of returning to the lounge. He washed away the sweat from his hands and then splashed water on his face. My goodness, how absurd. Have I truly been dominated by a girl? Reflecting on her familiar landing prowess, he also recalled Bai's adorable demeanor when standing beside her. She looks quite cute, yet her gameplay is so ruthless. Upon returning to the lounge, his teammates were still discussing the debut of this female player in the LPL. This is rather outrageous. I always thought she was a prodigious young talent. How did she suddenly transform into a genius girl? Who could argue otherwise? Her reaction speed defies belief. Can she truly evade a barrel Z-flash? While Fiora is not incapable of facing off against Graves, I never expected her to suppress St. Gunn to such an extent. At this moment, the members of Snake were engaged in animated discussions, pointing fingers at St. Gunn's previous performance and the opposing Fiora. Of course, none dared to criticize St. Gunn, for he has been the leader of the team from the very beginning. Enough. The coach interrupted the ongoing chatter and remarked, "We anticipated this loss today. We have never triumphed against this EDG composition in scrims. However, we did not expect that the top laner would be a girl. Her responsiveness is astonishing, making it incredibly challenging to catch her. It is truly extraordinary. Her dominance is one thing, but just the thought of engaging her in combat makes one feel as if the mid and jungle are perpetually lurking behind her, rendering any gameplay impossible." At this moment, the St. Lance brother also entered directly, expressing his opinion. His experience in the top lane was quite arduous. Not only was he unable to prevail in his lane, but the opposing mid and jungle also continually advanced towards his position. I believe it is essential to strategically ban some of the champions she excels with. At the very least, we cannot afford to allow her to have Fiora. EDG is exceedingly adept at executing this particular strategy. At this moment, the most proficient player, Crystal, began to express his thoughts. He suggested that since the opponents were focusing on the top lane, they should adhere to their usual strategy of concentrating on the bottom lane and engage in mutual skirmishes. As long as the opposing ADC was incapacitated, they would still have a chance in team fights. They should select 2 champions capable of initiating long-range engagements, such as Nocturne and Galio, who could dive directly into the enemy lines to commence the fight. It was evident that he aimed to skew the draft phase toward the bottom lane and facilitate team clashes. Provided they could initiate combat, victory was still within reach, especially considering the evident vulnerabilities in EDG's bottom lane. All right, let us practice this strategy for the next game, he declared. Xianyan, keep an eye on the selections and choose a champion that can withstand pressure. Thus, the coach of Snake Team solidified their forthcoming tactics, and soon, the second match commenced. In a surprising turn of events, the Snake Team allocated their very first ban to the champion Fiora. The moment Fiora appeared on the ban list, the atmosphere in the arena ignited with excitement. Laughter erupted as the esteemed St. Gunner appeared, unable to withstand the pressure. Is this truly the case? A top-tier LPL top laner being outperformed by a newcomer? By a female player, no less. One cannot help but question the dignity of St. Gunner in this situation. Initially, one anticipated witnessing him dominate the game, yet the unexpected transpired, leading to the Snake Team becoming the subject of widespread ridicule. A female player secured a ban position right from the outset, and considering that Fiora is not currently a dominant champion in the meta, it is only natural that the Snake Team finds themselves at the receiving end of jests. Although St. Gunner could neither hear the crowd's reactions nor see the comments flooding in, it is evident he could surmise the current sentiment surrounding him. The coach of the Snake Team, however, showed considerable respect for this newcomer from EDG. Truth be told, this is indeed an opponent worthy of respect. Upon witnessing the ban, the commentator could not suppress a chuckle, noting that a single ban position in a match showcases the impressive performance of EDG's newcomer. To be candid, I personally believe her lane dominance rivals that of the finest top laners from Korea, and extending her due respect is entirely warranted. Miller coughed lightly, attempting to ease the tension for St. Gunner. Although being outperformed by a female player may seem somewhat embarrassing, the reality is that she possesses formidable skills. And there is nothing more to be said. If one cannot measure up, then one simply cannot. If the inability to compete equates to shame, then only one individual would remain unscathed, while others would lack the standing to mock St. Gunner. Before long, the ban phase concluded. The Snake Team banned Fiora, Echo, and Tom Kinch, while EDG opted for bans on Callista, Twitch, and Zyra. Despite the challenges faced by the bottom lane player, whose hand had previously been injured, his laning prowess remains unmatched by Zet. Indeed, within the LPL, there truly are few who can consistently dominate this player. While Uzi and SZ are undeniably strong, the bottom lane player remains unfazed. Following their victory, EDG opted for the red side once more. In the next moment, the blue side promptly revealed the formidable Jinx, who had performed admirably in the previous match. The question arose whether to secure a top lane champion first or to prioritize the bot lane duo. Nove turned to Bai, seeking her insight. Without Fiora, let them have their champion, she replied. Bai refrained from hastily selecting her preferred champion, instead allowing her teammates to make their picks first. Aside from Fiora, her choices would depend on the synergy with the overall team composition. Let us first secure Rek'Sai and Varus, she suggested. The team captain, known as the factory manager, also contributed his thoughts. Consequently, they swiftly locked in Rek'Sai and Varus as their first two picks. Shortly thereafter, Snake Team opted for a formidable engage composition featuring Nocturne and Galio. In response, EDG countered with a pick of Janna. Unsurprisingly, during the second round of bans, Snake Team continued to target top lane champions, eliminating both Camille and Gangplank, two strong split-pushing threats. It appeared that the pool of suitable split-pushers was dwindling, indicating that Snake Team intended to force EDG into decisive team fights. Miller, upon witnessing Snake Team's choices, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. One must concede. Snake Team's reaction speed was commendable. They swiftly devised a counter-strategy. Banning 3 top lane champions demonstrated a significant level of respect. Yet this composition would indeed test the depth of the new player's champion pool. At this moment, there was a palpable tension for EDG. Should they falter in this match? What kind of public scrutiny would they face? This could lead to significant repercussions. Let us observe how EDG intends to navigate this predicament. The combination of Nocturne and Galio, with their relentless initiation, is nearly impossible to counter. Miller also sensed a growing unease. Although EDG has a Seraphine in their lineup, the feasibility of withstanding such aggressive advances remains uncertain. After deliberation, EDG opted for the mid-lane pick of Azir, serving both as a counter-initiation and a formidable late-game carry. Regardless, Azir possesses the ability to displace enemies, providing a semblance of self-preservation against this aggressive composition. On the other hand, the Snake Team swiftly selected Xiao for the top lane, accompanied by the support champion Alistar. One might mistakenly believe this to be a lineup favored by RNG. As we approach the final pick, let us see what champion this female player intends to select to confront the opposing team's composition. To be honest, after reviewing this draft, Miller found himself at a loss regarding what to choose. Azir needs no further introduction, and Varus can also be considered a semi-AP champion. Upon finalizing the roster, it is imperative to select an AD-type champion for the top lane. Otherwise, options like Vladimir and Ryze remain viable. In response to this aggressive composition, Vladimir appears to be a commendable choice for the top lane. However, should Xiao decide to stack magic resistance with fervor, one would find it nearly impossible to contest in the lane or participate effectively in team fights. Wait, it seems there is another champion worth considering. Miller recalls that within the champion pool of the top-ranked solo queue player in the domestic server, there exists a champion capable of confronting this scenario, Gangplank. But would she dare to select Gangplank? Meanwhile, EDG's coach Nove has also approached Bai. Should she opt for Gangplank? I notice your experience with Gangplank pales in comparison to that with Camille, yet Camille could suffice. This match hinges on Scout's performance. Nove is keen to have Bai choose a champion she is well versed in. Thus, Gangplank it is. Gangplank can effectively counter the opposing team. Bai disregards concerns regarding her proficiency. For top lane champions, her familiarity is relatively uniform except for Fiora. Undeniably, Gangplank is one of her signature champions. Moreover, she will be facing Xiao, allowing her to farm comfortably in the top lane. In an instant, EDG decisively locks in Gangplank. As Miller reviews the information at hand, he observes EDG's swift selection of Gangplank. Indeed, Gangplank, what confidence! Miller can't help but exclaim in astonishment. The chat erupts with comments, expressing surprise at her audacity to lock in Gangplank. Admittedly, she could have chosen champions like Alistar, Thresh, or Poppy for a safer lane experience, particularly with Poppy, who would undoubtedly avoid blame, as the game would rely on the performance of the dual carries. However, it must be acknowledged that EDG's dual carries are no longer pawn and deft. The only significant flaw would be if Zet were to be overwhelmed by Crystal's relentless assault. One can only say that selecting Gangplank demonstrates considerable courage, willingly shouldering the burden of damage output. Although the majority of viewers in the live stream are gold and silver players, there are those with a keen understanding of the game who recognize the immense pressure associated with selecting Gangplank. I may choose to farm, but I refuse to do so. EDG requires me to step up. This selection of the captain evokes memories for many, reminiscent of the time spent in the hospital recuperating from a back injury. Yet the words EDG needs me brought the Korean mid laner to the venue of the match. The lineups are now established. The blue side, Snake Team, versus the red side, EDG. Top lane, Shaun versus Gangplank. Jungle, Nocturne versus Rek'Sai. Mid lane, Galio versus Azir. ADC, Jinx versus Varus. Support, Alistar versus Janna. The coach of the Snake Team possesses quite remarkable skills. The selection of this lineup not only takes into account the heroes chosen, but also considers the individual prowess of the players. In theory, if the personal abilities of both sides are equal, the combination of Varus and Janna would result in a particularly advantageous landing phase. In the mid-game, a simple choice of champions like Twisted Fate and Galio could effectively lead to a collapse of the opposing team in the bot lane. However, the rival coach places immense trust in the capabilities of their bottom lane player, Crystal, believing that he can contend with the Varus and Janna duo using Jinx and Alistar. In this manner, the Serpent Team's composition becomes nearly insurmountable in the mid-game. They possess the ability to initiate fights, deliver damage, and exert control, with their aggression deemed invincible. On the contrary, EDG heavily relies on individual prowess. As I mentioned, this player would certainly not opt for a champion like Poppy merely to tag along. The Saint Gunner's side, yet internally admired by his gameplay. The champion known as Gangplank demands a high level of proficiency. A skilled player can reap rewards in team fights, while a less adept player might render him a cumbersome liability. This young lady indeed possesses an enigmatic quality. Crystal also scratched his head, initially anticipating a Poppy pick from the opposing team, only to be met with a surprising Gangplank selection. However, recalling the champions Bai has utilized in the domestic server, he found solace. It seems Poppy, a tank prone to punishment, has never graced her champion pool. In retrospect, one could argue that she is not without her vulnerabilities. Her champion selections are rather extreme, with a low margin for error. The Serpent Team's coach couldn't help but ponder this. Currently, within the LPL, off-tanks or pure tanks appear to be more reliable. Despite numerous defeats at the hands of Korean teams, a fundamental shift in mentality remains a challenge. In the matchup of Gangplank against Shaun, there is virtually no doubt. Shaun's damage is limited, and Gangplank's output is consistently predictable. Typically, Gangplank opts to farm safely and utilize his ultimate to support allies, while minimizing the risk of being ambushed. After all, Shaun cannot pressure Gangplank, even in a neutral state. Gangplank can leverage his Q ability to gain an economic advantage. This economic lead is not akin to the illusory advantages seen with champions like Twisted Fate. In the late game, such economic advantages translate into substantial damage output. In the first team fight, both sides had no extraneous thoughts. This game, we can only focus on the lower half of the map. There is no need to pursue solo kills in the top lane. Merely maintaining a farm advantage will suffice. Eco began to issue commands, indicating to the factory leader not to overly concern himself with the top lane. The opposing team only has a mediocre Shaun. Even if we secure a few kills, the impact remains unchanged. I will not be caught. I recognize that Eco's words were directed at her. Despite her formidable skills and profound understanding of team fights and split pushing, the early strategic directives and overarching tactics were ultimately determined by Eco and the factory leader. Professional matches are heavily influenced by experience, given their many differences from casual games. With this draft, the pressure on the top lane has intensified. Abu, seated in the lounge, took note of the champions chosen for the top lane, feeling a sense of uncertainty. Recently, the buzz surrounding EDG has been considerable. If they could secure a flawless victory in this match, it would be commendable, but a loss could lead to dire consequences. Clearly, a top lane Poppy would have been more fitting. She could withstand pressure from tanks and thwart the opponent's aggressive engagements. Upon arriving on the lane, Bai's choice of items for Gangplank consisted of a blue crystal and a reusable potion. This can be considered Captain's relatively standard outing attire, allowing him to secure the initial wave home and acquire the Shining Light, which would significantly ease his landing phase. In contrast, the opposing Saint Gun Shaun has prudently opted for a Doran shield and a health potion. How timid. After 2 minutes of landing, Bai furrowed her brow. It seems that St. Gun has learned to play wisely, resolutely avoiding any engagement. When Captain approaches to exchange blows, he dutifully positions himself behind the ranged minions. What? Kiting with basic attacks? If kiting is unfeasible, why venture forth just to take unnecessary damage? St. Gun has also come to understand that in the top lane, it suffices to bide time and await his teammates' carries. As for Captain's Q skill harass, St. Gun adopts a nonchalant demeanor, either absorbing damage with his W or simply ignoring it altogether. Captain, wielding a blue crystal at the outset, inherently lacks high damage output, compounded by the Doran's shield providing gradual healing for Xiao. If Xiao chooses not to actively contest the minion wave, Captain would exhaust his mana without being able to secure a kill. No matter, one must simply focus on their own tasks. After ample experience in the LPL, one will encounter more of such timid and evasive top laners. Observing Bai attempt to engage and trade several times, St. Gun consistently evades confrontation, prompting the coach to offer a reminder. This is the nature of professional play, particularly as LPL top laners have undergone considerable refinement over the years, becoming accustomed to handling high-pressure landing situations. To merely survive is insufficient. One must establish a reputation. Indeed, Bai, acknowledging the coach's words, concedes that while her skill may surpass others, she lacks the extensive experience of those who have competed in the LPL for many years. She has much to learn regarding different types of opponents and their diverse strategies. Before long, Captain's mana was entirely depleted, while Xiao retained half of his health. As the minion wave pushed forward, Bai opted to return to base, purchasing the Shining Light and 2 longswords, aiming to apply pressure on Xiao. I refuse to believe you can survive this match. After acquiring her new equipment, Bai felt a notable surge in power and revitalization. Upon encountering Xiao, she immediately unleashed a Q skill, simultaneously deploying a barrel in front of him. Previously, without equipment, directly tanking minions to trade blows would have resulted in a loss. However, now equipped, as long as she adeptly prevents Xiao from executing his Q's knock-up, the minion damage becomes negligible. Observing Captain's Q skill trajectory, St. Gun was not foolish. He promptly activated Xiao's W to block the damage. Yet, the disparity in damage after Captain's equipment purchase was stark. Xiao's shield, only leveled once, was shattered, and he lost a sliver of health in the process. Seeing Captain approach with a barrel in tow, St. Gun hesitated, ultimately deciding against contesting the barrel with Captain. He sensed that, given Bai's reflexes, competing for the barrel would surely result in punishment. As Xiao retreated, Bai struck the barrel until it was merely a fraction left, swiftly following up with a second barrel and detonating both, catching the retreating Xiao in the explosion. Advancing forward, she unleashed her full combo of Fire Blade and Q. The entirety of Captain's burst damage landed on Xiao, and even this relatively tanky champion found himself in a precarious state after absorbing such an onslaught. He was likely only 3 basic attacks away from being eliminated. Naturally, Bai refrained from being greedy for the kill, instead retreating to the brush to evade the ranged minion's assault. Engaging Xiao amidst the minion wave for a basic attack was evidently an unwise choice. Sighing at the advancing minion wave, St. Gun chose to return to base under the safety of his turret, acknowledging that his current state could not sustain him in lane any longer. Had it been anyone else, he might have consumed his red potion and lingered in the lane. However, facing Bai, he was unwilling to risk any missteps. I would rather do nothing than make a mistake. In this state, the St. Gun brother suddenly comprehended the philosophy of life, and an insightful phrase emerged from him. This profoundly philosophical remark momentarily stunned the other 4 teammates, who all turned to gaze at him. However, the captain of the Holy Gun paid no heed to their peculiar looks, dutifully returning to base to purchase 2 pieces of cloth armor, health potions, and a true sight ward, subsequently teleporting to the top lane's defensive tower. Before long, the captain had completely seized control of the top lane, soon feeding Xiao several Q skills and a number of double barrels beneath the tower. The captain's playstyle was indeed steadfast. His positioning and trades were nearly flawless, exhibiting an exquisite level of finesse. During this period, he had not once activated the passive Fire Blade of the captain. Yet, one must remember that League of Legends is far more than merely a lane confrontation. Scout, give me that blue buff. I intend to dominate the top lane. While engaged in the top lane, Bai suddenly addressed Scout, who was about to secure the blue buff, exchanging his own mana for the captain's health. Huh, you're going to come down for it now? Scout was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the distance to the blue buff was considerable. Just as Scout finished speaking, a sliver of health remained atop the blue buff when the captain's ultimate descended upon it. The blue buff! Exclaimed the commentator, Wawa, as he witnessed the blue buff being seized, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The director swiftly switched the camera to the captain's perspective in the top lane, revealing a blue beam of light enveloping the captain, forming a circle of the blue buff beneath his feet. Scout-S blue buff was stolen by his own top laner? Wawa marveled, having never before witnessed such a scene in a professional match. The blue buff of the mid lane Xerath had been claimed by his own top lane captain, and from a distance using the captain's ultimate no less. It shouldn't be termed as stealing. This must have been coordinated within EDG. Although Miller was witnessing such an operation for the first time as well. He endeavored to clarify, yes, it must have been discussed within the team to allocate the blue to the top laner. Upon hearing Miller's words, Wawa quickly realized that his earlier interjection had perhaps created an unintended narrative, and promptly retracted his statement. If this truly involves seizing the buff, the discord within the team is bound to escalate. The barrage of comments exclaims, what the heck? Stealing a teammate's buff? How selfish can one be? The champions are. Lacking blue buff in the mid lane is utterly helpless. This is truly absurd. Such a playstyle is exceedingly toxic. At this moment, the dialogue erupts due to the outrageous act of using an ultimate to steal the blue buff. League of Legends has been around for quite some time, and the occurrence of a captain using his ultimate to snatch the blue buff from his own mid laner is a rarity that might only transpire once in a million games. Moreover, such an incident typically arises from quarrels between the mid and top lanes. In a standard match, if you were to use captain's ultimate to pilfer a teammate's buff, even the most composed mid laner would likely abandon the game in frustration. This situation appears to be even more egregious than a jungler reducing a buff to a mere sliver of health, only to summon you to claim it, and then executing a smite just as you reach for it. What is this? A blue buff? The marksman, currently engaged in his lane, furrowed his brow upon witnessing the sudden emergence of a blue buff on the captain. His small eyes brimmed with profound bewilderment. Here he was, relentlessly contesting the lane, effectively trading his health for the captain's mana. After enduring such torment, he finally noticed that the captain's mana was nearly depleted. Even though his own health had fallen below half, surely he would not continue to suffer this indignity. The sudden appearance of a blue buff has placed even greater strain on the already beleaguered Saint Gunner. I can invade their jungle at any moment from the top lane. Seizing their blue. With the blue buff in hand, I swiftly executed a double barrel roll followed by AQ, reducing Saint Gunner's health to a mere third. So you wish to play the fool? I am eager to witness how the captain, endowed with the blue buff, navigates this situation. Their blue will soon be available in about 20 seconds. We can proceed without hesitation. Their top lane is ineffectual. Concerned that the director and scout might remain inactive, I boldly ventured into the jungle before the eyes of the opposing Shaun. Although scout and the director were somewhat bewildered, they followed closely behind. Without a second thought, I strode into the enemy jungle, right before the gaze of Galio. Never mind, let it be. Observing 3 opponents entering the jungle, Saint Gunner retreated to base beneath the safety of his turret. After glancing at Shaun's condition, Soph relinquished any thoughts of defending the upper half of the map. Their composition relies heavily on jinx and skirmishes. The combat prowess of both sides is not even comparable. A single ultimate ability yielded an entire section of jungle, as well as a boon for the top lane. With Soph clearing the upper jungle, the second blue buff naturally went to the mid lane Xerath, leaving the director somewhat taken aback. Initially perplexed by Bai's use of his ultimate to secure the half jungle, the entire operation ultimately resulted in the captain acquiring a substantial portion of the enemy's upper jungle, significantly enhancing the top lane's landing capability. Quite ingenious, indeed. I had no idea such a strategy existed. The lower lane's Eco scratched his head, completely taken aback by this approach. It was astonishing to see how EDG executed their strategy. This blue buff effectively diminished Shaun's health, allowing them to snatch another blue buff from the enemy jungle right before their eyes. Miller's expression was peculiar. It was his first encounter with such audacious maneuvers. Indeed, it was as if EDG had merely utilized one captain's ultimate, yet they reaped an entire section of jungle. Now, not only is Shaun in distress, but Xerath, armed with blue, and Galio, deprived of it, are equally uncomfortable. Dada nodded in agreement. Initially, he questioned EDG's motives, but following the sequence, the tides of battle had completely reversed. Shortly thereafter, as Saint Gunner returned to lane, he discovered an even harsher reality awaiting him. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the captain positioning himself between the minion wave and the turret. What on earth? Has this woman lost her mind? Playing captain without last-hitting minions and denying me experience? Observing the captain's complete disinterest in returning to farm, He found it difficult to accept and voiced his frustration into the microphone. The members of Snake Team shifted their focus to the top lane. Witnessing the captain refusing to farm, effectively blocking Saint Gunner from approaching the minion wave. Why should the captain, who earns additional gold from last hitting and can enhance his ultimate, engage in a war of attrition with me, a Xiao? The anguish on Saint Gunner's face was palpable as he shook his head in despair. While Xiao can forego some gold, he cannot afford to miss out on experience. In this game, heroes who do not gain experience are utterly ineffective. A prime example would be a level 1 hero equipped with 6 items versus an unequipped level 18 hero. It is evident which one possesses greater strength. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that if opponents deny you experience, you will receive none at all, and while minion gold may accumulate slowly, it is still insufficient. Glancing at his jungler's position, he noted that the upper lane had just been invaded by a band of marauders, leaving no jungle monsters available. The jungler, Soph, was exerting pressure on the enemy ADC in the lower lane. It was clear that reinforcements from his jungler would not arrive in the immediate future. Frustration welled up within him. He resolved to seek out experience wherever he could. With such thoughts in mind, he ventured forward, hoping to find a suitable position to gain experience. However, as soon as he took a step, an EQ combo detonated a barrel hidden in the brush, and the subsequent explosion struck Xiao directly. He hastily activated his W skill to mitigate some of the damage and attempted to use his E to kick the barrel and slow down the captain. Yet, the captain seemed to anticipate his move, executing a sharp maneuver to evade the E skill. Then utilizing the barrel's momentum to land a devastating blow upon Xiao with his cutlass. Simultaneously, he placed another barrel right behind him. Observing this, he quickly activated his Q skill to knock back the captain and facilitate his escape. However, Xiao's Q requires a charge, and just as the preparation for the attack commenced, the captain maneuvered out of its range. Left with no choice, he released his Q prematurely, relinquishing the hope of a knock-up in favor of at least landing a slow. Yet, the slow effect appeared to have no impact, as the captain consumed an orange with his W, dispelling the debuff, and struck Xiao with a radiant blow. In the blink of an eye, Xiao's health plummeted by nearly half. By the time he returned to the safety of the turret, he had only a third of his health remaining. The atmosphere grew electric with excitement. The commentators were witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. How ferocious! Xiao could barely withstand the onslaught. The captain was not even last-hitting minions, solely intent on harassing Xiao, denying him any experience. The situation was dire for Xiao. The casters exclaimed, questioning when the LPL had seen such an exaggerated top laner before. Indeed, it was outrageous. Xiao, a hero reliant on levels, was in a precarious position, especially since the captain had already forced Xiao to teleport in the previous skirmish. As the minion wave was organized, it seemed that with such a playstyle, Xiao would struggle to gain any experience during the landing phase. Miller began to worry for Xiao's prospects in the game ahead. The captain, still wielding a blue buff, was playing with reckless abandon, and even platinum players could manage the minion wave with ease. In the realm of this minion wave, in the oppressive presence of the captain, one might speculate that in a solo match, the Saint Gunner could be perpetually ensnared by the minion line. However, to speak candidly, the captain's current prowess is largely attributed to the blue buff at his disposal. Once that buff dissipates, it is improbable that he could afford to persist in such a depleting manner. The doll has discerned that the captain is relying on the current infinite blue to exploit the situation, as his W skill continuously replenishes his health, allowing him to manipulate the minion line without consequence. Yet, I harbor concerns that the captain may soon utilize his ultimate ability to secure the next blue buff. I sense he is not the type to conserve his ultimate for the sake of aiding his teammates. Miller articulated the deepest apprehension within the Saint Gunner's mind. Will the captain continue to use his ultimate to claim the blue buff? If this captain's strategy mirrors that of EDG's tactics, he is destined for confinement. Indeed, I believe the foremost priority for the Serpent team is to assist the Saint Gunner in clearing the lane. Otherwise, this Xiao may find it increasingly untenable to function. The captain seems disinclined to engage in a direct confrontation, preferring instead to focus on his own development. The doll has also noted that Bai's top lane strategy is one of unrelenting aggression, ensuring that no opportunity for secure farming exists. The Serpent team has recognized that the top lane cannot be left to its own devices any longer and has promptly directed Galio and Nocturne from the mid lane to the upper half of the map. Caution is warranted. Both Galio and Nocturne are advancing toward the top lane. Observing Galio push the lane and move toward the upper region, Scout immediately alerted Bai. Others are relying on the engagement potential of Nocturne and Galio. If you present an opening for the Saint Gunner, they are not mere clay figures. I can handle this. You all push mid. Bai instructed upon seeing Azir and Rek'Sai preparing to ascend. Galio and Nocturne are powerful initiators, and with Azir moving so slowly, it is improbable he could catch up. Nevertheless, Scout proved invaluable. When Galio attempted to force the lane to assist, Scout seized the opportunity to reduce Galio's health by half. A Galio with only half health is entirely manageable for Bai. In mere seconds, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Darkness. Suddenly, an ominous voice resonated through the communication channel, and the entire red team screen darkened. In the next instant, a figure soared toward the captain in the top lane. Just as Nocturne landed, a magical circle materialized beneath him. Galio made a grand entrance. Bai, unhurried yet decisive, detonated a barrel at his feet, utilizing the acceleration to evade Nocturne's E-skill control. However, escaping Galio's ultimate would prove far more challenging. The gargantuan stone figure came crashing down. In an instant, a flash of light illuminated the scene, and the captain's figure momentarily vanished from the canyon. That very instant coincided with Galio's ultimate landing. The captain reappeared directly before Galio, landing a swift AQA that significantly reduced his health. Although puzzled by the preceding moment, Galio adeptly executed a W for taunt, then activated his E-skill in an attempt to displace the captain. Yet, the captain swiftly used W to dispel Galio's taunt, sidestepping as Galio's E-skill narrowly missed him. Meanwhile, Nocturne, witnessing this turn of events, felt somewhat powerless. Having already expended his QE skills, he could only pursue the nearly full-health captain with basic attacks. However, this minimal damage was utterly disregarded by the captain. Normal attack. Movement. Normal attack. Movement. Galio's health dwindled, and the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly fervent. As the captain's final Q skill came off cooldown, a barrage of gunfire erupted, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. The calamity of the oceans claimed the justice golem. My heavens, is this real? Against the relentless pursuit of the Serpent team, the captain managed a remarkable counterkill. Miller exclaimed incredulously. Faced with the pursuit of three adversaries, Galio and Nocturne, widely regarded as the most unscrupulous initiators, Bai effortlessly executed a counterkill. This was utterly absurd. It felt as though she had meticulously planned to eliminate Galio from the outset, exuding an air of confidence. Flashing to evade Galio's ultimate, the orange swiftly dispelled Galio's taunt, skillfully maneuvering to dodge the E-skill's knockup. I believe if any one of these three critical moments had faltered, the captain would have perished. Miller shouted, bursting with enthusiasm. I now comprehend why EDG dared to take the audacious step of fielding a female player. She is astonishingly powerful, capable of dominating an entire lane single-handedly. At this moment, the doll finally grasped EDG's rationale. It is simple yet profound, because she is exceptionally strong. Indeed, she is remarkably powerful. Observe how the captain, who typically favored ganking the bot lane, has provided unparalleled protection for the top lane in these two matches. As a seasoned commentator, the doll has discerned the evolution of the captain's playstyle. Crucially, this player delivers tangible results. When you assist her, she soars in the top lane, directly penetrating the opponent's line and even leading you to invade the jungle for resource control. This is a player that junglers are eager to support. Miller felt an undeniable connection to this sentiment. Encountering such a top laner in ranked matches, only a fool of a jungler would refrain from offering assistance. The chat erupted with praise. Incredible. This maneuver has left me in awe. Frankly, it seems somewhat unreasonable. To turn the tables on three opponents is astounding. Let us not exaggerate. It was 2 against 1. All right? The Saint Gunner's Shout had T even arrived when it was all over. To be truthful, the captain's skill level is average. However, riding on the coattails of others is a talent in itself, as he consistently finds a capable ally to elevate his game. This has indeed been the case, from Smile to Deft, Pawn, and now Scout and Bai. Even the currently demolishing mid-lane Minkai could not suppress a chuckle. Initially intending to assist in the top lane, he was instead directed by Bai to join Scout in demolishing the mid-turret. To be honest, at that moment, he believed Bai intended to sacrifice a life to secure the mid-lane's defensive tower, thereby restricting Galio's roaming potential. Yet, they not only claimed the mid-lane tower without cost but also executed a successful counterkill in the top lane while escaping unscathed. After this round of exchanges, EDG profited immensely. They secured kills, and with the return to base, they promptly purchased the Trinity Force, setting the stage for a game that began to unfold similarly to the previous one. Although Saint Gunner played as a Shaun, the captain, now equipped with Trinity Force, significantly enhanced his damage output. As the minion waves were gradually controlled, St. Gunnar found himself once again relegated to the sidelines, hoping to scrape together some experience. Fortunately, with Trinity Force in play, the captain could effortlessly clear the backline minions. Coupled with the passive gold generation from his Q ability, he ceased to torment St. Gunnar, instead pushing the minion wave toward the enemy turret before retreating to the river and jungle. Meanwhile, the director adhered to the strategic plan established at the outset, endeavoring to concentrate the battlefield in the lower region. When Ming Kai arrived at the bottom lane brush, he suddenly burrowed from the shadows and flashed in to lift Crystal Man. However, before the director could unleash his damage, the nearby Alistar reacted swiftly, using his W to knock the excavator away. ZS Varus also flashed and unleashed his ultimate, attempting to secure Jinx. Alistar executed a Q flash, sending the damage-dealing Varus flying. Concurrently, Galio's ultimate descended beneath Alistar's feet. The opposing mid laner had arrived. It was time to retreat. Seeing Galio's rapid support, IKO quickly commanded everyone to withdraw. Just as ZS Varus landed, he was again knocked back by Galio's ultimate, followed by a classic WQE combo that, alongside Jinx, secured his demise. Upon eliminating Varus, Jinx's passive activated, and she began to unleash a flurry of auto-attacks on Rek'Sai. Witnessing this, IKO had no choice but to flee. Jinx, with her passive activated, became nearly unstoppable, and the fate of the team fight was sealed the moment Galio landed. "Hold on, I'll come down and collect everything." White glanced from the top lane and chose to teleport to the bottom. With Galio and Alistar having used their abilities, while the refreshed passive Jinx posed a challenge, it was not insurmountable. Galio's counter-ambush proved crucial. He had forsaken the mid-lane minions, likely anticipating EDG's intentions to engage in the bottom lane. The commentator excitedly exclaimed, "Indeed. Crystal Man sold himself well, creating an illusion for the director that he could focus fire and eliminate." However, it was evident that Alistar had been forewarned. "Wait a minute. The captain has teleported. EDG seems intent on fighting." Miller initially believed this round would conclude with the Serpent team's flawless victory, but suddenly, a teleport captured everyone's attention. With 3 players from the Serpent team still present, and both the director and Varus having fallen, could they truly win this fight? Questioned. The sounds of battle erupted. At the moment the captain landed, the effects of his ultimate appeared beneath Jinx's feet. How dare she teleport down? She is here to die. As the captain approached 3 opponents, Crystal Man was already losing his composure, switching Jinx to her rocket form to attempt some distant harass. An impeccably executed double barrel exploded upon Jinx, instantly depleting her health, which had previously been at over half. What damage is this? Crystal Man was left dumbfounded. The captain's double barrel felt like a critical strike to his very core. Observing the captain's output, IKO swiftly turned to follow him, hoping to contribute somehow. "Help me interrupt Alistar's W ability." With that, White moved toward the slowed Jinx. Noticing this, Alistar attempted to use his W to push the captain away. However, IKO's Janna had already anticipated this, flashing in with her ultimate to forcefully interrupt Alistar's W. The captain advanced, executing a flame knife, followed by a Q to claim Jinx's life. Witnessing such explosive damage from the captain, Galio turned tail and fled. The remaining Alistar was subsequently dispatched by the captain's blades, aided by Janna's slow, securing another kill. Wow, this feels terrible. The Serpent team had initially secured a win, only to be thwarted by the captain's comeback. Does Xiao not have teleport? I feel he could have made a difference if he had come down too. As the captain claimed 2 kills and savored a wave of minions in the bottom lane. Couldn't he help but shake his head? There was no choice. Xiao used his teleport to return to lane. This early teleport had undoubtedly set the stage for the unfolding drama. Moreover, even if Xiao had a teleport available, he would still struggle to descend to the bottom lane. Miller had previously noted the minion waves in the top lane. Xiao's turret had just received at least 2 waves. And while the bottom lane might prevent the captain from farming, the top lane would suffer equally. With such a prosperous captain and a struggling Xiao, one could hardly predict Xiao's effectiveness. That is true, but the silver lining is that Jinx secured 2 kills. With this composition, if she charges in to eliminate someone, her operational space will expand significantly. EDG's Azir and Captain's barrel range appeared quite formidable. However, if Nocturne obtained a guardian angel, they could initiate fights without hesitation. It seems that EDG still faced considerable difficulties. Despite their commendable performance in this team fight, the consensus remained that EDG's situation was not particularly favorable. The team's composition appeared overly simplistic and brutish on the Serpent's side, allowing for straightforward coordination. Conversely, EDG lacked any true frontline champions. In the ensuing 10 minutes, as anticipated by the commentators, the Serpent team seized control of the mid-game. With Galio and Nocturne's mindless advances, no one on EDG could venture to the forefront. The early lead that EDG had gradually dwindled, with the Serpent team catching up economically. What had begun as a promising start transformed into an adverse situation, leading to a shift in the live commentary's tone. Familiar patterns emerged as EDG faltered. Their mid-game struggles resurfaced. What trash composition did the coach select? The entire team lacks any tankiness, and there is no initiation, lamented the viewers. It was a shame that the captain had built such an early advantage, frankly. If they had been RNG or WE, they would have secured victory long ago. What good is an advantage if it leads to stealing a teammate's blue buff? Consuming resources and failing to contribute in team fights? Can we blame the girl for this? Using the ultimate to steal from her own team while the enemy invades and seizes the opponent's blue? Is that the narrative we're pushing? Indeed, EDG lost. However, your girl did not. The atmosphere surrounding the fanbase was quite distasteful. Even though White had played exceptionally well, once EDG fell behind, critiques began to surface, targeting her. After all, the toxicity of the League of Legends match commentary could rival that of social media. Nevertheless, the members of EDG remained unperturbed. Azir was a champion that flourished in the late game, and the captain shared this characteristic, while Varus appeared to be a more functional AD champion for initiation. His W ability allowed him to dispatch tanks with remarkable speed. This lineup indeed appears somewhat passive, yet the outcome of the match remains uncertain. It seems imperative for the captain to secure champions like Gragas, who can initiate team fights. Within the EDG lounge, Nof was engaged in discussions with Abu regarding the draft strategy. The initial selection of Rek'Sai stemmed from her prominence as a strong jungler in this patch, coupled with the captain's familiarity with her. However, upon reviewing the overall draft, it is evident that heroes capable of initiating skirmishes and seizing opportunities are essential to prevent the opposing team from dictating the flow of the mid-game. Given this draft and lineup, had they faced WE or RNG, EDG might have found themselves in dire straits. It is only due to the comparatively weaker prowess of Snake that they could exert some pressure. Throughout several phases of EDG's strategy, Snake repeatedly established vision around the dragon area, subsequently securing 3 dragons in succession during the mid-game. Meanwhile, Captain Gangplank managed to exert pressure in the top lane, demolishing 2 towers in both the top and bottom lanes, further bolstered by his minion farm. By the 29-minute mark, his items included standard armor boots, Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruined King, Infinity Edge, and Gale Force, a complete set of 4 items, rendering him exceedingly wealthy. They proceeded to threaten the Baron, as I, Jinx, with my Infinity Edge, felt emboldened to engage. On the Snake side, the recently purchased Infinity Edge provided confidence to the Crystal Brother, who began to take charge. Against the fragile composition of the opposing team, Jinx's 3-item Infinity Edge made her a formidable force. Alright, keep an eye on the captain, Holy Gunner remarked. Having endured 2 consecutive defeats at the hands of Bai, now finally presented with a chance to turn the tide. The Snake team was poised to pressure the Baron. However, I felt this decision lacked prudence. The captain's ultimate ability in the Dragon Pit is quite formidable. EDG sensed the slowing pace of the Baron and prepared for a team fight. Nocturne charged in, followed closely by Galio, with the target being the captain. What kind of damage is this? The captain exclaimed. Just as Miller was about to passionately narrate the action, he witnessed the captain land a barrel that reduced Nocturne, who was at full health, to half in an instant, leaving him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Galio's ultimate descended upon the scene. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light flickered. With a deft maneuver, Galio's ultimate was narrowly evaded by a timely flash. A well-timed EQ barrel explosion resulted in the underdeveloped Nocturne being struck by 2 barrels, forcing his guardian angel to activate. Xiao then charged towards the captain, yet the captain, accelerating, effortlessly sidestepped the oncoming impact. Observing that the ultimate had missed, Xiao halted beside the captain and retaliated with a Q ability aimed at him. At that moment, Scout Azir gracefully arrived, utilizing his R ability, Conquering Sands, to push both Galio and Xiao away. While the captain focused on Jinx, he executed a flash W to knock her airborne, unleashing full fury damage with his AQE, followed by his ultimate. Simultaneously, Bai seized the opportunity to land a double barrel that struck both Jinx and Xiao, along with Galio. In less than a second, the newly equipped Crystal Brother, poised for destruction with his 3 items, was annihilated. The surrounding teammates scarcely had time to react before witnessing Jinx's sudden demise. The barrage of comments exploded. What kind of damage does this captain deal? Where's my AD? I had such a massive AD, Turtle exclaimed, as Jinx vanished following a double barrel strike. The sequence unfolded with 2 barrels knocking the underdeveloped Nocturne's guardian angel, swiftly followed by a double barrel that obliterated Jinx, who was left with minimal health. Due to the absence of a tank in this match, the captain opted for a full build of defensive items, which explains why he refrained from chaining his Q after completing the AQE combo. His role was to provide crowd control and absorb damage. In the ensuing chaos of the team fight, the Snake team, bereft of their core AD carry, succumbed to panic. The recently revived Nocturne fell prey to a fiery blade followed by a Q ability, resulting in a double kill. The remaining champions, Alistar, Galio, and Shaun, dared not engage further and promptly fled for their lives. At this moment, the captain was utterly invincible, his damage was insurmountable, and no one could withstand his onslaught. The closest and poorly developed Shaun, after waiting for the captain's barrel cooldown, had his health instantly evaporated. Triple kill. The captain was on a rampage. Could he achieve a pentakill? No one could stand in his way now. Galio taunted, but it was futile. With a swift use of his orange to cleanse himself, he struck once, twice, thrice. The 2 commentators present, witnessing the captain chase down the remaining 2 opponents, expressed their exhilaration, igniting anticipation in the hearts of all. Meanwhile, the EDG communication was equally fervent. Leave them. He can get a pentakill. I have my boots of swiftness to secure it. Stop. Stop. Scout, who was assisting with Galio's output, noticed the sliver of health left and immediately halted, allowing the captain to easily claim the kill. Quadra kill. Nice. I can hold him back. I can blow the cow back. We can achieve a pentakill. Chase. Chase. Eco, adorned in his boots of swiftness, shouted excitedly. Using a W skill to slow the cow, then flashing in front to adjust his position, executing a decisive ultimate that sent the cow flying back. However, it was evident that the Snake team's support had dignity, the first female player to grace the LPL stage, and they were merely a backdrop for a pentakill? With a WQ, utilizing Eco's displacement, she suddenly flashed over the wall, retreating to the top lane high ground. It seems she escaped. Upon witnessing the Snake team's support's escape, Miller's previously ecstatic voice turned despondent. He had believed the pentakill was secure when Eco flashed and blew the cow back. Yet who would have thought the Snake team's support would be so resilient? But this was a professional match. He could not question why she did not return to gift a pentakill to others. If someone were to give it, that would be a gesture of goodwill. Not giving it would be entirely reasonable, reflecting a serious professional attitude. Regardless, there was logic to it all. Why is she so adept at evading? Is escaping her only skill? The captain, known for his defensive prowess, expressed his frustration upon seeing the Snake team's support escape to the high ground. For heaven's sake. The Snake team initiated the team fight, and their support cow didn't even use a skill in the frontline battle, finishing with both flash and skills intact. It's simply absurd. Indeed, this person is too good at preserving their KDA, Eco interjected, eager to seize the chance to bolster his own reputation. It's alright, I often secure pentakills. One less doesn't matter. Hearing his teammates' frustration over not securing a pentakill, Bai offered consolation. Pentakills were commonplace for her in ranked games. Those high-ranking players were often incompetent, and she could easily dominate them in lane. In team fights, she could wreak havoc. It was only in professional matches against these skilled teams that she felt pressure. The concept of a pentakill in professional matches was entirely different from that in ranked games. If one could secure a pentakill in a match, it would be a highlight worthy of extensive celebration. Upon hearing Bai's nonchalant remarks, the captain felt compelled to clarify the distinction between the two. In professional competitions, the frequency of pentakills was exceedingly rare, and when they did occur, they were mostly by ADCs. Even he had only achieved a pentakill once last year while playing Graves. And that was with the help of good friends. The top lane saw even fewer instances. In the captain's memory, it seemed PDD had achieved one during S3. Other than that, he had no recollection. But what if a pentakill occurred at the S7 finals? Upon hearing the captain's explanation, Bai's interest was piqued. According to the captain, achieving a pentakill in a high-stakes match would be immensely rewarding. If you can secure a pentakill at the S7 finals, EDG would likely offer you a salary exceeding 30 million next year. The captain had not anticipated Bai's thoughts to extend so far, securing a pentakill at the S7 finals. Her worth would skyrocket. It was crucial to note that they had yet to escape the shadow of the Korean teams at the World Championship. If Bai could achieve a pinnacle and claim victory, 30 million would be a conservative estimate. Her value might even rival Uzi's. With the Snake team's defeat in the team fight, the enemy's crystal was swiftly obliterated. Let us congratulate EDG. The two commentators exclaimed in unison as they witnessed the moment the base exploded. What do you think of this debut performance from EDG's new top laner? The match concluded, and WE shifted the discussion to the topic everyone was most eager to hear about, the newcomer in the EDG top lane. Strong. I can only describe it with such a simple word. The Holy Gunner had already reached the pinnacle of domestic top laners. At this point, I firmly believe that the top-ranked account in the national server belongs to her. Miller pondered for a few seconds before delivering a fair assessment. Initially, when they saw Bai appear in the EDG top lane, they were filled with questions. Only after witnessing her performance in the match did Miller dare to affirm her capabilities. To be honest, I was thoroughly impressed. An unassailable split-pushing Fiora, a devastating team-fighting captain, EDG's new top laner is genuinely remarkable. WE's face radiated with respect. The crux was not just the results Bai produced, but also her nearly flawless execution of intricate details. In the first match, she dodged barrels with 2 flashes, evaded vision with an E-flash, and successfully blocked Jack's SE with various Laurent-style precision strikes. In the second match, she dodged Galio's ultimate with 2 well-timed flashes, executing a triumphant counterattack in a 3-for-1 exchange, delivering explosive damage in team fights. It was nothing short of a visual feast, unparalleled lane prowess coupled with astonishing reflexes. The camera then shifted to the player area, whereby slowly removed her headphones, tiptoed, and gently leaped down from her gaming chair, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yet her expression remained stoic. The barrage of comments erupted. Did she just tiptoe? Haha, jumping down from a gaming chair? That's absurd. It appeared that this young lady was certainly under 5 feet tall, with short legs to match. The audience erupted in playful jeers. The EDG members looked perplexed, unsure of the cause of the commotion, while the Snake team wore frowns, mistakenly believing the audience's laughter was a mockery of their defeat to a girl. Let's go. Time to shake hands. Noticing Bai instinctively turning back, the captain hurried to remind her. Bai then glanced towards the Snake team, nodded, and followed her teammates over. Hey, look. EDG is heading over. I wonder how the Snake team feels about this. WE, seemingly contemplating the psychological state of the Snake team, couldn't help but wear a mischievous grin. I bet when this young lady shakes hands with them, they'll be utterly bewildered. Miller chuckled softly, reflecting on the fact that he was witnessing the first female player in LPL history. It seemed the Snake team had never anticipated such an occurrence. Oh, do you not perceive how the 4 members of EDG resemble a quartet of brothers accompanying their sister? They appear a head shorter. Suddenly, Miller's attention was drawn to the height disparity among the EDG players. Mainly, Bai's stature was notably diminutive, appearing to be around 1.4 to 1.5 meters tall, while the others hovered around the height of 1.7 meters. Indeed, within the game, it exuded an aura of a formidable sister leading her 4 younger brothers. The previously jovial Captain Iko, who had donned a rather servile demeanor, suddenly felt his smile falter upon hearing this remark. Do you not know how to speak? This is what we call teamwork, collaborating to achieve victory. Minkai, never cling to others for support. Meanwhile, the 2 Koreans, Scout and Zet, were oblivious to the playful banter exchanged by the commentators. Upon approaching the Snake team for a handshake, it was evident that the team, having been overwhelmed by a female player, wore expressions tinged with embarrassment. Finally, as Bai approached Sheng Changgo, he seemed somewhat dazed. The bewildered expression on his face elicited a few moments of sympathy from the commentators present. It seems that today, the renowned marksman was truly at a loss, and one can only hope he can recalibrate his mindset. Miller remarked. Being so thoroughly outmatched by a female competitor must have taken a toll on his self-esteem. All one can do is wish him the fortitude to persevere. I have a feeling that our marksman will not be the last to experience such a setback. The upcoming matches will surely require LPL's top laners to exercise caution. I sense that many will falter under her pressure in the lane, as D expressed with anticipation. The marksman's defeat today was not a reflection of his inadequacy, but rather a testament to the prowess of his opponent. Currently, it appears that no top laner in the LPL can withstand such intense pressure. I believe this scenario presents a valuable opportunity for our LPL top laners to hone their skills. It cannot be that a single female player dominates them consistently. They must engage in more rigorous training. Miller posited that the emergence of Bai might signify a transformative shift in the LPL top lane environment. How many times has the LPL been thoroughly trounced by Korean top laners? Yet, they continue to select subpar players and struggle to compete. I heard that EDG acquired this top laner at an astonishingly low cost, marking a significant gain. Though she is a newcomer, her capabilities are indeed of a star caliber. Initially, they anticipated a major upheaval when EDG suddenly introduced a female top laner into the fray. To their surprise, she performed exceptionally well, exhibiting a style that resonated deeply with the audience. The pivotal factor is that she is indeed a woman. If EDG manages her development effectively, it could yield substantial benefits for the club. During the interlude before the players returned to the lounge, P appeared on the big screen. In League of Legends, P is awarded to the standout player from the victorious side, based on their overall performance. However, the selection of P often invites controversy, as the choices made by the director sometimes diverge from the opinions of the audience. The evaluation of professional matches cannot rely solely on statistics, at times. A single critical maneuver during a pivotal team fight can alter the course of the game. For instance, a jungler with low damage output and minimal participation might secure a crucial ancient dragon soul at a decisive moment, subsequently leading their team to victory. Alternatively, a support might provide a crucial ward that grants their top lane a golden opportunity. Nonetheless, based on both statistical and direct performance metrics, Bai undoubtedly deserved the title of P for this match. Ultimately, the director awarded P to Bai as captain, with a 90 participation rate and contributing 40 of the total damage output. Especially noted for the impressive 3-man counter in the top lane and the 4-kill finale during the dragon fight. Such an outstanding captain performance could not be bestowed upon anyone else. Frankly, such a commanding performance resembles that of a seasoned player dominating lesser opponents. Brutal, direct, and succinct. As Bai's statistics and image illuminated the big screen, many spectators recalled the initial silhouette photo released by EDG, announcing her addition to the team. It turned out that it was not the photographer's fault. She truly possesses such a petite stature. Well done. Upon Bai's return, Abu approached with a beaming smile, offering his praise. Well done? No. If it weren't for concerns about the players becoming overly proud and difficult to manage, he would have declared her performance flawless, with no room for improvement. Clubs plagued by disarray have often seen their players underperform. There have been instances of romantic entanglements leading to conflicts, while others have faced scandals involving solicitation and gambling. However, such issues do not pertain to EDG, which must be acknowledged for its strict management of players. Before they could engage in further conversation in the lounge, staff members swiftly approached them, evidently regarding post-match interviews. Generally, such interviews are orchestrated by the club itself, typically featuring the player awarded P. In esports, this is indeed a profession, and the opportunity to present oneself before an audience significantly enhances one's commercial value. However, this was Bai's first experience on such a stage, and due to her somewhat naive demeanor, there were concerns she might utter something astonishingly naive during the interview. Thus, the team leader accompanied her for support, and the host did not object to this somewhat unusual request. Preparations for the interview were promptly completed. Naturally, the team leader was well prepared, while the host, Yu Shuang, along with the team leader, ensured Bai was well equipped with interview experience. If this live interview inadvertently veers into inappropriate territory, it could lead to significant repercussions. However, as long as one speaks with composure, there should be no issues. Greetings, everyone. I am Yu Shuang. Today, for our post-match interview, we have invited EDG's jungler, Clearlove, and top laner Bai. Let us have both of you greet the audience. Yu Shuang articulated her opening remarks with remarkable proficiency. Hello, I am Clearlove from EDG. Hello, I am Bai, the top laner from EDG. Upon finishing, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The spectators were particularly intrigued by the first female player in LPL history. Of course, another critical aspect is aesthetics. In esports, skill reigns supreme, yet attractiveness holds equal significance. Humans are inherently visual creatures, naturally gravitating towards beauty. When both charm and prowess coexist, it is only natural that they garner greater attention. The performances in the previous 2 matches have already showcased Bai's exceptional capabilities. It appears that our new player from EDG is quite popular. Honestly, I find her utterly charming, Yu Shuang remarked playfully, observing the fervent reaction from the audience. After the venue quieted down, she proceeded to ask, now, let us pose our first question to our new top laner. As the first female player to grace the LPL stage, and having debuted with 2 pentakills, even securing a quadra kill, how do you feel at this moment? As she spoke, a hint of admiration glimmered in Yu Shuang's eyes. The LPL stage has long been dominated by male players, and suddenly having a female player break through and perform so splendidly naturally evokes admiration from her as a fellow woman. I feel all right, I suppose. Training matches have been quite similar. There isn't much difference. I replied, slightly perplexed, as she took the microphone. It seemed her emotions were rather subdued. Observing the lack of elation on Bai's face, it appeared she truly did not feel particularly excited. Now, let us move on to the second question for clear of. Today, we noticed a shift in your gameplay, primarily focusing on ganks in the top lane. What prompted this change? Yushuang quickly handed the microphone to the manager. This was mainly based on the coach's arrangements and the outcomes of our training matches. If Bai can carry, I will assist her. As he spoke, Clearlove discreetly glanced at Bai. He needed to maintain his image. It would be quite embarrassing if others perceived him as merely riding on her coattails. Oh, Bai? This term of endearment piqued Yushuang's curiosity. Bai appeared youthful, and it was surprising that Clearlove referred to her in such a manner. The term Bai is a sign of respect. In our team, we all refer to her as Sister Bai. It has become a habit, and without thinking, I let it slip, Clearlove awkwardly explained after Yushuang caught him. I see. It seems Sister Bai holds a significant position within EDG. Yushuang inquired, intrigued as if she had stumbled upon a juicy piece of gossip. Clearlove scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He certainly couldn't admit that he was outplayed during training matches. The other team members have gradually been tamed. All right. Let us proceed to the third question. Sister Bai, what motivated you to participate in the professional league? What was the situation surrounding your tryout? I believe everyone is quite curious about this, as clubs typically do not recruit female players. Bai pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. The reason for joining the professional league is simple. It's very lucrative. As for the tryout, I encountered a professional player named Wei Lan while ranked first in the national server. I thought they played excellently, so I added them as a friend. They then recommended me to contact Abu for a tryout. Upon hearing this, the backstage member, Sheng Changgu, blushed furiously. The surrounding teammates cast peculiar glances, as if to say, you brought that player in? While many may not recognize the ID Wei Lan, fans certainly would. Given that he was Sheng Changgu's teammate. Don't look at me. Who would have thought that player with a 90 win rate, ranking first in the national server, was a girl? Faced with the odd looks from his teammates, Sheng Changgu felt somewhat awkward. Yet, who could have anticipated that the top laner was indeed a female, even if he had not recommended her? Clubs desperate for a top laner would exhaust every means to find her. Well, it's for the money. Sister Bai is refreshingly candid. Yushuang sensed that this was akin to an interview genius comparable to SC. Although the pursuit of wealth is a universally understood rationale, most would shy away from such a mundane expression. Many would speak of the desire to compete against stronger opponents, pursue dreams, or represent female players on the LPL stage. However, for the money is an unassailable truth that no one can refute. Now, for the final question. It's evident that in League of Legends, girls may not possess the same innate talents as boys. Yet, as the only female player in the LPL, you have showcased your prowess by achieving 2 pentakills today. Could you share how you gradually improved your skills? Yushuang was genuinely curious about this. As a female host in the LPL, she naturally needed to play League of Legends. Otherwise, it would be awkward to pose some hilariously irrelevant questions. However, she struggled to climb the ranked ladder. Actually, I don't think I gradually improved. I only started playing this month, and just a few days ago, I reached the top rank in the national server. Yushuang's remarks left Bai momentarily speechless. Is there truly a gradual process of improvement in this game? She demonstrated remarkable prowess from the very outset, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of the national server and subsequently entering the professional arena. The entire journey spanned less than a month. Yushuang felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing Bai's words, ultimately concluding the interview in a rather hasty manner. Throughout the process, it was painfully awkward for her to remain there. Each inquiry directed at Bai culminated in a comically absurd outcome. Nevertheless, the audience garnered a fundamental understanding of Bai. Firstly, she holds a prominent position within the EDG team, a fact that is evident from the strategic focus observed during matches. Secondly, she is undeniably a prodigy, ascending to the top of the national server within a month of playing the game. She then transitioned directly to competing with EDG. This young woman possesses a commendable straightforwardness. However, I believe that pursuing a professional career for monetary gain is quite genuine. Upon hearing this, the commentator, Wawa, expressed strong agreement. This is indeed the case. While some speak of chasing dreams, it is not to say that there are no dreamers among them. Yet, It is often only after achieving financial independence that individuals acquire the privilege to pursue their dreams. Miller also nodded in assent. Within the LPL, there are indeed dreamers. With figures like Clearlove and Uzi being among the most renowned, they could have long ago exited the professional stage, opting instead for lucrative streaming opportunities at the most opportune moments. Yet, they have chosen to remain on the competitive stage. It is important to recognize that the rigors of daily training are genuinely exhausting. Each day begins with waking, eating, and then diving into ranked matches, often continuing late into the night before finally resting. Days like this endlessly repeat themselves. Rest? Aside from a brief respite after the S tournament, the concept of rest is virtually non-existent. Of course, the annual salaries and various contracts they receive from their professional careers are more than sufficient to secure their livelihoods for the latter half of their lives. It is this lack of financial worries that allows them to continue pursuing their dreams. If one must meticulously budget for their later years, how many would choose to chase their aspirations? After all, a professional gaming career lasts only a few years. I sense she is a person of pure intentions. To be honest, the recent interview reminded me of someone. Who? Is it SC? That fellow is indeed a master of interviews. After a moment of contemplation, the players suddenly recalled the name of this remarkable man, one who left LPL hosts at a loss for words. No, the old thief seems purely aloof. Miller shook his head and continued, actually, I meant that guy from XG. I've spoken with him privately, and he is quite candid, stating that he plays for money. Personally, I see nothing wrong with that. After all, LPL clubs can certainly afford to pay salaries, right? If someone can secure an S tournament championship for the sake of money, I believe everyone would be pleased to witness that. Without a moment's hesitation, the player provided this response. The audience in the chat erupted into fervent discussions, with many directly expressing their desire to purchase champion skins as a show of support upon winning the championship. From S3 to S6, the Korean teams have dominated for 4 consecutive years. If they fail to clinch the championship this year, it would mark a 5th year of defeat. As the commentators engaged in idle chatter, the coach and the player returned to the lounge. Meanwhile, Abu had received a call from the EDG owner. The owner's directive was straightforward. Without compromising performance, see if Bai could be positioned as a core member of the team, allowing her to showcase her abilities as much as possible. In just the span of one match, EDG's official Weibo account had swiftly gained over 100,000 followers. Bai's appearance and stellar performance catapulted her to the top of the trending topics, with both skill and beauty. Her presence as a woman in the male-dominated LPL scene was nothing short of revolutionary. Almost every female League of Legends player began following EDG due to Bai's influence. It is widely known that women's purchasing power is formidable. While LPL enjoys high viewership, it is unrealistic to expect male viewers to spend significantly. At most, winning a championship might lead to a skin purchase. Clubs typically rely on viewership to attract advertisers. However, women are different. Attracting a multitude of female fans transforms this viewership into tangible revenue for EDG, ensuring that any merchandise they release would sell out rapidly. The EDG owner astutely recognized that Bai's commercial value far exceeded her current performance. After the match concluded, the EDG players did not return to the base as usual. Instead, they were taken by staff to a nearby hotel. The EDG owner, in a straightforward manner, reserved a large private room for a celebratory feast. Naturally, the young player who had rescued Bai from the streets was also present. The owner, ever generous, understood that more participants simply meant more plates. Moreover, Bai's value had nearly reached that of the coach. The coach, after so many years in LPL, had a stable fan base with little room for growth. Bai, however, shone like a gleaming gold nugget, quickly matching the coach's commercial worth and poised to grow even further within the LPL. Coincidentally, as their bus pulled up to the hotel, they spotted the Snake team arriving at a nearby hot pot restaurant. Everyone was relatively familiar, and they quickly gathered to chat. However, this put the Snake team owner in a bit of an awkward position. Seeing the other team's owner celebrating with a grand feast while he took his players for hot pot felt somewhat embarrassing. Resolutely, he decided to bring his beleaguered crew to the hotel for a lavish meal as well. After all, they were all from the same competitive scene, and a semblance of dignity needed to be upheld. Your new top laner is ridiculously strong. Honestly, I feel like facing him in the Korean server or SE is nowhere near this level. It's insane. As soon as they sat down, Xingqiang couldn't help but begin to jest. Ming Kai and Iko exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a sense of schadenfreude. They shared a good rapport with Xingqiang. and witnessing his plight brought them a certain delight. Scout, still learning Chinese, could at least grasp some of Xinjiang's comments. Sister Bai's Fiora is unparalleled in the world. She cannot be allowed to play. Perhaps due to learning from recordings, Scout's voice bore a somewhat effeminate tone, tinged with a hint of Korean accent, which only added to the humor of the moment. Enough chatter. Let us order. Water Crystal finally interjected, unable to contain himself as he grabbed the menu. Wait, are you kidding me? We're ordering first? I thought we were waiting for the little demon to arrive. Water Crystal's comment immediately reminded everyone of the most famous incident in the LPL community. Why bother with all that? Hurry up, I'm starving. What's the rush? Isn't our coach already ordering? Goodness, the coach's role seems to be merely to order takeout. When we dine out, he's in charge of ordering, is that it? Quite remarkable. That evening, after dinner and upon returning to the base, No-Fei promptly gathered everyone for a review session. Despite their victory, issues within the team persisted. Particularly during the second match, EDG struggled to adapt to Snake's sudden composition changes, revealing some evident flaws. As the coach, No-Fei admitted that he had not fully considered the situation, and the chosen composition was indeed overly passive, heavily reliant on individual skill. Had it not been for Bai's captain, who executed a series of astonishing plays, such as the mid-tower resource exchange and a well-timed TP to assist the bottom lane, EDG might have faced collapse mid-game. Yet, beyond Nov's draft, numerous mistakes occurred during the game, especially when EDG found themselves at a disadvantage mid-game, as if they had forgotten how to play. While EDG conducted their post-match review, the external buzz reached a fever pitch. Discussions surrounding Bai became exceptionally heated. Without any external provocation, her mere presence on the competitive stage sparked widespread debate. The first female player in LPL history. What are people's thoughts on this? This is an exceptionally popular post on Hupu, with similar discussions appearing on Weibo, Tieba, and a certain Pink app. Netizens are fervently expressing their opinions. Initially, I thought EDG was merely aiming to entertain, but after watching the match, I can only assert that in sports, prowess takes precedence, irrespective of gender. To be candid, achieving a 90 win rate on the national server is already a testament to one's skill. Truly remarkable talents, I believe, enter the scene at their zenith, akin to Uzi, the factory director, and Wei Shen. Has the discussion now shifted to comparing our LPL's triumvirate? Due to the factory director rebranding himself as CL Earlove 7 this year, netizens humorously refer to these three as the LPL's triumvirate: factory director, 7 Sauce, Uzi, Bath Sauce, and Wei Shen, Wei Sauce. Currently, these three individuals represent the most celebrated figures from the S7 era. To be honest, today's young lady truly showcased her skills. However, facing off against Saint Gunbrother seems to lack a certain weight. What does that imply? Saint Gunbrother is arguably the only carry-type top laner in the LPL. Is that not significant? It's not that Saint Gunbrother lacks skill. Longtime fans of Snake know well. He's a player of unpredictable nature, sometimes resembling a god, other times a ghost. Who can tell if his performance today was subpar? Upon the utterance of these words, it became evident that no one could refute the statement. The enigmatic Saint Gun has displayed his unpredictable nature for quite some time. Despite his formidable personal prowess, there seems to be an elusive quality that is lacking. I find this observation to be rather astute. If EDG possesses such confidence, why did they not allow this young lady to face We yesterday? Should she triumph over Leg Brother, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. In all fairness, based on her performance, this young lady appears to possess slightly superior skills compared to Leg Brother. However, if EDG were to compete against We, the bottom lane, characterized by its glaring vulnerabilities, would undoubtedly falter under the pressure. Indeed, as long as Leg Brother maintains his composure, the disparity in the bottom lane will become apparent. I can already envision your expressions should they falter in their debut. Such discussions are futile. Defeat is defeat, and to boast without the courage to compete is utterly ridiculous. Moreover, you even dare to invoke the names of the three titans of LPL. According to your logic, every top laner in LPL, aside from Leg Brother, should consider retirement. Currently, aside from RNG, which team possesses the capability to challenge We? Analyzing rationally, how do you perceive this young lady's prowess in the upper echelons of LPL rankings? The arena is rife with fervent discussions and heated debates. Some players are fervently refreshing their screens, eager to engage in verbal sparring at the sight of a notification. The fascination surrounding such rankings is perennial. Why is it that the player rankings during the annual S Championship are dubbed the poisonous milk list, yet everyone remains so captivated? I cannot say for certain, but it is undeniable that there is an affinity for rankings. Before long, individuals began to organize a hierarchy for the top laners of LPL. At the pinnacle stands WE's top laner, 957, whose performance this year has been nothing short of exemplary. Although the spring split is yet to conclude, 957 has already emerged as one of WE's stalwart pillars. Following closely in second place is EDG's former top laner, Tongyang. In S5, Tongyang was widely regarded as the premier top laner in LPL, having contributed significantly to EDG's historic victory over a Korean team in the international arena, leaving SKD's top laner in a state of bewilderment. However, following the championship victory at Tongyang was reportedly benched for various reasons and only returned to the stage this year with RNG. Yet, even after his transfer to RNG, he has not secured a starting position. Nevertheless, in the eyes of netizens, Tongyang's abilities remain formidable. As we reach the third position in the rankings, it is abundantly clear that substantial disagreements have emerged. The third-ranked player according to this netizen is Wolf, followed by Sword Saint Jean Jiao at 4th, then Bai at 5th, and Saint Gunbrother at 6th. To be candid, this ranking is exceedingly abstract. Had the match occurred today, Saint Gunbrother would undoubtedly have been the third-best top laner. This ranking seems purely an attempt to undermine Little Bai. Frankly, placing Bai at 5th is rather excessive. Anyone who watched the match would find such an assessment implausible. I must admit, I can barely contain my disbelief at the second place. Tongyang was undeniably formidable during S5, a fact acknowledged by all. Yet, what has become of him now? EDG would rather field use than Tongyang. Do you truly believe his prowess remains intact? A substitute who cannot even secure a starting position should not be considered. The ranking of Leg Brother at first, followed by Little Bai, and then Saint Gunbrother seems quite reasonable to me. It appears that crafting these rankings is indeed challenging. Assigning a player to second place based on a single match feels rather excessive, though certainly not as unreasonable as placing them at 5th. Following this, the discussions devolved into various disputes. However, it seems rather inappropriate to assign such high regard based on just one match, yet undervaluing them also presents its own issues. Some have even mentioned IG's current top laner, Duke. Although he possesses considerable skill, unfortunately, IG's jungler is that kid who frequently gets lost in the jungle, resulting in Duke often being overwhelmed in the top lane, leading the audience to view him as merely a gold digger. Meanwhile, other top laners in the LPL, upon witnessing Bai's performance today, felt a chill down their spines. No way. Is this real? A few days ago, the top laner we faced in scrims was a girl. The mid laner, Shi Yi, exclaimed in the base after watching today's match. Being part of the same LPL teams, they naturally engage in scrims with EDG. Just days ago, Leg Brother was thoroughly defeated, leaving him dazed. Now they realize it was a female player. This is simply astonishing. Goodness, don't even get me started. My WeChat is inundated with messages from those asking if I could possibly compete against that lady. 957 glanced at his WeChat, filled with messages from other top laners, and felt overwhelmed. He responded to each with a tearful emoji. What nonsense. How could I possibly compete against her? She is like a monster. Reflecting on being thoroughly beaten by a girl during scrims, 957 felt utterly crushed. Upon seeing 957's replies, many others breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, it's all right. If Leg Brother couldn't win, how could we? They resigned themselves to their fate. However, amidst this group of despondent players, some began to feel anxious. Simultaneously, numerous individuals were questioned during live broadcasts regarding their opinions on Bai. The reverse-smoking PDD remarked, "Today's match? I just heard about it and made a point to watch. Wow, that girl is fierce." Upon recalling Bai's incredible reflexes on the battlefield, PDD felt a shiver run down his spine. After watching, my sole thought was, thank goodness I retired. Otherwise, I would be humiliated daily by a girl in the top lane. Hey, Xiaoma, don't you play on the national server every day? What is your take? Suddenly, PDD remembered that his subordinate, Xiaoma, also frequently plays on the national server and must have faced Bai numerous times. What national server? I've switched to the Korean server. I can't compete. Honestly, I would rather face SE every day than that girl. Playing against SE, his moves are comprehensible, and you can gradually improve. But facing the girl is like a king battling a silver player. There is simply no hope. Xiaoma, who had suffered greatly on the national server, immediately began to vent. Competing against top professional players may feel humiliating at times. But if I can play champions I excel with, it's not impossible. Each match offers valuable lessons from those elite players. However, facing Bai is an entirely different experience. It feels as though every aspect of my strategy is exposed, with her godlike reflexes. Engaging in a minute of lane combat feels like an adult against a child. I stand no chance. Can you even say that? Getting beaten from the national server to the Korean server? You kept quiet until now, but when you speak, it stirs the pot. Hearing Xiao Ma's words, PDD immediately stood up. Anyone who has faced her in lane feels this way. It's simply unfeasible. The most outrageous part is even if you review the match, replaying it, you can't find a single opportunity to win, as you can't see her making any mistakes. I will never play Tian Dao again, remarked Godv. I watched today's match, and to be honest, Team Snake performed admirably overall. Especially in the second game, both the draft and mid-game execution were commendable. However, the top lane is in a difficult position. The gap in raw strength is too significant. Simply put, you can't fault St. Gunbrother for underperforming. What? St. Gunbrother is weak? If he is weak, then there are no strong top laners in the LPL. Forget about 957. Leg Brother's style also leans towards a blue-collar approach, and he gets beaten up too. If one must mention LPL, I suppose only Looper might stand a chance against her in lane. But alas, RNG is forming an all-Chinese roster, so Looper was traded away. The new EDG top laner? I've seen her. She is indeed quite impressive. However, Leg Brother can handle her without much trouble. What is the fuss about? Everyone knows Leg Brother's skill. Some newcomers perform well initially, but once other teams' coaches study them thoroughly, they falter. This isn't unprecedented. Moreover, it's merely one match, so there is not much to say. Uzi commented, it's a pity. Previously, the management sought her for a trial. But before they could find her, she was already with EDG. Her skill is truly undeniable. I consider her the top-tier top laner in the LPL. Leg Brother? He is decent too. If I were to choose, I would still pick Leg Brother, as he possesses strong mentality and experience. But we won't sell him. As discussions burgeoned among various former and current professional players regarding Bai, her popularity soared, with numerous short videos continuously edited and shared, showcasing her exceptional plays from today's match. The owner of EDG recognized this as a prime opportunity and quickly invested in extensive promotional efforts. The following morning, before even arriving at the club, a familiar voice from Little Wolf echoed outside. Did you see? You've completely blown up. Bai, slightly dazed, asked, what do you mean? Blown up? It's about your match. Discussions about you are everywhere online, and even the official League of Legends website has a feature on you. As he spoke, the Little Wolf approached and opened the League of Legends on Wega. He immediately clicked on one of the matches. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Bai during the competition, accompanied by an array of hyperbolic praises from the editor. How about that? Are you not excited? The Little Wolf appeared quite animated. Well, it's all right, Bai replied, his tone rather dull, devoid of any exuberance. Aren't you happy at all? Noticing Bai's indifferent reaction, the Little Wolf felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, having seen Bai's remarkable performance upon waking, she had been quite elated for him. I don't feel anything particularly special. I usually play like this in practice matches. Is there really a need for such fuss? Bai inquired, somewhat perplexed. Although St. Gun, the formidable player, was impressive, he had encountered many skilled opponents during practice sessions at the base. Ah, how dull. Observing Bai's lack of understanding, the Little Wolf, too, felt a sense of ennui. It seemed that the thoughts of geniuses differed from those of ordinary individuals. At 8 in the morning, Bai arrived punctually at the EDG club, as always, ready to have breakfast, while the others from EDG likely remained in slumber. This week, the matches of EDG have concluded, allowing for a more relaxed approach to dining. Generally speaking, on the day of a match and the day prior, players must refrain from indulging in random foods, as a sudden bout of gastrointestinal distress during a competition could prove troublesome. The infamous beef noodle incident, which occurred within the EDG club, serves as a poignant reminder. At that time, Nami was a pivotal player for EDG, widely regarded as the preeminent ADC in the world by Riot Games. During the S4 World Championship, the EDG team had a substantial opportunity to vie for the championship, but Nami's gastrointestinal issues hindered their performance. While the immediate cause was that bowl of beef noodles, the underlying issue lay in the insufficient management of the player's health. As for Xiaobai, now that you've made your appearance in the matches, it would be prudent to engage in some ranked play during your regular streams and simply turn off the stream before training matches. Noticing Bai's early arrival at the base, Abu recalled that Bai had yet to conduct a live stream. In this era, the pace at which one can earn money through streaming is astounding. Given Bai's exceptional skills and her status as the sole female player in the LPL, Numerous platforms are eager to sign her. Is it permissible to stream anywhere? She is no longer the naive individual she once was, especially since Xiao Lang has emphasized the nuances of streaming to her. In theory, that is indeed the case. The contract we signed did not encompass your streaming agreement. You are free to negotiate your terms with the platforms, or you may enlist our assistance. EDG is quite magnanimous in this regard. However, I would recommend allowing the club to assist you with this. For specifics regarding compensation and contractual matters, you might inquire with other players. EDG certainly does not shortchange its members. I checked with the owner, and the club's offer entails a 10 cut of net income for negotiating with the streaming platform, as well as engaging EDG's lawyer to handle subsequent contractual issues. This condition could be deemed quite favorable. EDG merely represents pure net income, which essentially amounts to allocating these funds for hiring the club's legal counsel. The higher the negotiable price, the greater the benefits for both the club and the players. Although the players must expend a portion of their earnings, they can alleviate considerable stress by entrusting matters to the club. I shall review the contract at a later time. A week later, today we face LGD. This team was regarded as a formidable contender prior to the tournament, akin to a galactic battleship. Their AD carry is the former monarch of Samsung, and the support is PYL, who has yet to earn the title of Death God. However, the most crucial player is the mid laner, God V, who has recently rebranded himself as We One Less. LGD fans will undoubtedly recall the name We One Less from the S4 era, when the rookie was advised by his coach to adopt a more understated moniker. Thus, We One Less emerged, with the mid-lane champion Orianna becoming his signature character. As the S5 season unfolded, an avalanche of praise, coupled with LGD's unstoppable momentum, prompted him to alter his competitive ID from We One Less to God V, a name that remains well known today. Yet, after a series of events, he reverted to We One Less, perhaps seeking a fresh start. Furthermore, in light of recent developments regarding the three major sauces of the LPL, We One Less has become a highly anticipated mid laner. As for the jungle, I must confess that LGD's jungler, EI, is somewhat abstract, akin to EDG's set, and clearly a weak link within the team. The top laner, Janu, however, is exceptionally skilled. Renowned as one of the top solo queue players in Korea, often referred to as the Sword Immortal. He excels with champions such as Fiora, Kennen, Renekton, and Jace, and is recognized as one of the strongest Riven players in the Korean server, his reputation rivaling that of the Shy. There is no need to elaborate on the strength of the opposing bot lane duo. We One Less has been performing admirably of late, but the key concern lies with their top laner, Janu. I have heard from other teams that he has been dominating in scrims. Abu gradually began to introduce the team. The other four members were familiar faces, but the pivotal issue was Janu. Xiaobai, you are up for this match. Are you confident in facing their top laner? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Earning a living through professional play is one aspect, but the opportunity to compete against elite players is equally enticing. No problem. Subsequently, EDG commenced their regular ranked practice to maintain their form. Once the time was appropriate, they made their way to the venue. Both EDG and LGD boast a substantial fan base within the LPL, and the officials naturally scheduled their match during mealtime. However, the challenge lay in the fact that, although the match coincided with mealtime, the players were forbidden from eating. Consuming food might induce a sense of fullness, leading to drowsiness, which is strictly prohibited in the meticulously managed EDG club. Nonetheless, during a break, the club procured some KFC for everyone to share, making for a delightful experience as they watched the preceding matches. Observing other teams play gave a sense of being a coach, pointing out strategies to the players. And after being frequently scolded by Nof, this served as a moment to vent. Once the earlier matches concluded, the momentous clash finally arrived. EDG versus LGD. 7 Sauce versus Whey Sauce. This event in the regular season can be likened to the traditional spectacle of the pig dog battle, particularly on the EDG side. The presence of Bai has garnered a substantial influx of viewers, attracting even many female fans who typically do not watch the matches to tune into the official live stream. Greetings to all the audience. I am Cha Mao, your commentator for today. Hello, I am G-Day. Today, the commentary for this match will be provided by Cha Mao and G-Day. This combination can be regarded as a budget version of the Doll and Miller. The Long Mao excels in creating an atmosphere similar to the Doll, while the Remember demonstrates a more professional understanding of the game. To be honest, I have been eagerly anticipating today's match. As everyone knows, LGD has a reputation for occasionally faltering against weaker teams, but they are undeniably formidable when facing stronger opponents. Right from the start, Long Mao began to enhance the ambience of the venue. Indeed, aside from the LGD team itself, the showdown in the top lane today is particularly exciting. LGD's primary top laner, Jinu, is well known to those who have seen his matches. His mastery of the Sword Saint is exceptional, and he ranks among the strongest Riven players in Korean solo queue, embodying the quintessential carry player, consistently positioned at the forefront of the Korean challenger tier. However, our EDG's new top laner is equally impressive. As the sole female player in the LPL, she recently showcased her prowess by demonstrating her skills with Fiora. After recalling this, I turned to Long Mao and inquired, Long Mao, do you think today's top lane duel might lead to particularly extreme scenarios? I believe it is quite possible, as both players are standard carry types, eager to dominate their lanes. The ensuing confrontation should be visually captivating, Long Mao replied with a smile. Frankly, he was genuinely curious about how the match would unfold. Indeed, if Jinu is the male Sword Saint, then our player is the female Sword Saint. I must admit, I still find it hard to believe that such a female player has emerged on the LPL stage, Wang Duo remarked with astonishment. Bai's performances in previous matches have been nothing short of astounding. Of course, even more astonishing was the post-match interview, where she mentioned reaching the pinnacle of the national server within just a month of playing the game and becoming a professional player almost immediately. Not merely an ordinary professional, but one who quickly ascended to become a core member of EDG. This is indeed remarkable, as it marks the first time in many years that a female player has emerged. I managed to glean some insider information from Abu. It is said that she arrives at the club punctually every day at 8 in the morning, commencing her solo queue training until 2 in the afternoon when she transitions into scrims, continuing until the evening. Her daily routine is a model of dedication. Achieving the status of the top player in the national server within just a month of playing certainly highlights her talent, but hard work is equally indispensable. As Long Mao finished speaking, the camera shifted to Bai, who was tidying her somewhat disheveled hair before donning her headset. Here she comes. What an adorable lady. Is it amusing to say such things from above? Constantly referring to her as your wife, but if she were your sister or girlfriend, how would you feel? Wang Duo interjected, especially since this is my wife. I hope you all can show some respect. Well, it seems the truth is finally revealed. I want to see the duel between Sword Saint and Riven. Today's match between the Sword Saint should hold significant weight, right? I ask out of curiosity. Should Bai triumph over Jinu today, where would she rank among LPL top laners? Perhaps due to the recent buzz surrounding the rankings of LPL top laners, everyone is particularly eager for this clash. If we solely consider the match against Snake, Bai's skill undoubtedly positions her at the top of the LPL. However, since it was just one match, expectations remain rather conservative. A week has passed. Surely the LPL coaches have devised strategies by now? If Bai continues to dominate today, it would indicate that she is not merely a newcomer who suddenly shone. Moreover, Jinu earned the title of Sword Saint because he has single-handedly defeated the likes of Saint Gun, thus his abilities cannot be underestimated, despite LGD's overall performance. The ban pick phase commenced. In the first game, LGD was the blue side, while EDG took the red side. Both teams seemed well prepared, resulting in a swift ban phase. EDG aimed to secure consecutive victories, ideally establishing dominance in the regular season and vindicating Bai. Conversely, LGD was determined not to lose to a girl, constantly deliberating on how to counter EDG. LGD banned Frost Queen, LeBlanc, and Azir, while EDG opted to ban Kalista, Alistar, and Sejuani. This clearly indicated that LGD was prepared to allow Jinu to engage Bai in a true duel, as they did not ban any of her preferred champions, instead targeting Scout's recent signature picks. The ban on Azir was particularly noteworthy, as the weaker AD carry often leads Scout to select Azir to bolster late-game capabilities. Upon witnessing this ban phase, I raised an eyebrow. It appears that LGD has no intention of limiting EDG's top lane champion pool. After all, Jinu is known for his exceptional mechanics. It seems they are gearing up for a genuine showdown. Long Mao chuckled, remarking that the tension in the air was palpable. However, the term manly duel does not quite apply to our Bai, as she is indeed a lady. I quickly reminded Long Mao of his misstep, concerned that his words might provoke backlash on social media, especially due to Bai's influence in attracting female viewers. My apologies, it was merely a slip of the tongue. Long Mao responded, somewhat embarrassed. It should be a battle for supremacy in the top lane. The audience chimed in. It seems there is no need for such a battle. Jinu is male, and Bai is female. How amusing. The distinction is blatantly obvious, isn't it? Amidst the banter, LGD promptly secured Riven, while EDG countered with the combination of Nocturne and Galio. This could be considered a form of stealthy learning from the Serpent Squad. The combination of Nightmare and Galio indeed creates an insurmountable force during the mid-game, instilling a profound sense of pressure. As the game progresses, this unassailable synergy retains a formidable capacity for seizing opportunities. Provided they navigate the early game to safely reach level 6, this duo remains perpetually advantageous. It is somewhat regrettable that the opposing Jinnu has directly claimed Fiora. I had anticipated witnessing the prowess of Xiaobai's Fiora. In the mid lane, Scout initiated the engagement. As Fiora has almost become synonymous with Bai, whenever she is available, she is invariably selected. Alas, she was snatched away by the adversary. Subsequently, LGD secured the stable combination of Gragas and Orianna. Thanks to her exceptional mechanics, Orianna has consistently been a perennial favorite in competitive play. Following this, EDG promptly opted for Jhin, prioritizing Alistar in the second round of selections. Is this pairing of Jhin and Alistar somewhat lacking in lane strength? Upon observing this choice, I found myself momentarily perplexed. Jhin and Alistar, regardless of perspective, do not appear to constitute a particularly potent bot lane duo. Moreover, the opposing team had yet to finalize their bot lane composition. Before long, LGD swiftly locked in the duo of Twitch and Lulu. The choice of Twitch, coupled with that ID, requires little elaboration. A skillful player at the S level, Twitch can shine brilliantly regardless of the version or circumstances. Paired with Lulu, the mere sight of this combination induces a headache. In a matchup of soft support against hard support, the soft support is likely to gain the upper hand. Without piloting Twitch, it ultimately hinges on the synergy with the jungler and mid laner. After all, the crowd control potential of Jhin and Alistar remains formidable. If they manage to ensnare the opposition, escape becomes an impossibility. Although Chong Mao excels at creating an engaging atmosphere, he possesses an understanding of the heroes as well. In facing Fiora, EDG has selected 4 champions capable of initiating fights, clearly indicating a desire to thwart the enemy's split-push strategy. The pressing question now lies in what champion will be chosen for the top lane. I suspect that a late-game warrior-type hero like Gangplank may not suffice for this match. It appears that the burden of the team's damage output rests heavily upon a single individual. Gazing upon this lineup, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Bai in the top lane. The opposing team features Orianna, Twitch, and a protective Lulu. There are 4 formations here, each possessing limited damage capabilities. It is imperative that the top lane selects a champion capable of contending with Fiora and countering the opposing lineup, while exhibiting explosive damage output. I believe Ryze would be the ideal choice. Indeed, only Ryze seems fit to bear such a heavy responsibility in the top lane. Moments later, EDG indeed secured Ryze as their final pick. It was evident that Ryze was the right choice, for the options for top lane champions at this stage were rather scarce. Unless one opts for an unconventional pick like Vayne in the top lane, the team's damage output would be considerably lacking. I nodded in agreement. Confirming my initial thought, it was indeed Ryze. Both teams' compositions were finalized. LGD, blue side, versus EDG, red side. Top lane, Fiora versus Ryze. Jungle, Gragas versus Nocturne. Mid lane, Orianna versus Galio. AD carry, Twitch versus Jhin. Support, Lulu versus Alistar. Amidst the various cheers from the audience, the match commenced swiftly. The summoner spells chosen were relatively standard: Flash and Teleport, Flash and Smite. Notably, IS Twitch opted for Cleanse, while support Lulu selected Heal. Meanwhile, EDG maintained the conventional AD heal and a support with Exhaust. Of course, Twitch's summoner spell choice was quite reasonable, considering the opposing team featured 4 champions capable of initiating team fights, including Ryze in the top lane, who also brought crowd control. It is entirely sensible for an AD carry to take Cleanse under such circumstances. Both sides formed a linear formation, showing no intention of aggression, as the junglers farmed at a similar pace, deeming it unnecessary to take unnecessary risks. Although Galio's level 1 W ability is formidable for invading the jungle, engaging in a fight at that moment would render Ryze as ineffective as a ranged minion. Rather than risking such a maneuver, it would be wiser for Galio to learn Q at level 1 to establish lane control in the mid lane. Once the minions arrived, the director astutely shifted the camera to the top lane. Although Ryze was not an exceptionally innovative choice, the champion possesses a certain allure. Once selected, he inevitably becomes the focal point of attention. Frequently reworked yet consistently dazzling on the stage, coupled with his association with Faker, Ryze rightfully enjoys such acclaim. In the commentary booth, I must admit that seeing her play Ryze reminded me of someone. Watching by skillfully maneuvering in the top lane, I was suddenly struck by the shadow of Faker, a pure genius, exuding immense lane pressure and a systematic approach to improvement. It was truly reminiscent. This remark caused a momentary pause for the nearby Changmao. Faker? Who is Faker? He queried. S3 World Champion. S5 World Champion. S6 World Champion. S5S runner-up. S6S Champion. He's enveloped in an abundance of accolades. This year, at S7, Faker aims to lead his team towards a third consecutive championship, solidifying his dynasty. Although Bai performed exceptionally well, directly comparing her to Faker at this stage seemed rather premature. Faker is undoubtedly the foremost male player, and one could argue that Our Lady represents the pinnacle of female players. This comparison holds some validity. Feeling the tension, Changmao quickly attempted to smooth things over. There's nothing inherently wrong with that statement. The barrage of comments read, hee. How much did the commentators get paid? One match in, and she's already being compared to Faker? What an absurd exaggeration. Faker is on the verge of a three-peat. What kind of mediocre player could possibly be compared to him? Even if she were a genius like Faker, EDG could not cultivate such talent. After just 2 games, she starts to falter. It was clear that the commentators were likely of lower ranks. Fiora's burst potential in the early game far surpasses that of Rise. Any competent player would typically hold an advantage over Rise in a matchup. Rise is fundamentally a late-game champion reliant on farming. One cannot simply approach the game as if they are playing Garen, carelessly throwing out abilities. Despite the opinions of outsiders, Bai remained focused, diligently farming with Rise, patiently awaiting her opportunity to carry. Although the top lane appeared tranquil, each time Janu attempted to trade blows, Rise's Q ability seemed to predictively intercept his movements. It was not merely the impact of the Q skill. He was struck mid-flight, followed by an E ability marking him, enabling Rise to refresh his Q and hit Fiora once more. After each Q, Bai would subtly auto-attack Fiora, and though Rise's early damage was not particularly high, after 2 exchanges, Fiora's health began to dwindle uncomfortably. Thus, an unusual situation arose. The healthier Rise was being pushed under his turret, while the less healthy Fiora was forced to push the lane. Noticing this, the director promptly shifted the camera's focus from the top lane to the mid lane. It appeared that no significant developments would occur in the upper half of the map for the time being. However, in the mid lane, Scout was engaged in an intense battle against Wei Shen's signature Orianna, adhering to a non-communicative strategy, continuously clearing waves and applying pressure in the jungle, benefiting both the top and bottom lanes. Orianna remains a timeless choice due to her solid late-game potential and respectable wave clearing speed, while Galio maintained some lane control. Orianna efficiently cleared her wave, quickly joining Galio in the field. It seemed that neither the top nor mid lanes were yielding any kills. As both sides featured champions leaning towards farming, this match appeared destined to extend into the late game. Changmao calmly began to analyze the situation on the field, though internally he couldn't help but feel frustrated by the high-stakes nature of this match. During this period of LPL matches, the games generally exhibit a monotonous pattern. Both sides engage in peaceful farming, avoiding skirmishes in the early stages. You take the Rift Herald, I take the Dragon. You secure the Dragon, I claim the outer towers. As long as resource exchanges are conducted thoughtfully, significant errors are unlikely to occur. The teams await the moment when both carries have their essential items, leading to a complex entanglement around the Baron. The victorious side claims the Baron, while the defeated one defends their high ground. The commentators find themselves recounting the same scenarios repeatedly, which can be quite exasperating. However, for the sake of the numerous viewers in the live stream, the commentators must strive to identify engaging aspects to discuss, often leading to conversations stretching beyond 40 minutes. Yet, one cannot wholly blame the players. In earlier matches, various intricate strategies, solo kills, and small-scale skirmishes were quite prevalent. However, after encountering the operational prowess of the Korean teams and being thoroughly outmaneuvered by them, LPL teams began to gravitate towards adopting a more stable playstyle. To be candid, EDG cannot be considered the epitome of success. That title should belong to the former powerhouse, the Dark Force, which comprehensively mastered wave management, rendering all domestic teams unable to compete. Yet, as everyone began to adopt similar operational strategies, the Dark Force also faced its decline. Once a revered organization, it repeatedly attempted to assemble a star-studded roster, only to falter year after year. Although EDG focuses on the upper side of the map, the dynamic nature of the game necessitates that a jungler seize opportunities as they arise, making adaptability crucial. The bottom lane pressure is intense. When the camera shifts to the bottom lane, the commentator gasps in astonishment. The synergy between Lulu and Twitch showcases formidable poke capability, particularly with Lulu against Alistar. A soft support excels in lane control compared to a hard support. Coupled with Twitch's effective wave clear and poke, EDG's bottom lane is clearly under duress. After a few exchanges, Twitch has lost half his health, while Alistar and Jhin find themselves below half health, with Jhin resorting to potion consumption. The wave is entirely under LGD's control. As the minions approach the turret, PYL maneuvers Lulu to continuously harass Alistar with basic attacks and Q abilities. Suddenly, just as PYL's E ability connects with Alistar, the previously passive cow bursts into action, executing a Q flash right at Lulu's feet. However, PYL seems to have anticipated this move. Two beams of yellow light flash as Lulu preemptively dodges Illustrious Q flash. At this moment, Alistar finds himself within Twitch's attack range. I's reaction to switch targets is swift, as the mouse immediately locks onto Alistar and commences basic attacks, simultaneously casting W to slow him down. Anxious, Zet promptly uses heal, raising Illustrious' health while providing him a brief speed boost, and steps forward to harass I. Nonetheless, I disregard Zed entirely. Their objective is solely to claim the beef. Lulu's W grants I a burst of speed, and with Alistar already marked with E, I effortlessly lands a Q to slow him further. With no flash available, Alistar can only attempt to retreat, but alas, it is too late. A massive green poison icon appears above Illustrious' head, indicating that Twitch's passive is fully stacked. The toxin erupts. The explosive damage causes the beleaguered Alistar to collapse beneath the bottom lane turret. The source of the plague has slain the Alistar chief. Observing the remaining Jhin, who still possesses flash, Twitch shows no inclination to pursue, mindful of Lulu's protective presence. Oh dear. This bottom lane is in dire straits. Although I's Q flash was well-intentioned, LGD's bottom lane duo possesses flashes and certainly would not allow such an opportunity to arise. The jungler faces repercussions as he abandoned the crab to provide assistance to the bottom lane, only to find that he was unable to assist and lost the crab in the process. The bottom lane support has yet to use flash, which is rather troubling. I recall watching EDG's bottom lane suddenly succumb to the minions, and I felt a tinge of confusion. Typically, although Zet's presence leads to a pressured bottom lane, Eco's personal performance remained composed. Moreover, under normal circumstances, given the control composition in the bottom lane, the jungler should frequently support it, as his response time is generally swift. Why does it feel as though he is a step slower today? Eco seems to be acting a bit hastily, watching the unfolding situation from the sidelines. Nof cannot suppress a frown. This bottom lane strategy appears to revolve too much around a self-centric approach. However, these issues are not insurmountable. They can be addressed during post-match analysis. Unfortunately, the current situation in this game is quite grim. After this wave of mice claimed their victory, they returned home and immediately unveiled a mighty Stormblade. This is a substantial display of offensive prowess, as the mouse, wielding the Storm Greatsword, becomes increasingly dominant in lane. After both sides returned to their respective lanes, the bull was struck twice by I, his health visibly diminishing. That stings a bit. Eco couldn't help but exclaim. However, there was no recourse. This was the outcome of his own actions, having ventured forth to yield a kill. While part of the blame lay with his own ADC's lackluster performance, he had to concede that the duo of I and Ply was indeed formidable. Especially considering their backgrounds as players emerging from the prestigious 3-star ranks, each of the 10 was no ordinary contender, even though I had been playing for a while. The moment he took up his signature champion, the pressure he exerted in lane felt palpably different. Before long, the game clock ticked to the 10-minute mark, with the scoreline still standing at 1 o'clock in favor of the contesting team. The pace of the match did not unfold as the commentators had envisioned, with chaotic skirmishes erupting in the top lane. However, this is, in truth, the typical nature of professional competitions, where the contest hinges on who makes the first mistake. The jungler, with habitual instinct, pressed the tab key to assess the situation. To his dismay, he discovered that his own Jhin had secured only 60 minion last hits, while the opposing ADC had accrued 90. Goodness, this was indeed a staggering disparity. The economic advantage of 30 minions, coupled with the first blood, resulted in an economic deficit exceeding 1,000 in the bottom lane alone. This is not merely an overall lag, but a significant setback in the central position. To be frank, this represents a considerable disadvantage. Even though Jhin may be a somewhat lackluster initiator among ADCs, it remains essential for an ADC to contribute damage during the mid-game. Alas, despite the unfavorable composition, being pressured for 10 minutes to the tune of 33 minion kills resulting in an economic deficit of over 1,000 gold, is quite disheartening. Isn't it true that after just 30 minutes, one might fall significantly behind others in terms of substantial items? Although it cannot be calculated so straightforwardly, especially considering that if the bottom lane falters, one can transition to the mid lane to secure a stable economic source. Nevertheless, the disparity for the carry position does seem rather outrageous. However, upon glancing up, one notices that the Rise in the top lane has amassed only 110 minion kills. What? 110 minion kills? The jungler gazes at this statistic, his eyes filled with a peculiar expression. The game commences troop deployment at 1 minute and 30 seconds, with waves of soldiers dispatched every 30 seconds, and a siege engine introduced after every 3 waves. In theory, the maximum output within 10 minutes could yield 17 waves of infantry. However, due to the lengthy nature of the upper lane, the 16th wave of minions has only just begun to advance, with reinforcements yet to commence. Consequently, the total number of minions currently present before her amounts to 90, accompanied by 5 siege engines. Where does this superfluous last hit originate? It is evidently derived from consuming one's own jungle monsters or river crabs. However, this is a professional match. The intensity of the landing phase varies, and naturally, your last hitting will also be affected. When a master player faces off against a silver rank opponent, it is only to be expected that they can flawlessly farm minions while effortlessly dominating their adversary. Yet, in the realm of professional play, the opposing top laner is none other than Jinu, a renowned mechanical virtuoso in the Korean server. Under such landing pressure, one must not solely contemplate the matter of last hitting. If one were to consider only that, they could simply enter a custom game devoid of any restrictions, where anyone could achieve flawless last hits. While managing last hits, one must also strategize how to trade blows with the opponent, guard against the jungler, and periodically glance at the map to determine whether to assist a teammate, as well as to manipulate the lane, anticipate movements, adjust auto-attack distances, and monitor skill cooldowns. Furthermore, one must regulate mana levels in the interval for returning to base for supplies, amid such a multitude of influencing factors. To maintain perfect last hits evokes memories of 2 individuals for the coach. One is Smiles, and the other is Uzi. These 2 individuals are ADC players who push the limits of last hitting and lane pressure to the utmost. However, one can excuse the ADC, as they have support to assist with last hitting. A proficient support can indeed make the experience of farming considerably more comfortable for the ADC. But can one achieve such farming prowess in the top lane as well? I seem to recall that the record for last hits held by the player Smile was 107 within 10 minutes. It appears you have surpassed that. Originally, everyone was engaged in the normal flow of the lane when the coach suddenly uttered a remark that captured everyone's attention. What do you mean by breaking a record? Upon opening the statistics panel, an astonishing figure stood out. Only one player had surpassed the century mark in last hits. Is this what you call breaking a record? I raised an eyebrow, feeling as though I had done nothing extraordinary. I was merely farming and developing as one normally would. There was nothing particularly unusual about it. With minimal pressure in the lane, I farmed minions and occasionally indulged in the jungle and crab. The 4 members of EDG fell into a profound silence, momentarily rendered speechless. It does indeed sound relatively simple. Damn, simple my foot. The coach struggled to suppress the urge to vocalize this thought. Rise versus Fiora. Surely, Fiora holds the advantage? Yet, upon glancing at Fiora's last hits, 84, it appeared to be within the normal range. However, in the top lane, I had imposed a staggering 27 last hits over my opponent. Then, I turned my gaze to the mid lane, Orianna with 87 last hits and Galio with 81, both figures reflecting typical performance, despite both lanes being devoid of any kills. How could one account for nearly 30 more last hits than the adversary? Furthermore, in order to expedite the stacking of the tier of the goddess, my Rise had promptly recalled to base as soon as the gold permitted. Is this truly a monster? The commentary booth buzzes with excitement. Oh, just moments ago, the director relayed a message informing us that the player EDG has shattered the long-standing last-hitting record held by Smile. Previously, Smile achieved 107 last hits in 10 minutes, but now the highest record has soared to 110. Suddenly, Changmao, upon hearing the news through his earpiece, could hardly contain his exhilaration. 110 last hits? There aren't even that many minions in the top lane, and the difficulty of last hitting in the top lane pales in comparison to that of the bot lane. How is this even possible? He gazed at the data in disbelief. Achieving 110 last hits in 10 minutes in the top lane is undoubtedly more challenging than an ADC managing 107. How could this have been accomplished? That is indeed a thought-provoking question. Changmin, pondering deeply, nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "What's remarkable is that it has completely ventured into the realm of my knowledge gap." Of course, while breaking a last-hitting record is an astonishing feat, the primary focus should be on the substance of the match at hand. If the game in which you set this record ends in defeat, and you performed poorly, you would indeed be branded with shame. How could you have been outlasted by such a margin? Suddenly, the voice of I from LGD pierced through the comms. Little did he know, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Despite their tireless effort in the bot lane, managing to outlane the opposing ADC by 30 last hits, how could the opposing top laner have surpassed him by 20? The absurdity of the data compelled me to inquire about the top lane's Janu. "I am at a loss as well," he replied. "My last hitting is perfectly normal, yet she consistently outfarms me." Janu, too, wore a face of frustration. Although several attempts to initiate an offensive were thwarted by Bai, the overall performance in the top lane remained commendable. His last hitting posed no issues, the turret remained unscathed, and he was not ambushed by the jungler. Meanwhile, the opposing top laner seemed to farm as if accumulating last hits from both games, maintaining a solid lead of over 20 minions. "You see, your AD has secured 90 last hits, while I, as the top laner, have only managed 84 in 10 minutes without any apparent problems," Janu lamented. There was little he could contest against Bai's assertion, after all. Securing 90 last hits in such a favorable position was commendable, and his teammate's 84 was also quite respectable. Is this player in the top lane truly that consistent with his last hitting? He pondered, curious about his training regimen, which seemingly allowed him to siphon off his teammates' resources. Janu, hailing from Samsung, held a certain pride, unwilling to concede superiority to anyone. Nonetheless, the astonishment of others did not sway Bai to her. Last hitting was a fundamental aspect of the game. The economic advantage gained from last hitting far surpassed that of securing kills. Mastering this skill was paramount, forming the very foundation of gameplay. Typically, players focus on achieving kills during landing phases, but Bai approached the game differently. She sought to understand its essence and discover the optimal strategies to secure victory. In her view, League of Legends was not merely a tower-pushing game, as many suggested. She firmly believed it revolved around resource exchange, especially when both teams were evenly matched. The key to winning in the lane lay in last hitting. Only then could one contemplate other strategies. Consequently, she approached each last hit with the same meticulous care as she would when aiming for a solo kill, never allowing a single minion to escape her grasp. "I am ready to engage." As the game reached the 14-minute mark, I had achieved level 11 and amassed an impressive total of 150 last hits. Upon returning home, she promptly purchased a Seraph's Embrace, Boots of Ability Power, and a Zhonya's Hourglass. Ryze's damage potential had nearly crystallized, and with her bottom lane at a significant disadvantage, she recognized the necessity to assert herself in this match. In this match, the composition has only one output point, necessitating an immediate effort to dismantle the opponent. Otherwise, with the duo of Mouse and Twisted Fate as core damage dealers, their lineup will undoubtedly reveal vulnerabilities in the late game. Scout, during this wave, you subtly push the lane while pretending to lean towards the bottom lane. Bai simply directed his teammates. In reality, communication in this game is not overly complex. Even individuals who speak entirely different languages can convey their intentions through a few pings. This holds particularly true for skilled players. The notion that an all-Chinese team communicates more effectively is mere nonsense. The essence of an all-Chinese lineup lies in the potential to secure an S championship, proving that Chinese players are not inferior to their Korean counterparts in this game. This is the true significance that should be conferred upon a fully Chinese roster. Upon seeing Bai approaching, Scout immediately comprehended what needed to be done. After pushing the wave, he promptly clicked on the enemy's Orianna as flash. With 2 minutes remaining on her flash, Scout had previously utilized his ultimate to catch her once. The coach also swiftly provided Bai with information regarding Orianna. His vision was concentrated in the lower half of the map, leaving the upper side unmonitored. While utilizing his somewhat unrefined Chinese, Scout gestured at the river in the mid lane, indicating the presence of enemy vision. It was evident that Orianna was doomed in this encounter. Observing Orianna, Bai's mind was already set on extinguishing her life. Despite Orianna's considerable range and her vision placed in the lower half, coupled with her positioning towards the bottom, she was rendered immobile without her flash. Bai had just completed his item build. Although he lacked kills, his farming had rendered him the wealthiest player on the field. Soon, following the established strategy, Scout cleared the minions in mid lane and then directly advanced towards the bottom lane right in front of Orianna. This gank strategy is quite prevalent in competitive matches, primarily aimed at instilling a sense of intimidation. When it is evident that the opposing mid laner has ventured towards the bottom lane, it is only natural for your own bottom lane to adopt a more cautious stance. Consequently, this shift inevitably skews both the last hitting and lane control in favor of the adversary. Meanwhile, the opposing mid laner may be seeking to establish vision in the lower half of the map or to survey the jungle to ascertain the position of the enemy jungler. By refraining from an actual gank and merely exerting pressure, one can achieve gains devoid of any risk. Nevertheless, even with the knowledge that one's own bottom lane will not be ambushed, Wei Shen promptly utilizes his abilities to clear the minion wave, thereby preventing the opposing mid laner from continuously applying pressure on the lower half of the map. This iteration of the mouse is nearly flawlessly developed, and naturally, it cannot allow excessive interference from others. Casting aside all distractions, he swiftly clears the minions and advances directly toward the opposing turret, preparing to inflict damage on the next wave of minions. At that moment, an imposing figure suddenly emerges from the side. The arcane energy surge. Wei's reaction time is remarkably swift. The instant he is ensnared by Rise's E skill, he immediately activates his W skill to accelerate himself, evading Rise's attacking range. However, without a flash to his adversaries, he remains merely a tempting target. After a brief pursuit, as Rise's E skill cooldown resets, he dashes in. The Q skill, overloaded and still airborne, finds Rise flashing ahead of it. In a whirlwind of actions, W, Q, E, Q, many spectators barely grasp what transpired, as Rise executes a rapid-fire combo that reduces the nearly full health Orianna to nothing with his final auto attack. "Goodness, what damage is this?" exclaimed the commentator, taken aback by the sheer brutality of the assault. They witnessed Rise suddenly flash, and then Orianna vanished in a flurry of attacks. Although I have never encountered such a Rise, there exists a saying in the realm: one must never provoke a Rise initiating with Q-flash, especially when interspersing auto attacks amidst his skill casts. Upon observing this spectacle, I chuckled and jested with those around me. Soon, the director, exhibiting impressive professionalism, initiated a replay. Even in slow motion, the audience struggled to discern the intricacies of Rise's combo. The question of whether Rise interspersed auto attacks remained ambiguous. Yet the damage felt as though it was indeed augmented by them. Is this damage truly so high? I was eliminated from full health? Wei found himself in a state of bewilderment, as if Rise had flashed in and directly obliterated him. The champion Rise has undergone numerous revisions over time, and in the early stages of each version, players often find themselves disoriented. Nevertheless, irrespective of the version, Rise remains a formidable presence. This iteration of Rise is particularly noteworthy, as his passive acceleration and shield regeneration enable him to trade blows with others without incurring losses, while also allowing for effortless maneuverability. Heroes equipped with shields and control capabilities often execute extraordinarily impressive maneuvers, rendering health bars utterly unreliable. After the mid lane Orianna fell, Bai effortlessly consumed the mid lane minions and proceeded to assist in securing the dragon. While EDG places greater value on the Rift Herald for swiftly nourishing a specific lane, the dragon remains an equally crucial resource. Observing the demise of Orianna and the formidable development of Rise, LGD contemplated relinquishing the dragon. At this juncture, Rise's combat prowess was undoubtedly the strongest on the field. Wherever he roamed, LGD had no choice but to avoid confrontation. Following the dragon's defeat, Bai teleported back to the top lane, preparing to continue his development for a while longer. I sensed an opportunity to ambush her. Her growth rate was astonishing. Witnessing the last wave of minions and Rise's recent ability to eliminate Orianna instantaneously, Wei Shen suggested to his teammates to target Rise. Previously, Rise had focused on controlling the lane and farming, and they had no intentions of intervening, particularly with the formidable combination of Galio and Nocturne, which allowed for swift support from EDG. However, the situation had changed. Rise had just expended his flash, and now, equipped, he was no longer content with merely controlling the lane, but was actively clearing the top lane minions with his dual E and Q abilities and harassing the jungle and mid lane. The absence of his flash presented an opportunity, but they needed to ascertain Nocturne's position first. In the bot lane, the flourishing PLY remarked that Rise was no longer the unfamiliar champion he once was, with shields, accelerations, and the conservative build of Rise combined with Archangel's staff. Achieving a one-shot elimination was exceedingly challenging. Let's assess the situation. Our composition does not warrant haste. Our dual carries will undoubtedly suffice, and they only have a single Rise. Janu, build some magic resistance and refrain from split pushing. Join the team instead. I, having developed exceptionally well, was clearly disinterested in causing unnecessary trouble for his teammates. His mouse had been thriving, and he would undoubtedly wreak havoc in team fights. Additionally, with the support of Lulu by his side, victory seemed assured. Hearing IS command, Janu opened his mouth as if to voice a concern but ultimately fell silent. Although he had performed adequately in lane, Rise inexplicably grew tremendously powerful under these circumstances. How could he justify split pushing as Fiora? When your lane opponent has transformed into a boss, what good is split pushing? When your teammates urge you to build tanky, you ought to comply. At 17 minutes, EDG, leveraging Rise's strength, convened in the upper half of the map and effortlessly secured the Rift Herald. Although IS Mouse was en route from the bot lane, he had not reached the river before the Herald was claimed. With the most formidable player absent, LGD was naturally reluctant to initiate a fight. After claiming the Rift Herald, EDG's players retreated to replenish their supplies, while the well-conditioned Rise remained in the upper half, eyeing the precariously standing top turret with keen interest. Despite LGD's jungler being humorously dubbed the Jungle King by the audience, his professional acuity was undeniable. With EDG just having concluded their engagement with the Rift Herald and no other players present in the top lane, coupled with Rise's flash still on cooldown, it presented an opportune moment. Come, we can secure a kill in the top lane. EI, seemingly fearing his teammates might not hear, raised his voice through the microphone. Seeing the previously reclusive jungler finally heading to assist in the top lane, Janu, having felt the weight of frustration throughout the match, was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He had been diligently farming in lane, and his damage output was commendable. Be cautious in the top lane. Many from the opposing team are missing and may be attempting to ambush you. Upon noticing by continuing to farm in the top lane, the captain promptly issued a warning. No worries, if Mouse doesn't arrive, I won't die. Glancing at the Mouse, who was still farming under the protection of his support, I brushed off the captain's caution. While Orianna was indeed a late-game powerhouse with remarkable damage output, she was also an equipment-dependent champion, and her reliance on mana and cooldowns in the early game was significant. Though Gragas possessed high base damage, his build as a pure tank meant he posed little threat to the currently robust Rise. The captain's warning had scarcely left his lips when, predictably, both Gragas and Orianna materialized in the top lane. Orianna cast her E and W on Gragas to grant him acceleration. With the added speed, Gragas dashed a short distance before activating his W, taking a swig, and executed a spectacular E-flash R followed by a basic attack. The recent display of remarkable skill left the formidable jungler, Amy, feeling as though he was the most radiant presence on the battlefield, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. However, from the commentary booth, the announcer remarked, "It appears that Rise in the top lane is in dire straits. The barrel has his flash available. The clockwork has provided a speed boost. The flash E was a miscalculation." Initially intending to discuss the flash E maneuver, the commentator was taken aback as he witnessed the barrel's flash E fail to collide with Rise. Furthermore, the ultimate ability was executed with a misplaced prediction, landing behind Rise and missing entirely. Such a misplay has indeed occurred in professional matches. I replicated it. For those interested, search Karsa Barrel's skills all miss on B's site. The highly professional commentator swiftly corrected himself, acknowledging the misplayed flash E throughout the entirety of this skill set. The barrel managed to land but a single basic attack. Not only were the teammates taken aback, but even the Jungle King, Amy, was left in a state of bewilderment. I was no exception to this astonishment. She had meticulously planned her subsequent maneuvers, only to witness Amy executing such an abstract display of skill. Despite her astonishment at Amy's execution, Bai remained resolute and diligently proceeded with her own actions, first applying a mark to the barrel with her E-skill. Though this barrel appears to be robust in its design, the sensation during combat is surprisingly not one of great fortitude. It is perplexing what Amy was contemplating when she opted for a pair of swift boots. Notably, there was no sign of you pursuing enemies. Did you truly believe that these swift boots would expedite your jungle farming? How fragile. Once this thought crossed Bai's mind, he immediately initiated a counterattack. Under her command, Rise transformed into a formidable master of lightning. A remarkable scene unfolded as the barrel, which ought to have showcased considerable resilience, experienced a sudden drop of 34 health points. Goodness, the damage is astonishing. Just moments ago, Amy had felt a twinge of embarrassment over her performance, only to be startled by Rise's overwhelming damage. Janu, unable to hesitate, boldly approached, executing a QW combination to slow Rise. However, the Rise, benefiting from a minor speed boost, effortlessly evaded Fiora's W with a deft maneuver. At that moment, the Clockwork seized the opportunity, unleashing a precise QWR sequence that swiftly diminished Rise's health by approximately 25. In this precarious situation, Bai remained composed. After a few matches with Rise, the seemingly outrageous maneuvers akin to military drills largely become a matter of keyboard mastery, developing into muscle memory. The distinction lies in hand speed and the fluidity of technique. The crux of the matter is how to maneuver and position oneself, coupled with an astute judgment of the opponent's skills. AE applied her passive on Fiora, while Fiora's ultimate was also placed upon Rise. Yet, Jinnu remained untroubled. Having faced Rise in lane, and bolstered by the recent command from I, he now sported Mercury's treads along with a bit of magic resistance. Rise's abilities could not slay him even after a couple of successful strikes. A sudden Q hit broke through two vulnerabilities, causing Rise's health to plunge to a precarious level. As Rise awaited the cooldown of his E-skill, he unleashed it upon Fiora once more, layering another E-skill atop her. This time, the E-skill was not solely focused on the Blade Dancer, but instead targeted the nearby minions and the nearby barrel. The overloaded Q skill was unleashed instantaneously, inflicting damage that obliterated the barrel behind. Simultaneously, Rise's passive ability was refreshed once more, allowing him to sprint towards his defensive tower with a slight acceleration. Observing that Rise's health was just 2 points away from breaking the threshold, Jinnu glanced at his available flash and decided to pursue immediately. In a mere 2 seconds. At the moment Rise's passive vanished, Jinnu was certain that Rise would be incapable of activating his skills to refresh his passive again. The damage numbers appeared on the screen. Q -127, -62. The combined damage from Q and true damage left Rise with a mere 100 health points. Jinnu had calculated this well in advance. His basic attack against Rise dealt 77 damage, meaning he only needed an A-flash to eliminate the final threshold. The total damage of 77 plus 62 exceeded Rise's remaining health. A-flash. With no errors in execution, Jinnu successfully struck the final threshold. However, before he could exhale in relief, a scene of despair unfolded before him. The Mana Shield. Indeed, Rise activated his active item, and a radiant white shield enveloped him. Jinnu's A-flash damage collided with the shield. Was he still equipped with the Archangel's staff? Jinnu gazed in disbelief at the shield surrounding Rise. Yet, White had no time for explanations. An EW combo ensnared the Blade Dancer beneath the tower. Double kill. The sound of a double kill echoed throughout the Summoner's Rift. Incredible! Can this truly result in 2 kills? Wait, has your Archangel's staff transformed into the Seraph's Embrace so quickly? Meikai, filled with disbelief, opened the equipment tab, only to find that the Archangel's staff previously purchased by White had reached maximum stacks and had transformed into the Seraph's Embrace. These 2 pieces of equipment exhibit a significant disparity, particularly for the hero Rise. They offer an immense amount of mana, and, based on this mana, provide a substantial amount of spell power, in addition to a crucial active ability, the Mana Shield. This particular piece of equipment is undoubtedly the epitome of perfection for Rise, offering not only mana and ability power but also an active shield. In various clips showcasing Rise's exceptional plays, this Mana Shield consistently manifests at critical moments. However, a perplexed Imi questioned, wait, I checked his items when I was heading to the top lane, and at that time, it wasn't fully stacked. How is it now fully stacked? While the state of the Archangel's staff and the empty skills of the barrel have no direct correlation to Rise's second EQ hitting due to a positioning error, Imi felt compelled to address the awkwardness with a probing question. It must have been stacked while using skills in the top lane. It's a bit exaggerated to have it fully stacked at this point, Wei Shen remarked suddenly, confirming that he had also observed the item at his arrival, noting that it was not fully stacked then. The only plausible explanation is that during this gank, the Archangel's staff coincidentally reached its full potential. This blunder by the barrel player is simply monumental. If he had landed even one of his skills with the flash and ultimate, I believe Rise would have certainly perished. He pointedly indicated the crux of the matter. He felt that his own attempts could not possibly match such outrageous misplays, a missed combination of E-flash and ultimate. That is a level of difficulty surpassing even a complete hit. It is truly challenging for the average player to replicate. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Bai's performance during this play was indeed impressive. Her last hitting was the highest on the field, and the counterkill had its reasons. Especially with how swiftly the Archangel's staff was fully stacked. Changmao refrained from directly criticizing LGD's jungler for poor performance, instead praising Bai's exceptional skills. The essence of the issue lay in Rise's equipment. Only with wealth can one wield such power. Without that gear, Rise would have crumbled long ago and been unable to mount a counterattack. Indeed, while the execution was notably remarkable, and the opposing barrel player's skills were also noteworthy, the crux remained in Bai's developmental prowess. In the live stream, viewers exclaimed, "Bai Shun is incredible. This lady is remarkably strong, even surpassing Smile in her growth." To be frank, this play by the lady was so skillful that Aimee deserved a share of the credit. The barrel's skills were completely exhausted, a feat not easily achieved by the average player. Let us not be overly critical. The barrel's W skill and basic attack still landed. They remarked on the synergy in the jungle, where one fell while another gifted a kill. I can only express sympathy for Wei Shin and I. They should swiftly change teams, for with a jungler like Aimee, the dream of championship glory may forever elude them. Let me just focus on my own development, he thought. Observing his three teammates engaged in a discussion about the previous play, feeling quite displeased but suppressing his frustration, signaling them to cease further reckless plays. During a match, one must refrain from berating teammates, a tacit understanding among players. This is primarily because should one lose control and let loose their anger, it incurs hefty penalties from the league. In professional play, the primary goal remains financial gain. In scrims, one can express their frustrations freely, even engaging in conflicts on the bus ride home, and the league will not intervene. Noticing the simmering annoyance in Ai's tone, the trio of mid, top, and jungle felt somewhat embarrassed and returned to their respective duties. After all three had performed poorly, with a triple gank resulting in 2 deaths while the adversary escaped unscathed. Accountability rests with each of them. Let us swap and send me to the top lane. Janu, you take on their duo in the bottom lane. We need to disrupt Rise's growth. After clearing the mid lane minions and observing Wei Shin consuming the top lane's minions, I swiftly decided to execute a lane swap. He had been contemplating this since witnessing Rise's outrageous last hitting at the 10-minute mark. However, his teammate, the Fiora, appeared to be performing adequately, and assigning Fiora to endure pressure seemed rather audacious. Yet, at this juncture, he could no longer afford to be overly concerned. With Rise so affluent, the only recourse was to apply pressure with the duo. As for whether their top laner could withstand the enemy duo, that was a matter for the top laner to ponder. Alright then, I shall return to the mid lane. Wei Shin assessed the situation on the field and promptly returned to base, preparing to transition to mid lane while instructing Janu to head down. The advantage gained by Rise after this wave of combat has become overwhelmingly significant. Continuing to play in the top lane would merely allow Rise to claim the top turret effortlessly. Meanwhile, the bottom turret has remained untouched, as I has consistently applied pressure, leaving EDG unable to engage with it. After securing 2 kills, the well-farmed Rise returned home to construct the Hourglass. With the Sorcerer's Shoes, the Seraph's Embrace, and the Hourglass in his possession, it is worth noting that the Hourglass is no longer deemed suitable for Rise since Season 7. Many Rise players would typically opt to replace it with the Morlanomicon. However, if Rise is exceedingly fed, acquiring the Hourglass poses no issue whatsoever. The primary concern with the Hourglass lies in its potential to slow down the game's tempo. Yet Rise has managed to purchase it in under 20 minutes. Rise has not opted for the defensive boots, and lacking armor, we should have the upper hand in a 2v1 scenario, I contemplated silently. Nevertheless, he had no intention of risking an attempt to eliminate Rise. His aim was simply to suppress Rise's development and farming as much as possible. The synergy between Nocturne and Galio remains formidable. Should a skirmish erupt in the top lane, it is likely that 3 opponents would converge in an instant. Currently, the Rat is not equipped to handle such large-scale team fights, and moreover, none of his teammates possess the capability to withstand Rise's output. How infuriating. What a player. Acquiring the boots of swiftness, yet failing to secure any kills. This thought prompted I to glance at the barrel's boots of swiftness in the equipment tab. It seems you are engaging in a rather novel game with me. Be cautious. I sense that the opposing team may be considering a lane swap. As the jungler who has engaged in lane swaps since ancient times, the captain quickly detected something amiss with LGD. Just moments ago, the Orianna clearly had sufficient mana yet chose not to chip away at the top turret's health, instead opting to return to base. This is rather unusual and inconsistent with God's style. Perhaps we should consider a substitution? Alternatively, we could allow Rise to continue his development. Eco has also grown accustomed to being confined to the bottom lane alongside Zet and immediately suggested the idea of transitioning to the top lane. I concur that a swap could be beneficial. I still possess the Rift Herald and can execute another ambush on the flashless Fiora, enabling us to utilize the Herald to push down the bottom lane turret. The manager also cast a glance towards Bai. Gradually, the manager has developed a habit of nurturing the top lane, or rather, nurturing the mother figure. The vanguard of the canyon is undoubtedly intent on feeding the gold from the first tower to the Fiora. No need for that. You all pretend to swap lanes and avoid appearing in the bottom lane. Scout, you should join me. Let us ambush this excessively fed mouse. However, I rejected the request from the director and Eco to swap lanes. Very well, you two hide in the bush at the bottom lane. Scout, just follow me. As the saying goes, when one's damage output is high, the command within the team naturally falls into one's hands. I played this match almost flawlessly, thus rightfully claiming the authority to lead. Is it not somewhat excessive for a luxuriously fed Ryze to criticize a mouse with merely 170 minions and 1 kill for being too fat? As Ryze approached the lane, coincidentally, the opposing mouse and Lulu emerged directly from the upper bush. Lulu immediately ensnared the mouse with her E and W skills and advanced to unleash a flurry of strikes upon Ryze, by feign being out of reach, allowing the mouse to land a couple of extra hits. A combination of basic attacks and the skill reduced Ryze's health by 70 points. Back at the tower, Ryze attempted to recall, but the mouse's passive poison interrupted him, leaving him helpless to retreat a couple of steps before vanishing from the mouse's sight. Coughing twice, I felt an entirely different person. Everything seemed irksome, and even my back pain had vanished, standing tall and resolute. The coughs caught the attention of several teammates. As if to say, look at this fat Ryze, who was merely pushed back home after a few of my basic attacks. Ryze had been severely weakened. He should return to the base to swap lanes. Just as the words left his mouth, suddenly, his screen turned dark. Darkness. The nightmare charged towards I, closely followed by the appearance of Galio. Having just dealt damage to Ryze, and with Lulu having used her E and W skills, she could only rely on her Q to break the nightmare's shield, leaving her unable to assist further and opting to unleash her ultimate on the nightmare to send him flying. Meanwhile, Galio's ultimate descended. I reacted swiftly, flashing out of the range of Galio's knockup. Yet, unexpectedly, Ryze emerged from their tower's vicinity. What on earth? Upon seeing Ryze sneak up from behind, I couldn't help but utter a standard expletive. It dawned on him that after the nightmare turned off the lights, Ryze had teleported behind them, unseen. I executed a remarkably standard skill combo, interspersing basic attacks with precision, and, coupled with the damage dealt by the nightmare, eliminated the mouse in the blink of an eye. In a desperate attempt to save the mouse, Lulu approached to break the nightmare's shield but was met with Galio's taunt, ultimately leaving the kill for Ryze. There were no superfluous or flashy maneuvers. The damage was simply overwhelming, resulting in an instantaneous kill. Gazing at the monochrome screen before him, I was utterly stunned. Just a moment ago, I was preparing to boast to my teammates about how Ryze had been forced to abandon the wave and swap lanes, and the next moment, I found myself ambushed? Damn, that Ryze was feigning ignorance, tricking us into believing he was about to swap lanes. As the in-game commander of LGD, Ping Yiling immediately deduced that Ryze's earlier actions were a deliberate ruse, pretending not to notice the mouse's lane swap in order to lure them into a false sense of security. I remained silent, not foolish enough to miss the implications that Ryze had been intentionally sacrificing health. Yet, I had been naively convinced that I had outmaneuvered him. LGD. A team of self-isolation 1. With no one left to feel isolated, only the joyful family leader, Weishin, remained. The demise of the most affluent mouse from LGD has directly led to the team's rhythm being shattered. Seizing this opportunity, the captain promptly coordinated with the Rift Herald, demolishing both the first and second towers in the top lane. Meanwhile, Scout, exhibiting remarkable understanding, dutifully returned to the mid lane, refraining from siphoning off any economic gains from the defensive tower. As a Galio, he finds himself in no need of such excessive resources. This delineates the distinction between professional teams and ordinary ranked matches. Professional teams will exhaust every conceivable strategy to funnel resources entirely to their carry. If it is theoretically viable, they will undoubtedly implement it. Meanwhile, the duo from EDG's bot lane has also ascended, ceasing to allow the Fiora to farm minions. Observing the economic panel from an external perspective, EDG's gold surged to an impressive 5,000. Without a doubt, the most affluent player is the top laner, Ryze, who has been relentlessly accumulating farm. In this phase, he secured 2 kills along with the gold from 2 defensive structures. Specifically regarding the economic disparity in the top lane, he has outpaced Janu by a staggering 500 gold. Conversely, due to a disruption in the rhythm of the mouse in the bot lane, the farm has slightly improved, albeit only by a mere 10 minions. Nevertheless, the panel no longer appears as dismal. After harvesting some resources in the opposing upper jungle, silence enveloped the LGD side upon Ryze's return home with new equipment. Meanwhile, the mid laner, known for his consistent performance, continued to poke at Ryze's two redundant rods. The inventory showcased a pair of sorcerer's shoes, an archangel's staff, Azonia's hourglass, and two superfluous rods. It was evident that this Ryze was resolutely pursuing a Rabadon's death cap. No one uttered a word in response. Shortly thereafter, a few minutes passed, and Ryze completed the coveted death cap, prompting EDG to rally and push as a unit. Their composition was tailored for team fights. At the 24-minute mark, while the mid lane Gragas was establishing vision, he was ambushed, and Ryze unleashed a flurry of damage that swiftly eliminated the nearly full-tank Gragas. The damage inflicted was astonishingly high. With the opposing jungler deceased, EDG wasted no time and immediately initiated their assault on the Baron. During this period, the output of Ryze with such equipment is nothing short of astonishing. LGD is acutely aware that losing this Baron means their complete demise. They might as well give it a try. If it fails, they can swiftly move on to the next match. Ryze's gear has become ineffective. Wei Shen broke the silence within the team. Both Orianna and Twitch are champions that heavily depend on their items, and even after securing the Baron, Orianna finds it impossible to clear these minions alone, relying solely on Twitch. Should that mouse dare to advance and provoke the rear guards, the four adversaries will undoubtedly fixate upon it. Very well. Let us see if we can concentrate our fire and swiftly eliminate a Ryze. Before long, LGD has reacted. Everyone understands that the fall of this Baron equates to the inevitable breach of at least two lanes of their base, leaving little room for a comeback. Their objective is now clear: to vanquish Ryze. In this match, Ryze truly treated the entire opposing team as mere background characters. It was utterly intolerable, especially considering that he shattered the 10-minute last hitting record. This record holds profound significance, and it is likely that years from now, people will revisit it to understand how this match unfolded. The mouse stealthily approached the river, observing Ryze fervently unleashing his abilities outside the dragon pit. The duelist marked the target and teleported to the opposite side. With unwavering resolve, the mouse activated his ultimate, initiating a relentless barrage of auto attacks against Ryze from a distance. Behind him was the duelist who had teleported in, and before him stood a mouse employing his ultimate to strike from just beyond the attack range. Due to the damage sustained from the dragon, both Alistar and Galio were left with diminished health, presenting a seemingly favorable opportunity for LGD. Why does he still dare to attack me? The mouse, caught in a moment of bewilderment, gazed at his own auto attacks. Flashing forward, he executed his abilities in rapid succession. There was no interspersing of auto attacks. Just moments ago, the mouse, seemingly invincible, experienced an instantaneous drop in health, as if by magic. Wei Shen's reflexes were swift. He unleashed his Q, W, and R onto Ryze. The mana shield immediately activated the effects of the Seraph's embrace, conjuring a shield that was nearly as substantial as half his health. Wei Shen's entire burst of damage struck the shield, perfectly dismantling it. This is indeed the output of a full-fledged clockwork. Just now, the mouse's output, combined with the current clockwork, has already diminished Ryze's Seraph's embrace, leaving him with merely half of his health. However, glancing at a Ryze of such caliber, none of them dared to advance recklessly. After several tentative exchanges, Wei Shen consistently wielded the Q skill of the clockwork to disrupt Ryze. This clockwork is quite formidable. After testing the waters several times, the clockwork maintained control over the sphere, preventing Ryze from approaching. There is no remedy for this. The range of the champion Twisted Fate surpasses that of Ryze by a considerable margin. Provided that one does not falter, Ryze, under normal circumstances, cannot even reach Twisted Fate. Wei's Twisted Fate is undoubtedly a masterclass. Breaking through his defenses is no simple feat. Focus on the dragon. Ignore Twisted Fate for now, as he has no skills available. After a brief moment of positioning, once Twisted Fate was forced out of his place, I promptly directed his teammates to resume the assault on the dragon. On the commentary stage, Ryze has become exceedingly formidable. LGD's current maneuver is a desperate gamble. I was nearly obliterated by Ryze's combo. Observing LGD's downfall, Changmao concluded that LGD would inevitably lose this match. Is Wei's Twisted Fate attempting to save the world? My goodness. The arc of this Seraphine. All of Wei's damage is absorbed by her shield. This wave is futile. The isolated Fiora proves ineffective. She is laden with magic resistance and tank items, leaving her without any damage output. Witnessing another Fiora teleporting in, only to be swiftly reduced to half health by Jin's shots, G remembered to interject hastily. Upon Rise's return to the Baron pit, he unleashed a swift sequence of Ekekek upon the Baron, whose health plummeted in an instant, leaving even the jungler unable to activate his smite in time. The barrage of comments erupted. EDG is phenomenal. Do you comprehend the might of the Demon King Rise? Wei remarked, is this the new pillar of support for 7? I wish to embrace it. It is quite amusing. The Fiora has built tank items, yet remains wholly defensive. One might wonder why she did not opt for a more suitable champion like Alistar. Indeed. It would be preferable to entrust Fiora to Kongbai and allow EDG to demonstrate the essence of a 4-to-1 split push. One might ponder, is not EDG's top laner Makai? When did the 4-to-1 split push become synonymous with EDG? Regardless of how exceptional a top laner may be, in the end, they face the same fate. Witness what becomes of the top lane graveyard. No matter how innocuous the comments may seem, they inevitably devolve into a war of words. Janu scratched his head in bewilderment, seemingly unfazed by the external opinions. Mistakes? Flawed decisions? He felt that he had not erred in this match, yet inexplicably. His counterpart emerged as the dominant force on the field. Were it a personal blunder, he could accept it. Professional players are human. And humans are prone to errors, be it flashing into walls or inadvertently positioning themselves in corners, believing they remain unseen, or executing bizarre maneuvers. It is a certainty that within a game, someone will make a mistake. If all 10 players avoided errors, the game could extend for hours on end. Reflecting on his entire landing phase, Janu could not fathom where he had faltered. Following this significant dragon engagement, one could assert that the game has officially entered its waning moments. With the dragon's minions advancing, LGD finds itself utterly incapable of clearing the lanes. Furthermore, after the previous skirmish, Rise returned home to acquire a Zhonya's hourglass. As long as he remains unscathed, any team fight would be rendered futile. Neither Fiora nor Gragas can withstand Rise's formidable damage. Additionally, the opposing team possesses 4 champions capable of initiating combat, leaving the timing of engagements entirely at their discretion. In no time, Rise executed a remarkable triple kill at the high ground, allowing EDG to decisively demolish LGD's nexus. After this match, Bai finally exhaled in relief. This victory was indeed hard-won. With a commendable record of 12 kills, 0 deaths, and 2 assists, the participation rate stands at a perfect 100. Upon reviewing the post-match statistics, one notes that the damage output accounts for 47 of the total. While this composition may seem to lean towards a 4-protect-1 strategy, achieving nearly half of the total damage output remains quite astonishing. This player is truly formidable. Their developmental prowess, reflexes, and lane control evoke a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, the substitute player, Apollo, the Mage King, is engaged in a discussion with the coach. It is evident that he has made it clear he has no intention of stepping onto the battlefield to face off against the opponent in the lane. The LGD coach casts a glance at Apollo, contemplating that he had no intention of putting him back into the fray either. With a Jungle King and a Mage King on the team, they have the potential to dismantle the entire squad, had there been an alternative jungler. Neither would be allowed to participate in the match. Moreover, Janu's performance in this round was commendable, certainly far superior to that of St. Gunnar, who was thoroughly outmatched in the lane. This can indeed be considered a formidable top laner. It is as if one has encountered a ghost. The EDG owner must have stepped in dog excrement to have stumbled upon such a remarkable top laner. The LGD coach could not help but murmur that with a top laner of such caliber, even a different coach could lead the team to victory. However, the crux of the matter lies in the strategic transformation of EDG. Previously, EDG's gameplay revolved entirely around their mid laner, Scout, but now, Scout has subtly transformed into a mere tool. The current style of play is reminiscent of 2 entirely different teams. Unlike the previous match, the LGD coach has distinctly observed that EDG is gradually maturing in terms of their drafting, composition, and decision-making. This sentiment is echoed not only by the LGD coach, but also by other players and coaches within the LPL. The gameplay of EDG has indeed evolved. Meanwhile, the Shy, currently serving as a substitute for IG, finds himself suddenly enlightened by the performance of EDG. Although the current IG top laner, Duke, was recently acquired from the championship-winning SKT, the Shy believes that Duke's prowess pales in comparison to his own. He feels that, if granted a tactical position akin to EDG's, he could exert the same level of dominance. This top laner is incredibly fierce. I wonder, can Juanza withstand the pressure during the match? If she eliminates me amidst a crowd, I shall hold you accountable. Witnessing the instantaneous obliteration of I by Rise, Uzi, as an AD player, can certainly empathize. In this match, I performed admirably, exerting tremendous pressure in the lane and even securing a kill. Had it not been for the relentless pressure from Galio and Nocturne, I could have dismantled the enemy's bottom tower within 10 minutes. Initially, I anticipated this to be a showcase for Twitch. However, as the game progressed, I found myself swiftly eliminated. The formidable champions nurtured in other lanes became the primary targets during team fights, leaving me with a rather unsatisfactory gaming experience. Hehe. Soon Juanza will demonstrate his prowess by being taken down by an adorable young lady. Xiaoming, with a cheerful demeanor, approached Let from behind, crossing his arms around his neck. Stop calling out. We truly cannot contend. We've faced tougher opponents in training matches, and I feel on the verge of despair. Let, with an air of resignation, couldn't he help but chuckle. With the spicy hot pot not coming to assist him in counterattacks, the pressure in lane was overwhelming, and any attempt to retaliate felt as though the coach was lurking behind. It was simply unplayable. In any case, I shall refrain from venturing to the top lane, as every time I do, I am outclassed in one-on-two situations. Let's content ourselves with engaging in mutual skirmishes in the bottom lane. Noticing Let's gaze directed at him, XG hastily distanced himself from the situation. Isn't it akin to courting disaster to engage in skirmishes in the top lane? Even with assistance, one may still falter against the opposing top laner, consequently jeopardizing one's own jungler's developmental rhythm. If the jungler is fervently camping the top lane, perhaps it would be more prudent for them to devote their efforts to the bottom lane instead. Ultimately, it results in the opposing side becoming more formidable, which will dictate the outcome of team fights. The essence of this game is thus, unless the opposing jungler is a fool, mindlessly farming without taking any actions, while you are making plays in the bot lane, the opponents will inevitably be active in the top lane. The halftime break passes swiftly. As the game resumes, the enthusiastic cheers resonate even before the headphones are donned. Glancing down, one notices an abundance of support banners emblazoned with her name being held aloft by both boys and girls. Some banners bear names like Little White Sister and White God, likely influenced by a prior interview, while others are more flamboyant, featuring the letters by an artistic design. Observing fans who previously waved their support banners for him now retracting them, the team leader pouts in irritation. It is evident that these banners were not personally prepared by the fans, rather, they were distributed by the club staff. Clearly, EDG intends to elevate by as the core of the team, as a successful domestic player is bound to be more popular. Seeing the fans below and glancing at the team leader's expression, Eco could not suppress a chuckle. What is so real about it? Just as Bai settled into the esports chair, Eco casually remarked, prompting her to turn and gaze at him. Nothing, just rambling, he replied, stifling laughter as he returned to his position. All right, everyone, let us focus, Nof urged, observing the players engaged in idle chatter. Last game, everyone performed well. However, T and I, pay close attention to Minkai's positioning. There's no need to be overly aggressive in the bot lane, just follow his lead. After the last game, the opponents may alter their strategy. The chances of securing Fiora are slim. Nof advised Eco to adopt a more cautious approach in the bot lane, while also handing over the reins of command entirely to the team leader. Previously, the duo of Eco and the team leader had shared command, with Eco as the support, often directing plays from a bot lane perspective. After observing several matches, Nof felt it necessary to relinquish Eco's command authority. All right, T and I, focus on executing well in the bot lane. I will handle the early game strategy and rhythm. The team leader understood the implications of Nof's words, recognizing that EDG had often exhibited flaws in the early game. Moreover, since Eco assumed command, his gameplay had notably deteriorated, lacking the fluidity he once possessed. Had Eco not demonstrated significant prowess in team leadership, the team leader would have addressed this issue long ago. With the core focus shifted to the top lane and Eco stepping back from leadership, it was indeed a beneficial transition. Meanwhile, at the commentary desk, it was noted that the previous match had seen the bot lane performing admirably. Of course, Janu had not faltered either. But the developmental capabilities of the player known as Little White warranted closer scrutiny. In fact, I believe Janu need not have rushed to secure a champion. A moment's pause could have proved advantageous. After all, the opponent is also a skilled Fiora, and her abilities are beyond reproach. The commentators quickly transitioned to a professional analysis of the match. As commentators, one must avoid excessively favoring the stronger side, lest the game lose its intrigue. Indeed, Whether in terms of mechanics or developmental prowess, Little White is the most formidable top laner I have encountered to date. Her future is undeniably bright. Chong Mao also chimed in with praise and laughter. As the second match is about to commence, anticipation builds to witness how LGD plans to respond. Without further ado, the ban phase swiftly begins. The first two bans mirror those of the previous match. However, when it comes to the third ban, LGD clearly begins to hesitate. Are you truly confident in facing her Fiora? Perhaps it would be wise to ban her. The coach stood behind Janu, sensing the unreliability of his desire to let Fiora through. Trust me, if you can defeat her in scrims, I'll ensure you can play her in the match. To this day, I have yet to hear anyone claim they can best her Fiora. Wei Shun, seated in the middle, also offered his counsel. This is a formal competition. Refrain from any frivolous antics. Following the events of S5, Wei Shun has certainly gleaned some valuable lessons. Should they refrain from banning Fiora? They would undoubtedly face a barrage of criticism after suffering a devastating defeat in a singular lane. Thus, if Fiora is banned, might I play Riven instead? Riven possesses capabilities for team fights. Observing the elder statesman of the LGD team express this sentiment, Janu found himself at a loss, ultimately acquiescing to the ban of the Fiora champion. However, the prospect of playing a tank top laner was somewhat unacceptable to him. Why should he be relegated to a role of enduring punishment when the opposing top laner can showcase skillful maneuvers? Janu is, after all, one of the 3 renowned Riven players in the Korean server, universally acknowledged as a master of execution. Indeed, Riven can prove beneficial in team engagements. The ADCI nodded in agreement, as I had no desire to witness Janu resorting to champions like Fiora or Qiyana for split pushing. Riven, at the very least, possesses a degree of durability and crowd control. In the eyes of the ADC, a teammate's Riven is essentially a tank equipped with a W skill that mitigates damage, while her E and ultimate can incapacitate foes. Consequently, Janu decisively banned Fiora and selected Riven. Long Mao exclaimed in surprise. It seems Janu is still somewhat defiant, ready to showcase his skills. By selecting Riven, he intends to engage in a contest of prowess. While the previous match showcased an extraordinary development capability from Rise that left us in awe, it is evident that spectators yearn to witness a genuine clash in the top lane. One wonders if EDG harbors such intentions. Observing the opposing team ban Fiora and select Riven, I felt compelled to engage seriously in the top lane rather than opt for a late-game scaling carry. Perhaps I shall choose Victor, as this would allow me to output damage in the later stages. Scout, noting the rival's selection, sensed a whiff of tension in the air. In truth, I feel capable of playing Victor or similar champions in the bottom lane. At this moment, the previously unassuming Zet suddenly scratched his head and spoke. The concept of mage champions in the bot lane had indeed emerged during Season 7, with champions like the Bombardier making an appearance. Ever since I joined EDG as a top laner, Zet felt increasingly inconsequential in the bot lane, even sensing that he might be a burden to the entire team. If everyone believed that they were ill-suited for a late-game ADC capable of turning the tide, constantly playing champions like Jin, why not consider playing champions like the Bombardier or Victor instead? You want to play a mage in the bot lane? Zet's suggestion momentarily stunned the coach, as such unconventional tactics were beginning to surface. However, this matter could be addressed later. Given that they had never tried it in practice matches, it was wiser to stick with a more stable composition. Nov, wary of allowing his players to engage in such audacious maneuvers during a match, understood the gravity of the situation. Although he was known for his motivational approach, he still held the responsibility of a coach, and he would never permit strategies that had not been previously tested, unless it was a desperate last-ditch effort. Even if the idea of a mage bot lane seemed plausible, Zet's voice dwindled as he noticed the older players and the coach promptly dismissing his suggestion. He realized that, given his tendency to coast through victories at EDG, he lacked the authority to assert himself in discussions. Subsequently, EDG locked in the champions Alistar and Victor. While the coach initially favored the Excavator as his signature champion in this version, he recognized the team's need for an initiator, leading to the frequent selection of champions like Gragas and Alistar. Shortly after, LGD secured the previously effective champion, Twitch, along with Echo for the mid lane. Echo could be regarded as Victor's nemesis in competitions, for Victor is inherently a fragile champion. Echo's ability not only allows for rapid wave clearing, but if he inadvertently lands it, following up with a Q can deliver a devastating burst that can leave Victor utterly frustrated. Moreover, junglers often find it challenging to catch Echo. By the mid-game, a well-farmed AP Echo could easily eliminate Victor. Once Echo pushed his lane and rotated to assist side lanes, Victor would be too intimidated to follow, for encountering Echo in the jungle would spell doom. Many Victor players have likely experienced the aggravation of being outplayed by Echo. Although enduring the torment in the early game was bearable, in the mid to late game, when Echo would dive in, even if you managed to coordinate a counterattack with your teammates, Echo could simply use his R to escape, leaving you utterly helpless. Following this, EDG selected Ezreal as their next champion. In the second round, they directly picked Thresh as their support. The final pick was reserved for Bai. To see how LGD's overall composition would unfold before making a decision, it seems that Bai enjoys a regal status in EDG, with a counter pick reserved for him in every match, truly regarded as a core member of the team. Observing EDG's familiar final counter pick, one can't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. This counter pick was indeed necessary, as others consistently secured high output percentages in every match. Winning meant maintaining this strategy. Changmao may not fully grasp these intricacies, but he knows what the audience enjoys hearing. Indeed, let us see what champion Bai intends to select against LGD's lineup, which features the top laner, Camille, the jungler, Lee Sin, the mid laner, Echo, the AD carry, Twitch, and the support, Nami. This composition boasts both AD and AP output. Although it lacks a purely tank character, its ability to maneuver is exceptionally strong, while also possessing a decisive capability. One might consider the champion, Riven, as suggested by Eco. According to Eco's perspective, this match could indeed favor Jace. The combination of Ezreal and Jace, along with a long-range Victor, seems advantageous given that the opposing team lacks a genuine initiation. Should we contemplate the option of selecting Jace? It should be quite effective against Fiora. Nof began to inquire about Bai's opinion. Jace is undoubtedly one of Bai's specialties in scrims. His mere presence in the top lane is enough to cause havoc, rivaling even that of Fiora. In truth, everyone understands which champions synergize best in a composition. The crux lies in whether the player can execute them effectively. For instance, if others excel at playing Caitlyn in a fast-push strategy while one struggles to replicate that tempo, it is unlikely that teammates would permit Caitlyn as selection. Despite recognizing that this choice may expose a flaw in the team, I wish to play Riven, Bai remarked innocently. Having heard that he is one of the top 3 Riven players in the Korean server, could I challenge him? She glanced back at the coach, her expression devoid of ulterior motives. Though Jace may be the superior choice, her desire to play Riven was earnest. You intend to teach him how to play Riven? Nof was taken aback by Bai's audacious notion. Bai appeared to embrace a mindset of imparting knowledge to her opponent. To be candid, he instinctively considered declining the request. Such an approach seemed imprudent. It was evident that Jace was the better option and that she was capable of performing well with him. Yet she opted to select Riven with the intention of teaching her adversary a lesson. No, I've heard he plays Riven quite well. He should know how to confront this champion. I wish to gauge his limits, Bai explained. Although selecting Riven could imply a desire to instruct the opponent on how to wield the champion, Bai harbored no such intention. She simply encountered a formidable opponent and wished to test his prowess and lane capabilities. Well, if it were a male player, Nof would have likely rejected the idea outright. However, gazing at Bai's youthful countenance made it difficult to voice a refusal. After all, can one's demeanor towards a son and a daughter truly be the same? Especially with Bai's innocent appearance, it was easy to perceive her as a young girl. Very well, the decision is yours. Just ensure you do not lose. The critics will not show mercy simply because you are a female player. Although reluctant for Bai to undertake such a risk, Riven could indeed yield commendable results. Furthermore, the top lane sisters were all her forte. The balance of risk and opportunity was evident. If she performed well, her reputation would soar, yet failure would invite scorn. No problem, I can handle it, Bai declared with unwavering confidence. Moments later, banished Blade Riven. On the day of the Broken Sword's remaking, the night shall return. Well, the moment Riven's striking icon was locked in, the crowd erupted in astonishment and applause. Well, instant lock on Riven. This is extraordinary. I haven't witnessed a matchup of Fiora against Riven in ages. Regardless of the outcome, the audacity to select Riven was commendable. I believe the audience present today felt their ticket was worthwhile. Changmao displayed a look of disbelief, astonished that EDG's new top laner had surprised them so swiftly. Simultaneously, he sought to preemptively address any potential blame directed at the top laner should EDG falter. He believed such top lane matchups should be encouraged. If the online community were to criticize, future contests would lose their charm. This matchup was indeed rare. Riven was a champion well known to all. and the opposing team would find it challenging to counter her unless they built tanky champions. Team fights could prove difficult to execute. However, in this instance, the opposing team lacked pure tanks and even reliable crowd control. Riven seemed poised to thrive. Upon scrutinizing the enemy composition, it appeared that no one could effectively contain Riven. There was not a single champion with stable crowd control. Riven. Jinu's expression shifted significantly. The significance of Riven as a champion differed from others, particularly for him. Quite bold, this young lady, Jinu mused, ready to showcase the lane mastery of one of the top 3 Riven players in Korea. With Riven's selection, mid-lane Oation began to stoke the flames. Fear not, I will undoubtedly dominate her in lane, Jinu proclaimed confidently, Riven being a champion with which he was intimately familiar. The lineups were set: LGD, blue side, versus EDG, red side. Top: Fiora versus Riven jungle, Lee Sin versus Rek'Sai mid, Echo versus Victor AD, Twitch versus Ezreal support, Nami versus Thresh soon. EDG swiftly grouped as 5 and invaded LGD's upper jungle. With superior early-game combat capabilities, they seized the opportunity to establish vision. Shall we commence at their blue buff? I believe we can linger in the upper area while allowing them to push the waves in the bottom lane, Echo suggested after a successful invasion. While Echo held an advantage over Victor, the latter required a more proactive approach in the early levels. As for the bottom lane, someone had to face adversity. It wouldn't be fair for Riven to struggle alone. Ezreal could still manage some lane presence with Q to farm. I concur. Should we invade? The enemy jungler will be unable to respond effectively. I agreed wholeheartedly. What advantages would arise from starting at the opposing blue? By switching jungle sides, the entire map would pivot around the mid lane, allowing the jungler, Rek'Sai, to support the mid and top, while the enemy jungler was confined to mid and bot. In the matchup of Fiora against Riven, if both players maintained equal skill without errors, Riven could dominate Fiora for a considerable duration. Alright. In no time, EDG solidified their strategy. Zet remained compliant, expressing no dissent as he prepared to head to lane and quietly farm minions. Observing that the opposing Thresh had not yet returned, LGD quickly opted to establish their jungle route in the lower area. Upon reaching the upper brush, with the knowledge that the enemy jungler was likely in the lower quadrant, I felt free to exert pressure in the top lane. As the minions arrived, Fiora cautiously remained behind, hesitant to advance. Fiora's Q ability relies heavily on stacking charges and executing low-health minions. At level 1, with minion waves just arriving, what right did Fiora have to stack charges before Riven? Some cautiously skilled players of Riven opt to learn their W ability at level 1, quietly utilizing it to secure low-health minions from the rear. Upon entering the lane, I immediately observed Jinu's meticulous playstyle. Each movement was carefully calculated to create the illusion of being able to engage, while simultaneously preventing any real confrontation. It was quite impressive. Merely through his level 1 positioning, I sensed that this top laner rivaled the prowess she had encountered in the Korean server. The approach was exceedingly cautious, allowing no room for error. Perhaps I ought to adopt a more aggressive stance. Taking control of Riven, I emerged from the brush. At that moment, Jinu was preparing to learn W and approach 2 melee minions. Upon spotting Riven, he instinctively furrowed his brow. Since you intend to engage in this contest, do not hold me accountable for what follows. Jinu promptly abandoned the notion of securing those minions, shifting his focus instead to whittling down Riven's health. A level 1 Riven, given the opponent's temperament, would certainly not opt for E. He activated W on the spot. However, with a slight sidestep, I deftly evaded the Q ability. Though Jinu frowned slightly as his W was dodged, he remained silent. In the next moment, Riven's aggression surged forward. The defenseless Riven withdrew, yet was ultimately caught by Riven's Q, resulting in a knockup followed by a basic attack. After being pushed back, the second wave of minions approached. And as they drew near, Bai's character gradually began to move back in, intending to absorb some experience. Constrained by the presence of ranged minions, Bai was compelled to choose a method of lane control that differed from the conventional approach. While many players typically manage minion waves by timing their last basic attack to secure the final blow, Bai's technique involved timing the minion's last attack to ensure it would eliminate an opposing minion, striking only after the enemy's attack animation had commenced. Thus, one can effectively keep the minion wave centrally positioned. As long as the opponent carelessly expends their abilities, the wave will inevitably regress. However, Jinu appears exceedingly cautious, opting to secure only the most secure minions, and with the level 1 W on Fiora, he is unable to utilize Q to push the lane. He is undoubtedly poised to seize level 2 and unleash a full combo upon me. Observing the dwindling number of minions, Jinu exhibits remarkable discipline. Clearly apprehensive that Fiora might attain level 2 and strike him decisively. Upon noticing that he is merely 2 minions away from leveling up, Jinu promptly retreats. It is quite distressing. This minion wave? Jinu gazes at the wave's stagnation, his brow furrowed in frustration. This match does not seem to unfold as expected. Logically, at this juncture, Riven should have nearly cleared the frontline minions and begun addressing the backline minions. By the third wave of minions, she would be able to fight more comfortably from behind the defensive tower. Yet, upon closer inspection, how is it that the number of frontline minions for both sides remains unchanged? Goodness, how has he managed to farm like this? At that moment, Jinu, who had been observing from behind, suddenly discerned the crux of the issue. Bai's every last hit was not as casual as one might have imagined. Rather, it was executed with astonishing precision, perfectly timed to coincide with the final auto attack on the minion. In this scenario, it seems as though the minion wave has gone untouched. Jinu quickly formulates a plan in his mind, since his opponent is not proactively pushing the lane. He intends to compel her to use her abilities while simultaneously striking the minions. In an effort to entice Riven into utilizing her skills and inadvertently pushing the lane, Jinu skillfully levels up to 2 and activates his E ability, gradually advancing forward. Bai astutely seizes this opportunity. With a swift execution of her Q, she retreats slightly, uncertain of the abilities Jinu has chosen. If she carelessly employs her Q and is caught by his E, enduring the onslaught of numerous ranged minions could prove disadvantageous. Bai's fierce aggression, undeterred by the presence of her jungler, causes Jinu to feel slightly overwhelmed. Upon closer inspection, however, he realizes that their jungler has just cleared the enemy's blue side and is only now returning to the lower half of the map. Calling for assistance is out of the question. Fortunately, the minion wave is approaching, preventing any experience loss. Riven's earlier use of Q and W has struck several minions, ensuring that the wave will naturally push towards the enemy's side. While it is acceptable for the Blade Dancer to endure some pressure from Riven early on, as the champion matchup favors Riven, there will be opportunities to outplay her once the Blade Dancer levels up and gains access to a broader array of abilities. Experience is paramount in League of Legends, especially in the top lane, where the distance is greater and there is no support to provide protection. Once at a disadvantage, one is often left to rely solely on the whims of their jungler. The disparity of a single level can significantly affect basic attributes and skill enhancements. Soon, the minion wave reaches the turret, and Jinu gradually recovers his health with the help of a Doran's shield and potions, eventually reaching level 3. Yet, just as he prepares to test his skills, an inexplicable wave of hesitation washes over him. The oppressive pressure of the early game, coupled with the dominating performance of the previous rise, makes him question whether he is truly capable of executing a play. The jungler could initiate a gank. This could be the moment. Observing the indecisive Blade Dancer, Bai, unfettered by such doubts, resolves to tower dive. Without hesitation, the seasoned jungler, accustomed to nurturing the top lane, abandons his beloved F6 and heads towards the top lane. Action must be swift, as the enemy jungler is likely finishing their clear soon. Although he follows the top lane's commands, the jungler is acutely aware of the risks involved. I understand. If the enemy jungler approaches, I'll retreat, Bai declares, suddenly engaging in aggressive trades against the Blade Dancer. Having already set up a Q, he swiftly follows with an E, closing the distance. Jinu, experienced with Riven, recognizes this tactic and has already executed the same trade pattern once. He positions an E behind him while activating his W to mitigate damage. As Jinu anticipated, Riven unleashes her third Q, launching the Blade Dancer into the air and dealing full damage with QWQ. As she retreats, Jinu seizes the opportunity to target 2 low-health minions with his Q, rapidly refreshing it and simultaneously landing a basic attack on Riven. He then promptly releases the second part of his E ability. However, Bai deftly maneuvers to evade the Blade Dancer's E. Without a successful hit from her E, the chances of engaging in combat are drastically diminished. Jinu, well aware of this, clears a frontline minion with another Q before retreating. Yet, at that moment, Bai's Riven begins to accelerate her minion clearing. Hold on, hold on. Jinu urgently requests assistance in the top lane. Just a simple minion clearing action has alerted him to an impending threat. I'm on my way, the jungler responds, hastening towards the upper half of the map. However, a closer look reveals that the blind monk is still quite far from the top lane. Standing beneath the turret, the Blade Dancer hesitates, contemplating whether to return to the second turret. Yet, in that fleeting moment of uncertainty, the sense of danger materializes into reality. A pig emerges from the brush behind her. At this moment, Her W ability is still on cooldown. I'll tank, the jungler proclaims, executing a Q flash that collides with the blade dancer. Simultaneously, Riven pounces into action. Without hesitation, Janu expends his flash. However, as his flash activates, Riven synchronously follows suit, appearing directly in front of him. In a display of theoretical maximum speed, the blade dancer's health plummets under the relentless barrage of QAs. Notably, Riven and the blade dancer are among the champions that can swiftly execute passive abilities alongside the pig. With her E, the pig hurls a shard of ice, freezing the blade dancer who is desperately seeking to escape. As Riven delivers the final blow with a basic attack, the blade dancer's health bar is utterly depleted. First blood. The jungler's timely intervention proves fortuitous, igniting an explosive moment in LGD's top lane. The commentator cannot help but praise the execution, remarking on the sheer elegance of the play. The synergy between Riven and the pig's E ability was executed with remarkable speed, leaving Janu little time to react before being overwhelmed. This fluidity can only be described as silk-like. Perhaps female players exhibit a finer touch in their gameplay, the commentator muses enviously, admiring the seamless execution. Thankfully, the blade dancer possesses teleport. Otherwise, the wave would have been utterly catastrophic. With teleport, it's as if she has never died. While the early game can be challenging for the blade dancer against Riven, her capabilities will flourish as she levels up. The commentator begins to advocate for the disadvantaged side, acknowledging the realities of the matchup. With teleport, it can be said that Riven's lead is merely a few hundred gold. Once both champions reach level 6 and engage in a duel, the difference may only amount to the damage of a single basic attack. Should the blade dancer showcase her prowess against Riven, victory is indeed plausible. However, it is essential to remember that Riven is a counter pick, and the early game pressure, combined with the jungler's assistance in invading the blue side, culminated in the loss of that first blood. The commentator strives to provide context, attempting to maintain a balanced narrative for LGD to keep the audience engaged, lest the match become devoid of excitement. Meanwhile, the live chat has erupted in fervor. The lady is phenomenal. The familiar dominance of the top lane is evident. So swiftly tower dove, in Janu, the famed Korean Riven player? Surely, it was the jungler's assistance that secured the kill. Anyone could have executed that play. The comments continue. Can you even pressure Janu's minions? The prerequisite for a tower dive is being able to push the minion wave to the enemy turret. Upon securing the kill, Bai promptly returned to base for replenishment. After all, the blind monk had already made his way to the top lane, and a coordinated counterattack with the Knife Sister could pose significant challenges. At this juncture, 6 minutes into the game, Riven had reached level 6 with a commendable 49 minion kills, while Janu's Knife Sister, having been momentarily hindered, remained at level 5. Although the disparity in levels could soon be rectified, the gap in minion kills was a staggering 17, a considerable disadvantage in just a few minutes. Particularly in the top lane, this was nothing short of explosive. It is worth noting that the value of 17 minion kills surpasses that of a single kill. Although Riven had yet to return home to translate this economic advantage into superior equipment, the disadvantage in the top lane was evident to all observers. With the level discrepancy in play, Bai's approach in the top lane became increasingly aggressive. He would proactively engage in trades whenever the opponent ventured close. Even while enduring the damage from ranged minions, he was determined to confront the Knife Sister through meticulous maneuvers and adept positioning to evade her abilities. Riven maintained a healthier state than the Knife Sister, who was left with just above half health, while Riven hovered around 34 health. As the minion wave advanced, Bai's intent to secure another kill ignited. The Blade Dancer has already entered her execution threshold. It seems that Riven is harboring lethal intentions, aiming to capitalize on a level 6 advantage to tower dive. Upon witnessing Riven move toward the defensive tower, I immediately grasped her intentions. Such a subtle difference in experience. If she could time it perfectly to eliminate the Blade Dancer once more, the economic and experiential gap would be decisively widened. It feels rather precarious. The Blade Dancer still possesses her W ability, and Janu certainly wouldn't use it recklessly. Just as I finished my thought, Riven activated her ultimate and closed in, delivering an auto attack. Janu responded with the Twin Blades ability, attempting to ensnare the Blade Dancer. However, Bai expertly evaded the Blade Dancer's E with a smooth QA. The rapid succession of QS visibly depleted Janu's health bar, while the tower's damage relentlessly targeted Bai, regardless of how low his health became. Janu steadfastly refrained from using his W ability. He needed it to counter Riven's second ultimate, for without it, death would be inevitable beneath the tower. After executing a full combo, Bai did not hastily unleash his second ultimate but instead used his E to absorb some tower damage, drawing Riven outward. Observing this, Janu immediately turned back to clear the minions beneath the tower. If he could eliminate the minions, Riven would be doomed. However, this was an overly simplistic assumption. As he returned to clear the wave, Bai, having pulled the tower's aggro, moved back. Now, the Blade Dancer's health had dwindled to a point where Riven's second ultimate could finish her off, but if Janu could block some damage with his W, he could ensure a counterkill on Riven. The duel hinged entirely on the use of the Blade Dancer's W. Bai inched closer to the Blade Dancer, and as the distance diminished, the situation became increasingly precarious. They stood within striking range, yet neither dared to initiate an attack. Janu understood that if he became distracted and attempted to auto-attack, he might miss the opportunity to use W against Riven's ultimate. Would she engage with her ultimate at point-blank range, or would she feign an auto-attack to bait out his W? Riven's potential actions were limited to these two strategies, either to gamble on the Blade Dancer's slow reaction and execute her with R, or to feign an auto-attack to trick her into using W. Suddenly, Riven made her move. Janu's focus sharpened on Riven, who swung her massive sword horizontally. Now was the moment. A spark of realization illuminated Janu's mind as he noted that Riven's initial auto-attack motion was vertical. The horizontal swing indicated she was relying on the gamble of his reaction time, preparing to execute with R. The long-awaited W ability was pressed. However, the anticipated visual effect of Riven's second ultimate failed to materialize. Instead, on-screen, Riven erupted into laughter and stepped out of the tower. Disaster. It was a taunt. Realizing Riven's departure, Janu swiftly understood that it was one of the game's playful emotes rather than a feigned auto-attack to bait his W. Alas, Janu had acted too hastily. His W failed to block Riven's ultimate. Accompanied by the shout of the commentator, the timing of the Blade Dancer's W expired. Bai's Riven, having emerged from the tower nonchalantly, unleashed a wind slash. The massive blade energy sliced through the Blade Dancer, eliminating her last sliver of health. EDG, Bai, Blade of Exile, claimed the life of LGD. Janu, Blade's Will, in a daring tower dive, prompting an uproar of cheers from the crowd. A solo kill. Moreover, a tower dive solo kill. Bai's prowess demonstrated to all that Riven could still shine in competitive play. The commentator's exuberant voice rang out, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. What an impressive display by this female player. The intricacies of this tower dive were numerous, particularly the final taunt that tricked the Blade Dancer SW. I suspect few could have responded in time. Janu had performed admirably, holding on to his W, yet ultimately fell for the ruse. The admiration was palpable. Watching EDG's top laner was a true delight. What was wrong with Janu? 2 consecutive games marred by such significant errors. I's face had turned grim. League of Legends operates on the principle that in favorable conditions, victories come easily, and camaraderie flourishes. Conversely, in adverse situations, one's ability to safeguard their kin is less a matter of skill and more a test of typing speed. Although professional matches tend to be slightly more forgiving, I's mounting dissatisfaction was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. It is well known that I is a rather proud individual, often dismissing other players with disdain, deeming them unworthy of his recognition. Under normal circumstances, this would suffice, but to be so thoroughly outplayed by a female player, particularly one who is among the top 3 Riven players in the Korean server, does he not understand how to counter a champion he excels with? Though Janu recognized his own shortcomings, he felt a twinge of indignation at I's reproach. The opponent's jungler had executed a flash tower dive on him. Surely that warranted some consideration. Did I not say anything when Ming Kai executed a tower dive on you? Can you really blame the death in that instance? Did you not teleport back to lane? I retorted sarcastically. That tower dive by Ming Kai had minimal impact on the lane dynamics. To still be grasping at such excuses only solidified I's impression of the top laner as utterly incompetent, akin to the previous mage, Apollo. Enough already. Do you wish to be suspended or fined? Wei Shen interjected, halting their bickering. His words instantly quelled the tension between the two. Arguing on the stage could lead to disastrous consequences if the audience became aware, potentially resulting in fines exceeding 100,000. Though the verbal sparring ceased, the silence between them persisted. They merely refrained from hurling insults. Within the confines of the microphone, all LGD players sensed an eerie atmosphere. No one dared to break the silence. Even Wei Shen, who had previously intervened, remained mute, likely simmering in his own frustration. With teammates underperforming and erupting in conflict, how could he maintain focus on commanding the game? The absence of communication rendered LGD's performance akin to that of a group of strangers, playing solely based on whim, with some adopting a lackadaisical attitude, showing little regard for the match. After securing a solo kill, Bai contemplated briefly before opting to purchase Tiamat to facilitate wave clearing, postponing the acquisition of Black Cleaver and other cooldown reduction items. The prowess of Tiamat in lane was undeniable, and Janu's skill was indeed formidable. Achieving a solo kill on him required considerable effort. Instead of pursuing individual kills, it was wiser to focus on wave pressure and subsequently transfer the advantage to other lanes, particularly instilling a sense of threat towards the mid lane echo. For EDG, Victor served as the late-game powerhouse, and safeguarding the mid lane's development was undoubtedly prudent, as Scout's individual capabilities remained trustworthy. Observing the Riven, who was zealously pushing the lane with Tiamat, the champion known as Camille could only watch helplessly as the minions were driven towards her, resigned to merely collecting the farm. The sense of deprivation was palpable. Meanwhile, the mid lane and jungle were gradually reaching a favorable state, with Riven consistently applying pressure, causing Echo to hesitate in utilizing his E skill for poke. He was uncertain whether Scout had intentionally engaged with a Q to bait him into advancing. An opportunity arose, and Wei Shen could no longer contain his desire to initiate a play. After landing a Q on Scout, he surged forward with an E. However, in the next moment, the lurking Rek'Sai emerged, executing a precise skill shot aimed directly at the landing point of Echo SE. Wei Shen did not hold back his skills, promptly activating his art to return to his previous position. At that juncture, Bai, who had been flanking and observing Echo's shadow, made a decisive appearance. With a swift flash followed by a W to stun Echo, he unleashed a combination of Q and A, culminating in a second activation of his ultimate, swiftly eliminating the nearly full health Echo. Simultaneously, the jungler, Aimi, who had approached to rescue, was intercepted by the factory manager's Rek'Sai, allowing Scout to claim the kill. The sound of consecutive deaths echoed, heightening the tension within LGD's ranks. It felt as though every lane was on the verge of collapse, with the disadvantage in the top lane spilling over into the mid lane. In the jungle, the factory manager was ahead in both rhythm and farming. It seemed that the outcome of this match hinged solely on the AD carry's performance. Nonetheless, Victor's development for EDG was also commendable. Observing the evolving dynamics of the game, the commentators sensed that the conclusion of this match was imminent. The rhythm of EDG is all too familiar. They rely on a significant lead cultivated in the top lane, which then radiates to the jungle and mid lane. In the later stages, they consistently apply pressure on the solo lanes with a strategy that stretches over 41 minutes. LGD finds themselves in a rather difficult position. The crucial issue is that soon, they may struggle to find someone to split push. The champion Kale has been severely pressured, and sending Echo to split push seems futile against this Riven. It feels as though the situation is leaning towards a 73 disadvantage for them. I recall shaking my head while expressing my views. Accompanied by the commentators' pessimism regarding LGD, the audience in the live stream began to flood the chat with comments. It feels as though this match is destined for a swift defeat, with no opportunities in sight. Janu seems unable to contend with this young lady. It's utterly absurd. In the previous match against the Saint Gunner, you claimed that one match doesn't count, but surely these two matches illustrate the prowess of this young lady, right? The two strongest top laners in the LPL, the blue-collar 957 and the carry-oriented Bai. Who is in favor and who is against this notion? Following these two matches, especially the last one where Rise surpassed the last hitting record set by Smile within just 10 minutes. Many viewers have already regarded Bai as part of the elite in the LPL. Her gameplay is ethereal, fierce, and exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure, consistently outfarming her opponents by dozens of minions. She evokes the sensation of Uzi from the bot lane or Faker from S3. However, amidst the fervent discussions in the chat, LGD's top and jungle players gradually moved towards the top lane, seemingly intent on launching an assault. Having just eliminated the opposing mid-jungle duo, the minion wave in the top lane had pushed forward. The jungle had been cleared by the jungler, leaving LGD's Lee Sin without any camps to farm. Thus, they would inevitably opt to hunt for kills. With a sense of impending danger, Bai in the top lane appeared exceptionally cautious. However, Riven's flash was still on cooldown, and the combination of the pushed minion wave and the vacant jungle compelled the jungle king, Aimi, to seize the opportunity for a gank. Noticing her jungler was lurking behind, Janu resolved to eliminate Riven in one fell swoop. She positioned herself to feign vulnerability, luring Riven forward, who, without hesitation, activated her E ability and approached. Simultaneously, the prepared Jungle King, Imi, executed a perfect ward placement, followed by an R-flash that sent Riven hurtling back. Although many criticize Imi's performance, it is essential to remember that he is indeed a professional player capable of competing in the LPL. His skill cannot be underestimated. Even if he falls short compared to the top-tier junglers, it is merely a matter of comparison. Moreover, Lee Sin is a fundamental champion for every jungler. Unless one is a specialist solely devoted to a single jungler, most would possess some knowledge of Lee Sin's mechanics. Imi's flawless execution of the ward placement, followed by the R-flash, demonstrated remarkable agility. Observing Lee Sin emerge from the top lane brush, Bai's expression grew somewhat tense. Despite having a premonition, when Janu began to trade health, she could not resist engaging. A 1v2 scenario ensued. Though challenging, it was not devoid of opportunities. If Riven had her ultimate available, she could ensure a counterkill against the two adversaries. However, following her prior attempt to eliminate Echo in the mid lane, both her flash and ultimate had already been expended. Ionia shall not perish. Kayle unleashed her ultimate towards Riven, who was caught mid-air by Lee Sin's ultimate, leaving her with no room for maneuver. A flurry of blades struck Riven, followed by a second wave of blades scattering behind her. Meanwhile, Lee Sin executed a Q ability kick. Since Riven had been positioned within the minion wave, Lee Sin, after his R-flash, could not immediately follow up with his Q, granting by a sliver of opportunity. With a subtle sidestep to the left, Lee Sin's Q narrowly missed Riven. In that moment, Janu triggered her ultimate mark, striking Riven with a Q, which reset her Q ability. In tandem, a Swifty ability pulled her back. Kayle's ultimate successfully connected with Riven. This could spell disaster for EDG South top lane. Lee Sin's Q missed, and oh, what remarkable positioning. She evaded Lee Sin's Q and Kayle's E. The commentary from Changmao echoed, as Bai maneuvered Riven's agile form within the confines of minimal space, deftly avoiding two critical abilities. Throughout her evasive maneuvers, Bai did not forget to apply consistent damage to Kayle, wasting not a moment of output. Witnessing Riven evade so many abilities, Janu began to sense an unsettling turn of events. Although she knew Riven lacked her ultimate, an unease lingered in her mind. Scout from mid lane was making his way up. Would he arrive in time? It seemed he might just make it. Upon seeing Scout swiftly approach the top lane, Janu felt a surge of excitement. As the third segment of Q knocked both Kayle and Lee Sin into the air, Bai directed Riven towards the river. Observing Riven on the brink of death, Janu lost her composure and flashed in for a basic attack. As she readied her second attack, Riven's E ability had already reset, and with a shield and a brief dash, she created distance. Simultaneously, Victor from mid lane arrived, immediately unleashing a Q followed by his ultimate, positioning himself between Riven and Kayle. The already weakened Kayle could not withstand Victor's full damage output. After dispatching Kayle, Lee Sin remained undeterred, attempting to secure the nearly finished Riven. Yet, constant repositioning thwarted his efforts. Ultimately, Riven executed a flawless maneuver, evading Lee Sin's Q. And with a three-part Q, she sent Lee Sin crashing to the ground. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers upon witnessing the extraordinary display of skill from both players. Everyone believed that without flash or ultimate, Riven was as good as caught, yet Bai's sheer skill allowed her to stall until her teammates arrived. Remarkable. It was truly astonishing. The two QS from Lee Sin, coupled with Kayle's E, were deftly avoided by Bai through her impeccable positioning. Such confident movements appeared almost scripted. The chat exploded with admiration. What incredible positioning. To maneuver within Kayle's ultimate is nothing short of extraordinary. This woman is truly exceptional. I have never witnessed such a top laner before. It would be an understatement to say she has achieved legendary status. She is simply too powerful. The female faker, there is truth in that comparison. The female sword saint. The chat continued to scroll frantically. Meanwhile, the two commentators were utterly beside themselves. My goodness. Riven, without flash or ultimate, managed to evade so many abilities until her teammates arrived for a counterattack. Honestly, how does one capture such a top laner? It truly feels as though she was cornered, yet she still managed to wait for her allies and emerge victorious in the skirmish in the upper half of the map. Indeed, capturing such a top laner seems impossible. Whether you pursue her or not, it is a tormenting dilemma. After this round, the Wild King Amy suddenly felt a wave of psychological turmoil. What on earth is happening? This round was executed flawlessly. How did they end up being double-killed amidst the gameplay? This reminded Amy of the match where she witnessed RNG's bottom lane, where Uzi often led his support to engage in 2 versus 3 skirmishes, frequently emerging victorious. Alas, the kill for the Blade Master was claimed by me. After this exchange, Scout, upon realizing he had secured an additional kill, was filled with regret. The kills should rightfully be granted to the top lane, as one could simply let Victor remain in the mid lane, diligently farming minions. Nurturing the top lane is of paramount importance. Upon uttering these words, the other members of EDG cast bewildered glances, as if collectively questioning, what on earth are you talking about? It is only natural for Victor, as a late-game powerhouse, to secure a few kills. Why should one, while playing Victor, exhibit a mindset reminiscent of Galio, contemplating the relinquishment of kills? No matter, I have already dominated my lane. You can take a few kills. If the opposing team builds some magic resistance, it will facilitate my damage output later. By not overthinking the matter, earnestly assisted Scout in analyzing the advantages of Victor securing kills. On EDG's side, there is an Ezreal in the bot lane and a Riven in the top lane, neither of whom can be considered particularly formidable late-game damage dealers. The likes of Qiyana and Lee Sin must certainly contemplate building some magic resistance items to withstand team fights. However, investing in magic resistance is entirely futile for Riven in her lane. This time, the enemy team was thoroughly dismantled, with a significant gap in equipment and economy. During the return to base, I casually glanced at the top lane minion wave. This phase constitutes a counterattack directed towards oneself, while the opposing side is persistently depleting our minions with 6 ranged soldiers. By the time the champion arrives, not only will she be hindered in her lane, but she will also miss out on a significant portion of experience. The top lane has unequivocally collapsed. After tormenting Janu for several minutes, I effortlessly applied pressure and secured the top tower, subsequently collaborating with the jungler to seize the Rift Herald. Due to the overwhelming disadvantage in the top lane, EDG faced no resistance from LGD while claiming the Rift Herald. LGD merely acquired a dragon as a form of resource exchange. However, with a strategy centered around the top lane, the Rift Herald became even more potent in EDG's hands. Previously, it was perceived that acquiring the Rift Herald while simultaneously claiming a dragon constituted a fair exchange of resources. Yet, when confronted with the current EDG, it gradually became evident that relinquishing the Rift Herald to the opponent was tantamount to self-sabotage. Soon, EDG's standard operational rhythm emerged. The jungler, accompanied by the Rift Herald, advanced to the top lane to assault LGD's second tower. With Riven holding a significant advantage, the opposing top laner struggled to muster any effective resistance. Nearly 16 minutes into the game, Riven had already acquired cooldown reduction boots, a Black Cleaver, and a Ravenous Hydra. As I strode toward the defensive tower, LGD's defenders, including the champion and the monk, felt an imminent threat of being tower-died. The jungler, relentless in his pursuit, claimed the second tower before pressing onward toward the high ground. After a minute of steadfast defense, LGD's lower high ground was breached, forcing the bottom duo to return to their lane just in time to mount a meager defense. LGD's composition relied heavily on the mouse, and during this period, they lacked combat capability in the upper half of the map. Although Echo's development was satisfactory, it paled in comparison to Riven's prowess. Observing EDG's relentless advance on the high ground, Long Mao could not help but feel a sense of sorrow for LGD. It was evident that EDG was exploiting LGD's lane disadvantage, mercilessly assaulting them, while LGD lacked the capacity to retaliate. It must be acknowledged that this cannot solely be attributed to LGD's coach. The combination of the champion and the monk possessed substantial combat capabilities in the upper half of the map, yet they were utterly outmatched in terms of individual skill. The commentator, remembering to remain impartial, clarified that the mid-game scenario should have been blind monk pig sister, champion Riven, and Echo Victor. However, with the top lane being thoroughly dominated and the jungle invaded by the pig sister, the pressure was palpable. It seemed that Wei Shen needed to step up, devise a plan to eliminate Riven once, and secure the bounty, which could potentially alleviate the situation. While it is simple to suggest, executing such a plan proved exceedingly challenging, especially considering Riven's equipment and economic advantage. Having returned home after demolishing 2 towers, she was undoubtedly gearing up to acquire the Bloodthirster. Although the funds were insufficient, once Riven began purchasing defensive items, coupled with her level lead and rapid cooldowns, the prospect of eliminating her became nearly impossible. Having failed to kill a Riven without her ultimate or flash, it was even less feasible now. EDG swiftly capitalized on their familiar operational tactics, persistently utilizing Riven's dominance to invade and establish superior vision. Eco also departed from Ezreal, following the jungler to roam and secure vision while soaking up experience. At merely 26 minutes into the match, the economic disparity had already reached a staggering 70,000, with Riven boasting at least a 4,000 gold lead. Witnessing Riven's accumulation of equipment and level superiority, Janu felt no inclination to retaliate. It is no exaggeration to say that a Riven with such equipment could easily outplay even a diamond player. LGD now had no choice but to attempt to force a team fight around the Baron. Continuing to linger mid lane would only result in further erosion of their bottom tower. With Riven already having dismantled the first tower and now beginning to chip away at the second, LGD was understandably anxious. At this juncture, I's Mouse had completed Berserker's Greaves, Blade of the Ruined King, and a Hurricane, granting it some combat capability. Wei Shen, in the mid lane, had assembled Sorcerer's Shoes, Lich Bane, and a Rabadon's deck app. Despite the awkward atmosphere within the team, for the sake of ultimate victory, Wei Shen was determined, crafting a death cap to bolster his damage output. As the saying goes, in favorable conditions, build tank. In unfavorable conditions, deal damage. Here they come. LGD initiated the Baron. They aimed to force Riven's teleport, preventing her from split pushing. Indeed, while both teams possessed adequate equipment, LGE clearly preferred to avoid a direct clash with EDG at this moment, merely seeking to bait a teleport to hinder Riven's split-pushing efforts. Come on, I can initiate the fight. Just teleport. Upon observing LGD's actions, the jungler identified an angle and vision for engagement. Suddenly, a QR aimed at LGD's support, Nami, materialized from behind the wall. Eco's Thresh was equally decisive, flashing in with a Q to secure control. Both top laners, recognizing the unfolding situation, activated their teleports simultaneously. Wei Shen had already set his sights on Scout in the mid lane, executing a preemptive W that ensnared Victor. E-Flash E, he darted through the crowd, targeting Victor's visage. The damage from Lich Bane, combined with Wei Shen's carefully crafted death cap, swiftly obliterated a significant portion of Victor's health. A Q followed by a 3-hit combo left Victor with a mere 200 health points. Meanwhile, I followed up with damage output, and Mouse's ultimate pierced through the crowd, eliminating Scout in an instant. The mid-game explosive potential of Echo was now on full display, exemplifying the assassin playstyle. Zed hurriedly directed all his firepower towards Echo. But with the speed boost from his 3-hit combo, Wei Shen adeptly maneuvered, failing to evade Ezreal's WQ, but promptly activating his ultimate to return to safety, restoring his health completely. Wow, Wei Shen. He emerged at a crucial moment. It appeared that LGD might just prevail in this team fight. Scout's Victor fell first, and the output from Ezreal and Mouse was simply incomparable, leading Zed to make his escape. But wait, Riven has arrived. Riven. As Riven teleported in, she executed an E-Flash followed by a devastating Hydroar. EDG's by Blade of Exile eliminated LGD's Eye Plague Rat in a rapid succession of moves, instantly obliterating the Mouse that had been dealing damage. The commentator's voice escalated in excitement. I barely had time to react before Riven's second ultimate pierced through, rendering my screen monochrome. Without hesitation, Bai, having dispatched the Mouse, swiftly turned his attention to Echo. Having unleashed a full combo, Wei Shen sensed the impending danger and began to retreat. However, the effect of his 3-hit boost had just expired, and Riven's agility rivaled that of Echo. Double kill. EDG's by Blade of Exile eliminated LGD's wireless time assassin. It was over. I was annihilated. Even the skillless Wei Shen cannot escape. The Riven equipped with such formidable gear is overwhelmingly powerful. It is truly terrifying. In this moment of engagement, the essence of Riven's prowess in team battles lies in the timing of her entry. With a devastating onset, she swiftly eliminated the opposing carries single-handedly. Now, LGD's composition is devoid of damage output. Originally, Scout was instantly obliterated, and EDG's lineup appeared incapable of mounting a counterattack. However, with Riven's sudden and explosive entrance, both of LGD's carries fell in unison, dramatically turning the tides of the match. Without the Rat, LGD found themselves in disarray, hastily retreating. It must be noted that LGD's composition possesses considerable agility. Ultimately, both Nami and Katarina succumbed, leaving only a solitary Lee Sin to make his way home. As the recent team battle concluded, the director promptly shifted the camera to Bai. Her charming visage displayed a remarkable composure, devoid of excessive excitement. As she intently focused on the screen, during the replay of the skirmish, one could faintly discern her earnest commentary, her gaze and posture exuding an extraordinary seriousness. The barrage of comments erupted, expressing admiration for her captivating demeanor, with viewers clamoring for a chance to engage with her. The fervor intensified, with exclamations of awe for her prowess, questioning the identity of Janu, and marveling at her explosive double kill. The chat room buzzed with excitement as Bai's actions sparked a wave of enthusiasm among the audience, given the recent fervor surrounding her. Coupled with the online community's penchant for lively discourse, the interest in Bai was palpable. Nicknames, albeit some less than courteous, emerged, such as the Wild King and the Emperor of RNG. While some monikers lacked decorum, they nevertheless conferred a degree of recognition that many obscure players would envy. Even if professional players struggle financially, a modicum of fame could yield opportunities for streaming. Returning to the match, after EDG annihilated LGD, they seized the opportunity to claim the Baron. With the Baron buff, Riven's presence on the sidelines instigated further distress for LGD, demonstrating exceptional strategic prowess. EDG dismantled LGD's 3 lanes and Crystal with the mere advantage of a single Baron. Super minions surged forth, and EDG's players assumed the role of commanding the minions. The tension mounted for LGD, already beleaguered by the awkward atmosphere within their team. A casual attempt by Pinjiling's Nami to initiate a fight only exacerbated LGD's predicament. As using Nami to engage is often laughable, her true potential lies in countering. LGD chose to overlook Pinjiling's actions. Recognizing the vast economic disparity in the destruction of their lanes, under such circumstances, they would have surrendered in a practice match. It was reminiscent of the S5 World Championship, when IG surrendered against a European team on National Day, prompting LPL to amend its regulations, rendering surrendering obsolete. Ultimately, LGD's ill-fated engagement led to a successful counter by EDG, culminating in the destruction of LGD's Crystal and securing a flawless victory. As the match concluded, Nof awaited the player's return at the entrance of the player tunnel. Observing Bai as she emerged first, his eyes brimmed with astonishment. Before the match, he had grappled with the choice of selecting Riven over Jace. While aware of Bai's formidable skills, he had anticipated a singular kill on Janu and a noteworthy performance from her, ultimately relying on Victor for victory. Yet, Bai presented him with an answer that exceeded all expectations. With relentless pressure in the lane, she executed tower dives and skillfully maneuvered to evade attacks, leading to successful ganks. Her late-game split-pushing showcased impeccable gank awareness while maintaining an impressive presence. In the climactic team fight, Bai astutely exploited her opponent's vulnerabilities, decisively eliminating the enemy's carries and turning the tide. Her skill level seemed boundless, transcending conventional limits as she capitalized on any misstep from her adversaries. Even in the absence of mistakes from her opponents, she adeptly created opportunities for triumph. Following EDG's recent victories with their new top laner, Fan Enthusiasm Sword, this year had proven particularly challenging for EDG. Once a dominant force in the LPL during the S4, S5, and S6 eras, they had exhibited an unparalleled 16-game winning streak, a record unmatched since the league's inception. The former WE's 48-game streak occurred prior to the establishment of the LPL and remains a historical footnote. This year, however, EDG's plight was stark. The bottom lane Zet, transitioning from mid to ADC, proved ineffective, and the highly anticipated top laner, Tongwudi, was unable to participate due to internal conflicts. Before Bai's arrival, EDG's performance had dwindled to mid-tier status within the LPL. Notably, in 2017, the LPL divided teams into 2 groups, and EDG faced formidable competition, primarily from WE, while contending with the league's weaker squads, such as VG, NB, and GT. Conversely, LGD, despite being dubbed the optimistic value, exhibited a palpable tension during post-match handshakes. Yet, EDG refrained from probing further, having decisively bested their opponents twice. Some players, like the captain and Eco, sought camaraderie with Pinjiling and Wei Shun on WeChat. After the conclusion of the matches, accolades naturally fell to Bai, whose remarkable Riven performance and extraordinary Rise capabilities left opponents bewildered. Unsurprisingly, she was the focus of today's interviews. This time, due to prior experience, the factory manager did not accompany the team. However, the interviewer has slightly changed. It is now Luo Xin conducting the interview. Hello everyone, I am Luo Xin. Today, we are honored to have EDG's player, Bai, with us. Let's greet our audience. Unlike Yu Shuang, who tends to be more formal, Luo Xin addresses the players by their IDs. Greetings, I am the top laner of EDG. This time, without teammates by her side. Bai felt a sudden surge of anxiety as she gazed upon the multitude below, causing her introduction to appear notably stiff. However, following this simple self-introduction, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, clearly demonstrating their fondness for our young contender. After all, she is the sole female participant in our competition. Nevertheless, we must adhere to the customary practice of posing a few questions. In the second match, during that pivotal team fight, you executed a crucial flash to eliminate the enemy ADC. Could you share your thoughts at that moment? The question was posed in a rather formulaic manner, leaving one to wonder if those crafting the interview queries for the LPL were merely going through the motions. Yet, Luo Xin seemed unfazed by any awkwardness, seamlessly handing the microphone to Bai without a second thought. I just teleported to a position where I could capitalize on the opportunity, and then I acted. Bai responded without hesitation, articulating her genuine thoughts. Such awkward conversational inquiries undoubtedly contribute to the lack of viewership for post-match interviews. It appears that the young lady possesses a remarkable ability to seize opportunities. Luo Xin also seemed somewhat uncomfortable. Thus she exchanged a few pleasantries before promptly transitioning to the next question. It is well known that EDG often opted for tanky top laners in previous matches, allowing the double carries to take charge of the game. However, during your 4 appearances, EDG has favored top laners capable of carrying. What has prompted this shift? Will EDG revert to their former strategies in the future? Upon the emergence of this question, all the fervent fans of EDG who were watching the live broadcast halted their steps, poised to depart. This is not merely a matter concerning Luo Xin, but rather a concern that lingers in the hearts of EDG fans. What they dread most is the prospect of EDG once again succumbing to momentary folly and summoning Yus back to shoulder the pressure, particularly as it is widely known that EDG may be considering a new prodigious ADC in the latter half of the year. The thought of sacrificing such a formidable top laner for an uncertain and potentially ineffective ADC is something they are utterly unwilling to witness. It is as if I excel with these champions, and thus the coach selected me. This choice undeniably leads to victories. As for other strategies, well, strategies seem to be shrouded in secrecy. After pondering for a moment, she responded, "She is not entirely naive, and certain matters must indeed remain confidential." Listening to Bai's responses, Luo Xion's expression turned decidedly awkward. The questions posed had been carefully curated, yet Bai seemed impervious to this approach, casually brushing aside the fans' most pressing inquiries under the guise of tactical confidentiality. It appears that if we wish to uncover EDG strategies, we must patiently await further developments. By the way, Xiao Bai, are you aware that the fans have bestowed upon you a nickname? Luo Xion inquired unexpectedly. What nickname? Bai asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. The fans have dubbed you the Sword Fairy, primarily because you excel with champions like Fiora, Riven, and other sword-wielding characters. Luo Xion succinctly explained. However, Bai's expression grew somewhat awkward and stiff. Your gameplay seems a bit cringeworthy. Ultimately, I could only offer such an assessment, and thus refrained from elaborating further. The Sword Fairy, the moniker evokes a desire to dig one's toes into the ground in protest. Oh, it seems that Xiao Bai is not particularly fond of this appellation. As she uttered these words, Luo Xion's expression resembled an exaggerated false smile, reminiscent of an endearingly foolish character. Nightfall. For gamers, staying up late has become an essential skill. Especially after EDG's remarkable performance today, their fans are particularly fervent. How shall we evaluate Bai's performance across the 4 matches? Such a post has ascended to the pinnacle of popularity within the forum. There is little to critique. I can only proclaim that the underdogs may now speak their minds with fervor. One might wonder, what connection do they have with the underdogs? Truly remarkable. Having decisively triumphed over both St. Gun and Janu in 2 encounters each, employing 4 distinct heroes while simultaneously monopolizing the ban slots. The White Sister, my goodness. To be candid, many previously considered 957 to be the superior player, yet it is evident now that the White Sister is undoubtedly the strongest top laner in the LPL. Indeed, 957 would find it improbable to outmatch Janu or St. Gun in a lane. Why elaborate further? The national uprising has commenced. Fear not. Let us await the defeat of 60E before we rise up. It would be prudent to maintain some restraint for the time being. During the years of S4, S5, and S6, EDG boasted the largest fan base, naturally incurring the ire of supporters from other teams. Among them, 60E was particularly targeted by EDG fans. While WE and EDG may not have harbored significant discord, the rivalry between the fans was exacerbated by the actions of the captain and Abu. Following them were the fans of Uzi, though they were not a primary target, and due to the climactic showdown of the Pig Dog War, the tensions appeared somewhat muted. After the conclusion of the World Championship last year, as EDG's era faded and we suddenly rose to prominence, RNG announced the formation of an all-Chinese roster, leading to a situation where the Captain-S underdogs were vilified. It was only after their victory over the Korean team at the Intercontinental Championship that these fan groups found a semblance of tranquility, marking the most harmonious period for fans from the Intercontinental Championship to the conclusion of the S7 World Championship. However, the current landscape is markedly different. Although aware of White's formidable prowess, the previous actions of EDG, which avoided fielding White against WE, became the focal point of scrutiny and served as a catalyst for fervent criticism aimed at the underdogs. Yet, with White's flawless performance across 4 matches, no faults could be found, igniting heated debates between both factions. Suddenly, a screenshot of a conversation with 957 surfaced, shattering all doubts. In the exchange, someone inquired whether 957 could best the EDG player, to which 957 replied with 2 tearful emojis. Due to the obscuring of his avatar, the identity of the questioner remains unknown, but true fans of WE can identify the avatar as belonging to 957. Consequently, fans flock to the WE players' live streams to verify the authenticity of this situation. What is there that cannot be said? High-ranking solo players can easily discern the disparity in skill levels. My sole objective is to avoid being utterly overwhelmed and to maintain my composure during the landing phase. Observing the inquiries in the live stream, 957 candidly addressed the questions posed by his fans. It must be acknowledged that 957, known as Leg Brother, is indeed an earnest individual, displaying a certain grace in his speech that endears him to many. Previously, numerous individuals have remarked that he shares similarities with Looper. Both are humble gentlemen in private, demonstrating a solid and reliable playstyle during competitions, adhering to commands, and possessing a profound champion pool. Whether as a carry or a tank, he adapts seamlessly to any role. While online debates over trivial matters raged on, Bai returned home, preparing to continue her ranked matches. Due to her gender, she preferred to practice alone at home in the evenings, while others in the club would play and rest in the dormitory when fatigued. For many professional players, participating in matches and ranked games can feel burdensome, akin to a job. In contrast, Bai perceives it as a form of entertainment, relishing the exhilaration of competition. Once again, she embarked on a solo queue. Observing her 4 friends already engaged in ranked matches, Bai gradually grew accustomed to this scenario. Perhaps it was due to the training sessions and competitive matches where she was often carried by a female player, with others comfortably relying on her as well. However, during solo queue, being carried by a girl, while sometimes being outperformed by opponents, began to weigh on her pride. Regardless of whether one is Faker or Uzi, facing defeat in the Korean server can lead to feelings of isolation. I recall an instance when the team composition featured Ashue and Bao Lan in the bot lane against Faker. 3 champions, all of whom had clinched the World Championship, not only faced defeat but did so with particularly abysmal scores, one at 0-5, another at 0-10, and the last at 1-10. When male players lose in duo queues, they can exchange lighthearted jests before diving into the next match. Yet, being relentlessly beaten in front of a girl makes it difficult to vent frustrations, forcing one to humbly seek assistance from the jungler. If the jungler obliges, that is well and good. But should they retort with a comment on one's lack of skill, the embarrassment becomes palpable. Thus, playing duo with Bai feels more exhausting than participating in training matches. The other 4 starters from EDG, having teamed up with Bai a few times and experienced that pressure, now instinctively form teams as soon as they return, fearing the possibility of being selected by Bai for duo queues. Unbeknownst to them, Bai inadvertently sparked a renewed enthusiasm for training among the EDG players. Typically, upon returning to the base, some would indulge in lengthy showers or take extended breaks, but now they are anxious about missing out on spots in the queue. This presented an opportune moment for Bai to consider live streaming. Upon contemplating the prospect, she eagerly opened the streaming software. Her streaming contract had been finalized, promising a substantial income. As the sole female player in the LPL, her popularity soared, and the streaming platform was willing to invest heavily in her. She had signed a 2-year contract, earning approximately half of what Uzi and his team leader make. It is noteworthy that she is merely a newcomer with only 2 matches under her belt. Such a lucrative deal reflects her commercial value and the faith they place in her future. Bai has started her stream? Has today's training session concluded? Bai is truly formidable. Can she share some tips with us? Wow, is that not my wife? Why is she streaming? As a streamer who commanded a considerable investment from the platform, Bai's broadcast attracted a flood of viewers as soon as she went live. with the back-end operations promptly promoting her to a prominent position. In the lower right corner of the streaming interface, Bai appeared on camera. As for the additional streaming equipment, including beauty filters, these were provided by the club, just as they were for the male players. Naturally, they did not employ overly extravagant enhancements, merely a subtle whitening effect. For Bai, the difference between using a beauty filter or not was negligible. Dressed casually in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts adorned with the EDG logo, she felt comfortable in her air-conditioned room. As the comments flooded the live stream, Bai did not exhibit the nervousness she felt during interviews. Instead, she appeared somewhat exhilarated and curious. Communicating through a screen with others seems to evoke a certain ease. After a moment of contemplation, Bai finally spoke. "Hello, everyone." As soon as her voice faded, the entire live stream paused for a considerable time. Then it erupted. The live stream was utterly ablaze. What an impeccably sweet voice. Is the streamer certain there is no voice changer employed? This is quite absurd. Surely, this isn't one of those transformation devices. I have practically experimented with all available on the market. Being a bit shorter or appearing youthful is one thing, but that voice, are we sure EDG isn't employing child labor? A torrent of comments flooded the screen, all triggered merely by Bai's casual greeting. Let's find a player to duo with later. Bai glanced at her friends list and immediately focused on an ID currently marked with a green status, although she had never added friends before. After stepping into the professional realm, she realized the necessity of integrating into this circle. Therefore, she added anyone she had conversed with who exhibited decent skills. Nevertheless, her friends list still contained a mere 20 individuals. Duo queue? I sent a message to another ID in the Korean server. Okay. Upon receiving confirmation, the other party promptly created a ranked room and extended an invitation to Bai. The comments read, "Does anyone know who Bai's partner is? If I'm not mistaken, it should be the ID of XG. Is that true? XG teaming up with Bai? This combination is immensely formidable. Quick, return to the base. Danger. Where is EDG? Your precious top laner is about to be poached by RNG." Soft fans commented, "EDG's top laner is quite exceptional. I shall gladly accept." Upon learning that Bai's duo partner was XG from RNG, the crowd began to stir excitement. However, the players themselves were largely indifferent to such matters. The question of which team to join is unpredictable. Even the players cannot ascertain it, and with contracts yet to expire, there was no need for excessive contemplation. Soon enough, the duo entered the ranked interface. Their accounts had not yet reached the pinnacle rank of king. After a haphazard series of bans, they quickly commenced the champion selection. The banning strategy in ranked matches was not particularly professional. Wow, the opposing team seems to have a rather luxurious lineup. Modded 2S Rumble. The top-ranked Nidalee from the Korean server, the Shy, and Faker S Twisted Fate. At this juncture, the barrage of comments had already revealed the opposing team's lineup through various means. However, the current side was not to be underestimated, featuring the likes of Sister Bai and XG. It seemed somewhat daunting. Could this possibly lead to an unfavorable start? Upon observing the players in both lineups, netizens immediately sensed a foreboding atmosphere. With Modded2 and Faker, they formed a formidable mid-jungle duo reminiscent of the S5 championship. Furthermore, in the jungle, while the Shy was not a starting professional player, anyone who ascended to the rank of the top tier was undoubtedly a feared master in ranked matches. Securing this champion almost guaranteed a carry in every match. Although he might appear somewhat lackluster in other positions, it hardly diminished their standing. The prowess of this Nidalee was quite remarkable. Initiating communication within the team, Bai subtly reminded Mala Xianghua. "No worries, I'm also a Nidalee virtuoso. Who fears whom?" He seemed to be a substitute for IG. XG exuded his usual confidence, and those familiar with him would certainly recognize that his Nidalee and Graves were truly exceptional. Particularly with Nidalee, she instilled dread among the ranks of casual players. It seemed inevitable that a kill would follow whenever XG approached the lane. Bai responded softly and began selecting her champion for the top lane. Opting for Rumble with Lee Sin in the jungle, Bai gradually moved her cursor towards Jace. If she were to follow her previous playstyle, she would have relentlessly dominated her lane. However, after engaging with professional matches, her approach had slightly evolved. Coordinating with teammates was not a detriment, but rather a means to secure victory more effortlessly. Rumble was the quintessential lane bully, boasting wave clear, high dueling stats, and shields. His only drawback was the inability to control wave pushes consistently, compounded by his short stature that made him particularly susceptible to ambushes. As long as a champion with crowd control was selected in the lane, Rumble would likely be an easy target for ganks. In this instance, XG has already selected the Blind Monk, establishing a synergy for the top lane and presenting a favorable matchup against Rumble. Therefore, I shall choose you. By promptly secured his champion, the Desert Tyrant, Renekton, affectionately known as the Crocodile. This champion has undoubtedly become a perennial favorite in the professional arena. Beginning with the legendary performances of the exceptional Renekton, which led to SKT's continuous bans against him. Over the ensuing years, Renekton has remained a steadfast presence in the competitive scene. This hero, when brought into play, excels in lane dominance and possesses remarkable durability and damage during the mid-game team fights, showcasing an impressive strategic significance. In fact, he may even be considered more evergreen than the champion Orianna. Before long, the lineups for both sides were firmly established. Blue team versus red team. Top lane, Renekton versus Rumble jungle, Lee Sin versus Nidalee mid lane, Victor versus Twisted Fate AD carry, Lucian versus Jinx support. Alistar versus Thresh. Rumble is a champion that I particularly enjoys playing. His lane control is formidable, categorizing him as an exceptionally overpowered champion, especially in the top lane. Rumble's Q ability operates similarly to that of Vladimir's. Standing behind minions while casting Q on the opposing champion does not draw aggro from the minions. Thanks to this outrageous mechanic, Rumble can effortlessly push the lane, harass the enemy, and maintain pressure on their health without any concern for minion damage. Should the opponent foolishly attempt to retaliate, the combined damage from minions and the overpowered Rumble is far from negligible. Notably, Rumble often resorts to his ultimate ability, and in skirmishes, his auto-attack damage can be astonishing. Typically, Renekton might approach Rumble with a degree of caution, leveraging his crowd control and engage potential, waiting for the jungler to assist. Starting with a Doran's shield allows one to withstand Rumble's Q harassment. Taking a couple of steps back mitigates the impact. Wait, sister, what does this Doran's blade signify? Isn't it's supposed to be a Doran's shield? XG, upon noticing Bai's itemization, felt a touch of disbelief. Of course, he did not question Bai's prowess. Rather, he merely observed that opting for a Doran's shield would be a more stable choice for Renekton against Rumble. It is evident to any reasonable person. However, the desire for stability is not in line with Bai's character. What she seeks is not stability, but rather a strategy to secure victory in the top lane. I firmly believe that utilizing the Doran's blade is more advantageous. I succinctly replied with XG before heading to the top lane to prepare for the confrontation. The opposing top laner is Rin, a formidable player who, during Season 5, triumphed over Faker to earn the coveted MVP title at the Season 5 World Championship. Furthermore, Rin has consistently been regarded as the premier Rumble player in the high-ranking Korean server, demonstrating an impressive mastery of the hero's intricate details. The fury of the champion, Crocodile, remains crucial. Thus, Bai advances to the lane, intent on exchanging health for fury. Although Rumble's Q ability can be quite formidable at lower levels, its damage is not particularly high. In general, when Crocodile faces Rumble, he tends to be pressured until reaching level 3, at which point he begins to possess the ability to retaliate. This overly cautious approach has enabled Rumble to push the lane and subsequently roam the jungle, harassing the enemy jungler. While Bai advances to trade blows and push the lane, he also remains vigilant, seeking opportunities to intercept the opponent's auto-attacks and recover some health. It is evident that Rin's understanding of Bai is rather limited. Upon witnessing the Crocodile's advance to contest the lane, he nonchalantly employs his Q to inflict damage. Seizing the opportunity presented by Rin's forward movement, Bai positions himself adeptly to land an auto-attack and subsequently grazes Rumble with a Q ability. This appears rather impressive. After sustaining a minor amount of damage, Rin suddenly furrows his brow. The initial Q damage of Rumble is not particularly high, even when he manages to maintain his temperature in the yellow range. Considering the Crocodile's magic resistance, it inflicts merely the equivalent of 2 auto-attacks worth of health. After all, Bai is not foolish. He would never allow Rumble to roast him entirely. Following a series of strategic exchanges, both sides find their health nearly equal, with the Crocodile securing some fury and lane control through auto-attacks. At level 3, he can confidently tower dive, having established lane dominance. After gaining the upper hand at level 1, Bai promptly initiates communication with XG. The Crocodile is now in a position to effectively intercept Rumble's movements. With the acquisition of his E ability at level 2, coupled with the Fury-enhanced Q, Rumble is rendered largely defenseless. As for pushing the lane to secure level 2 first, although Rumble may appear to be a formidable lane pusher, one must consider an important detail. Rumble's Q inflicts reduced damage to minions. and its damage is evenly distributed across all minions. Therefore, as long as the crocodile focuses on eliminating a single minion first, he can indeed attain level 2 ahead of Rumble. After this wave of actions, as long as the crocodile does not make any mistakes, seizing the second level has become a certainty. Rin, not foolish, witnessed the crocodile's maneuvering and prudently retreated to focus on steady development. Although he is recognized as a top-tier top laner, he does not possess the flamboyant line control akin to players like the Shy, Sei, or QV. Instead, he leans towards a more stable approach, employing strategic thinking to secure victory. The champion Rumble epitomizes this. His landing mechanics are not particularly difficult, resembling those of champions like Dr. Mundo, but he is fundamentally a team-fighting hero. Gradually farming and securing last hits allows Rumble to wreak havoc in the late game, while the crocodile's strength diminishes over time. Is it that formidable? Does he truly have lane control in the first 3 levels? Upon hearing Bai's command, XG, having just finished clearing the red buff, felt a surge of astonishment and glanced towards the top lane. Indeed, Rumble had retreated behind the ranged minions, casually surveying the minion wave, evidently indicating that the crocodile was in a position to seize the second level. Wow, impressive. Just wait. I'll be up there to train that big-headed horse, XG exclaimed, astonished, revealing his intention to confront Rumble, whom he had yet to catch. While XG expressed his surprise, he unabashedly let loose with colorful language. Hearing XG's expletives while he moved up made Bai feel an inexplicable urge to laugh. In their usual practice sessions with EDG, teammates behaved like well-mannered children, never uttering a single curse word. Not only with EDG, but even when she occasionally played with other top-tier professionals, they all maintained a similarly composed demeanor. Only XG, without a care, freely expressed himself. Truly, he is the most exceptional jungler in LPL. A legendary figure muted in the microphone during late-game moments. How remarkable. Is she the renowned female top laner from LPL? Concurrently, Faker, accustomed to peeking at his teammates to monitor any misdeeds, happened to observe the situation in the top lane. The emergence of a particularly skilled female top laner in LPL ignited fervent discussions among those within the esports community. Although significant conflicts had arisen between Faker and Rin due to various issues, there was still a strong recognition of Rin's prowess. Witnessing the slight pressure applied in the top lane only heightened Faker's awareness of that lane. Of course, such minor pressure is of little consequence once an advantage is gained. The objective is to do everything possible to amplify it. What good does merely focusing on last hits do? Pressuring the opponent for 50 last hits equates to a mere 1,000 gold. Against a Rumble with your crocodile, can you truly expect to buy a bigger belt for that 1,000 gold and win the team fight? However, if you can leverage your advantage to dive towers, the narrative changes entirely. The opponent will inevitably suffer economic and level deficits, and you will gain the upper hand with the defensive towers. Simultaneously, if your jungler successfully dives, they too will reap the rewards and maintain the rhythm of the game. At times, the flow of the game is unpredictable. When it gains momentum, it truly spirals positively. After noticing the approaching minion wave, the blind monk immediately marked his intention to join the top lane for a tower dive. This exchange may well be a one-for-one trade. As long as it results in Rumble losing experience, it is undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. After all, he is a champion suited for team fights, and targeting him multiple times is certainly not misguided. However, at the same time, the swift and perceptive Nidalee has sensed the impending danger in the top lane and is rapidly advancing, sending a signal to Marin, the top laner, indicating her approach. After reaching level 2, the lane control is entirely in the hands of the crocodile. If the jungler has not arrived, it is generally advantageous to maintain lane control, as it not only limits Rumble's ability to farm, but also reduces the risk of being ambushed by the opposing jungler. The enemy Lee Sin is on his way. Perhaps a bait could be arranged. Marin immediately recognizes this. The sole reason for the crocodile to relinquish lane control must be this. Yet, upon observing the approaching Nidalee, Marin resolves to remain steadfast beneath the tower. As one of the fastest junglers, Nidalee will undoubtedly reach the top lane before Lee Sin. If the enemy makes a move, they might be able to decisively obliterate the opposing top and jungle. Just as Rumble utilized his E ability to harpoon a minion, he slightly overextended, and the crocodile surged forward, executing a flawless double E directly in front of Rumble. The execution was seamless, with no discernible pause between the two E abilities, flowing with remarkable fluidity. What a smooth and seamless E! Marin felt a pang of anxiety. Indeed, no professional player is to be underestimated. Instinctively, He hurled a second harpoon towards the crocodile. However, to his astonishment, the crocodile, having just executed the second E, deftly sidestepped and evaded his harpoon with a subtle movement. This maneuver is undoubtedly devoid of any element of chance. AW swiftly strikes, and Marin, sensing an anomaly, immediately employs his flash. Regrettably, yet again, a slight adjustment to the alligator's abilities renders his W unavoidably impactful, meaning that even with a flash, he is left stunned in place. With maximum fury, the alligator unleashes his first E ability, expending 50 rage points while simultaneously diminishing Rumble's armor. The subsequent Crimson W inflicts direct damage. Despite Rumble's attempt to create distance with a flash, he remains incapacitated in his position. At that moment, an incomprehensible event unfolds before Marin's eyes. As the blind monk suddenly emerges from the lower triangular bush, executing a Q directly towards Rumble. The controlled Rumble, unless someone invokes the factory director on the spot, is destined to be struck. The second Q unleashes damage, followed by A, then E, and another A, culminating in a second E that slows down the target. The battered Rumble dares not retaliate, confounded by the swiftness of the blind monk in clearing the jungle. Is the leopard woman on her way? Why inquires of XG. Contemplating whether they should pursue further, as this skirmish is not entirely without merit. I shall maneuver around. Securing the Rumble would indeed be worthwhile. XG evidently does not wish to retreat so easily, and begins to circle behind, simultaneously awaiting the cooldown of his Q ability. Meanwhile, Bai continues to clear the minions, intending to usher the front line towards the tower, effectively sandwiching Rumble from both directions. The leopard woman seems peculiar. She has yet to arrive, perhaps lingering near the second tower in the top lane. Logically, her jungle-clearing speed should not lag behind that of the blind monk. Yet he is already engaged in combat while she remains absent. Either she is still occupied with other jungle monsters or has taken a longer route to lay in wait elsewhere. I shall investigate the rear. Should I encounter anyone, I shall retreat. XG comprehends Bai's intent, planning to ascertain whether there are foes at the second tower. However, as he passes through, the blind monk's Q ability has already reset. A casual sonic wave is unleashed, striking Rumble beneath the tower with impeccable precision from the utmost distance. The sudden strike of this Q took even XG by surprise. From this angle, a casual Q would typically be evaded by top-tier players through instinctive reactions. Yet, Marin, against all odds, chose to accept this Q. With this amount of health, Rumble seemed vulnerable, and it felt as though XG could easily eliminate him with a personal touch. If he were to proceed towards the top lane, the circumstances would undoubtedly prevent the second activation of his Q skill. At this moment, he had two choices, either to swiftly execute the second Q or to adopt a more cautious approach and continue searching for the whereabouts of the leopard woman. After a mere hesitation of less than a tenth of a second, the instinct of the blind monk player compelled him to activate the second Q and kick forward. As the blind monk soared through the air towards Rumble, the leopard woman, who had been lurking in the fog of war in the top lane, made her sudden appearance. Simultaneously, Rumble's W skill became available, allowing him to absorb part of the damage, which fortuitously granted the leopard woman the opportunity to advance. A radiant green light unexpectedly illuminated Rumble, and he was almost entirely rejuvenated, his health significantly restored. The leopard woman's skill stipulates that the lower the health of her allies, the greater the amount of healing they receive. This can almost be described as the most extreme moment of despair for XG, as he found himself in dire straits. Simultaneously, the leopard woman lunged directly towards the blind monk, and due to her assault on the crocodile, the tower's damage also descended upon him. It was over. The ambush was real. The moment XG perceived the leopard woman's presence, he sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Even feeling that Marin had deliberately absorbed his Q skill to lure him into a trap, Bai promptly advanced towards the blind monk. Although he had no wards left, he could still utilize his abilities to traverse the battlefield. Meanwhile, the shy-ass leopard woman remained calm and collected, transitioning into her feline form as she approached the blind monk with deliberate slowness. With the Q skills mark in place, Shy exhibited no haste, patiently waiting for the blind monk's W shield to dissipate. W flash QE. XG did not even have a moment to react before the leopard woman eliminated him on the spot. What the? AW flash? Is this how we play? Caught completely off guard, XG could only express his disbelief. The W flash from the leopard woman may seem devoid of merit, as her W skill is guaranteed to hit. However, the trajectory and speed of the W ability are exceedingly fixed. One need not be a professional player as even a silver rank player could evade the leopard woman's W with a flash. Yet, if one were to employ a W flash, for instance, what once took 0 for seconds to reach the opponent would now be reduced to a mere 0.1 seconds or even less. Thus, it became exceedingly difficult to respond. Although Bai had anticipated that Leona would pounce, he swiftly immobilized her with his W ability. However, it is important to note that Leona's Q skill can be cast while airborne, while the crocodile's W requires a designated target. The Shy's dexterity with Leona was remarkable, executing an entire skill rotation within the narrowest of time frames. With an advantage in both health and numbers, the Shy's Leona boldly engaged the crocodile. After all, Leona possessed the red buff, and this champion's inherent agility allowed her to gradually kite the crocodile. Even though Leona's health dwindled more rapidly during the exchange, the Shy remained undeterred, skillfully maneuvering and maintaining distance. What a fluid display of kiting! Bai thought to himself, recognizing the prowess of his opponent. For the Shy, this was the first time in his top lane experience that he encountered someone capable of maintaining equilibrium in the auto attacks without being hindered. The Shy shared a similar sentiment of astonishment. Despite playing as Leona, with the advantage of red buff slowing effects, he found himself unable to outmaneuver the lumbering crocodile. If the roles were reversed, wouldn't I be utterly overwhelmed? Observing the crocodile grappling with the Panther Woman, Marin yearned to join in and lend a hand. After all, the Panther Woman had saved her life. At the very least, she could assist by hurling a harpoon to slow down the enemy. Just as the crocodile initiated a basic attack, Marin seized the opportune moment to launch her harpoon. However, White abruptly interrupted her attack animation and deftly sidestepped the harpoon with a slight maneuver. Can such evasiveness truly exist? Marin gazed in disbelief at the crocodile's agile sidestep. It seemed that since her arrival, she had yet to land a single harpoon. Isn't this a tad exaggerated? During the recent skirmish, some pent-up fury had already amassed. And with the confrontation against the Panther Woman, the rage meter had surged to a formidable 80 points. With the next strike, A unleashed a crimson-fueled W, inflicting a significant portion of damage upon the Panther Woman, followed by a subsequent basic attack. The two basic attacks conveniently generated an additional 20 points of rage. A then executed a flash into a red-fueled Q, dispatching Rumble while swiftly following up with another basic attack to claim the Panther Woman's life. Suddenly, the turret emitted a sound, targeting the crocodile. With barely a quarter of health remaining, the crocodile endured the turret's assault, leaving it with a mere 14 health points. Double kill. Incredible, my friend. To achieve 2 kills like that is astonishing. Witnessing Bai survive after vanquishing 2 opponents, the team behind him erupted in cheers, exclaiming how remarkable it was. Truly unbelievable. This has resulted in a remarkable counterattack, claiming 2 opponents. Furthermore, the jungler's dual buffs have seamlessly transferred into Bai's possession. This round has proven to be remarkably profitable. You 2 junglers have been exceptionally aggressive. As one returned to base, Bai let out a slight sigh of relief and began to assess XG and the Shy, the 2 reckless warriors. Despite XG sensing the potential ambush by the Leopard Woman after landing a Q on Rumble, gallantly charged in without hesitation. The Shy also attempted to leverage the capabilities of the Leopard Woman and the red buff to create some distance, but ultimately failed and was outplayed by Bai. After returning home with a sliver of health, Bai unhesitatingly purchased 2 longswords and a pair of boots. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in her live stream had erupted into a frenzy. What is this operation? How can an alligator face off against a leopard woman without being hindered? Is there anyone who comprehends this? Why does my alligator struggle to even land an attack against the leopard woman? And why does Rumble lack any skill? Shouldn't we promptly report this to the officials? How can one play without a crucial skill? The streamer must be utilizing some kind of script. Please enlighten us. Thank you. Marin, the top Rumble player in the Korean server, widely recognized as one of the premier top laners of this era, found himself unable to land even a single harpoon against Bai's performance. The viewers in the live stream began to showcase their own wit, making various humorous remarks. How does this individual's positioning resemble that of Faker or Uzi? Rin took a deep breath. The series of missed harpoons reminded him of encounters with Faker and Uzi. It seemed that, in the eyes of these players, the speed of those skills appeared agonizingly slow. Despite Rin's reputation being on par with Faker and Uzi, he understood that if he were to face them directly, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. The level of detail and execution simply wasn't comparable. Now, in addition to these 2 IDs, it seems another contender must be acknowledged. This player demonstrates rather outrageous positioning and appears to possess an in-depth understanding of Rumble. Faker. Watching from the mid lane, observed the skirmish in the top lane with keen interest. He could not help but concede that Bai played exceptionally well, showcasing remarkable positioning, kiting, and experience with the Rumble champion. Crucially, Bai's alligator managed to maintain its rage perfectly, as every confrontation seemed to unleash the full fury of its power. The first wave enhanced E and strengthened W. The second wave bolstered W and amplified Q. This appears to be mere drivel, as the wrath of an alligator can remain at full capacity indefinitely, unlike Nar, who must manage his rage within certain limits. However, after engaging in battle at the top lane and activating his enhanced skills 4 times, it is evident that Bai has honed his craft well, accumulating anger whenever time permits. What brings you here? In-game, the Shy directed a challenge towards Rin in the upper lane. This encounter could have spared 1 death. Had Rin chosen to return home promptly and teleport back to lane, he could have effectively managed the wave of minions. Even if he were slain by the alligator, it would merely result in a 1-for-1 exchange. Apologies, I did not foresee him evading my E ability. After a moment of silence, Rin dutifully accepted the blame. Glancing at his meager gold, he thought, alas, this is truly pitiful. Having been dominated by the alligator early on and having only secured a single assist, Rin could only afford a cloth armor before teleporting back to lane. The audience remarked, a classic scenario killed at the start, returning to lane with but a cloth armor. It seems Bai's matches often unfold in such a manner. Indeed, one could easily envision how Rin would be subjected to torment thereafter. Would he soon attempt a tower dive? Only to lack teleportation, resulting in a wave of minions crashing against the tower while Rumble remains perpetually disadvantaged? Given that Bai typically establishes the rhythm during this phase of professional matches, many online commentators have already anticipated the ensuing onslaught Rin would endure. Yet, such predictions remain uncertain. Playing League of Legends involves a significant degree of intuition and foresight. If the opponent adheres strictly to one's predictions, one can foretell subsequent events. The renowned Dama has made a name for himself by descending from high ranks to dominate lower tiers through this very skill. However, high-ranked matches are far more complex. You may excel in lane, yet your adversary can merge with the turret. If you intend to initiate a level 6 dive, simply ensure you bring the jungler along to share experience and secure your own survival until level 6. When it comes to enduring, LPL top laners have certainly provided ample experience. After all, they have endured relentless beatings from Korean top laners year after year. If one cannot withstand the pressure, it becomes imperative to select certain champions for effective late-game strategies. Champions such as Fiora, Gangplank, Camille, and Jace possess overwhelming advantages in one-on-one situations. Once the game transitions to a 4-1 split push, they become virtually unbeatable. However, how much pressure can an alligator exert when split pushing? Oh, wait, one must not underestimate the alligator's unique build for split pushing. With Rumble and Jinx opposing, team fights could prove challenging for this side. As time progresses, the enemy carries become increasingly formidable. Though the alligator is robust and damaging in the early and mid-game, he risks becoming a mere plaything in the late game. No matter how skilled one may be, one cannot disregard the inherent characteristics of the champion. If the enemy does not falter, what grounds do you have for victory? Moreover, Rumble and Twisted Fate possess considerable crowd control abilities, making it easy for the alligator to be hindered in team fights. Thus, observing the Blade of the Ruined King, Bai swiftly reached a resolution. I shall opt for a Blade of the Ruined King build for split pushing, executing a 4-1 strategy. Should Twisted Fate and Rumble arrive, I can still secure kills. Bai communicated this succinctly to XG. Blade of the Ruined King alligator? Well, we shall see how you perform. XG paused for a moment but quickly acquiesced. The Blade of the Ruined King alligator was not without precedent in the past, when the tree champion was particularly popular. Numerous players resorted to him for easy points. The alligator was initially heavily countered by the tree. However, a new strategy emerged in Korean servers, wherein players began employing the Blade of the Ruined King alligator, reversing the counter relationship, despite statistics indicating the alligator's disadvantage against the tree. This was primarily due to most players hesitating to play the alligator in a split push role. Ultimately, the Blade of the Ruined King alligator remains somewhat niche. Nonetheless, if the alligator does adopt this item, he can dominate the tree in a solo lane. As for Rumble, there is no need to elaborate. Should the alligator with full rage approach Rumble, he can eliminate him in an instant. When the level 6 moment arrived, the alligator had just pushed the wave beneath Rin's turret and, without hesitation, activated his ultimate ability, Absolute Domination, continuously gaining rage every second. Upon witnessing such an alligator, Rumble immediately understood what was about to transpire. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate on the minions. However, XG was not one to adhere to conventional rules. While others may refrain from pursuing a fleeing foe, XG's intent was to secure a kill. With a deft use of his ability, he brought Rumble directly next to the alligator. Upon observing the positions of the alligator and the blind monk, Rin promptly abandoned any hope of survival, realizing he had no avenue for escape and could only await his demise. With XG having delivered the enemy to their doorstep, I felt no obligation to show restraint. He immediately executed a combination of abilities alongside the blind monk, securing Rumble's death beneath the turret. At this moment, Rin seemed to recall how his first game as Rumble in the LPL was met with military training. Faker, positioned in the mid lane, did not even cast a glance toward the top lane, having already anticipated that trouble would ensue there. In fact, there was a chance for his twisted fate to assist Rin in that situation. However, upon hearing his beloved Jinx express in an interview that her favorite player in SKD was Rin, Faker immediately relinquished any thoughts of rescuing the top lane and instead activated his ultimate to soar down to the bot lane. This was not a personal vendetta. The enemy was pressuring the top lane, while he focused on the bottom lane, a normal exchange of resources. Faker, with a guilty conscience, continuously hypnotized himself into believing that he could not possibly assist his romantic rival. Of course, there was little fault in Faker's decision. The cooperation between the Leona and the bottom lane resulted in a favorable trade of 1 for 2, eliminating the enemy's bot lane duo. At this juncture, their Jinx had already accumulated a lead of over a dozen minions, allowing for a potential breakthrough from the bottom lane to secure victory in this match. As for Rumble, he merely needed to acquire a pair of Sorcerer's shoes and a Liandry's Anguish to contribute in team fights. Should his development remain poor, he could opt for a Frost Staff as a utility item, relinquishing any thoughts of damage output, and simply observe the AD carry's performance. After dispatching the bottom lane duo, Leona also successfully secured the dragon, while the opposing team invaded her upper jungle. At the 14-minute mark, the enemy team once again targeted Rumble in the top lane, claiming his life and demolishing the top outer turret in the process. If it weren't for Rumble's several forced ultimate attempts to clear waves, that turret would have likely been destroyed much earlier. Initially, the enemy team displayed considerable confidence, with Lee Sin and the shy Leona aiming to dominate the overall pace of the game. However, following the first display of skill in the top lane and several flawless sequences, the enemy team gradually began to play conservatively, diligently following behind in the top lane to execute their plans. They were ready to ambush at any moment, upon witnessing the crocodile-wielding blade of the Ruined King, the small greed of the Hydra, and an 875 gold pickaxe. Rin realized that something was amiss. Goodness, was he truly adopting a lethal strategy? The split-pushing crocodile was an extreme choice indeed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rin couldn't help but curse aloud. He genuinely did not anticipate that the crocodile would return home and purchase such items. He had even bypassed the Black Cleaver, opting straight for the blade of the Ruined King and the Hydra, clearly signaling an intention to split push. At present, his Rumble had only just acquired the Sorcerer's shoes and the Liandry's Anguish, thus gaining some team fight potential. What should he do now? Should he start building a Zhonya's Hourglass to withstand the onslaught in the top lane? A careful examination of the enemy composition revealed that they had a Victor in the mid lane, ensuring reliable wave clear capabilities. The crocodile was relatively easy to catch when split pushing. Perhaps it would be wise to focus on building ability power for team fights rather than Zhonya's. After much deliberation, Rin ultimately decided to purchase the protective arm guard to construct the Zhonya's Hourglass. Given that the enemy's front line consisted solely of a crocodile, and now that the crocodile had gone madly for a split push build, he too could forego the need for an ability power item. In the mid-game, Twisted Fate, accompanied by Leona, once again targeted their bottom lane. Although the bottom lane had put up a commendable resistance, they still succumbed to a double kill at the hands of the enemy's Jinx in a 2v4 situation. Rin was exasperated, having foreseen trouble brewing in the bottom lane. Just moments prior, he had executed a counter ambush, only to witness his teammates rush out to engage in a fight and get caught. Observing the location of the deaths revealed that they were not beneath the tower, prompting a disgruntled exclamation from Rin. If this were a professional match, communication would have ensured that his teammates would never have recklessly ventured out to engage in battle. The greatest fear in a solo queue jungle game is precisely this, foreseeing that a lane would be ganked, deliberately setting up a counter ambush and vision control, only to have the bottom lane engage in a fight after the jungler had departed. following a double kill. The inevitable question arose, didn't I just see the jungler down there? Where did he go? Ultimately, the only response received was a retort about farming in the jungle. It was entirely reasonable for their composition to nurture Jinx. A cursory glance at the situation in the bottom lane, considering the death locations and minion wave positions, revealed the unfolding events. The enemy's counter-ambush had prompted the bottom lane to push the wave to the tower, and after the jungler left, they sought to pressure the enemy's last hits or chip away at the tower's health, only to be ensnared by Twisted Fate's ultimate from behind. Faker demonstrated remarkable teamwork, directing his efforts towards the bottom lane without casting a glance at the rival in the top lane. It was imperative that I assist the mid lane, ensuring Victor could push the wave effectively, striving to limit Twisted Fate's roaming capabilities. Are you capable of handling a 2-on-1 situation now? XG assessed the battlefield and resolved to concentrate more on the mid lane during the mid-game. Currently, Victor's development remained uninterrupted, and aiding him would diminish Twisted Fate's mobility. Even if the enemy sent 3 players, I could still retaliate effectively. You should support the mid lane as well. I recognized that Victor was essential for maintaining lane presence. The champion's growth was crucial. Thanks to XG's continuous assistance in tower diving, her Crocodile had amassed a significant economic lead in equipment, making it feasible to take on 3 opponents without difficulty. Facing them were a Rumble without a completed Zhonya's Hourglass, a fragile Nidalee, and a delicate Twisted Fate. Moreover, with all 3 being AP damage dealers, a slight investment in defensive items would render them easily countered. As pressure mounted in the top lane, Faker felt a lump in his throat. The Crocodile's choice to split push altered the dynamics of the match entirely. Initially, Faker and his team had been aiding Jinx in gaining an advantage. Even if the Crocodile was quite fed, team fights would merely involve Jinx dealing a few extra auto attacks. However, this split-push strategy transformed their role from proactive to reactive. With 3 AP champions and a significantly ahead Crocodile, Faker felt uncertain about confronting him. One misstep could lead to their downfall at the hands of the Crocodile. Originally, with 3 AP output champions, as long as they diligently nurtured Jinx, the Crocodile would face immense difficulty in the mid-game. Regardless of whether he built armor boots or Mercury's treads, both of which would be quite bothersome. This player's ability to adapt in real time was impressive. The Shy nodded in quiet admiration, acknowledging Bai's quick reflexes. If the Crocodile were like other players, seeking only personal survival rather than victory, he would undoubtedly opt for conventional items such as Black Cleaver, Bloodthirster, Mercury's treads, and Locket of the Iron Solari, merely participating in team fights. Should they lose, he would blame his teammates' inadequacies. Yet Bai consistently chose the most efficient path to victory, even if it meant shouldering the greatest burden. We must seize an opportunity in the top lane. The Shy communicated with Faker in the mid lane through text. Indeed, it was necessary to attempt something. We couldn't allow him to dismantle towers and develop unimpeded. Observing the Rumble, who was safely positioned behind while the turret was under siege, Faker nodded. Even with the risk of counterattack, it was essential to attempt breaking through the current predicament. Otherwise, should the top lane fall entirely, the Crocodile could encroach upon their teammates' growth space. Nidalee, while farming the jungle, gradually approached the top lane. Concurrently, Faker in the mid lane, having faced several disturbances from XG, could only quietly farm the waves. Bai excelled in gameplay mechanics, possessing a calculating precision akin to a machine. Judging whether the enemy would attempt to ambush her relied largely on gameplay experience, as it was impossible to anticipate every possible threat. Nevertheless, this did not mean she would fall victim to every ambush. In situations of being surrounded by foes, she consistently executed brilliant counterattacks. Suddenly, Bai's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. She observed as Twisted Fate activated his ultimate ability. At this moment, the bottom lane is relatively secure, while XG is positioned near the river by the mid lane, leaving only themselves vulnerable to ambush. Indeed, in the next instant, the spear of the Panther Maiden soared from the jungle, attempting a flanking maneuver from behind. However, with Bai's quick reflexes, the Panther Maiden's obvious Q attack was destined to miss. Observing that his teammates had engaged, Rumble unleashed his ultimate with precision, striking directly at the Crocodile and the area behind him, effectively blocking Bai's optimal escape route. Noticing the Panther Maiden and Card standing together, Bai skillfully maneuvered the Crocodile towards the two. Faker promptly activated his W ability, transforming the Card into a yellow one. The moment he saw the Crocodile's E ability approaching to stun an opponent, he would act immediately. Just as the Card transformation completed, and seeing the advancing Crocodile, Faker decisively pressed his Q ability. Typically, a rational player would assume that upon seeing card transform into a yellow card, the ensuing action would be a W stun. However, Faker's unexpected Q ability was exceedingly difficult for most to evade. This audacious feint instilled an unwavering confidence within Faker. However, his Q ability missed its mark once again. Alas, how could this be evaded? With eyes wide open, Faker found himself ensnared by the deceleration of Rumble's ultimate, still struggling to regain his composure. Despite his clever ruse, the crocodile managed to react swiftly, deftly maneuvering to avoid his Q. This maneuver, if the roles were reversed, Faker would undoubtedly be incapable of executing it. Utilizing Yu would likely result in being immobilized by a yellow card, leaving only the option to eliminate him with a flash. White remains vigilant regarding the condition of the card. It is evident that Faker does not possess a thorough understanding of the damage inflicted by the ruined king and the Kraken Slayer on the crocodile. This strategy is exceedingly rare. In fact, Faker perceives that his card has already reached the execution threshold. Yet, he clutches a yellow card, hesitating to unleash its power, clearly believing himself to be in a secure position. Destruction is imminent. With a sudden flash, the opponent closes in on card, directly utilizing W to ensnare him. Followed by an A, the greed of the Hydra. Card's health diminishes as if it were mere parchment, swiftly reduced to approximately half. The astonishing damage left Faker utterly astonished. It is noteworthy that in order to achieve a swifter tempo and alleviate lane pressure, Faker opted for cooldown boots instead of Mercury's treads while facing Victor. He had to endure the full brunt of Crocodile's W stun. Observing Faker's rapidly diminishing health, the nearby Nidalee promptly cast her E ability to restore some of his vitality. However, being primarily an E-focused champion, her healing proved to be but a mere drop in the bucket. With a Furious Beast paired with the empowered Q ability, two seamless E strikes resulted in Faker's demise. Throughout this entire sequence, Faker was deprived of the opportunity to execute a basic attack for a yellow card, let alone even cast his flash. The rapid succession of moves was astonishing, with his health plummeting from full to zero in an instant. What an outrageous amount of damage. Is the output of a blade of the ruined King Crocodile truly this exaggerated? Having been eliminated in a single combo, Faker awkwardly scratched his head. He had initially presumed that a mere crocodile could not possibly threaten him with all his skills. Yet, the output from the blade of the ruined King Crocodile exceeded his wildest expectations, compounded by the Hydra's reset on basic attacks, which ultimately led to his demise. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though Crocodile had struck him with numerous blades. However, everything was perfectly normal. The combination of empowered W interspersed with basic attacks alongside the Hydra made Crocodile's output exceedingly formidable. Regardless, the champion card was inherently fragile, even a moderately fed Crocodile, equipped with a standard Black Cleaver and Bloodthirster build, could easily overwhelm him. This miscalculation in assessing Crocodile's damage shifted the tide of the match entirely. With the absence of card's crowd control, even though Crocodile had expended all his abilities, they remained wary of approaching him recklessly. After all, a Crocodile who had unleashed his ultimate during the mid-game bore significant tankiness. The potency of this champion in the early to mid-game is inextricably linked to his ultimate ability. Nevertheless, the Shy resolved to give it a try. Transforming into leopard form, he unleashed a quick burst of W, Q, and E onto Crocodile. At the same time, the Rumble, witnessing Nidalee's engagement, promptly flashed to unleash an E harpoon followed by a Q, maximizing his damage potential. Unfortunately, the Rumble, who had already suffered considerable setbacks, was 2 levels inferior to Crocodile, rendering their base stats vastly disparate. Moreover, just as Rumble flashed, Bai executed a deft sidestep to evade Rumble's harpoon once more. Compared to Rumble, Nidalee's damage was palpably more painful. Following his initial defeat in the top lane, the Shy adhered to the core principle of assisting the favored and not the disadvantaged, only occasionally dropping by the top lane to check on Rumble from a distance. It resembled distant relatives, whom one barely knows, visiting during the new year for a meal, merely a fleeting glance before they vanish for an extended period. Meanwhile, the Nidalee in the bottom lane was thriving remarkably well. Regrettably, after their explosive combination, Crocodile still retained approximately 25 of his health. Additionally, due to his ultimate's activation, Crocodile regains 5 rage points every second. Coupled with the basic attacks he interspersed during the elimination of Faker, Crocodile's rage had surged to 50 points. Although his skills had yet to become available, the Shy sensed an extraordinary level of danger. Subsequently, Crocodile commenced a relentless series of auto-attacks against Rumble. Despite Rumble's reputation as a Yordle sword saint, with impressive basic attack damage, Crocodile's output post-ultimate was equally astonishing. Setting aside the fact that he wielded Blade of the Ruined King and Hydra, it's crucial to note that Crocodile generates a small AoE effect surrounding him upon activating his ultimate. Although this AoE damage may appear inconspicuous, it often serves as a crucial source of damage for the Crocodile during skirmishes. At level 2, the Crocodile inflicts 60 AP damage per second in this version. While this may not seem substantial, it must be noted that facing a Crocodile, the opponent cannot realistically build magic resistance. Even a champion like Rumble, who possesses only basic magic resistance, is severely affected by this skill. The Crocodile continuously engages in auto attacks, yet his health seems scarcely diminished. The Greed Hydra grants lifesteal. And while the Leopard Woman can unleash high burst damage with her abilities, she now poses little threat once reduced to mere auto attacks. Suddenly sensing danger, the Shy hastily signaled several warnings. Simultaneously, other teammates also raised alarms. They all recognized that the Crocodile was highly unlikely to be killed in this exchange. However, Rumble, a melee champion, was now engaged in close combat with the Crocodile. The Shy's Leopard Woman, demonstrating remarkable agility, managed to escape, leaving Marin bewildered. What the hell, brother? What am I supposed to do now that you've left? Although Mata 2 attempted to put up a struggle, it was too late. Once the Crocodile's second ability became available, AWA, Hydra auto attack, Rumble, already weakened from the relentless assaults, met his demise double kill. Following Rumble's defeat, the Crocodile remained in robust health. He proceeded to the lane to clear a wave of minions and then farmed a stone jungle creature, completely restoring his health. Is the Blade of the Ruined King Crocodile truly this powerful? After witnessing the brutal slaughter in the top lane, XG inquired with great curiosity. This is rather exaggerated, isn't it? Faker's card had no impact whatsoever. A single combination of skills obliterated him. The damage output is indeed substantial. Yet he is utterly incapable of participating in team fights. By nodded in acknowledgement. The inherent limitations of the champion Renekton are evident here. Other split-pushing champions, such as Fiora, possess a W for healing and exhibit remarkable agility. Master E benefits from his E and ultimate, which grants him enhanced resistance. Then there's Camille, who not only excels in split-pushing but is also adept at initiating fights. Jace, a poke champion, employs his QE to wear down opponents before engaging in team battles. In contrast, Renekton, when equipped for split-pushing, relies on his E for mobility, but he must depend on an enemy unit to execute the second phase of his E. Moreover, Renekton's E is exceedingly easy to anticipate, rendering him little more than a plaything for ADCs and team confrontations. In the comments, someone remarked, "Turtle. Can anyone count how many strikes by Mei dealt to Faker in that single second? I cannot comprehend it, yet I am profoundly astonished." Fellow gamers, no more talk. League of Legends is launched, and the Blade of the Ruined King Renekton is ready to wreak havoc. Thank you all, and please refrain from banning Renekton tonight. It's hilarious that Faker was defeated by a female version of himself. The failure to consolidate strength in the top lane has directly precipitated a profound shift in the dynamics of the match. While skirmishes erupted in the top lane, the other lanes were far from idle. Towers were pushed where they could be, jungle incursions were executed, and neutral resources were claimed. Initially, the economic disparity between the two sides had remained tightly contested due to the differences in the upper and lower lanes, but following this engagement, the advantage shifted decisively, with the leading side gaining over 3,000 gold. More critically, they recognized an emerging issue. The Crocodile champion might be beyond their capacity to manage. After this wave concluded, upon returning home, By Air unhesitatingly purchased a black cleaver, along with a small magic blade. The moment the enemy team laid eyes upon this small magic blade, the faces of their mid and jungle AP champions turned ashen. If the Crocodile refrains from engaging in team fights, could it possibly summon the ADC to ambush it? However, this seems rather conspicuous. Your ADC is performing well in the mid lane, and suddenly appearing in the top lane presents considerable difficulty. Moreover, should the Crocodile execute a well-timed flash, that lethal combination of attacks would not only apply to Faker's card master but also to Jinx. Faced with the relentless threat posed by this prehistoric behemoth, Faker's side finds themselves in a precarious position. As the game progressed to the 35th minute, both the top and bottom inhibitors had succumbed to the Crocodile's assault. Although they managed to secure a Baron midway, the Crocodile showed no intention of teleporting for a direct confrontation. Enduring the Baroness output, they engaged in a fiercely contested trade of 3 for 4, ultimately retaining only 2 dragon buffs. With the combined prowess of Victor and Lucian unleashing their ultimates to defend the lanes, the opposing team found it increasingly challenging to advance. While there was a desire to initiate a team fight, it became evident that their composition lacked any initiation points. They had not anticipated the enemy's strategy of a split push with a flexible team of heroes. The only champion capable of initiating was a Thresh. As the crocodile took down the 2 high ground crystals, Faker's side gradually found themselves in a predicament, with both high grounds breached. It necessitated splitting 2 players to defend the lanes, making it exceedingly difficult for a support to establish vision in the jungle. XG executed a decisive strategy, seizing the opportunity to contest the Baron with a vision advantage. The 5 players, bolstered by the dragon buff, pressed forward. Even confronting the super minions enhanced by the dragon buff became an insurmountable challenge for Faker. In a desperate final counterattack, the crocodile secured a triple kill amidst the chaos. And although ultimately taken down by Jinx, they managed to push through and demolish the enemy base. Subsequently, in the ensuing ranked matches, Vi was relentless, wreaking havoc alongside XG. XG appeared to have forgotten her gender, unleashing a torrent of colorful language during gameplay, unbothered even when others showcased their skills. Until midnight, when Vi was forcibly logged off by a little wolf, reminding her to rest, XG and Vi had only suffered a single defeat. That match featured a lackluster Prince in the bot lane, a jungler filling in mid who was overwhelmed, and a support whose performance faltered under the AD's influence. Despite their strong performance in the top lane, once the landing phase concluded, they were utterly crushed. Thus, Vi's daily routine became rather fixed, arriving at the club by 8 in the morning, engaging in solo queue for 4 hours until noon. Then streaming to find duo partners for 2 hours, followed by training matches and reviewing until 9 in the evening. Before returning home to stream another 3 hours of duo queue. There was scarcely any time for rest or other activities. During this period, Vi had competed against various top laners, establishing her reputation in the elite circles. Overall, there were no top laners capable of besting her, though there were some challenging adversaries. The most formidable among them were QV and Sei, who even Vi could not consistently outplay. Perhaps in 10 matches, she could secure 3 solo kills. But she could always maintain lane pressure and last hit effectively. During a training match, IG summoned their substitute top laner, the Shy, whose landing finesse surpassed even QV and Sei. However, his awareness against ganks was lacking, and the disparity in hard skills between the junglers, Koma and Su, was apparent. Consequently, the Shy was thoroughly outmatched by Vi. In the following match, IG replaced the Shy with Duke to endure the pressure, although they had only faced off once in the top lane. Duke left a lasting impression on Vi. Following this, there were several players who seemed impervious to pressure, merely enduring hits while focusing on farming and developing. The prevalence of this type of top lane, characterized by the rolling knife meat strategy, continues to rise, with Let and 957 as its quintessential representatives. When facing WE and RNG, these 2 top laners have proven to be quite a nuisance, not to mention that in the bot lane, Uzi and the formidable brother can relentlessly pursue RAD. Although EDG can generally secure victories against these 2 teams, there have been instances of defeat. Overall, apart from these 2 teams, no one else has managed to triumph over EDG. Furthermore, as the upcoming matches unfold, EDG appears poised to maintain an invincible stance, advancing with an unblemished record. Remarkably, as the regular season nears its conclusion, they have yet to suffer a single loss. EDG's overall performance has culminated in 13 victories and 3 defeats, with the 3 losses occurring before the arrival of certain players to the EDG roster. This weekend, EDG is set to face their final match, pitting them against WE. This is the match that everyone eagerly anticipates. However, prior to its commencement, a piece of news suddenly sparked a sensation. Intercontinental competition? Upon hearing this term from Abu in the training room, the director responded with a curious inquiry. It is a new event that Riot Games intends to host, featuring the top 4 teams from the LPL and the top 4 teams from the LCK competing in a best-of-5 format. Oh, and let's not forget the LMS region. The structure of the competition is designed like a strategist deploying troops, with each team sent out in a specific order: first, second, third, and fourth. If the score reaches a tie of 2-2, the strongest team from each side will then face off in a decisive best-of-5 match. Upon hearing Abu's explanation, everyone cast curious glances in his direction. This sounds like quite an intriguing competition, with 8 teams engaging in a best-of-5 match, a game involving 40 players. The format inherently suggests the possibility of strategic maneuvers akin to the famous Tianji's horse racing. Although many professional players are indeed avid gamers, they certainly grasp the essence of such tactics. This tournament is genuinely captivating, as it directly measures the strength of entire regions. Should we proceed to draw 4 teams to challenge the Korean squad, would that not possess even greater significance than the S tournament? Iko, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked on the delightful nature of this arrangement. The top 4 teams from each region will compete in a single match, and the victorious side shall rightfully earn the title of the strongest region. As for the European and American contenders on the other side of the Intercontinental Tournament, they have scarcely considered the leading teams when contemplating the first region. Our team is undoubtedly capable of securing a top 4 position. With WE and RNG also in the mix, one might even dare to dream of defeating the Korean team. The mere thought of overcoming the Korean squad fills Abu with excitement. Recently, EDG has frequently engaged in practice matches against Korean teams, facing formidable opponents like SKT and KT, and overall, EDG has emerged victorious more often than not. The likely contenders for the tournament would be EDG, WE, RNG, and OMG. The team leader pondered and concluded that these 4 teams would be the most reliable choices for the intercontinental competition. Indeed, WE, RNG, and OMG can be regarded as products of a similar mold, all boasting formidable bottom lane carries, Big Brother, Uzi, and Sima Laoze, along with top lane champions who serve as reliable tools, such as 957, Let, and Xian. The mid lane configurations are relatively comparable, with the strongest being Xie, while both Xiaohu and Long Xiao are not to be underestimated. EDG, however, stands as an exception, as they utilize their bottom lane as a support, while their top lane acts as a powerhouse. At present, Scout's prowess in the mid lane is somewhat overshadowed by Xie, and he is nearly on par with Xiaohu. The configuration of a dominant bottom lane is quite prevalent in the LPL. I share this sentiment. It appears that the team led by the veteran player may be somewhat lacking, as their jungler exhibits erratic tendencies. Abu concurs with the perspective of the team captain. To be candid, OMG's lineup is not weak, yet it falls short compared to the other 3 teams due to the absence of a proficient jungler. Although captain of EDG during S7 may have displayed some lackluster mechanics, his experience and strategic acumen remain unparalleled. As for XG, his unique playstyle is truly one of a kind globally. WE's jungler, known colloquially as Piao Nankandi, despite his personal challenges, undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable talents in LPL history. Conversely, the identity of OMG's jungler has seemingly faded from memory, perhaps indicative of a player who was not of elite caliber. We can discuss the Intercontinental Tournament later. For now, our focus should be on MSI. I have heard that MSI is set to commence at the end of May, followed by a month-long respite, with the Intercontinental Tournament scheduled for July. Although the newly established Intercontinental event organized by Riot Games has garnered considerable interest, MSI holds greater significance for the EDG organization. The current form of EDG suggests a strong possibility of clinching this year's MSI Championship, a title that no one is willing to relinquish. In our final encounter against WE, a victory would secure our position as group leaders, allowing us to bypass one best-of-5. Presently, both WE and EDG share identical scores. Thus, the outcome of this final match will determine the group leader. Following the Oscar incident and the BO10 event, the LPL's competitive format has gradually been refined. The advantages of securing the top spot are undeniably crucial for any team. The day of the regular season's conclusion has swiftly arrived. The earlier match garnered little attention, as all eyes were fixated on the climactic showdown between EDG and WE. As everyone adjusted their equipment, the camera panned directly to the commentary booth. Welcome to the final round of the 2017 League of Legends Spring Split regular season. I am commentator. Greetings, I am Miller. For such a pivotal match, the organizers have astutely paired the strongest commentary duo and Miller. Today's match promises to be exceptionally intriguing, with both WE and EDG currently holding a record of 13-3. It remains to be seen whether WE, who has consistently led Group B, can finish strong or if EDG can extend their winning streak and surpass WE. This match is undoubtedly the most anticipated clash, a true battle of titans. The mid lane and jungle confrontations are particularly captivating for the audience. Begins to build the atmosphere. Indeed. Since the arrival of Bai Mei at EDG, the entire team seems rejuvenated, boasting an impressive 13 consecutive victories. Today's duel between Bai Mei Mei and 957 can be regarded as a contest for the title of the best domestic top laner. Who do you favor today? Miller chuckles and, after briefly outlining EDG's current state, shifts the focus to the much-discussed rivalry for the title of the premier domestic top laner. Ah, you certainly enjoy posing such questions, remarks, raising an eyebrow at Miller's inquiry. Such words are certainly not something he would dare to accept recklessly, whether it be praising 957 or White. He will inevitably be overwhelmed by another fanbase. The barrage of comments reads, "White is on the rampage." Amidst the chatter, the question arises as to who will triumph in today's top lane. Frankly speaking, while Leg Brother is undeniably strong, White has already vanquished countless elite top laners, leaving me with a sense of foreboding regarding Leg Brother's chances. Indeed, his playstyle tends to lean towards a more passive approach, primarily focused on farming and support. We will undoubtedly continue to prioritize the bot lane. If the top lane can withstand the pressure, it would be considered a success. Cowardice? Have you not witnessed how those top laners crumbled before White? Times have changed. Merely selecting a tank like Alistar will not suffice anymore. Meanwhile, at the Player S bench, you don't feel there's any issue, do you? Try not to be too anxious. Red Rice gently patted 957's shoulder, expressing his concern. Red Rice, the coach, is indeed remarkable, possessing an incredible ability to mentor players. Upon joining WE and S7, he led them to victory in the spring split and later propelled them to the semifinals of the World Championship. Subsequently, he joined another team, at least ensuring they reached the World Championship as well. If the pinnacle of players is represented by top laner the Shy, mid laner Faker, and bot laner Uzi, then the zenith of coaching is undoubtedly embodied by Red Rice. It's fine. I will do my best to maintain composure. The rest is up to you to showcase. 957 inhaled deeply, acknowledging that what is inevitable must come to pass. He is well aware of the circumstances in the top lane. In order to secure victory in this match, the performance of our bottom lane and mid lane is crucial. I will strive to limit the enemy's picks, ensuring she selects team fighting champions rather than allowing her to split push indefinitely. Although I still harbor some concerns regarding 957's mentality, all I can do is offer a few simple words of comfort. Recently, there has been much speculation about who among 957 and Bai is the premier domestic top laner, placing immense pressure on 957. Those within the circle are well aware that during scrims, Bai has been utterly dominant, with no top laner able to rival him. However, outsiders are oblivious to the realities of scrims. The audience can only judge based on performance in matches, and 957 has consistently excelled against other top laners. Soon, the ban pick phase commenced. In the first game, we chose the red side, conceding blue to EDG. Subsequently, EDG banned Gangplank, Lucian, and Rek'Sai in succession, while we opted to ban away at least Sandra, Galio, and Fiora. WE's bans are quite unusual. They only ban Fiora, indicating confidence in their top laner. Indeed, other teams often allocate all their bans towards EDG's top lane, suggesting that we has come prepared today, even at the outset of the ban phase. Commentators sensed that we was distinctly different today. Upon observing WE's bans, the coach, Clear Love, noticed a shift in strategy compared to the scrims and immediately recognized the change. Should we still prioritize Gragas? After some contemplation, Nof concluded that Gragas remained an excellent choice. Yes, I believe it is viable. Clear Love's Gragas is reliable. Eco nodded in agreement. Given that the top lane has been focused on carry champions, the responsibility of engaging now largely fell upon Clear Love's shoulders. He understood his role well, frequently practicing champions like Gragas, Zac, Elise, and even Amumu on his Smurf account. Thus, EDG promptly secured Gragas. Meanwhile, we seem to have a plan, swiftly picking up Jhin and Thresh. It's worth mentioning that in this era, Thresh is considered quite versatile, able to play in the top lane, mid lane, or as support, with even jungle Thresh seen in solo queue matches. However, Thresh primarily appears in the top lane until a series of patches transforms him into a dedicated support. The rapid selection of Jhin suggests that we is aiming for a swift push strategy in the bot lane. Is Thresh intended to provide support for 957 under pressure? Observing WE's choices, I began to speculate internally. Thresh? Is this for 957? There are other options available, such as Alistar, making this choice seem peculiar. Doib appeared somewhat baffled by WE's strategy. It seemed quite odd. Could it be intended for a flex role? Both the top lane and support positions on WE are capable of utilizing this champion. Miller also found himself uncertain of the underlying strategy. A flex pick is not merely determined by the champion. For instance, if EDG were to select Thresh, it would undoubtedly go to Eco. Asbai has never played this champion, a fact well known among their peers. I suspect the enemy may opt for an engage composition. Perhaps we should consider Morgana as support. Bai, demonstrating keen insight, swiftly deduced WE's intentions. Others concurred with his reasoning, leading to the immediate selection of Morgana as support, followed by Jhin. It is undeniable that Jhin is formidable in the bot lane. No ADC can truly rival him. To counteract Jin's relentless push, selecting ADCs capable of wave clearing is prudent. The combination of Jhin and Morgana is particularly effective against the Jhin lane. Morgana can use her W to burn down minions, and with a well-timed deadly flourish, they can establish control over the lane. As long as Jhin cannot continuously push the tower, he becomes vulnerable in the mid-game without a substantial economic lead. What an impressive selection. This choice of bans does not seem like something Noph would typically make. Observing WE's responses, Coach Homie felt an inkling of pressure. Xia, is it acceptable for you to take Syndra? Homie approached Xia, signaling him to select Syndra. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia complied. He then proceeded to ban 2 opposing mid laners, LeBlanc and Cassidon, sending them to the ban list. Subsequently, we rounded out their composition with a barrel jungle pick. WE's roster exhibits formidable engage potential. It seems EDG must ponder this issue, as Jhin is relatively short and may struggle to remain safe with only Morgana for protection. Upon seeing this composition, everyone immediately grasped WE's strategy. Indeed, it appears somewhat troublesome. However, EDG has traditionally sacrificed their bot lane, relying on Jhin to fulfill his role effectively. Miller felt that EDG's situation was still relatively stable, especially since Zed had grown accustomed to being left to his own devices. Let us pick Jace and Azir. Noph remarked after evaluating the situation, solidifying EDG's roster. The combination of Azir and Jace provides excellent poke potential, with Azir also possessing decent counterplay capabilities. In the mid-game, Jace can exert influence in the top lane to impede the enemy's advances. Additionally, Jace can deal significant damage to the enemy carries in the late game, while Azir serves as a primary damage dealer. I have a feeling that they might select Malphite now. After confirming Jace and Azir, Bai focused intently on the final pick for the opposing team and suddenly envisioned the formidable figure of Malphite. The very moment this champion was selected, all present were momentarily stunned, not just EDG's players and coaches, but also the commentators and audience alike. Malphite? A champion for absorbing pressure? Is the weight of the game truly that heavy? My goodness, the tanky beast has arrived. This is utterly outrageous. It seems they have abandoned any notion of finesse in the top lane. At the same time, the audience erupted into discussion regarding this choice. Conversely, a considerable number of professional players were inspired by 957's decision, as if a new approach to the top lane had suddenly dawned upon them. Ahem, in the commentary booth. The commentators found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, observing this unexpected selection. The WE team has indeed devised a formidable strategy. Their draft is rather uncommon, prompting the players to conjure up a term to encapsulate it. Personally, I find it acceptable, considering that WE's roster is designed for aggression. The champion, Malphite, possesses considerable durability and initiation capabilities, despite the high margin for error in the landing phase. Initially, Miller intended to suggest that the landing phase might lead to a catastrophic defeat, but upon reflection, he opted for a more optimistic perspective regarding the high margin for error. Indeed, this champion exhibits a noteworthy tolerance for mistakes. Even if he faces a slight disadvantage in lane, he can still perform admirably in team fights. I often favor this champion in the top lane, and Dada wholeheartedly concurred. Despite the commentators engaging in frivolous discussions, the players from EDG were diligently analyzing the Malphite matchup. While it may appear that Jace can easily dominate Malphite, the reality is quite the opposite. Malphite is arguably one of the best counters to Jace, surpassing even Kai'Sa, making it an uncommon yet statistically supported matchup. It seems that the cunning Redmi anticipated our selection of Jace and Azir. Noph felt a pang of guilt, clearly aware that his strategy had been entirely deciphered by Redmi. Nevertheless, there was still hope for a comeback. Observing Noph's self-reproach, the other players offered words of comfort. However, as professional competitors, they sensed an imbalance in this draft, estimating a 70-30 advantage for the opposing team. Their sole hope lay in the top lane, where they hoped to assert dominance and turn the game in their favor. The coaches were asked to vacate the stage. Noticing the delay, the staff signaled to the coaches that it was time to depart. Although he felt a twinge of regret, Noph quietly exited. leaving the stage for the players to showcase their skills. EDG, in the blue side, faced WE, in the red side. The matchup unfolded as follows. Top lane, Jace vs. Malphite, jungle, Rek'Sai vs. Gragas, mid lane, Azir vs. Syndra, ADC, Jhin vs. Caitlyn, support, Morgana vs. Thresh. Prior to the commencement of the match, the commentators fervently debated the peculiarities of the top lane Malphite. Such a rarity warranted discussion. Yet unfamiliarity did not preclude them from discerning the advantages and disadvantages of the matchup. The director promptly provided the statistics for Jace versus Malphite. Revealing striking data, Jace had a kill-death ratio of 36.82 against designated champions, while Malphite boasted 63.18. Jace's win rate stood at 45.24, contrasted with Malphite's impressive 54.76. These figures indicated a significant advantage for Malphite, both in overall dynamics and in lane. The crux of Malphite's effectiveness against Jace lies in his Q ability, which allows for relentless harassment. If Jace engages in close combat with Malphite, he will find himself at a disadvantage. Although Jace can switch to cannon form to wear down Malphite, a purely armor-focused Malphite is not easily countered by Jace's assaults. A substantial issue arises concerning mana. If Jace recklessly expends his mana on Malphite, he will find himself depleted while Malphite remains in robust health. Jace is a quintessential mid-game champion, capable of inflicting substantial poke damage with just 2 items before the opponent's build is solidified. After analyzing the data, Miller concluded that WE's draft appeared superior. Malphite could potentially become an insurmountable challenge in mid-game team fights. However, while theoretically favorable, the outcome would ultimately depend on execution. I believe the matchup leans towards a 46 chance for either side, a rather conservative estimate. Many professional players watching the match felt that we had already secured victory upon witnessing the draft. Oh, it seems you hold high expectations for Bai's individual prowess. With that, both teams emerged from their respective fountains. EDG, leveraging Morgana's early game prowess, attempted a brief invasion into the enemy's red jungle, placing a couple of wards at the F6 and red buff before retreating to resume their standard jungle route without significant gains. On this occasion, the manager remarkably opted not to commence from the lower quadrant and ascend to the upper realm. There was no alternative. The adversarial duo of Caitlyn and Thresh in the bottom lane would undoubtedly exert pressure on the lane. In the early game, even with the full damage output from Jace and Rek'Sai, it was virtually impossible to eliminate the Gragas. At best, they could force a flash and slightly diminish the Gragas' minion farm. Such an outcome is unacceptable for EDG. The presence of the tanky champion, the Stone Man, suggests that even a minimal engagement can yield significant impact. The effectiveness of a level 6 Stone Man compared to an 18-level counterpart is essentially equivalent, provided they can execute a well-timed ultimate ability. Their strategy hinges upon the Stone Man initiating contact with 3 opponents, followed by a chain of crowd control that would guarantee victory in team fights. It is quite rare to observe the coach opting to jungle in the upper half of the map. This appears to be a tactical decision aimed at alleviating some of the pressure from the ADC's tower pushing. This unconventional jungle route indeed bears merit. Upon witnessing the coach's blue buff route towards the bottom lane, Miller quickly comprehended EDG's strategy. This approach is undoubtedly sound, albeit it renders EDG somewhat unfamiliar to the spectators. If the top lane fails to find an opening, they may encounter significant difficulties, though his rank may be slightly lower. The veteran commentator, Wawa, has accumulated years of experience analyzing matches, enabling him to provide insightful observations on the unfolding game dynamics. As the coach progresses to the bottom lane, he successfully assists in pushing back the minion wave, marking the conclusion of the early game skirmishes. The current iteration of EDG indeed feels rather unfamiliar. In the top lane, Jace, with his lengthy reach, effectively maintains control over the minion wave. Meanwhile, Bai, with her exceptionally oppressive playstyle, has caused 957 to miss several minions. Although their approach appears quite aggressive, there seems to be a slight dissonance in the rhythm. It seems that EDG's composition relies on Jace to gain momentum in the mid-game to dismantle WE. Otherwise, relying solely on a single Azir in the late game may prove insufficient against them. In the initial minutes, the atmosphere remains tranquil. There is pressure in the top lane, yet it does not seem overwhelming. Redmi appears to have devised a strategy that could stabilize the situation. Observing Jace, who seems eager to engage, yet wary of the potential onslaught from the barrel and the stone golem, 957's anxious demeanor has somewhat eased. This was undoubtedly the most comfortable match he has experienced amidst numerous training games against EDG. After all, the strength of the opposing team was evident to all. And they had even secured Jace as their champion. To be frank, even if Homie were to select a Monkey King for him, 957 could not guarantee a stable landing phase. However, with Malphite, it was perfect. He is inherently a counter to Jace, being a tank. As long as he remains steadfast and does not retaliate, Jace truly cannot find a way to deal with him. Regardless, I will simply absorb experience in the top lane, disregarding any minions I cannot last hit. Once the landing phase concludes, I will immediately transition to team fights. You can dodge Malphite's ultimate with Flash once, but can you evade it a second time? After all, Flash requires a full 300 seconds to recharge. As the top lane gradually stabilizes, the director, noticing the lack of the usual explosive action in the top lane, shifts the camera to the mid lane. In the mid lane, Azir faces off against Syndra, a classic counter matchup. Both possess considerable range, but Syndra wields crowd control and has higher burst potential than Azir. However, it is indeed challenging for anyone in the mid lane to contend with Syndra. She reigns at the apex of the food chain. Nevertheless, the mid lane is relatively short, and given Azir's commendable wave clear capability, Scout has not suffered much in terms of resources. Syndra certainly excels against Azir, but as long as he maneuvers skillfully to avoid her Q and E spells, Azir can safely farm his lane, with both the top and mid lanes lacking notable action. The director then shifts the focus to the bottom lane. At that moment, the sleek sports car line was perfectly advanced by the female police officer. Under the watchful gaze of the defensive tower, my brother-in-law skillfully exploited his long reach to land several shots on Zet's Jhin. Then, seizing an opportunity during Zet's misstep in farming, a flawless headshot combo from the standard female officer reduced Zet to half health. Instantly. The female fans of WE erupted in ecstatic screams. This is the illustrious brother-in-law of WE, a figure who embodies both strength and charm, and can be regarded as the most beloved among female fans in the LPL during his prime. Those who recall the heyday of WE will remember that whenever the camera shifted to his perspective during the regular season, the crowd erupted in applause. Should he secure a kill in lane, the commentators would be met with a chorus of cheers from his devoted fans. However, it is worth noting that he has few flaws. His fanbase comprises not only a significant number of female admirers, but also a considerable following of male supporters. This exemplifies the coexistence of beauty and strength. Clearly, relying solely on looks could suffice to become a celebrity, yet there remains a diligent pursuit of a professional career. The prowess of the brother-in-law is indeed formidable. The bottom lane duo of EDG must exercise caution, as the barrel is already approaching. Observing the jungle, the barrel is making its way toward the bottom lane, prompting a sense of urgency in the commentator, who expresses concern for EDG. Let us move, the barrel is coming. I cannot assist this time. The team captain has already anticipated the situation in the bottom lane and promptly signals the duo to retreat. Subsequently, he directly invades the opposing jungle. Meanwhile, EDG's duo finds themselves confined in the bottom lane's brush, watching as the ADC and jungler capitalize on this opportunity to damage the turret. At that moment, the commentary shifts to the top lane, where a change in health is noted. The broadcast swiftly transitions to the top lane, revealing that a wave of minions has gathered under the turret. 957 continues to play cautiously, but as he uses his Q skill to secure a minion, the opponent Jace unexpectedly unleashes a swift QE combo. Seemingly anticipating this play, 957 retaliates with his ultimate, charging toward Jace. Just as the Stone Golem's ultimate is about to collide, Jace utilizes his flash. However, the Stone Golem's intention is not to secure a kill under the turret. Faced with a champion capable of perfectly countering the crocodile's W with her own W, 957 has devised a strategy to force out a flash and subsequently clear the minions. As 957 charges in, he knocks back all the rear-line minions and employs his E skill to eliminate all ranged minions. Seizing this prime opportunity for damage, Jason Cannon form activates his W skill, relentlessly firing 6 shots at the Stone Golem until the chance to attack passes, switching to hammer form for a WQAA combo. Although Jace's E skill and hammer form knocks enemies back, he possesses a subtle technique to deliver an additional auto attack for increased damage output. In this furious wave of substitutions, Jace was struck twice by the turret, while the Stone Golem suffered a loss of approximately 34 health points. Is this individual not even attempting to retaliate? Observing 957's utterly uncommunicative style of play, I couldn't help but voice my critique. The stone golem utilized his ultimate ability to clear the minions, followed by a quick attack on the cannon. One would assume that with the W skill still at his disposal, there would be some effort to use it to strike back, wouldn't there? Is there no retaliation at all? Have you ever battled addiction? Finally, a clash has erupted in the top lane. White's sister displays an incredibly dominant performance, effortlessly hammering away at the stone golem. Upon witnessing the fluid and seamless combination of moves in the top lane, the child couldn't help but marvel. Why? During just a regular season match, have White's fans already begun to idolize star players like the factory director and Uzi? While gender plays a role, given that she is the only female in the LPL, the more significant factor lies in White's captivating style of play. Her relentless pressure in lane, exquisite mechanical skills, unparalleled solo carrying ability, and perfect engagements in team fights, often outnumbering opponents, are simply mesmerizing. This is precisely why Uzi consistently commands a larger fan base than the renowned coach, whose gameplay is somewhat niche and lacks visual appeal. While the audience acknowledges his prowess, the intricacies of his strength often elude many, particularly since the majority of players reside within the silver and gold tiers. Conversely, why has XG been able to amass such a substantial following in a short span? It is not solely due to his exceptional skill. Rather, his audacious style resonates well with the silver and gold players, who find his approach exhilarating, perhaps even relatable. 957, on the other hand, seems utterly unable to retaliate. Yet, this predicament is unavoidable. When the ultimate ability of the Stone Man is evaded, his output diminishes significantly. Miller swiftly echoed this sentiment, expressing that after observing the top lane matchup, he wondered if the broadcast team had perhaps misinterpreted the data comparison between these two champions sourced from GG. It is evident that Jace is dominating the tank. The barrage of comments reads, 957, is this all you've got? Not even a counterattack? A user inquired. Am I really facing the enemy's turret? The damage is entirely from the turret. It is utterly amusing. Those who praise 957 should reconsider. How many times must they be defeated on the world stage to comprehend that a blue-collar top laner is ineffectual? They simply refuse to learn from their mistakes. Look at EDG. This year they have a top laner who can carry, while even their bottom lane can secure victories effortlessly. As soon as 957 began to take hits in the top lane, the comments flooded in. Meanwhile, the commentator, Smile, was also observing the barrage of comments in his own streaming room. He remarked, "Do you truly understand the game? No matter how aggressively Jace attacks the tank, it is futile. This play is clearly aimed at farming minions to avoid being duffed." Noticing the wave of minions, it is apparent that the top laner intends to return home, and he will undoubtedly purchase armor boots. In this composition, as long as the tank stands firm at the front, Jace will struggle to poke effectively. By mid-game, even an enhanced cannon may fail to break through the tank's passive shield. Having risen to fame with WE, Smile witnessed the team's eventual decline, and his emotional connection to this squad runs deep. From a professional standpoint, he is indeed correct. After enduring hits, 957 could not even be bothered to consume his health potion and simply returned home. It is clear he is preparing to buy armor boots. Winning the upcoming team fight seems improbable. The focus must shift to finding a way to eliminate the two carries. Observing the opponent's composition, thoughts raced through his mind. In this match, regardless of the approach taken, victory seemed elusive. The sole opportunity lay in swiftly eliminating the enemy marksman. While Syndra is indeed a late-game champion, her potential is contingent upon the player's skill. In simpler terms, Syndra's late-game efficacy is heavily influenced by the identity of the player wielding her. Should it be a specialist like Meat Chicken, Xiaohu, or Wei Shun, even a late-game Syndra can be a formidable force. Although Xie has demonstrated strength this season, when it comes to mastering Syndra, he still requires further practice. Thus, if he can successfully eliminate the opposing ADC, there is still a chance for success. Upon returning home, Bai directly purchased a Tear of the Goddess along with a pickaxe, evidently preparing to build a Manamune. A Tear of the Goddess? It appears that Bai intends to construct a Manamune in this match, accompanied by Miller's exclamation of surprise. Viewers in the live stream were astonished to discover that Jace had indeed bought a Tear of the Goddess. The debate surrounding whether Jace should build a Manamune has long been a topic of discussion, with some advocating for its inclusion while others oppose it. The approach to gameplay is fundamentally determined by version changes. However, during Season 7, the combination of Blade of the Ruined King and Black Cleaver for Jace became exceedingly mainstream. In fact, since Season 5, it has been rare to encounter the magic penetration build for Jace in competitive play. Why is this the case? Prior to Season 4, The prevailing strategy revolved around a late-game focus, with teams composed of numerous teamfight champions. Yet, as the pace of the game evolved, it became evident that mid-game control, particularly through the use of the Baron, could decisively influence the outcome. The rationale behind Jace's initial choice of the magic penetration item was twofold: to ensure a sufficient blue mana pool for poking, and to enhance his damage output significantly once the active ability was activated in the late game. Subsequently, the armor penetration build for Jace emerged, where two items with fixed armor penetration could result in a devastating blow, reducing the health of squishy opponents by half in the mid-game. In such circumstances, who would be inclined to invest in a rhythmically disruptive item like the Magic Cut? It is imperative to acknowledge that purchasing the Goddess tiers during the landing phase significantly diminishes one's output potential. Conversely, with the same financial resources, an opponent could acquire two longswords and dominate the lane. Nevertheless, it seems plausible to opt for the Magic Cut in this match. As the opposing team leans more towards late-game strength, it appears that the character intended to amplify her late-game carrying capabilities through the Magic Cut. However, prioritizing the Goddess tiers in the early game could result in a considerable disadvantage in landing prowess, equating to a tangible loss of two longswords. After careful consideration, Miller found the rationale behind the Magic Cut quite compelling. I believe that regardless of the additional output from two long swords, the character would still maintain a suppressive presence. As customary, the Dahl enthusiastically praised this strategy. Observing the earlier landing pressure, it indeed appeared that even two longswords could yield effectiveness. Upon witnessing the equipment that Jace had purchased, 957 was momentarily taken aback. The tiers of the Goddess equate to the output of granting oneself two longswords. Moreover, the Stone Golem inherently counters Jace. At this moment, Jace lacks a flash, and he merely needs to wait for his ultimate to come off cooldown for a chance to secure a solo kill. Once the landing phase commenced in earnest, Jace seized the opportunity to execute a quick QE combo. The commentator remarked, "Jace's damage is hardly making a dent in the Stone Golem." Observing Jace's enhanced cannon shot, which barely diminished the Stone Golem's health, the commentator raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the Stone Golem possesses high armor and had already purchased armor boots upon returning home. Conversely, Jace had spent his funds on the tier of the Goddess, resulting in a naturally lower early game damage output. Now, he could focus on last-hitting minions. Although he was wary of the White Champion's skills, 957 resolved to play a bit more aggressively, seeking to secure additional minion kills. Naturally, upon witnessing the Stone Golem, who had just displayed timidity before him, begin to farm minions, the White Champion could not tolerate it. He promptly switched to cannon form and unleashed his W ability, relentlessly pursuing the Stone Golem. In the initial 3 strikes, the Stone Golem's health visibly diminished. However, once the W ended, the Stone Golem appeared impervious to further damage. After clearing most of the minions, the Stone Golem hurled a Q ability at Jace, stealing a portion of his movement speed as it retreated. Observing the minion wave heading toward the tower, the White Champion began to diligently secure last hits. With the top lane developing in this manner, the director shifted the camera away. Clearly, the top lane would engage in mutual farming for an extended period without any conflict. Sync Gunner focused solely on clearing minions, seemingly indifferent to all other matters. In the mid lane, Syndra had reached level 6 and had already positioned a sphere behind her. She unleashed her Q ability upon the backline of minions while simultaneously using her W to capture a sphere and eliminate the frontline minions. Scout sensed something amiss and immediately began to retreat, yet Shia acted with even greater swiftness. Flee, weaklings. 2 dark energy spheres soared forward, stunning Scout. He's doomed. Shia quickly assessed the ensuing events. After stunning Scout, Shia did not immediately unleash Syndra's ultimate but instead advanced to deliver basic attacks. The brief one. 5 seconds of stun expired just as Shia's final attack landed. WQ. A regal escape maneuver befitting a vizier. However, Shia had already anticipated Scout's escape route. Predictive Q. A well-timed Q ability struck Scout midair, and Syndra's ultimate was unleashed. 5 energy spheres cascaded upon the body of the Emperor. Shia Syndra secured the kill on EDG. Scout Azir. Witnessing the mid lane erupt in a solo kill, the commentator could not contain his excitement. Few can withstand the explosive power of Syndra at level 6. After being killed in the mid lane, Scout felt an immediate sense of embarrassment. Being soloed in lane is invariably an awkward situation, regardless of the timing. I apologize. It was my mistake, Scout admitted candidly, despite the discomfort. It's all right, just play steadily. We will gradually transition into the mid to late game. The team leader, Factory, quickly reassured him. As the elder statesman of the team, he could not afford to place undue pressure on his teammate following a mistake. However, the impact of that solo kill in the match was indeed significant. The mid lane possesses the unique ability to influence both the jungle and the top and bottom lanes concurrently. Once a player is eliminated in the lane, the repercussions extend far beyond mere loss of mid lane control. For instance, upon witnessing his mid laner being soloed, Kindi astutely initiated action on the dragon, while the bottom duo applied pressure downward. Meanwhile, Factory could only defend the mid lane minions as they approached the tower. It was predictable that, when the jungle respawned, Kindi would likely lead an incursion into the lower jungle alongside the mid lane. Frustratingly, Syndra remained in the lane. If she managed the minion wave adeptly, the next wave would undoubtedly push against the Azir. What? Expecting Factory to assist with the minion wave? Did they truly believe Kindi was incompetent? A single misstep could trigger a cascade of adverse reactions. EDG now found themselves in an utterly passive state. The top lane yielded no results. The mid lane faced solo deaths that jeopardized the jungle's defenses, and the bottom lane was continuously pressured by the Caitlyn. They could only wait for an opportunity to develop. Observing the situations in the mid and bottom lanes, their current build was ill-suited against the tank, leaving them reliant on mid-game performance. As the game time reached 14 minutes, we managed to dismantle the bottom defensive tower and subsequently shifted their focus to the mid lane. Initially, they intended to pressure the Jace in the top lane, but reconsidered, realizing that such an approach might prove ineffective, potentially allowing Jace to turn the tables in a 1v2 scenario, thus disrupting Caitlyn's rhythm. To play it safe, they redirected their efforts to the mid lane. Due to the earlier mid lane solo kill, we had secured control of the dragon early on, setting themselves up for a swift dragon acquisition. During this lane swap, Scout's Azir was en route to the bottom lane. However, just as he reached the minion wave, a barrel-wielding Gragas, having cleverly approached from the dragon pit, circumvented their vision and emerged at the bottom lane's second tower. With his ample girth and imposing presence, Gragas offered Scout no opportunity to react, advancing to engage with a W skill followed by an auto-attack, then executing a face-to-face E that sent Azir reeling. QE. Weaklings, begone. Syndra's E skill seamlessly connected, securing control without even needing her ultimate, and, in concert with Gragas, they effortlessly claimed Azir's life. It was evident that this was a premeditated ambush. How did Gragas find himself in this position? Having been ambushed from behind, Scout furrowed his brows in irritation. It was evident that despite having established vision in the lower quadrant, he still fell prey to the unexpected maneuver of the barrel-wielding champion. It must have been during my attempt to ward the tri-brush in the bot lane that the opposing team memorized my placement. Upon witnessing the barrel emerge inexplicably from the jungle, Eco immediately deduced the gank trajectory. The bot lane was collapsing. Scout's Azir was frequently being caught out. While the structure of Misfortune's tower-pushing strategy began to take shape, we gradually seized control over the entire match. With Misfortune free to farm and reaping the rewards from turret income, she ascended to become the highest economy player on the field. This scene is exceedingly rare in EDG's matches. Typically, regardless of the circumstances, Bai's top lane consistently boasts the highest economy throughout the game. However, the solitary silver lining is that Bai has successfully procured both the Muramana and the Yumu's Ghostblade, utilizing his individual prowess to dismantle the top lane turret. At the 14-minute mark, he single-handedly took down the turret with a commendable 167 minion kills. Not only did he surpass the expected timeline for minion kills, but he also exerted pressure on the opposing lane, leading to the destruction of their defensive structure. With my equipment now bolstered, I am poised to engage in a dragon skirmish. A victory in this match would significantly ease our path forward. Having just acquired 2 items, Bai made his way towards the mid lane while conversing with the coach. The decision-making authority still rests with the coach. Whether to continue farming or to initiate a dragon fight hinges upon his guidance. Observing Jace's itemization, the coach hesitated slightly. Although Bai has acquired the Muramana, it remains undercharged, resulting in a diminished damage output. Had the Muramana been fully charged, they would undoubtedly capitalize on Jace's burst potential to contest the dragon against the opposition. The enemy has encroached into the lower jungle, likely signaling their intent to initiate the dragon. At this moment, Eco suddenly interjected, reminding them that the opposing team would not patiently await their readiness to strike. All right, let us poke a little. If an opportunity arises, we shall engage. The team leader, disregarding the complications, decided to attempt to poke. After all, Jace was already approaching. There was no way to allow her to return to her lane. Was it time for a team fight so soon? With the vision already established, We noticed Jace appearing in the lower jungle, and a sense of foreboding washed over them. The dread of facing this woman had nearly become ingrained in their very DNA. It's fine. His Muramana isn't fully stacked yet, so the damage won't be too high. I can withstand the enhanced cannon. Just as 957's words echoed, a sudden QE combo shot forth from the blind spot. The enhanced cannon's area of effect struck both the stone golem and mid-lane Syndra. Although the stone golem, clad in armor, didn't feel the brunt of the attack. Syndra was indeed quite fragile. A swift QE combo reduced Syndra's health by 13. At 14 minutes in, Jace had already acquired 2 items. Even though one of them was not fully stacked, the speed of his farm was astonishing. The minion kills consistently surpassed the expected timeline. Coupled with the gold earned from soloing the first turret, granting Jace overwhelming pressure. Are there any wards here? Kundi, witnessing Jace's precise cannon shot, immediately activated his scanner, traversing the river and dragon pit in search of vision. However, no matter how he moved, he could not uncover any wards. Meanwhile, the team leader's Alistar charged to the front lines, advancing into the jungle. We demonstrated little interest in confronting such a formidable opponent, especially since their mid-game Caitlyn was relatively weak. Engaging in a team fight against this Alistar would pose a significant challenge. Observing the situation, both Tahm Kench and the stone golem positioned themselves at the forefront. As they hid behind the 2 tanks, Bai's eyes glimmered with an inexplicable intensity. Jace's QE cooldown was quite lengthy, if he could not threaten the backline. The stone golem would surely initiate a dragon attempt. In Bai's mind, a judgment of the situation was silently formed. With the movements of Syndra and Caitlyn, Bai's mouse was constantly in motion, anticipating the moment the opponents would reveal a flaw. Many spectators, witnessing the actions of the elite players, often feel they could replicate such skills, yet in actual gameplay, the fluidity of those players is markedly superior. The ability to predict movements with precision is a crucial factor. For instance, if the opponents expose a weakness and your mouse is not immediately aimed at them, by the time you reposition, they may have already retreated to safety. In this tense moment, Bai felt a stiffness in his arm, akin to the observation hockey from One Piece, fully aware of the opponent's movements. Waiting for the instant they displayed a vulnerability to strike. Suddenly, as Caitlyn presented an opportunity with her movement, Bai's response was instantaneous. An enhanced QE cannon shot cleanly through the crowd, striking Caitlyn in the backline, while also splashing damage onto Tahm Kench nearby. In an instant, Caitlyn's health plummeted by nearly 50. After all, as the bot lane, her level was lower compared to the mid and top lanes, resulting in diminished base health and armor. Jace, with his rapid farming, had quickly acquired 2 items, and the damage inflicted upon this fragile champion was explosive. In the commentary booth, Wawa exclaimed, "My goodness!" The damage from Jace's cannon shot pierced through 2 tanks and struck Caitlyn directly. We cannot engage now. After those 2 shots, both of the carries are severely injured. And Tahm Kench isn't tanky enough to withstand such damage. Observing W's retreat after being battered by 2 cannon shots, Miller couldn't help but express his admiration. This is perhaps the allure of Jace as a champion. With just 2 precise long-range shots, the backline is rendered incapable of engaging in a team fight. Jace's fame initially arose from his ability to deal catastrophic damage with a single shot. Since then, the LPL has recognized that whether among the premier top laners or mid laners from Korea, they consistently pull out Jace and unleash devastation. Jace is a champion that cannot accept a stalemate in lane. He must create an advantage. Once that is achieved, mid-game Jace invariably delivers unexpected results. At this moment, taking advantage of WE's retreat, EDG swiftly grouped together to secure the dragon, subsequently organizing the minion waves across several lanes. With 2 waves of minions arriving in the bottom lane, Jace promptly transitioned downwards to farm and develop. Meanwhile, Scout moved to the top lane to face off against the stone golem. This lane swap by EDG is quite ingenious. The stone golem, adorned with armor items, appeared utterly vulnerable against the Emperor, akin to running naked, especially as the Emperor's flash was nearly off cooldown. Upon observing the Emperor's approach to the top lane, Doimb expressed surprise with an exclamation. Upon arrival at the top lane, the armored stone golem found itself bewildered at the sight of the Emperor. Equipped with armor boots, Iceborne gauntlet, and a small thorn mail, his gear was entirely focused on countering Jace. Having endured relentless torment from the golem for an extended period, Scout was eager to unleash his frustration, directly poking the golem with a WQ combo. With no magic resistance, the stone golem quickly lost 14 hit points. Of course, Scout had no intention of solo killing this golem, Should the golem charge him while the enemy jungler stood nearby, certain demise would follow. Nevertheless, it was certainly enjoyable to exploit the advantage of range and bully the golem. Simultaneously, Jace in the bottom lane had already pushed the minion wave to the defensive tower. Due to the lane swap, Xie was slowly making his way over, controlling Syndra. However, by the time he arrived, Jace had already significantly reduced the tower's health using his W ability. Be careful, Xie. It's best not to engage with Jace. If you get killed, our momentum will be disrupted. With the Emperor unable to farm minions in the top lane, 957 noticed the confrontation between Syndra and Jace below and promptly alerted Xie. I know, Ming Kai has been closely following Jace. It's a tandem situation up top. Just moments ago, WE's vision revealed that the jungler was active in the lower quadrant, assisting mid lane and clearing waves to mitigate the risk of the middle tower being chipped away by Caitlyn, while also casting his gaze towards the bottom lane. I feel we could attempt to ambush Syndra. Gradually, Ming Kai, having cleared a camp of stone golems, stealthily approached the bottom lane with intentions of engaging Syndra. Today, having faced an unyielding lava beast in lane, the jungler found it utterly frustrating, as the ultimate and D ability were employed merely to clear minions in return for armor boots, leaving little room for effective play. However, the circumstances changed dramatically now that he was facing Xie in lane. Familiar thoughts of ganking surged into the jungler's mind. When we engage, if their support comes to assist, ignore them, we can take them down together. Assessing the situation, I immediately began communicating with mid-laner Ikeo. Although Ikeo felt a hint of confusion, he offered no objections, simply stating, we couldn't even contain them both. You decide how to play. Soon enough, the jungler stealthily positioned himself in the bush of the bottom lane. With communication established with mid lane, I initiated his play, bypassing the minion wave and launching a QE combo directly at Syndra. At this moment, Ming Kai ceased to feign restraint, executing a swift combination of moves, while the piglet's ultimate ability was unleashed unexpectedly. Xia's reflexes were remarkably swift. He understood that being incapacitated by the piglet's ultimate would certainly lead to his demise at the hands of Jace. With a precise flash, he deftly maneuvered to evade the piglet's attack. In the same breath, he retaliated with a quick QE combo, propelling the force towards Jace. The familiar and chaotic footwork was on full display, yet this time, Jace appeared to falter slightly, just enough for Xia's QE combo to connect. Upon witnessing the accuracy of his skills, Xia's eyes gleamed with excitement. During previous training matches, Bai exhibited bizarre movements that seemed scripted, evading all non-targeted abilities with ease. Carefully maintaining his distance, he seized a nearby minion with W and hurled it directly at Jace. Simultaneously, the piglet, controlled by the captain, advanced as well, launching a W towards Xia's Syndra. However, with agile footwork, Xie skillfully evaded the second segment of the piglet's W damage. Let us engage. I'm coming over. At that moment, Xie, who initially intended to leave, suddenly heard the voice of the jungler, Kindi. Glancing at the mini-app, he noticed that the support, Thresh, and Kundi's Gragas were already advancing toward the bottom lane. Help me block Gragas' E, he instructed. Thresh would undoubtedly unleash his ultimate first. By simply communicated with the team leader, top-tier players require minimal words, as they understand each other with just a hint. Thresh's ultimate directly locks onto a target. And no matter if one uses flash or any other means, it is guaranteed to hit and knock up. In such a scenario, if Gragas followed up with a controlling combo, Jace would be doomed. However, Gragas' E skill stops after hitting the first target. As long as the team leader stands in front of Jace, Gragas would be unable to continue his control. In the communication channel of WE, they strategized, come on, I'll initiate with my ultimate. A swift burst of damage would eliminate Jace, as the enemy had no one to support them. I know. You go ahead and use your ultimate. Support Zero was well aware of Bai's capabilities, but Thresh's ultimate was not something you could counter with skill alone. In the next moment, Thresh moved to the lane, unleashing his ultimate directly aimed at Jace's head. Meanwhile, Kindi's Gragas took a swig of his drink, ready to use his E in conjunction with Syndra for a devastating burst. As Thresh's ultimate approached step by step, Jace was knocked into the air. Simultaneously, Kundi's Gragas executed his E skill, targeting the airborne Jace. What the hell? What does this mean? Is Ming Kai out of his mind? Kindi exclaimed in frustration. Just as Gragas charged toward Jace, the team leader's Ollie Star flashed in front of Jace, using his body and flash to absorb the incoming attack. This single act disrupted the control chain for WE. Immediately, Ollie Star activated his W skill and began to pummel Kindi with rapid auto attacks. In an instant, Kindi's Gragas' health plummeted. As he attempted to retreat, Jace switched to hammer form. Skyward leap. WQA. Jace leapt high into the air, bringing his hammer down forcefully on Gragas. At the same time, the team leader's Alistar had stacked his E skill, launching it straight at Gragas. The two executed a flawless combination, securing Gragas's demise. Concurrently, Shi unleashed his ultimate, targeting Jace with a barrage of energy orbs, reducing Jace's health to a mere 100 points. Seizing Jace's movement, Syndra cast her Q skill directly onto Jace's retreat path. But just then, Jace made a quick turn, dodging the E skill. Meanwhile, Thresh slowly approached, aiming to finish off the wounded Jace. First, Thresh's passive skill triggered with each auto attack, applying a snare effect, and his attack range was notably high among melee champions, reaching 175 units. In contrast, Jace's E skill had a mere 125 unit range. This 50-unit difference was akin to the range disparity between Ashe and Caitlyn, two ADCs. Just after dodging Syndra's Q, Jace suddenly attempted to auto-attack Thresh. Without hesitation, Zero retaliated with an auto-attack. However, Jace abruptly ceased his attack, stepping out of range, causing Thresh's action to shift from an auto-attack to movement. In that moment of Thresh's brief immobility, I controlled Jace to turn back and used his E skill to knock Thresh away. The team leader immediately closed in on Thresh, determined not to allow him near Jace. Shi sought to claim the kill on Jace, but Jace's cannon form skill had already cooled down. He quickly retreated into the bush. He had checked for vision earlier and confirmed there were no wards present. Clearly, Shi was feeling the pressure. Jace's kill was just 2 auto attacks away. As Shi advanced, Bai suddenly emerged from the bush, activating his W skill to auto-attack Shi. Syndra attempted to retaliate against Jace, but he merely tapped her before retreating back into the bush. Losing sight of Jace, Syndra's auto-attack was interrupted, and Jace re-emerged from the bush to strike Syndra once more. This time, Shia directly executed a basic attack. If Jace wished to evade Syndra's Q ability, he could not turn back into the brush. Failing to return to the foliage to obscure vision meant he would inevitably suffer the damage from the basic attack. Nonetheless, even at this juncture, this outcome had long been anticipated by Bai. Observing Bai steadfastly absorb Shia's basic attack, he traversed from his own brush directly into the enemy's territory. Along the way, he executed a well-timed basic attack to deal some damage to Shia. However, at this moment, Jace's health had dwindled to a mere 40 points. One more hit would spell his demise. Having been struck by consecutive basic attacks, Shia's nerves were now exceedingly frayed. He was acutely aware that the individual before him was no ordinary foe. Suddenly, from the brush, a horizontal acceleration gate materialized, followed promptly by a fortified cannon shot that struck Syndra with immense force. Having just endured Bai's relentless basic attacks in the preceding empowered cannon shot, Shia's health was already in a precarious state. With this powerful strike, Syndra's health bar was instantaneously depleted, neither more nor less, precisely to the point. This remarkable display of movement and damage output unfolded before the eyes of all. Syndra has arrived. Alas, she has been ensnared by the brush's vision. Nevertheless, it matters not. Syndra's health remains ample, and striking twice will suffice. Will this Q connect? It evades once more. Wow. The damage from Jace's enhanced cannon has claimed Syndra's life. Such terrifying damage. Titan dares not retaliate, yet he finds himself ensnared by the pig's sister, unable to escape. Amidst the exclamations from the doll, Baisien efficiently depleted Syndra's health, then maintained a safe distance to continuously assault Titan. He traversed from the bottom lane to the midpoint of the river, where Titan was gradually dispatched, for Jace's health dwindled to a mere 40 points, necessitating extreme caution with each strike. And he was unable to switch to hammer form for a direct assault. This is utterly absurd, particularly considering the prior skirmish in the brush with Syndra. Apart from a single auto attack, she landed none of her abilities, and I sensed Shia's impending despair. After securing a triple kill, Jace's performance elicited an involuntary gasp from the doll. That previous encounter between Syndra and Jace in the brush was nothing short of spectacular. It was entirely Bai's showcase. I can only say that Bai is truly formidable. This sequence defies logic. Titan's control chain with the barrel is remarkably stable, coupled with Syndra's damage output. Without any defensive items, Titan's ultimate should, in theory, guarantee a kill. And do you know what is most astonishing? Following that sequence, Jace astonishingly did not use Flash. Whether employing his E ability against Titan or engaging in a duel with Syndra in the brush, my heart raced. She managed to refrain from using Flash. At this moment, Miller's expression was exceedingly exaggerated. How could this Jace possess such confidence? After such an exhilarating exchange, Jace did not expend flash. She was left with only 40 health. Indeed, what gives her such audacity? One slight misstep, and she would surely perish. The doll had not noticed this before, but now she recalled that Jace had yet to utilize flash. This is truly astonishing. When Titan approached just now, a simple flash would have ensured a safe escape. Yet, Bai opted for a daring 2-on-3 counterattack. One can only describe this as remarkably terrifying. Whenever presented with even the slightest opportunity to showcase her skills, she invariably seizes it. Miller pondered deeply and concluded that the only plausible explanation is that she deliberately chose not to retreat, clearly aiming for a counterstrike. Indeed, Bai executed this counter beautifully, effectively disrupting WE's rhythm significantly. As Xie reflected on this sequence, he felt somewhat dazed. Was that Q and E connection a deliberate ploy on her part? Did she lure us into her trap? At this moment, Xie finally discerned that something was amiss. It was the initial successful strike of her Q and E combo against Jace. Had that Q and E not landed, they certainly would not have engaged in combat. The ruse was to coax them into action. After the skirmish, she still possessed her flash, which served as the most substantial evidence. However, just then, a kill notification suddenly appeared on the match screen. We, Stick, Caitlyn, had slain EDG. Eco Morgana. What was happening? Had the mid lane been soloed? Originally, commentators WE and Miller were focused on the skirmish in the bot lane, but suddenly another kill notification emerged from the mid lane. What was the situation? Had Thresh not gone to assist in the bot lane? How had the mid lane champion managed to eliminate an opponent solo? 1v2? Miller was equally perplexed. Just moments ago, WE's support, Thresh, had headed to the bot lane to provide assistance. How could the mid lane champion have single-handedly dispatched the enemy's duo? Soon, the camera panned to the mid lane. There lay Eco's Morgana, positioned near the opponent's side of the lane. It was evident that EDG South bot lane had initiated the engagement first. Had they been countered by a masterful play from the mid lane champion? Eco's flash was also on cooldown, suggesting she had used it to attempt to secure a kill. The position of the fallen warrior appeared rather dubious at first glance. Within mere seconds, the director expertly activated the replay. It became evident that Titan had just ventured to the bottom lane for assistance, and immediately thereafter, the big brother initiated an advance to push the minion wave towards the turret, before retreating. At that moment, Eco discerned the numerical disadvantage of the opposing team, without hesitation. He executed a flash and unleashed his ultimate right in front of the AD carry, ensnaring her. Zet promptly approached, commencing his assault on the AD carry. A brief yet impactful burst of damage landed upon her. However, it was not long before the big brother commenced his actions, utilizing his E ability for a swift reposition. He created some distance while preemptively activating his W to set a trap. After ensnaring Morgana with his E ability, a critical hit struck her squarely on the head. Eco instinctively aimed to advance and further entrap the AD carry with his ultimate, but the trap, strategically laid by the big brother, effectively facilitated the AD carry's escape from Morgana's ultimate. At this moment, the brother-in-law fully engaged in the operation, capitalizing on the extended reach of the female marksman. He began to maneuver with finesse. As he skillfully executed his abilities, he discreetly placed a hidden trap behind Morgana. For these traditional top-tier AD champions, concealing traps is far more intricate than merely hiding them beneath a turret. The crux lies in the art of concealing the trap in plain sight, employing subtle combinations such as WE and WQ to mask the action of the marksman casting her W ability. A player who masters this champion can ensnare their foes with an uncanny stealth. As the minion wave advanced, the marksman's minions commenced a relentless assault. The sniper rifle in her hands was continually raised, causing Morgana's health to plummet rapidly. Zed, in a state of urgency, activated his W ability, hoping to immobilize the marksman and rescue his ally. However, the marksman still possessed her flash ability. Realizing that she could not evade Jin's W with mere positioning, the brother-in-law swiftly flashed forward, adjusting his position to optimize damage output. Morgana, too, turned to unleash her Q ability. Yet, a seasoned professional once remarked that skills like Morgana's Q are evadable unless the player lacks room for maneuvering. Any adept player can sidestep such a straightforward skill. Clearly, the brother-in-law was not destined to fall victim to this simplistic lottery skill. Canceling the animation of his auto-attack, he executed a slight sidestep, allowing Morgana's Q to whiz past him. With calculated precision, he continued to weave in and out, landing 2 swift strikes that ultimately claimed the fragile Morgana's life. The flawless execution of skills, the astute positioning, the adept concealment of traps, and the finesse of kiting exude the quintessential charm of a traditional ADC. This sequence of actions may appear commonplace from the perspective of the player, yet each decision made was impeccably sound. It can only be said that IKEA was perhaps a tad hasty. Indeed, considering that Caitlyn currently enjoys a substantial economic advantage, it would be prudent to refrain from unnecessary movements without absolute certainty. In truth, I believe the crux of the matter lies in the two traps laid by the player. Their precision was remarkable. Without those two critical headshot damages, it is likely that Caitlyn would not have secured the kill. However, it is unavoidable. Those concealed traps were so expertly placed that even in the replay, we could not discern when they were deployed, making them exceedingly difficult to anticipate. Miller, having witnessed this sequence of plays, did not hesitate to lavish praise upon the player's performance. This is one of the top 3 AD carries in the current LPL. It appears that in this match, the cores of both EDG and we are fervently striving to showcase their prowess, executing various counterattacks and suppressions. They must be acutely aware that the outcome of this game rests heavily upon their shoulders. The commentator has also discerned that the true linchpins within WE and EDG are influencing the result of this match in their own distinctive manner. This thrilling showdown between the superstars of the team, showcasing their exceptional skills, left everyone exhilarated. After both sides suffered casualties in this round, a moment of calm ensued. Undoubtedly, we incurred a greater loss this time. The kill on Morgana in the mid lane was merely a meager consolation, as the poorly positioned Caitlyn promptly returned to base for replenishment. Meanwhile, Zek continued to farm in the mid lane. In the bot lane, not only did the opponent lose 3 champions, but Bai's Jace also retreated home, while the diligent Gragas pushed the wave into the enemy tower. Although Gragas claimed the minions, the subsequent wave management significantly favored Jace. With the bot lane tower destroyed by Caitlyn, if the wave had been frozen there, Jace would have faced potential ganks. However, with the wave pushed forward, it was now Syndra who would be at risk of being trapped. If Bai chose to control the wave in the bot lane, Syndra would be deprived of any viable farming opportunities, forced to follow her jungler into the jungle for minor engagements. Upon returning to base, this economic advantage propelled Jace into a dominant position. By the 19th minute, Jace had already acquired the trifecta of items, Manamune, Yumu's Ghost Blade, and Dusk Blade of Drakthar. The fixed armor penetration provided by Yumu's and Dusk Blade is terrifying in the early to mid-game, intricately tied to armor calculations, which are quite complex. Generally speaking, the higher the opponent's total armor, the greater the percentage of armor penetration benefits. Conversely, lower armor results in higher fixed armor penetration gains. Most alarmingly, at 19 minutes, Jace's Manamune was fully stacked. When Syndra returned to lane, boom, a charged shot struck her from afar, reducing her health to a mere 40 before she even approached the minions. Clearly, if Jace's QE combo landed once more, Syndra would be eliminated. The output from this shot ignited a flurry of mockery in the LPL live chat. Is this it? Is this all? And they praise Shia? One comment read, as Syndra nearly retreated home from a single shot. Were there not many 6D players clamoring here before? They claim there is only one god of LPL. And that is Rusu Hanwei Shia's real name. Only one god in LPL? That is utterly laughable. Sheila laughs at me, they might say. Playing a lane-dominating champion and getting a single kill on a late-game champion like Azir is hardly impressive. Jace is also a lane-dominating champion. How did he get obliterated? It seems he can only rely on champion matchups. The previous round, a Jace with just 100 health couldn't secure a kill, while being outplayed by others. Yet at this moment, Shia could neither see the chat nor, if he did, could do anything but smile wryly in resignation. Faced with Jace's current state,